Chapter 1. The Fated Divine Weapon, Armory. Greetings, esteemed chosen ones. I am the Genesis God System. Welcome to the primal world. This realm is replete with ferocious beasts and fraught with peril, yet it brims with opportunities. Here, there are no rules or laws. Your sole imperative is to augment your strength and survive as long as possible. Best of luck to you all. Within a quaint wooden cabin, Nanfeng gradually awakened from haze. His mind was inundated with a plethora of information regarding the primal world, imparted by the Genesis God System. It took him a full 10 minutes to fully assimilate this knowledge. How utterly absurd, he mused. 100 billion people from Blue Star have simultaneously traversed dimensions? As Nanfeng surveyed the modest wooden cabin, barely 5 square meters in size, disbelief washed over him. It was only when the watch on his wrist emitted a series of beeps that he snapped back to reality. According to the information he had received, this was a novice equipment bestowed upon all individuals after their dimensional traversal tactical watch. Upon activating the tactical watch, a semi-transparent panel materialized before him, divided into 2 sections: personal information and chat channel. The chat channel was blinking rhythmically, indicating that the earlier beeping sound had originated from there. Nanfeng accessed the chat channel, where numerous fellow travelers, akin to him, were engaged in lively conversation. Wow, I can't believe I've actually crossed over. I'm totally soaring. Hey, buddy, aren't you getting ahead of yourself? This world is perilous. Danger? What do I have to fear? I was diagnosed with cancer before I crossed over. I was already on borrowed time. Why am I stuck in this tiny cabin? It's terrifying. Is there anyone to rescue me? I'm also in a small cabin. I tried the door, but it won't budge. Am I dreaming? Is this truly an alternate world? After observing the conversation for a while, Nanfeng realized that everyone was equally bewildered, exchanging largely inconsequential information. Suddenly, an impish grin spread across his face as he contemplated a prank. Brothers, let me share an astonishing secret with you. I was in such agony moments ago that let's just say I had a little accident in my cabin, Nanfeng continued. And guess what? The system declared me the first to have such an incident and rewarded me with a novice gift pack. Whoa, you're quite lucky, my friend, exclaimed Wu Yuanxing. What's in your novice gift pack? Inquired Ma Yong. Is there a gift pack for the first to relieve themselves as well? Asked Huang Yuanming. The chat channel fell abruptly silent. Nanfeng chuckled softly, knowing these individuals were likely concocting mischievous plans. Shaking his head, he closed the chat channel panel and opened the personal information panel. Name: Nanfeng. Level: 10100. Health points: 8,080. Stamina 10. Mana points: 60 energy 10. Attack power: 45. Strength 5. Defense power: 21. Stamina energy 1.5. Strength 9. Agility 12. Stamina 8. Energy 6. Destined weapon: not yet awakened. Skills: none. Equipment: worn shirt, tattered. Jeans, old sneakers, novice tactical watch. A rather ordinary attribute panel. Through the information provided by the Creator God System, Nanfeng understood that the average value of each attribute for an adult is 10 points. Only his agility barely surpassed the average. His strength, stamina, and energy were all below it. What exactly is this destined weapon? It seems the Creator God System has not implanted any information regarding this. At that moment, a crisp electronic synthesized voice resonated in Nanfeng's ears. Announcement: all chosen ones have awakened. The system will commence the Destined Weapon Awakening Ceremony in 5 minutes. Destined Weapon Awakening Ceremony. The system will randomly provide 5 different types of weapons for selection. The Destined Weapon will be your greatest reliance for survival in the primordial world. Please choose wisely. Note: some weapons are unique. Good luck to you all. The Destined Weapon Awakening Ceremony? Nanfeng raised an eyebrow and glanced at the chat channel. What does this awakening of the destined weapon mean? Are we getting a weapon? Isn't this game supposed to have weapons dropped from monsters? The brother above, this is a real world, not a game. Starting off with a knife, 1 hit for 999. Damn, I was just in a restroom and didn't receive a novice gift pack. Wah, I don't want to stay here, I want to go home. Is there anyone who can save me? The chat channel was chaotic, with conversations on various topics. Many even believed it was a game. However, some individuals were more sensible, discussing their respective stats. Mad, my strength is only 5 points, and my attack power is just 25 points. That's too low. Have you overexerted yourself? My strength is 13 points. Have you noticed? Each person's stats are closely related to their original physical condition. I am a sprinter. My agility is 18 points, and my stamina is 15 points. Wow, your stats are so high. Great one. Please take me with you. Seeing this, Nanfeng nodded in agreement. He was merely an ordinary worker, with running being his only hobby, so it was reasonable for his attributes to be low. At this moment, he regretted not exercising more regularly. In this perilous primordial world, possessing good physical fitness would undoubtedly prolong one's survival. Nanfeng certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise. The 5 minutes passed swiftly, and the exhilarating destined weapon awakening ceremony was about to commence. Nanfeng mused, "I wonder what weapon I will awaken." Suddenly, a beam of light flashed, and a translucent screen appeared before Nanfeng, initiating the destined weapon awakening ceremony. Randomly generating your destined weapon. Generation successful. Please select your destined weapon. Note: once confirmed, this weapon will accompany you for a lifetime and cannot be changed or discarded. So choose wisely. Before Nanfeng lay 5 cards, all facing away from him. Should I flip one over? He extended his finger and tapped on one of the cards. As the card turned, it revealed a long sword. Rotten wooden sword. Grade destiny weapon grade? This must be the most inferior rank, right? Absolutely not. Without even a glance, Nanfeng promptly tapped on the second card. The card flipped to unveil a longbow. Arrowless wooden bow. Grade destiny weapon. Nanfeng raised an eyebrow, feeling a flicker of interest. A bow. A ranged weapon. This isn't too bad. Given my frail physique, engaging in close combat is out of the question. A bow seems a fitting choice. Yet it's still grade that's exceedingly weak. Let's see what the others hold. Nanfeng proceeded to open 2 more cards. Unsharpened wooden knife. Grade destiny weapon. A deteriorating oiled paper umbrella. Grade destiny weapon. Nanfeng was at a loss for words. What on earth are these? Does a wooden knife even require sharpening? And a dilapidated umbrella, can that even be considered a weapon? This is quite arbitrary, isn't it? After flipping through 4 cards, Nanfeng's expression darkened. All 4 revealed grade destiny weapons. How on earth was he supposed to proceed? Could it be that today is an inauspicious day for awakening a destiny weapon? Nanfeng calculated, but soon realized he was no diviner and gave up. Only 1 card remains. I hope for something worthwhile. I would trade a decade of baldness for a legendary weapon. Taking a deep breath, Nanfeng tapped on the final card. Dilapidated Armory. Grade destiny weapon. Nanfeng exclaimed, "What? Another grade? Wait a moment. What even is an armory?" Chapter 2. Hunting Beasts. To his astonishment, one of his destiny weapon options was an armory. I always thought this was a world of cold weapons. I never imagined there would be firearms as well. Nanfeng was utterly bewildered, and all my destiny weapons are grade. Is this due to my own misfortune, or is it the same for everyone? This question was one he could not verify at the moment, as the chat channel was inaccessible during the awakening ceremony. Nanfeng reviewed the 5 cards twice, and after a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and chose the armory. It was evidently distinct from the other 4 destiny weapons. What else could he select if not the armory? To stand out, one must be exceptional. You have chosen dilapidated armory as your destiny weapon. Do you confirm? Note: once selected, a destiny weapon cannot be changed or discarded. Please choose wisely. Without further contemplation, Nanfeng nodded decisively. Confirm. Ding! With his confirmation, the remaining 4 cards transformed into shimmering stardust and gradually dissipated. Only the dilapidated armory slowly soared towards the southern winds, ultimately merging into the consciousness of Nanfeng. The awakening ritual of the destined weapon has been completed. Please familiarize yourself with your weapon promptly to confront the impending dangers. Best of luck. A sudden sharp pain pierced through Nanfeng's mind, akin to being pricked by a needle. Yet this sensation was fleeting, dissipating as quickly as it arrived. Nanfeng swiftly regained composure. The awakening is complete. Let's see what my destined weapon truly is. Nanfeng reopened the tactical watch, where the tactical panel now displayed a 3rd option: personal information, chat channel, and destined weapon. At that moment, the chat channel was in a frenzy, indicating that many individuals had successfully awakened and were now communicating with one another. Ignoring the chat channel, Nanfeng Selected destined weapon. Destined weapon. Weapon name, dilapidated armory. Current grade, grade inferior. Type, backpack. Attributes, backpack slots 10. Materials required for upgrade, with 3. Stone 5. Unlocked equipment from the armory, desert eagle, wooden dagger. As the grade of the destined weapon increases, more equipment will be unlocked. Nanfeng meticulously reviewed the attributes. Materials required for upgrade? So this destined weapon can be upgraded. No wonder it starts at grade. That eases my concerns. Previously, Nanfeng was apprehensive about the grade of his destined weapon, fearing it might be inadequate. It now appeared that all individuals began with an grade weapon. Nanfeng's gaze fell upon the last line of the panel. Weapons unlocked from the armory? Desert eagle, wooden dagger? Where might these items be? With a thought, Nanfeng directed his attention to his backpack. This backpack resembled a spatial artifact, not the kind one would wear on their back. 2 slots within the backpack were already occupied, one by a handgun and the other by a dagger. The handgun's design was unmistakably that of a desert eagle. Nanfeng exclaimed in delight, "Wait, they truly provided me with a gun? Is this not a world of cold weapons?" He promptly retrieved the desert eagle and the wooden dagger. Desert eagle. Current grade. Grade inferior upgrades alongside the dilapidated armory. Type weapon. Attributes. Strength 3, stamina 2. Each attack consumes 5 points of mana, dealing 100 attack power damage to struck enemies. From the equipment within the dilapidated armory, wooden dagger. Current grade. Grade inferior upgrades alongside the dilapidated armory. Type weapon. Attributes. Strength 5. Each attack can inflict 70 to 90 attack. Power damage on enemies. Slightly enhances bleeding effects. From the equipment within the dilapidated armory. Is that all for attributes? They seem somewhat lacking. Nanfeng observed the attributes of the desert eagle and the wooden dagger, feeling rather unimpressed. Subsequently, Nanfeng glanced at his personal information and discovered that the equipment section could be expanded. Equipment. Backpack. A dilapidated arsenal. Weapon. Desert eagle. Upper garment. Tattered shirt. Pants. Worn out jeans. Shoes. Frayed sneakers. Necklace. None. Bracelet. Novice tactical watch. Ring. None. Hat. None. Others. None. The equipment section revealed nothing particularly remarkable. After a brief examination, Nanfeng opened a chat channel. At that moment, the chat channel was abuzz with excitement. "Brothers, what did you choose as your destined weapon?" I pondered for ages and ultimately selected a wooden sword. I also chose a sword, grade destined, weapon rotten wooden sword, strength 2, stamina 3. Are your attributes the same as mine? To the brother above, mine is exactly the same as yours. It seems our destined weapons are identical. I opted for the dull wooden knife, strength 3, stamina 2. My attributes are not significantly different from yours. Upon reading this, Nanfeng nodded. These weapons collectively provided an additional 5 points to basic attributes, showing little variance. However, compared to others, Nanfeng possessed a slight advantage, wielded 2 weapons, allowing for interchangeable use. Moreover, the Desert Eagle offered ranged attacks, undoubtedly enhancing his chances of survival in this perilous world. Just as Nanfeng contemplated further, the system's voice resonated once more. Announcement. All chosen ones have completed the awakening ceremony for their destined weapons. From this moment on, you may exit the wooden cabin to hunt the ferocious beasts of this world and gather resources. Notice, in 30 days, this world will encounter its first beast tide. Please hasten to enhance your strength to survive the tide. Warning. This is a real world. Upon death, you will be completely annihilated and unable to resurrect. Good luck to you all. 30 days until the beast tide. A sense of urgency welled up within Nanfeng, compelling him to swiftly bolster his strength in preparation for the impending calamity. Closing the panel, he grasped the Desert Eagle and cautiously pushed open the wooden door, just a crack. As for the wooden dagger, Nanfeng had no immediate intention of employing it. Close combat felt far too perilous. Outside the cabin lay a dense forest, devoid of any other individuals apart from Nanfeng. It appears that our starting locations are not in proximity to one another. After observing from behind the door for a while and confirming that no danger lurked outside, he stepped out quietly. The sky above was a brilliant blue, and the air was refreshing. The sun hung high overhead, indicating it was likely midday. Turning back to glance at his humble cabin, Nanfeng noticed it also possessed attributes: imminently collapsing wooden cabin. Grade F. Health points, 5,000. Defense, 100. Traits, 5 health minute, 5 mana minute. Materials required. 4 upgrade. Wood 100, stone 60. Gazing at the cabin's attributes, Nanfeng was taken aback. This little wooden cabin requires such a substantial amount of materials for an upgrade. Moreover, it possesses a vitality of 5,000 points and a defense of 100 points. It seems that when I encounter a formidable beast, I can seek refuge in the wooden cabin. Nanfeng realized that in these initial days, the wooden cabin served as the most powerful shield for them, the chosen ones. Understanding the significance of the cabin, Nanfeng did not linger and began to stride towards the distance. He was determined to hunt the nearby beasts, hastening his journey to enhance his strength, lest he perish in the beast tide that awaited in 30 days. After walking for merely a few minutes, Nanfeng spotted his first target, a mouse, no larger than the palm of his hand. The creature was gnawing on something near a great tree, seemingly oblivious to Nanfeng's presence. With a composed demeanor, he raised his desert eagle and carefully aimed at the mouse. Equipped with the desert eagle, Nanfeng's strength surged to 12 points, with an impressive attack power of 60 points. With 60 points of attack power, dispatching a mere mouse should pose no challenge, he contemplated. After a brief moment of steadying his aim, Nanfeng decisively pulled the trigger. 5 points of magical energy flowed from his right hand into the desert eagle, and a magical bullet was unleashed, striking the unsuspecting mouse. Upon hearing the gunshot, the mouse attempted to evade, but the bullet was too swift, instantly hitting one of its hind legs. 45. A translucent red numeral appeared above its head. This shot had reduced its health by 45 points. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mouse cried out, dragging its injured leg as it charged toward Nanfeng. So fast, he exclaimed in surprise, hastily retreating a few steps before taking another shot. Chapter 3. I have insight. As the little mouse dashed towards him, Nanfeng hastily fired another shot. Whoosh! The bullet whizzed past the mouse's head, failing to strike its target. This was hardly surprising. Nanfeng had never before handled a firearm, and the fact that his initial shot had found its mark was nothing short of sheer luck. Now that the mouse was in motion, transforming into a moving target, the prospect of hitting it seemed almost impossible. Taking a deep breath, Nanfeng compelled himself to regain his composure and re-aim at the mouse. As the creature approached within a mere 5 meters, he squeezed the trigger once more. Bang! This shot was fortunate, striking the mouse squarely on the head and obliterating half of its face. Weak point attack, minus 67. Squeak! The mouse emitted a pained screech, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. From the remnants of its half-destroyed head, translucent red numbers continued to emerge. Bleeding, minus 2. Bleeding, minus 3. Bleeding, minus 3. Despite its head being nearly destroyed, the little creature clung to life with remarkable tenacity. Observing the iron claw mouse, still losing health, Nanfeng silently set down his desert eagle to conserve some magical energy. 2 seconds later, the mouse shuddered violently and breathed its last. Ding! You have slain a level 1 ordinary beast, Iron Claw Mouse, earning 10 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the first kill accomplishment, earning the reward. Skill. Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight allows inspection of beast attributes not exceeding 3 levels above your own, with no magical energy consumption. Eye of Insight? What a splendid skill. To think that a first kill would yield such a reward brought a smile to Nanfeng's face as he began to examine the corpse of the Iron Claw Mouse. Ding! You have obtained Iron Claw Mouse Meat, X1. Ding! You have obtained Iron Claw Mouse Claw, X2. Iron Claw Mouse Meat has an unusual taste, somewhat sour, but can adequately replenish some stamina. Iron Claw Mouse Claw, a remarkably hard claw containing trace amounts of iron. Is it truly possible to acquire items from a mouse's corpse? This feels like a video game. Just moments ago, the Creator God system claimed this was a wholly authentic world. Is this real? It seems so contrived. With a flicker of thought, Nanfeng found that these 2 items had already been added to his inventory. Each individual's inventory initially contained 20 slots, and Nanfeng's personal divine weapon added an additional 10 slots. After accounting for the wooden dagger, Iron Claw Mouse Meat, and Iron Claw Mouse Claw in his inventory, he currently had 27 slots available. Gazing at the lifeless iron claw mouse, Nanfeng raised an eyebrow and activated Eye of Insight. After all, this skill incurred no cost and could be used freely. Iron Claw Mouse. Level 1 health points, 0 120 deceased, mana points, 20 attack power, 35 defense power, 15 skill, Sharp Claw Goodness. A mere mouse possesses an attack power of 35? Upon seeing the attributes of the Iron Claw Mouse, Nanfeng felt a twinge of displeasure. This seemed somewhat disrespectful to his desert eagle. The Iron-Clawed Rat, though merely level 1, possesses commendable offensive capabilities and remarkable speed. Had it not been for Nanfeng's fortuitous shot that struck the rat's hind leg, thereby diminishing its speed, he would undoubtedly have suffered 2 painful strikes. It appears that the ferocious beasts of this world are not easily subdued. This singular level 1 beast drained 15 points of my mana. Should I encounter 2 or 3 simultaneously, would I not meet my demise here? After equipping the Desert Eagle, Nanfeng's stamina reached 8 points, with his mana totaling 80. However, each shot from the Desert Eagle consumes 5 mana points, allowing for a mere 16 shots. If we assume an average of 3 shots required to fell 1 beast, he could only eliminate 5. This is under the condition that he does not encounter any level 2 beasts. Aside from the Desert Eagle, Nanfeng also possesses a wooden dagger, which does not consume mana when attacking. Nevertheless, for Nanfeng, engaging in melee combat incurs the cost of vitality rather than mana. In this vast forest, who knows how many ferocious beasts lurk within? This is exceedingly perilous. A sense of crisis began to envelop Nanfeng, who regretted straying too far from the small cabin. I must retreat, he resolved, and hunt beasts near the cabin instead, at least until I reach level 2. With this thought in mind, Nanfeng hurried back to the cabin. On his way, he encountered another iron-clawed rat. Armed with experience, he dispatched it in 2 shots, earning another 10 experience points, 1 portion of rat meat, and 2 rat claws. Fortunately, items of the same type can stack, thus not occupying additional space in his backpack, which was delightful news for Nanfeng. Upon returning to the cabin, Nanfeng decided to replenish his mana before venturing out to hunt beasts again. In this world rife with peril, caution is undoubtedly prudent. Within the cabin, he could recover 5 mana points per minute. It wouldn't be long before his mana was fully restored. With replenished mana, Nanfeng would feel emboldened, prepare to face ferocious beasts without succumbing to panic. However, as he awaited the restoration of his mana, boredom crept in, prompting him to check the chat channel. I wonder how others are faring? Upon opening the chat channel, Nanfeng discovered many individuals engaged in conversation. Huang Yuanming, where are you all located? There's a small stream beside my cabin and a grand mountain in the distance. Is anyone nearby? Wu Yuansheng, to the above, I should be quite far from you. I am in a vast plain. You ran. I find myself within a forest. At this, Nanfeng raised an eyebrow, for he too was in a forest. This Yuran might be relatively close to him. Glancing at Yuran's avatar, he noted she was quite an attractive young lady. Avatars in the chat channel reflect true appearances, devoid of any online image deception. My own, goodness, it's terrifying outside. A rat scratched me and deducted 15 points from my health. I only have 90 health points in total. Bao Jian. As I stepped outside, I encountered a bird of an unknown species, which pecked at me, deducting 33 points from my health. Startled, I swiftly retreated back to my little wooden cabin. Ningwu, you all have it easy. I was bitten by a rabbit, and the pain was excruciating. Moreover, I have entered a bleeding state. I am continuously losing health. Wu Yuansheng, brother upstairs, you should quickly cover your wound. It will mitigate your health loss. Ningwu, is that true? This game is so realistic. It can even detect whether I am covering my wound. Wu Yuansheng, this is inherently a real world, merely presented through data. Just now, I shot an arrow that struck a red-eyed rabbit, which is now bleeding profusely and will eventually perish. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng experienced a moment of revelation. No wonder the Iron Claw rat had entered a bleeding state. He initially thought it was a hidden effect of the Desert Eagle. It turns out the Iron Claw rat is genuinely bleeding. Thus, it seems this world possesses some degree of authenticity, existing somewhere between the real and the virtual. At this moment, others in the chat channel became aware of the implication in Wu Yuansheng's statement. Ningwu, wow. Wu Yuansheng, Have you already slain a fearsome beast? My young, impressive. I can't even defeat a mere mouse. Bao Jian. Indeed, my speed is far too slow to strike. Wu Yuansheng. It was merely luck. I happened to hit a vital spot with one arrow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill that red-eyed rabbit. My young. You hit it with just one arrow? Wu. You must be a master archer in Blue Star, right? Ning Wu. Wu. Having killed a fearsome beast, did you obtain any equipment? Wu Yuansheng. No equipment. Just gained 10 experience points and completed first kill, earning a skill. Eye of Insight. Nanfeng. Oh, you received this skill too? Huang Yuanming, what does that mean? Everyone has this skill? I thought it was my unique advantage. Wu Yuansheng. Brothers upstairs. Have you also accomplished first kill? Huang Yuanming. Hee, it was pure luck. I killed a water arrow fish. Wu Yuansheng. Impressive. Let us be friends. At friends? It was then that Nanfeng realized that within this chat channel, there were distinctions between regional chat channel and friend chat channel. The friend chat channel vibrated slightly, revealing friend requests from Wu Yuansheng and Huang Yuanming. The ability to hunt a fearsome beast in such a short time suggested that their capabilities were quite commendable. Nanfeng casually accepted their requests and then turned his attention back to the regional chat channel. In the upper right corner of the regional chat channel, a small line read, 932 people, 1,000 people. This indicates the number of individuals in our area. Does this mean that within less than half an hour, 68 people have already fallen to the jaws of the fearsome beasts? Nanfeng's expression tightened. Clearly, he had underestimated the perilous nature of this world. My Desert Eagle possesses an impressive range. Although its accuracy may be lacking, it allows me to maintain a relatively safe distance from ferocious beasts. Those who have awakened their innate divine weapons, such as the wooden sword and wooden knife, face far greater peril than I do. Undoubtedly, among the 10 billion inhabitants of Blue Star, there exists some masters of blades who can effortlessly vanquish these level 1 beasts, yet they are but a rare few. In this early phase, when attributes are low and combat experience is scarce, individuals who awaken long-range weapons like bows and crossbows stand a better chance of survival. It is imperative to hasten my leveling up. Otherwise, should I encounter a higher-level beast, even my firearm would be of little use. With this thought in mind, I glanced at my personal information. My magic is fully replenished. After closing the chat channel, I stepped out of the small wooden cabin once more. Having just slain 2 iron claw rats, I gained 20 experience points. With 8 more kills, I would ascend 2 levels. It seems that leveling up might not be such a daunting task after all. As I pondered this, I began to search for traces of beasts around the cabin. Suddenly, my expression hardened, and I fell into a state of heightened alert. In the distance, a dozen iron claw rats were charging towards me with bared fangs. Goodness, these creatures are social. With a curse, I turned and fled. Chapter 4. Level 2 Beast. The iron claw rat is remarkably swift. Yet Southwind is not without his own speed, boasting an initial agility of 12, which surpasses the average. However, among this group of iron claw rats, one specimen, slightly larger than the others, possesses a velocity that exceeds even Southwind's. In no time, this particular rat had closed the distance, positioning itself directly behind him. Goodness, has this rat mutated? How can it run so fast? Southwind thought, activating his insight ability while glancing back at the larger iron claw rat. Iron claw rat, level 2 health, 300 mana, 30 attack power, 64 defense, 26 skill, sharp claws. Damn, this rat is level 2. Upon observing the attributes of the level 2 iron claw rat, Southwind felt a surge of foreboding. Its attack power exceeds his by 4 points. Should it land a strike, the pain will be unbearable. At that moment, the iron claw rat behind him suddenly surged forward, leaping high to deliver a claw strike to Southwind's back. Minus 44. Southwind nearly cried out in agony. He was aware that he only had 80 health points remaining. This blow had taken away more than half of his vitality. If another strike were to come, it would surely spell his doom. Bleeding, minus 3, bleeding, minus 2 is misfortune's compound. The iron claw rat's attack tore a small chunk of flesh from Southwind, blood gushing from a wound. Oh no! Southwind's expression darkened. In his frenzied sprint, he had no time to staunch the bleeding and could only hope for the wound to heal on its own. Fortunately, the distance to the cabin was not far, and after running for a while, it finally came into view. The level 2 Iron Claw rat, having just attacked Southwind, had fallen back slightly, providing him a precious opportunity. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength and dashed back towards the cabin. Upon entering, Southwind immediately removed his shirt and pressed it against his back. Even this rudimentary method of stemming the blood proved effective. Bleeding, -1 bleeding, -0 bleeding, -1 after a few moments, the bleeding from his back ceased. Phew, I am safe. Fortunately, it was merely a rat, and the wound is not severe. Had it been a tiger or a leopard, I would surely have met my end today. Southwind glanced at his personal information, noting that his health had dwindled to a mere 13 points, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. The danger was palpable. Thankfully, while he remained within the cabin, he could recover 5 health points per minute. As long as he drew breath, it wouldn't be long before he regained full vitality. Squeak, squeak. Outside the cabin, a dozen Iron Claw rats had gathered, circling the structure as if attempting to enter. Yet a white light barrier surrounded the cabin, preventing the rats from encroaching. Ding! The Iron Claw rats wish to enter your cabin. Do you consent? The gentle breeze whispered past Nanfeng's ear as the voice of the Creator God system suddenly resonated within his mind. Disagree. Nanfeng rolled his eyes and unhesitatingly rejected the notion. Was it madness to allow those iron-clawed mice to enter? Would they devour him? Yet, this revelation did convey a crucial piece of information to Nanfeng. Without his consent, the ferocious beasts could not invade his humble abode. With this thought in mind, he cautiously opened a crack in the door, every muscle in his body taut, ready to slam the door shut at the slightest hint of danger. Fortunately, no mishap occurred. The iron-clawed mice truly could not breach his sanctuary. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Witnessing their prey slip away, the level 2 iron-clawed mouse, filled with resentment, began to command its fellow rodents to assault the little wooden house. A horde of iron-clawed mice swarmed around the dwelling, clawing chaotically. -0, -0. Weak point attack, -1. A flurry of -0 numbers floated upwards, interspersed with a few weak point attack notifications. My wooden house boasts a defense of 100 points. How could it sustain damage? Nanfeng felt a surge of anxiety. Although the weak point attacks only chipped away at a single point of health, the sheer number of iron-clawed mice was overwhelming. In mere moments, his abode had lost 8 points of health. If this relentless assault continued, his little house would surely meet its demise. No, he must retaliate. Nanfeng flung open the door and drew forth his desert eagle. After all, the iron-clawed mice could not enter. Whether the door was open or closed made no difference. The closed door merely obstructed his view. Target the leader first. He aimed to eliminate that level 2 iron-clawed mouse. Scanning the chaos, he quickly spotted the level 2 mouse, engrossed in gnawing on a piece of wood. You are my target. Nanfeng did not rush to fire. Instead, he took careful aim. The first shot must incapacitate it. Otherwise, should it escape, his safety would be jeopardized. Before he reached level 2 himself, this iron-clawed mouse posed a significant threat. Should he allow it to flee, he might find himself too fearful to leave his wooden sanctuary in the days to come. With focused determination, he took a deep breath, steadied his aim. The level 2 iron-clawed mouse had noticed Nanfeng's peculiar behavior, yet it clearly did not comprehend the nature of the gun. Instead of fleeing, it bared its teeth and chattered aggressively at him. Observing this, Nanfeng silently adjusted his crosshairs to the creature's head. Not afraid, are you? Here goes. With a decisive pull of the trigger, a magical bullet sped forth, striking the level 2 iron-clawed mouse squarely in the head. Weak point attack, -45. Bleeding, -7. Bleeding, -8. Bleeding, -5. This shot shattered the mouse's left eye. Yet due to its formidable defense, the magical bullet dissipated before penetrating its skull. The shot merely deducted 45 points from the mouse's health. But the ensuing bleeding effect proved potent, inflicting several points of damage every second. It appeared that this strike had indeed found its mark. What a remarkable shot. Yet it only inflicted a mere 45 points of damage. My attack power is truly abysmal. Nanfeng felt a twinge of disappointment, having expected this shot to deal at least 70 or 80 points of harm. The level 2 iron claw rat squeaked in agony, rolling about on the ground, frantically darting in all directions. Upon witnessing this, Nanfeng was taken aback. Surely, you're not considering fleeing, are you? Do not be so cowardly, my friend. Fortunately, this iron claw rat had no intention of escape. It merely circled the small wooden hut incessantly, seemingly attempting to divert its attention and alleviate its pain. The other iron claw rats, observing this, bared their teeth menacingly at Nanfeng, eager to pounce and deliver a few bites. However, Nanfeng remained within the confines of the hut, rendering the rats unable to enter. As the level 2 iron claw rat circled back once more, Nanfeng, having readied himself, took another shot. Whoosh! -31. This shot struck the rat in its back. Another shot. -31. With the third shot, Nanfeng finally hit the rat in its leg. Its speed drastically diminished. The iron claw rat had now become a mere target for Nanfeng's onslaught, entirely at his mercy. Nice, 3 shots all landed. I truly am formidable. Nanfeng silently commended himself, his finger never ceasing to pull the trigger. Bullet after bullet struck the level 2 iron claw rat, and despite its 300 points of life, it was gradually worn down by Nanfeng. Ding! You have slain the level 2 ordinary ferocious beast, iron claw rat, earning 22 experience points. With the system's notification sounding, Nanfeng let out a sigh of relief. This potential threat had finally been neutralized. A mere 22 experience points for a level 2 beast? That is rather scant. Nanfeng grimaced, shifting his gaze to the remaining dozen or so level 1 iron claw rats. These creatures, not particularly bright, showed no inclination to flee under the circumstances. Continuing to gnaw at the wooden hut, Nanfeng quickly glanced at the hut's health. For 1,977 5,000. How audacious of you little pests to attempt to dismantle my home. Do you not regard me, Nanfeng, with any respect? Raising his desert eagle, he aimed at the swarm of iron claw rats. The tantalizing experience points were surely within his grasp. Chapter 5. Venturing out to chop trees. Ding. You have slain a level 1 common beast, iron claw rat, earning 10 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 1 common beast, iron claw rat, earning 10 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 1 common beast, iron claw rat, earning 10 experience points. These level 1 iron claw rats were easily dispatched by Nanfeng with just 2 or 3 shots. On one occasion, he even managed to penetrate the skull of an iron claw rat with a single bullet, triggering a critical hit that resulted in an instant kill. The only factor affecting Nanfeng's efficiency in exterminating these rodents was his magical energy. Each shot from the desert eagle consumed 5 points of magic, a considerable expenditure for him. Fortunately, while resting in the small wooden cabin, he could regenerate 5 points of magic per minute, allowing him to recuperate whenever his energy ran low. After a span of several minutes, Nanfeng successfully reached level 2. Ding! Congratulations, you have advanced to level 2. Ding! Your strength has increased by 5 points. Ding! Your agility has increased by 5 points. Ding! Your stamina has increased by 5 points. Ding! Your energy has increased by 5 points. Ding! You have gained 5 free attribute points. A series of system notifications brought a smile to Nanfeng's face. Leveling up granted him a boost of 5 points across all attributes, along with 5 additional points to allocate at his discretion. This was indeed a significant enhancement. Upon reaching level 2, his attack power surged to 85, and his defense soared to 39. The level 1 Iron Claw rats no longer posed a threat to him. With the increase in his energy, his magical energy cap had also risen to a substantial 130 points. Now he could fire 26 shots in one outing, sufficient to tackle most beasts. Previously, the scarcity of magic had plagued Nanfeng, necessitating frequent returns for replenishment after just a few shots. This issue had been alleviated, albeit slightly. As for the remaining 5 free attribute points, he decided to hold off on allocating them until he had dealt with the remaining Iron Claw rats. After a brief pause, Nanfeng's magical energy had replenished enough for him to continue his assault. He raised his hand, took aim, and fired. Over the course of these hours, his marksmanship had improved significantly. At such close range, his accuracy was commendably high. Ding! You have slain a level 1 common beast, Iron Claw rat, earning 5 experience points. After reaching level 2, slaying a level 1 Iron Claw Rat yielded only 5 experience points. Nanfeng glanced at his personal information. Level 2, 400 goodness. Leveling up now required 400 experience points. That meant he would need to kill 80 level 1 Iron Claw rats. If he were to target level 2 beasts instead, he would only need to slay about 40. He recalled the level 2 Iron Claw rat he had encountered earlier, which had granted him 22 experience points. It seemed that defeating beasts of the same level would not make ascending from level 2 to level 3 particularly arduous. Nodding in understanding, Nanfeng put aside his thoughts and began to systematically eliminate the Iron Claw rats before him, shot by shot. After reaching level 2, regardless of whether the weakness attack was triggered, Nanfeng could consistently eliminate a Steel Claw rat with just 2 shots. Missed shots did not count. After approximately 10 minutes, this group of Steel Claw rats was entirely vanquished by Nanfeng. Level 2, 42,400. Casting a glance at his level, Nanfeng nodded in satisfaction. The efficiency of this upgrade was quite commendable. He proceeded to clear away the corpses of the Steel Claw rats, acquiring a total of Steel Claw rat meat 15 and Steel Claw rat claws 8. This group comprised a total of 15 rats, 14 of which were level 1, and 1 was level 2, granting Nanfeng 122 experience points. However, not every Steel Claw rat yielded Steel Claw rat claws. With the battle concluded, Nanfeng let out a sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped death out there. Remaining in the small wooden cabin, he patiently awaited the restoration of his mana and health while opening the chat channel to observe the circumstances of others. In the top right corner of the regional chat channel, a line of small text flickered. 857 people, 1,000 people. In such a brief span, dozens had perished at the hands of ferocious beasts, meeting their untimely demise. Brothers, these beasts are far too fierce. I cannot contend with even one. Is there anyone willing to assist me? Who knows where you are? Who would dare to help you? Hello, dear friends. Could anyone come to rescue my sister? I am so frightened alone. Brothers, allow me to share a strategy. Lure the beasts outside the cabin and gradually wear them down. I have already slain 2 red-eyed rabbits using this method. Goodness, brother, you should have mentioned this sooner. I would not have been so reckless. I nearly lost my life to a beast just now. Aside from Nanfeng, others had also discovered the little secret of the wooden cabin. This was quite natural. After all, when faced with danger, the instinctive reaction for everyone was to flee to the safety of the cabin, making it unsurprising that they uncovered this secret. At that moment, a statement in the chat channel caught Nanfeng's attention. Xiao Fei Hong. I have finally gathered 8 units of wood. I'm going to upgrade my beloved weapon. My own. Wow, are you that impressive? Where did you acquire the wood? I haven't found a single piece. Xiao Fei Hong. I went to chop trees. There are 3 large trees blocking my cabin door, and I couldn't even get out. It took me quite a while to fell them. Nanfeng couldn't help but chuckle. What a predicament, being blocked by a large tree. The initial spawn point is indeed unfortunate. However, Nanfeng also gleaned a valuable piece of information from this, what could be obtained by chopping trees. He had previously contemplated whether to fell a couple of trees to see if he could acquire wood, but he hesitated, thinking that chopping trees might yield branches, trunks, and other materials, and considering that it was a labor-intensive task, he feared being ambushed by a beast mid-chop, which would lead to disaster. Now, armed with this precise information, he could venture out to chop trees soon. The personal divine weapon of Nanfeng, the dilapidated Armory, requires 3 units of timber and 5 units of stone for an upgrade. Timber can be acquired by felling trees, while stones. Nanfeng resolved to venture out shortly to collect a few stones and see if they might be of use. Lost in thought, Xiao Fei Hong had already completed the upgrade of his personal divine weapon. Xiao Fei Hong exclaimed, "What a piece of junk." It merely added a few attributes without even changing the name. Huang Yuanming encouraged, "Bro, why not share your upgraded attributes with everyone?" Without hesitation, Xiao Fei Hong revealed the attributes. Personal divine weapon, weapon name, decayed wooden sword current grade, medium F grade type, weapon attributes, strength 4, stamina 6, materials required for upgrade, timber 20. Although this sword is rotted, it still possesses the capability to sever your head. Nanfeng scrutinized the attributes of this personal divine weapon. Following the upgrade, it had progressed from a low F grade to a medium F grade. The overall attributes had seen a slight increase, transitioning from Strength 2 and Stamina 3 to Strength 4 and Stamina 6, which amounted to a total enhancement of 5 attribute points. In this crucial early phase, those 5 attribute points were invaluable and could very well save the user's life. However, for Nanfeng, this enhancement was not particularly significant. After all, he had just leveled up, gaining a total of 5 attribute points along with 5 additional free points. This was far more formidable than upgrading a personal divine weapon. Contemplating, Nanfeng wondered whether ascending from F grade to E grade would result in a qualitative transformation of the personal divine weapon. After glancing at the chat channel and finding it filled with meaningless chatter, he decisively closed the panel and stepped out of the wooden cabin. He intended to chop some trees and gather a few stones to upgrade his own personal divine weapon. Although the increase of 5 attribute points was modest, even the smallest of gains is still a gain. In contrast to hunting ferocious beasts, Nanfeng preferred to chop trees, as it was a safer endeavor. There were numerous trees surrounding the cabin, in close proximity, allowing for a quick retreat in case of danger. Nonetheless, to be prudent, Nanfeng took his Desert Eagle and patrolled the vicinity of the cabin. After confirming that no other ferocious beasts were present, he sheathed the Desert Eagle, drew out his wooden dagger, and began to slowly chop at the trees. It was indeed a remarkable sight, using wood to chop wood. Chapter 6. The Five-Flowered Snake, the Woodcutter. The soul of the woodcutter and the woodcutter are all superior beings. Holding a wooden dagger, Nanfeng relentlessly hacked at a tree as thick as a thigh. Initially, he believed that felling such a modest tree would require at least an hour or two. After all, his lumbering tool was merely a dagger fashioned from wood. When wood strikes wood, it is uncertain which will succumb first. However, in reality, Nanfeng had underestimated the situation. The wooden dagger was remarkably sharp, yielding impressive results in his endeavor to fell the tree. He surmised that the dagger's classification as a weapon must be attributed to the divine powers bestowed by the Creator God system, which accounted for its remarkable sharpness, making the task quite efficient. Of course, this could also be related to Nanfeng's own attack power. Having leveled up to level 2, he now possessed an attack power of 85 points, along with 5 unallocated attribute points. Should he choose to invest all 5 points into strength, his attack power would exceed 100, reaching an impressive 110 points. However, Nanfeng was in no rush to allocate his points. He intended to retain them for potential future use. After approximately half an hour, Nanfeng successfully felled the tree. With a thunderous crash, it toppled, sending up a cloud of dust. Placing his hand upon the fallen timber, it swiftly began to decompose, transforming automatically into lumber that entered Nanfeng's backpack. Ding! You have obtained lumber for It directly entered the backpack? Quite convenient indeed. Just moments ago, Nanfeng was pondering how to place the tree into his bag, but now the issue had resolved itself. A tree of such girth could only yield 4 units of lumber, which felt somewhat scant. Nevertheless, it was just sufficient for his needs, as his destined divine weapon required merely 3 units of lumber for an upgrade. Nanfeng clapped his hands, surveyed his surroundings, and prepared to gather a few stones. This vicinity was a dense forest, strewn with numerous small rocks, so he was not concerned about a lack of materials. He was merely uncertain about the size of stone that would be deemed equivalent to 1 unit. Before long, he discovered a stone the size of his head and promptly reached out to touch it. With a thought, the large stone was drawn into his backpack. Ding! You have obtained stone 1. Hearing the notification, Nanfeng exhaled in relief. Now, he only needed to find 4 more stones of similar size to upgrade his divine weapon. This was indeed good news. Just then, a hissing sound reached Nanfeng's ears, the unmistakable sound of a snake flicking its tongue. A vividly colored venomous snake had stealthily slithered up behind him. A rush of apprehension surged through Nanfeng as he slowly turned his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the serpent, which had raised its head and coiled its body, poised to strike at any moment. Insightful gaze. Five-flower snake. Level 1 health points, 80 magic points, 30 attack power, 55 defense power, 5 skill, hallucination. Nanfeng activated the skill Insightful Eye, instantly reading the attributes of the five-flower snake. This is a level 1 venomous serpent, possessing high attack, low defense, and minimal health. posing little threat to Nanfeng. At most, he might suffer a couple of bites, losing a bit of health, but a brief respite at the cabin would suffice for recovery. With this thought, Nanfeng's tense demeanor relaxed slightly as he slowly aimed the desert eagle at the five-flower snake. Swish! Sensing Nanfeng's momentary relaxation, the five-flower snake launched an immediate attack, sinking its fangs into Nanfeng's calf. The worn-out denim jeans offered no protection against the snake's sharp, venomous fangs. -14. With a current defense of 39 points. The snake's bite inflicted only 14 points of damage, which was not particularly severe. Nevertheless, the pain was undeniably real. "You wretched creature, seeking your doom," Nanfeng exclaimed, furiously kicking his leg to fling the five-flower snake away, simultaneously raising the desert eagle to fire 3 shots. All 3 missed. The five-flower snake, slender as 2 fingers and approximately half a meter long, moved with remarkable speed. Given Nanfeng's current marksmanship, hitting the snake was already a formidable challenge, particularly in such a frantic moment without the luxury of aiming. Swish! The flung five-flower snake returned, biting Nanfeng on the other leg. Fair is fair. -14. Another 14 points of health deducted, leaving Nanfeng with 102 points remaining. No need to panic. With only 5 points of defense, this creature was exceedingly fragile. If he could land just 1 shot, it would be enough to vanquish it. Taking a deep breath, Nanfeng endeavored to regain his composure, lifting his handgun to aim at the five-flower snake. Yet, he noticed a haze before his eyes, the image distorting into multiple overlapping shadows. This was the effect of the five-flower snake's skill, hallucination. This was troublesome. Aiming had become a daunting task. Before him, the five-flower snake transformed from 1 into 3, 2 of which were mere illusions. Swish! -14. The five-flower snake launched a 3rd attack, successfully reducing Nanfeng's health below 100. A grave expression settled on his face. If this continued, he might very well be bitten to death by the five-flower snake. Swish! -14. The snake struck for a 4th time. Seizing the opportunity while the snake had yet to retreat, Nanfeng decisively extended his left hand and, relying on instinct, grasped it. "Got you." He swiftly stowed the desert eagle and retrieved a wooden dagger from his backpack. Whoosh! Guided by instinct, Nanfeng aimed for the snake's vital spot. However, due to the effects of hallucination, his vision was impaired, and he only managed to strike the tail of the five-flower snake. -68. Even without hitting the critical area, Nanfeng's strike still inflicted a significant 68 points of damage. Hiss! As the blow landed, the five-flower snake writhed in agony, desperately attempting to escape from Nanfeng's grasp. Yet how could the southern wind fulfill its desires? With its left hand firmly grasping the five-flower snake, the southern wind raised its dagger once more, plunging it down with force. Whoosh! Critical strike, -80. This time, the southern wind cleaved the five-flower snake in twain, triggering the effect of critical strike. Ding! You have slain a level 1 ordinary beast, five-flower snake, earning 5 experience points. Ding! You have acquired five-flower snake meat 1. Ding! You have obtained hallucinogenic fangs 1. Five-flower snake meat. Taste akin to chicken, delightfully crunchy. Hallucinogenic fangs. The venomous fangs of the five-flower snake, containing a few drops of venom imbued with hallucinogenic properties, which, when applied to a weapon, can yield extraordinary results. Note: do not lick weapons coated with venom. After briefly inspecting the items acquired, the southern wind stumbled towards the small wooden cabin. His vision was blurred with double images. Remaining in the wilderness was far too perilous. A level 1 beast nearly bit him to death. He must exercise greater caution henceforth. The southern wind resolved to never underestimate any beast again, for only in doing so could he prolong his life. As he approached the small wooden cabin, a sudden clarity struck him, and the previously relaxed tension in his heart tightened once more. Amidst his hazy vision, he barely discerned something reflecting light behind his cabin. Catching his eye, he distinctly remembered that there was nothing reflective near his dwelling. Rubbing his eyes, the southern wind squinted to observe closely, and to his astonishment, the source of the reflection was a large bald head. Chapter 7. A murder behind Nanfeng's wooden cabin lurked a person. This marked the first encounter with another human since Nanfeng traversed into this primordial world. However, he felt no elation or excitement. In this realm devoid of rules and legal constraints, he harbored no illusions about the malevolence of human nature. Moreover, his current condition was dire. Under the influence of a hallucinatory effect, he found his vision plagued by multiple shadows, rendering it difficult to discern reality from illusion. Nanfeng paused, refraining from advancing towards the cabin. It was prudent to maintain a distance until he could ascertain the other's intentions. Who was this individual? What did they desire? He recalled a girl named Yu ran from the battle zone channel, who seemed to be quite close to him. Yet, the figure behind the cabin appeared to be a bald man. Though he could not clearly ascertain the person's gender, it was unlikely that a girl would shave her head. Was this a case of a brash online persona? As Nanfeng indulged in his musings, he remained vigilant. Noticing that Nanfeng had halted his advance, Huang Peng understood he had been discovered. Thus, he ceased to conceal himself and swaggered out from behind the cabin. "Brother," Huang Peng remarked, "you possess impressive skills, managing to slay a 5-striped snake with just 2 strikes. Nanfeng glanced at his weapon. "This is a dagger, not a knife." Huang Peng paused, chuckling lightly. "It's all quite similar." Nanfeng shook his head, noticing that the shadows before him had lessened, indicating that the hallucinatory effect was waning. This was promising news for him. Huang Peng, perceiving Nanfeng's silence, continued, "Brother, I spotted that 5-striped snake first. I chased it all the way here, only to find you had killed it. What do you intend to offer me as compensation?" Nanfeng scoffed. "Compensation? How about I catch another 5-striped snake and give it to you?" He did not believe Huang Peng's words. If he had indeed been pursuing the snake, Huang Peng would have seen Nanfeng wielding a desert eagle. Knowing that Nanfeng was armed, why would Huang Peng dare to emerge from his cover so brazenly? Was this not akin to searching for excrement with a lantern? Huang Peng detected the hostility in Nanfeng's tone and immediately scowled. "Brother, I'm trying to negotiate here. Don't push your luck. You were just bitten by the 5-striped snake several times. Your blood must be running low. How dare you act so arrogantly before me? Do you believe I want to cleave you in two with my axe?" With that, he brandished his wooden axe and began to approach. Seeing this, Nanfeng swiftly concealed his right hand behind his back, hiding the wooden dagger in his backpack while retrieving the desert eagle. "What are your intentions? I advise you not to approach. I, Nanfeng, am not easily trifled with. Were it not for his impaired vision, he would have wasted no time in firing a couple of rounds to incapacitate Huang Peng. However, at this moment, Nanfeng needed to wait for his opponent to draw closer and lower his guard. Otherwise, if the first shot missed, Nanfeng would find himself in a precarious position. Huang Peng, noticing the softening tone in Nanfeng's voice, assumed that Nanfeng was intimidated and let out a low chuckle. "I am a civilized person, capable of reason, and I certainly won't resort to violence. How about this? You shall give me everything that the 5-flower snake has yielded." Nanfeng rubbed his eyes and casually nodded in agreement. "All right, no problem." Seeing Nanfeng's swift acquiescence, Huang Peng immediately raised his demands. "By the way, you killed my prey, which cost me 10 experience points, and that simply won't do. With those 10 points, I could level up to 2. Therefore, from now on, you will accompany me, acting as bait to lure the ferocious beasts while I take care of eliminating them. Rest assured, once I slay another beast, I will reach level 2 and ensure your safety. Alternatively, you could become my servant, attracting beasts during the day and pampering me with foot massages at night." Nanfeng rolled his eyes at Huang Peng's increasingly ludicrous imagination. Rubbing his eyes once more, he noticed that the double vision before him had significantly diminished. At this distance, Nanfeng was entirely confident that he could hit Huang Peng with a single shot. With this thought in mind, he interrupted Huang Peng, who was still rambling. "Brother, heed my advice and leave now." Huang Peng, digging at his ear in disbelief, asked, "What did you say?" Nanfeng reiterated, "I said you should leave. My strength is far too formidable for you to contend with." Huang Peng sneered, his expression gradually turning menacing. "You think I cannot handle you? With your frail frame? I could crush you effortlessly with a single hand. Do you believe this is merely a game? That death is reversible? Let me tell you, just half an hour ago, I dispatched an unwise individual and reduced him to chunks to attract the beasts. In this world, death is final." Upon hearing this, Nanfeng furrowed his brow slowly. You have killed someone recently? Huang Peng laughed heartily, raising his wooden axe as he advanced towards Nanfeng. Not only did I kill someone just now, but I am a murderer by nature, about to face execution today. Thanks to this so-called creator god system, I have been brought to this world and granted a second chance at freedom. This lawless realm is truly my paradise. Nanfeng suddenly understood. No wonder this bald man dared to wander alone in a forest teeming with ferocious beasts. It turned out he was a brazen and deeply sinful killer. At this moment, Huang Peng was drawing ever closer, and Nanfeng could even sense the murderous intent radiating from him. He could not allow him to approach any further. With this realization, Nanfeng hesitated no more. He decisively drew his Desert Eagle and aimed it at Huang Peng. Whoosh! Weak point hit, -91. At such a close range, Huang Peng had yet to discern what Nanfeng was wielding before he was shot in the head. His face shattered on one side. Huang Peng let out a horrific scream, clutching his face as he staggered back several paces. The southern wind was taken aback. How could it be that I aimed for the leg, yet struck the head? My perplexing marksmanship. Moreover, there was another aspect that astonished the southern wind. Remarkably, having lost 91 health points, he still did not perish. This bald fellow possesses over 100 health points at level 1. Such vitality. The southern wind raised his gun once more, directing it towards Huang Peng, yet hesitated, uncertain whether to pull the trigger. The notion of taking a life was still foreign to him. Having grown up in modern society, he held a fundamental respect for life. Observing the southern wind's indecision, Huang Peng gritted his teeth and swung his wooden axe towards him. While the southern wind hesitated to kill, Huang Peng did not share the same scruples. His hands were already stained with blood. One more life meant nothing to him. Seeing this, the southern wind exhaled deeply. If you insist on this course, then I shall feel no moral burden. Today, let me execute you. He raised his hand and fired again. The magical bullet erupted from the Desert Eagle, striking Huang Peng in the abdomen. Boom! -60. Huang Peng's eyes widened as he collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. He had believed that arriving in this world would signify a new beginning. Yet fate proved cruel. He could not escape the fate of execution. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend how the wooden dagger in the southern wind's hand had suddenly transformed into a gun. A cacophony erupted as items scattered around Huang Peng's lifeless form. Among them were two small wooden plaques that caught the southern wind's attention. Ding! You have acquired demolition permit, Huang Peng. Ding! You have acquired demolition permit, Chun Ping. 1. Demolition permit. Each chosen one drops this item upon death. Holding this item allows the bearer to dismantle the corresponding chosen one's camp structures. Note: dismantling structures yields materials such as wood and stone. In simpler terms, possessing this item enables the southern wind to demolish Huang Peng's small cabin. He mused, I wonder how much would be obtained from tearing down a small cabin? Tomorrow, I shall seek out Huang Peng's cabin and conveniently dismantle it. Huang Peng dropped 2 demolition permits, one of which belonged to Chun Ping. This chosen one, Chun Ping, must be the unfortunate soul Huang Peng had slain half an hour prior. In addition to the demolition permits, Huang Peng also dropped numerous other items. Chapter 8. A World of Cannibalism. Ding. You have acquired red-eyed rabbit meat, X3 ding. You have acquired iron-clawed rat meat, X5 ding. You have acquired wood, X4 ding. You have acquired goo bird meat, X1 ding. You have acquired stone, X2. A series of notification sounds echoed as the items dropped by Huang Peng were all collected by Nanfeng into his backpack. Apart from the food, only some wood and stones remained. No equipment had been found. After a moment's reflection, Nanfeng deemed this entirely reasonable. After all, they had only been in this world for a mere half-day and had scarcely slain any ferocious beasts. Where would the equipment come from? As for the fabled divine weapon, Nanfeng believed it was highly improbable that it could be obtained. Upon tallying his spoils, Nanfeng glanced at the lifeless Huang Peng sprawled on the ground. At that moment, the disorienting mirage had completely dissipated. The effects of illusion had worn off. How unfortunate to meet death at one's doorstep. Suppressing a flicker of fear, Nanfeng dragged Huang Peng's legs and discarded him into the nearby woods. The pungent scent of blood could easily attract ferocious beasts, and Nanfeng certainly did not wish for his little cabin to be surrounded by them. The sun was rapidly descending. Nanfeng lifted his gaze toward the horizon, where the sun was nearing its descent. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent 4 to 5 hours in this primitive world. The first night was fast approaching. One could only wonder how perilous the nights in this realm might be. Contemplating this, a sense of urgency washed over Nanfeng. He needed to find 2 more stones before night fully enveloped the land, allowing him to elevate his divine weapon to an intermediate F grade. He already had sufficient wood, but still required 2 additional units of stone, which he was confident he could soon locate. As he walked, Nanfeng remained vigilant, and before long, he stumbled upon 2 sizable boulders. Ding! You have acquired stone X2 done. Having gathered the necessary materials, Nanfeng wasted no time and hurried back to his cabin. By the time he arrived, the sky had begun to darken. The night was upon him. Phew! It was dark now. The experiences of the day had indeed been fraught with danger. Inside the cabin, Nanfeng finally felt a wave of relief wash over him as he prepared to upgrade his divine weapon. He activated his tactical watch and selected the divine weapon panel. Materials required for upgrading the divine weapon: wood 8.3, stone 5.5. The materials were sufficient. In fact, he had an excess of 5 units of wood, 4 of which had been obtained from Huang Peng's demise. Without hesitation, Nanfeng decisively chose to upgrade. As a golden light flashed, the panel for Nanfeng's divine weapon underwent subtle changes. My divine weapon, weapon name, dilapidated armory, current level, F-class medium, type, backpack attributes, backpack slots 15, materials required for upgrade, wood 10, stone 20, unlocked equipment from Armory, desert eagle, wooden dagger. As the level of my divine weapon increases, more equipment will be unlocked. Nanfeng scrutinized the information and nearly expressed his frustration. What is this? An increase of merely 5 backpack slots? No additional attributes. Nor does it mention unlocking 2 more pieces of equipment. Thinking of the equipment, Nanfeng immediately opened the Equipment tab and gazed at his Desert Eagle and Wooden Dagger. Desert Eagle, current level, F-class medium, upgrades alongside dilapidated armory. Type, weapon attributes, strength 6, stamina 4. Each attack consumes 4 mana points, dealing 100 attack damage to the struck enemy. Equipment sourced from dilapidated armory. Wooden Dagger, current level, F-class medium, upgrades alongside dilapidated armory. Type, weapon attributes, strength 8. Agility 2. Each attack can inflict 80 to 100 of attack damage on the enemy. Slightly enhances bleeding effects. Equipment sourced from dilapidated armory. After reviewing the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment, Nanfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Besides the increase in attributes, the mana consumption of the Desert Eagle had also decreased. Previously, each shot required 5 mana points, but now it only required 4. The Wooden Dagger also saw a minor enhancement. Previously dealing only 70 to 90 of attack damage, it now inflicts 80 to 100. In light of these attributes, Nanfeng felt somewhat satisfied. After all, having achieved such results with just 3 units of wood and 5 units of stone was quite commendable. Equipping the Desert Eagle, Nanfeng's strength had reached 20 points, bringing his attack power to a neat 100 points, crossing into triple digits. Should he equip the Wooden Dagger, his strength would increase by another 2 points, reaching 22 points, with an attack power of 110 points. However, Nanfeng preferred not to engage in close combat with ferocious beasts wielding a wooden dagger, even if it meant sacrificing 10 points of attack power. Who would choose melee combat when they could strike from a distance? After pondering for a while, Nanfeng heard his stomach growl. Having fought all day without consuming anything, his belly immediately protested now that he had a moment of respite. I have plenty of beast meat in my backpack. I could take some out to eat, but I have no fire. Am I to eat it raw? After contemplating, Nanfeng first retrieved a portion of wood from his backpack, then raised the Desert Eagle and fired a shot at the wood. Whoosh! The mana bullet instantly pierced through the wood, leaving behind a trail of sparks. Useful. The southern wind raised his thumb in self-approval and hastily gathered some wood shavings to ignite a fire. In the previously pitch-black cabin, a flicker of light and warmth emerged. He opened his backpack and glanced at the provisions within. Rat meat, snake meat, goo-goo bird meat, and rabbit meat. Naturally, he opted for rabbit meat. For how could one possibly consume such an adorable creature? He retrieved a portion of rabbit meat and set it to roast over the flames. While the meat cooked, the southern wind opened the chat channel, eager to engage in banter with others. The chat channel was buzzing with activity, and a glance at the upper left corner revealed a dwindling population in the area, 691 out of 1,000. In just half a day, 309 souls had perished in this region. He sighed and turned his attention to the ongoing discussions. I'm so hungry. I only managed to kill a rat today, and it's not enough to satiate me. You upstairs are lucky to have something to eat. I have nothing at all. Stop complaining. I can't even get a fire started. Does this method of friction truly work? Is there anyone to rescue me? I'm so scared. Stop whining, girl upstairs. You've been spamming all day. These were trivial exchanges devoid of substance, and the southern wind skimmed through them without finding anything noteworthy. At that moment, the voice of the Creator God system resonated in his ears. Ding! A chosen one has upgraded the cabin to E level. The trading system will be activated in 5 minutes. Upon hearing this news, the chat channel erupted. Whoa! Which formidable individual managed to elevate the cabin to E level in such a short time? The cabin does not have a low F level or medium. It can leap directly from F to E. Even so, that is quite remarkable. Indeed, upgrading the cabin requires 100 units of wood and 60 stones. It takes me nearly half an hour to fell a tree, yielding only 3 to 6 units of wood. How did this individual procure 100 units? The southern wind quietly observed their conversation, refraining from interjecting. He contemplated the item nestled in his backpack, the demolition permit. Dismantling another's cabin could yield wood and stone. If his conjecture was correct, the chosen one who upgraded the cabin to E level must have eliminated numerous other chosen ones. Only in such a manner could one achieve such a feat in so brief a time. Peering through the cracks of the cabin, he gazed at the cold moonlight outside, feeling a chill of trepidation. This world was not merely one plagued by ferocious beasts. It was also a realm where humanity preyed upon itself. Chapter 9. Trade in a world devoid of order. The darkness within the hearts of men will incessantly amplify. Compared to ferocious beasts, it is evident that humanity, endowed with intelligence, poses a far greater threat. Nanfeng has resolved that from this day forth, he shall place his trust in no human lightly. For one can never know when a dagger may be plunged into one's back by an unsuspecting foe. Shaking his head, Nanfeng dismissed such thoughts. Before him, rabbit meat sizzled over the flames, releasing a delicate aroma that tantalized his senses. Unable to resist, he swallowed hard at the delightful scent. However, he was suddenly struck by a grave concern. There was no fresh water. Nanfeng had not quenched his thirst for quite some time. During the day, while hunting ferocious beasts, his mind had been taught, entirely focused on observing his surroundings. Now, as he relaxed, he realized his lips had begun to crack. Furrowing his brow, Nanfeng pondered. There are no rivers or ponds near my little cabin. Where shall I procure fresh water? Ding! The trading system has been activated. Esteemed chosen ones, you may freely trade items within the trading system. No middlemen to siphon off profits. The trading system was now operational. Nanfeng regained his spirits, promptly accessing the panel and entering the trading system page. Within mere seconds, numerous individuals had listed their items on the trading system. Nanfeng perused the trading offerings. 1 unit of timber for a portion of food? Only a fool would agree to such a trade. 1 portion of agave for a barrel of fresh water. What even is agave? A herb, perhaps? 5 units of stone for any portion of food? That seems somewhat reasonable. After observing for a while, Nanfeng did not rush to exchange items. Instead, he decided to explore the chat channel to gauge the market prices. In the chat channel, is there a benevolent soul willing to provide a portion of food for this humble brother? I am on the brink of starvation. I can offer 2 units of timber in exchange. 2 units of timber for food? What a delusional dream you weave. Indeed, timber is easily obtained from trees, whereas food can only be acquired by hunting ferocious beasts. The value disparity is immense. Is there a kind-hearted individual who could come to my aid? I could keep you warm at night. Where is the lovely lady from upstairs? I shall seek you out tomorrow. For heaven's sake, it is already night, and I have yet to slay a single beast. I am nearing starvation. Is there a benefactor who could bestow upon me some food? Willing to pay handsomely for food. 10 units of timber for 1 portion of food. Who is interested? Upon seeing this, Nanfeng's mind began to race. In these early days, 10 units of timber were quite substantial. To elevate his divine weapon to F grade, he needed merely 10 units of timber and 20 of stone. With these 10 units of timber, he could venture out tomorrow to seek stone and once again upgrade his divine weapon. As for food, aside from the rabbit meat sizzling over the fire, Nanfeng still had in his backpack 2 portions of red-eyed rabbit meat, 22 portions of iron-clawed rat meat, 1 portion of goo-goo bird meat, and 1 portion of 5-striped snake meat. This is primarily due to the southern wind bringing a nest of iron-clawed rats, resulting in an abundance of rat meat. Only in the presence of rabbit meat does the southern wind wish to abstain from consuming rat meat. This surplus of rat meat can be traded for materials and water. While the southern wind opts not to partake, many others are eager to indulge. With this thought in mind, the southern wind swiftly accessed the trading system for a cursory glance, soon discovering a select individual willing to exchange 10 units of wood for food, placing 1 unit of iron-clawed rat meat on the trading table. The southern wind confirmed the transaction. However, the trade could not be completed immediately, as it required the other party's confirmation as well. Within mere seconds, the southern wind's friend chat channel began to pulse with activity. Upon checking, he found a chosen one named Lu Daqiang seeking to add him as a friend. This Lu Daqiang was indeed the one exchanging 10 units of wood for food. Without hesitation, the southern wind accepted the friend request. Shortly thereafter, Lu Daqiang sent a message. Brother, your rat meat is a bit scant. It won't satiate my hunger. Could you spare me an extra portion? The southern wind replied. On this first night, food is far more crucial than wood. If you cannot trade, I shall look elsewhere. The dangers posed by the ferocious beasts outside were all too palpable to the southern wind. For the vast majority, the past half-day may have yielded no successful hunts. Those unable to procure food would be left to endure hunger until morrow. Lu Daqiang responded, Indeed, my trade has been up for quite some time, and you're the only one willing to engage. However, 1 portion of rat meat truly leaves one wanting. Lu Daqiang continued, Brother, how about this? I will offer 15 units of wood in exchange for 2 portions of rat meat. What do you think? The southern wind frowned slightly. Do you possess that much wood? Where did it come from? Lu Daqiang explained. The trees surrounding my humble cabin are plentiful. I have been chopping them all afternoon. Understanding dawned upon the southern wind. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, Very well. I shall additionally provide you with an extra portion of rat meat, but you must prioritize trading any wood you obtain with me in the future. Of course, I will also purchase these materials at the standard rate. How does that sound? Lu Daqiang readily agreed. Brother, you are straightforward. It's settled then. Lu Daqiang added, I may not excel at much, but I am the best at chopping wood. Tomorrow, I shall prepare no less than 30 units for you. The southern wind replied, All right, proceed with the trade. Lu Daqiang canceled the original transaction, opting instead to trade solely with the southern wind. 15 units of wood were exchanged for 3 portions of iron-clawed rat meat. After placing the 3 portions of rat meat and confirming all was correct, the southern wind finalized the transaction. With the trade complete, his inventory now boasted 19 units of wood, with Lu Daqiang acting as a veritable lumber supplier. The southern wind could save time on woodcutting tomorrow to hunt ferocious beasts. Now, at level 2, and equipped with the Desert Eagle, he anticipated that hunting level 1 and 2 beasts would pose little challenge, both a means to level up and acquire more food. Caution was still advised, however. After concluding one transaction, the southern wind turned his attention back to the trading system, now seeking to procure some water. A human can survive for 7 days without food, yet only 3 days without water. This underscores the vital importance of water. Regrettably, at present, there seems to be no one offering water resources in the trading system. Compared to food, fresh water appears to be far more elusive. The chat channel is filled with numerous chosen ones eager to exchange various goods for fresh water. It remains a challenge to procure it. Water. Where might I find it? Suddenly, Nanfeng recalled that someone had mentioned a stream near his small cabin. It was Huang Yuanming. When Nanfeng had just completed the achievement of the first kill, he had added Huang Yuanming and Wu Yuansheng as friends, both of whom also accomplished the same feat without hesitation. Nanfeng opened a friend chat channel and sent Huang Yuanming a message. "Brother, ISNT there a stream near you?" Just a few seconds later, Huang Yuanming replied, "Indeed, I am currently trying to find a container to hold the water." Huang Yuanming continued, "Damn it, so many people need fresh water. I could make a fortune." It was no wonder Huang Yuanming hadn't listed fresh water in the trading system. He hadn't yet found a suitable container. At that moment, Huang Yuanming sent another message. "Brother, what is your destined weapon?" Nanfeng furrowed his brow. "Why do you ask?" Huang Yuanming replied, "I just thought of a way to carve a hole in wood to create a wooden cup as a container for the water. However, my destined weapon is a bug-eaten stick, so I can't carve a hole." Huang Yuanming lamented, "What a huge blunder. I should have chosen a knife or a sword." Upon reading this message, Nanfeng's spirit soared. Nanfeng responded, "Good brother, my destined weapon is a dagger. Making a wooden cup is definitely doable." Huang Yuanming replied, "Good brother, then what are we waiting for?" Chapter 10. A profitable venture. Huang Yuanming, "My brother, we are now like family. So let us not dwell on anything else. The profits from the fresh water we exchange tonight shall be split evenly between us." Huang Yuanming, "Of course. You will provide the timber for making the wooden cups." To split it evenly? Nanfeng was taken aback. He had initially intended to claim only a small portion of the profits. After all, Huang Yuanming could easily find others to craft containers, but it would be exceedingly difficult for Nanfeng to locate additional fresh water. Sensing Nanfeng's bewilderment, Huang Yuanming promptly elucidated, "The small stream beside me stretches far and wide, and it is highly probable that other chosen ones are aware of its existence." Huang Yuanming, "Thus we must act swiftly, selling at a premium and reaping substantial rewards before they do." Huang Yuanming, "Time is money, my good brother." Upon hearing Huang Yuanming's explanation, Nanfeng comprehended the situation immediately. Nanfeng, "All right, brother, enough talk. I shall commence work right away. As the saying goes, diligence brings wealth." Nanfeng promptly retrieved a portion of timber and began his examination. The timber measured 0.5 meters in length, sufficient to craft 5 cups. With swift precision, Nanfeng wielded his wooden dagger, slicing the timber into 5 segments. He then selected one piece and began hollowing out the center, perhaps due to the heightened attack power. The process proved far less challenging than Nanfeng had anticipated. Before long, he had successfully fashioned the first wooden cup, capable of holding approximately 200 milliliters of fresh water. Quite satisfactory. Nanfeng opened his friend list and initiated a trade with Huang Yuanming, eager to ascertain its usability. Huang Yuanming, "It's perfect, brother. You continue making cups while I head off to sell the water." Shortly thereafter, Nanfeng observed Huang Yuanming proclaiming in the chat channel, "Huang Yuanming, selling fresh water, approximately 200 milliliters. For the exchange of any food item 4 or any material 20, you can obtain a portion of fresh water. Don't miss out." Wooing, "What? A big shot is selling water. But isn't that a bit pricey?" "My own, great one. Could you perhaps lower the price? It's only been half a day. Where are we to find such abundant resources?" Wu Yuansheng, "Brother, save me a portion of fresh water. I wish to trade with you immediately." It seemed that despite the steep price, many were still willing to purchase the fresh water. Soon, the first portion was sold, and Huang Yuanming promptly sent a trade request to Nanfeng. As for whether the price was reasonable or inflated, Nanfeng could not ascertain, for it was the first day and no standard market price existed for comparison. Huang Yuanming, "Good brother, the first cup of water was exchanged for red-eyed rabbit meat 4. As agreed, I shall share 2 portions with you." Nanfeng, "A true brother. You are indeed honorable." Huang Yuanming, "We are family, my brother. There is no need for such formalities." Without further ado, Huang Yuanming placed red-eyed rabbit meat 2 in the trade window. Nanfeng also added the second wooden cup he had crafted. The trade was completed. For Nanfeng, the exchange of merely 1/5 of his timber had yielded him 2 portions of rabbit meat. One incredibly advantageous deal. Upon this thought, Nanfeng promptly began crafting a 3rd wooden cup while savoring the roasted rabbit meat he had prepared. As it stands, Huang Yuanming appears to possess a commendable degree of integrity. proving himself a worthy companion. Nevertheless, Nanfeng remained vigilant, thus offering Huang Yuanming only a single wooden cup at a time. Consequently, their arrangement unfolded. Nanfeng would create wooden cups while Huang Yuanming sold fresh water. After successfully selling over 20 portions, demand dwindled significantly. At this juncture, Huang Yuanming sent a message. "My good brother, our current pricing is excessively high. The majority of people can no longer afford it." To which Nanfeng replied, "Indeed. The chosen ones capable of gathering such resources on the first day are exceedingly rare." Huang Yuanming continued, "As time progresses, the value of fresh water will inevitably decline. I have resolved to lower the price, to sell more quickly, and reap the benefits before the opportunity fades." Nanfeng consented. "I have no objections." Huang Yuanming added, "However, should I reduce the price now, it may displease those who recently purchased water. Therefore, I propose transferring the fresh water to you for sale, and we shall split the profits equally. What do you think?" Nanfeng agreed, seeing no reason to decline a lucrative venture. Huang Yuanming swiftly traded a cup of fresh water. With the aid of the insightful eye, Nanfeng examined the description of the water. Slightly contaminated stream water. As the saying goes, what is unclean may not cause illness. This is potable fresh water, safe for consumption, though to be cautious of potential stomach upset. With a gulp, Nanfeng realized he had not had water in quite some time. Coupled with the recent consumption of roasted rabbit, his thirst was acute. Just as he prepared to purchase the cup, a sudden roar of a ferocious beast echoed from outside the cabin. The sounds of continuous growls reverberated through the air. What was happening? Anxiously, Nanfeng opened a small crack in the door to peer outside. He discerned a multitude of savage creatures charging through the woods. At that moment, his friend's chat channel erupted with activity. Upon opening it, he found a message from Huang Yuanming. "My good brother, please send me several more cups." Huang Yuanming continued. "A horde of ferocious beasts has suddenly appeared nearby. It's terrifying. I must retreat to my cabin at once." Understanding Huang Yuanming's predicament, Nanfeng did not hesitate to trade all 8 completed wooden cups to him. Soon after, Huang Yuanming returned the cups to Nanfeng, but now they were filled with slightly contaminated stream water. Goodness, that was utterly terrifying. Fortunately, I ran quickly. Otherwise, I would have perished outside, Huang Yuanming exclaimed. "What is the situation outside?" Nanfeng inquired. Huang Yuanming replied, "I cannot say for certain, but it seems the beasts have gone berserk. Regardless, I have no intention of venturing out again." He further instructed, "You should find a way to sell the remaining fresh water. Set your own price. Just ensure that I receive half of the profits. I trust you won't lead me astray. I need to start a fire to prepare a meal now." "Understood," Nanfeng acknowledged. Nanfeng observed the surroundings outside the cabin for a while longer and noted that the ferocious beasts seemed disinclined to attack the small wooden structure, which brought him a sense of relief. It appeared that the nights in this primal world were not as tranquil as one might have imagined. He then turned his attention to the water in his possession, including the cup he had initially traded from Huang Yuanming. He now had a total of 9 portions of fresh water. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to consume 1 portion. Just earlier, Huang Yuanming had sold 21 portions of fresh water, and after splitting the profits, Nanfeng had also acquired 20 portions of various foods and a total of 110 portions of assorted materials. At this point, Nanfeng was undoubtedly affluent, and he could afford to indulge in a cup of water. His earlier hesitation stemmed primarily from a fear of potential gastrointestinal distress. With the beasts rampaging outside, should he suffer such an affliction, he would have no choice but to address it within the confines of the cabin, which would certainly be an unpleasant ordeal. Fortunately, the stream water appeared relatively clean, and he did not experience any abdominal discomfort. After drinking a cup of water, he felt invigorated and refreshed. Opening the chat channel, Nanfeng resolved to sell off the remaining fresh water as quickly as possible, willing to accept any reasonable offer. He was aware that, by tomorrow, more chosen ones would likely discover the freshwater resource, at which point its value would diminish significantly. In the chat channel, Bao Jian, "I'm done for. I initially intended to venture out and chop down a couple of trees for a cup of water, but I nearly lost my life out there. My Yong, the beasts outside are acting as if they've gone mad. It's terrifying. Ling Qi, is there anyone willing to spare me some food?" I'm so hungry. Nanfeng. Selling fresh water. Last 8 portions available. Highest bidder wins. Please make your offers. Chapter 11. Upgrading the fated weapon Nanfeng. Fresh water for sale. Only 8 portions left. The highest bidder wins. Make your offers. Xiao Fei Hong. Damn. Another big shot is selling fresh water. Bao Jian. Nanfeng. I offer 4 units of wood. Can you sell me a portion? My own. I'll give you 5 units of stone. Please sell me a portion. Bao Jian. I'm serious. I'll offer 8 units of wood. Sell it to me. Nanfeng, not in a rush to trade, decided to wait a bit longer, allowing them to raise their bids. After approximately 5 minutes, he noted the highest offers, added the bidders as friends, and completed the transactions one by one. Among them was a girl named Yuran, whom Nanfeng vaguely remembered. Once Yuran accepted the friend request, Nanfeng promptly initiated a trade, presenting a portion of not-so-clean stream water. Earlier, Yuran had offered 8 units of wood and 6 units of stone in the chat channel. However, she did not immediately choose to trade. Instead, she sent Nanfeng a message. Hello, may I exchange this cup of water for a medicinal herb? Nanfeng furrowed his brows. Herb? What effect does it have? Without elaborating, Yuran sent the information regarding the herb to Nanfeng. Strengthening herb. Consuming it grants the chosen one 2 strength. Note, each chosen one can consume a maximum of 2 strengthening herbs. Additional consumption is ineffective. A herb that enhances strength by 2 points. In comparison, this is far more valuable than wood and stone. After all, wood and stone are ubiquitous, whereas herbs are rather rare. Nanfeng had not encountered any herbs today. Curiously, he asked, "You wish to trade this for fresh water? Are you certain? This is worth far more than wood and stone." Yuran replied, "The wood and stone can upgrade my fated weapon to mid-level F grade, which is equivalent to increasing my attributes by 5 points. Currently, I require the wood and stone more." Nanfeng suddenly understood. Indeed, as the most common materials, the utility of wood and stone is significant. They not only facilitate the upgrading of fated weapons, but also enhance the small wooden house, making them exceedingly useful. Yuran inquired, "So what will it be? Do you prefer the strengthening herb or the wood and stone?" Nanfeng, "I choose the strengthening herb." He had ample wood and stone for the time being, and even if he ran short, he could gather more materials himself tomorrow. In contrast, the strengthening herb was more beneficial for him. Yuran, "All right, the trade is complete." "Thank you. Boss transaction completed." Holding the strengthening herb, which resembled wild grass, Nanfeng took a deep breath and swallowed a whole. Ding! Consumption of strengthening herb successful. Your strength has increased by 2. Though the herb's name lacks seriousness, its effectiveness was undeniable. With an additional 2 points in strength, Nanfeng nodded in satisfaction. He then counted the supplies acquired from the 9 portions of fresh water and distributed half to Huang Yuanming. Among the drinks consumed by Nanfeng, the one he drank himself and the one sold to Yuran were both priced based on the cost of 20 portions of materials. Upholding integrity is paramount, and Nanfeng had no intention of deceiving Huang Yuanming, as their previous collaborations had been rather pleasant. Once he had taken care of these trivial matters, Nanfeng finally found the time to assess his gains from the evening. Upon opening his backpack, he discovered it brimming with a plethora of resources: 8 portions of red-eyed rabbit meat, 21 portions of iron-clawed rat meat, 12 iron-clawed rat claws, 13 portions of goo bird meat, 3 portions of 5-striped snake meat, 77 units of wood, 85 stones, and 1 hallucinogenic fangs. With an ample supply of wood and stone, he was nearly ready to upgrade his treasured weapon once more. Alternatively, he could wait until he amassed 100 units of wood to upgrade his small wooden house first. The materials required for upgrading the small wooden house were 100 units of wood and 60 stones. Nanfeng was close to gathering them all. However, after a moment as contemplation, Nanfeng decided to prioritize upgrading his cherished weapon. The materials needed for this upgrade were minimal, merely 10 units of wood and 20 stones, a negligible cost for him. Moreover, enhancing his treasured weapon would significantly bolster his capabilities in hunting ferocious beasts, which in turn meant acquiring more food, exchanging for additional resources, and ultimately increasing his chances of survival. Without further hesitation, Nanfeng resolutely upgraded his treasured weapon. Treasured weapon, weapon name, dilapidated armory, current grade. F-class superior, type, backpack attributes. Backpack slots 20 materials required for upgrade. Wood 50, stone 100, iron 10, unlocked equipment from Armory. Desert Eagle, wooden dagger. As the grade of his treasured weapon increased, more equipment would be unlocked. Nanfeng quickly reviewed the attributes post-upgrade. The size of his backpack expanded by 5 slots, but there were no other changes, nor were any new pieces of equipment unlocked. The next upgrade required iron. He was uncertain where to procure that. He shook his head, not lingering on it for too long, and directly opened the equipment tab to inspect the changes. Desert Eagle, current grade. F-class superior, upgraded alongside dilapidated armory. Type, weapon attributes. Strength 12, stamina 8. Each attack consumes 4 mana points, dealing 100 attack damage to the struck enemy. From the equipment within dilapidated armory. Wooden dagger, current grade. F-class superior, upgraded alongside dilapidated armory. Type, weapon attributes. Strength 14. Agility 3, endurance 3. Each attack can inflict 90 to 110 of attack damage on the enemy. Slightly enhances bleeding effects. From the equipment within dilapidated armory. Having reviewed the attributes of his equipment, Nanfeng nodded in satisfaction. The recent upgrade of the fated weapon has significantly enhanced Nanfeng's capabilities. Just the Desert Eagle alone has granted him an impressive boost of 20 attribute points. It's worth noting that leveling up only provides an increase of 25 attribute points. With the Desert Eagle equipped, Nanfeng has experienced a substantial elevation in his overall attributes. Name, Nanfeng, level. Level 2, 47,400, health, 130, stamina 10, magic power, 190, energy 10, attack power, 140, strength 5, defense, 48, stamina energy 1, 5, strength, 28, agility, 17, stamina, 13, energy, 19, fated weapon, a dilapidated arsenal skills, none equipment, Desert Eagle, tattered shirt, worn out jeans, shabby sneakers. Novice tactical watch, backpack, 830 at present. Nanfeng boasts a remarkable strength of 28 points, with an attack power that has reached 140. Should he encounter level 2 ferocious beasts again, he will undoubtedly handle the situation with far greater ease than before. Tomorrow, he plans to venture further afield, striving to hunt as many ferocious beasts as possible to elevate his level. My little cabin must also be upgraded to level without delay. It seems, however, that I still lack some wood and stones. Suddenly, Nanfeng smacked his forehead, realizing he almost forgot that the surplus food in his backpack could also be exchanged for materials. Chapter 12. The arrow bee within Nanfeng's backpack lay a substantial quantity of provisions, predominantly comprising ironclaw rat meat and gugu bird meat. Given the presence of red-eyed rabbit meat, Nanfeng had no intention of considering these two types of food for the time being. Exchanging them for resources appeared to be an astute choice. After a moment's contemplation, Nanfeng promptly listed these two food items on the trading channel. Ironclaw rat meat 1 in exchange for any materials 8. Gugu bird meat 1 in exchange for any materials 8. In total, Nanfeng possessed 21 portions of ironclaw rat meat and 13 portions of gugu bird meat, and he listed all of them at once. A significant portion of these had been acquired through the sale of fresh water. Nanfeng did not inflate the prices excessively, as most individuals were currently unable to procure substantial materials. In the chat channel, it did not take long for others to notice the food items Nanfeng had placed on offer. After all, the trading channel had only recently opened for its first day, and the available items were scarce. Nanfeng's listing of 34 portions of food quickly dominated the chat. Wow, where did the great Nanfeng acquire such an abundance of food? It's maddening. We are either starving to death or gorging ourselves. And he can't spare even a morsel for us? We're all compatriots here. Can't he share a bit of rat meat without demanding materials in return? If this were before the crossing, Nanfeng would undoubtedly be worth a fortune. It's disgusting to profit from others' misfortunes. Great Nanfeng, could you perhaps lower the price a bit? How are we supposed to gather that many materials? Silently observing the chat channel, Nanfeng chose not to respond. There was no possibility of lowering the price. Compared to hunting ferocious beasts, chopping down trees, and collecting stones was infinitely safer. As for sharing with others, That was entirely out of the question. Nanfeng was no saint, nor was he their benefactor. In this perilous, primordial world, a compassionate heart would only lead to one's own demise. At that moment, Lu Daqiang also chimed in on the chat channel. Lu Daqiang, to be fair, exchanging 8 units of materials for 1 portion of food is quite a bargain. If you think it's not worth it, you can always venture out and hunt ferocious beasts yourselves. Huang Yuanming, exactly. I even wonder if this fellow named Nanfeng is engaging in charity. Tian Jiping. But where are we supposed to find so many materials right now? Such expensive food is beyond our reach. Isn't this just a way to irritate us? Bao Jian, your inability to pay has no bearing on others. Lu Daqiang, precisely. If you can't afford it tonight, gather some materials by tomorrow, and you'll be able to trade as well. Wu Yuansheng. For those among us who are not skilled in combat, this at least provides a source of food. Moreover, requiring only 8 units of materials is genuinely not exorbitant. While Nanfeng himself remained silent, many others were advocating on his behalf. After a brief moment of reflection, Nanfeng grasped the underlying dynamics. To others, being able to present such an abundance of food on the very first day marked him as a formidable figure. Cultivating a favorable relationship with such a prominent individual could undoubtedly be advantageous for them. Indeed, Huang Yuanming is aware of the origins of the food provided by Nanfeng, yet he refrains from voicing it. After all, the two have only collaborated once, fostering a fragile camaraderie. At this juncture, with the support of Huang Yuanming, Lu Daqiang, and others, the sentiment within the chat channel has shifted somewhat. It is indeed a source of sustenance. At least I can avoid grappling with ferocious beasts. After all, I have never even killed a chicken in my life. How could I possibly hunt a fierce beast? Perhaps it is safer to gather stones and chop wood. Precisely. At the break of dawn tomorrow, I shall venture out to cut wood, striving to procure food before noon. Alas, there are only 34 portions of food in total. That is insufficient. No, I must retire early to rise at dawn for woodcutting. Oh, so it's decided, is it? Then I shall take my leave as well. In an instant, the chatter within the channel diminished significantly. Nanfeng closed the interface and gazed at the campfire before him. This quantity of timber can burn for quite a while. Ensured that he would not succumb to the cold during the night, Nanfeng yawned, reclined on the wooden floor, and drifted into slumber. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Nanfeng awoke. He must admit, his sleep last night was rather uncomfortable. A bedless night is quite challenging. After stretching, he took a moment to compose himself before slowly opening the door of the small wooden cabin. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of insects. The ferocious beast that had rampaged the previous night had vanished. Surely, it is safe now? Nanfeng cautiously stepped out of the cabin, surveying the area for any signs of danger. However, a faint scent of blood wafted through the air, prompting him to frown. That is, Nanfeng turned his gaze toward the direction of Huang Peng's remains from yesterday. The corpse had disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood as evidence of its existence. Such a thorough consumption? Nanfeng shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Today's objectives, at the very least, reach level 3, upgrade the wooden cabin, and ideally locate the whereabouts of iron blocks. Oh, and I must search for a water source nearby. The lack of potable fresh water is undoubtedly the greatest issue facing Nanfeng at present. It is too extravagant to consistently expend 20 units of materials to exchange for fresh water from Huang Yuanming, is it not? I find myself amidst a primeval forest, teeming with ferocious beasts. There must be a water source in proximity. Nanfeng resolved to first seek out the water source, while opportunistically hunting ferocious beasts and collecting stones. Choosing a random direction, Nanfeng pressed onward. After approximately 5 minutes, he finally encountered his first ferocious beast, a jungle fowl. Jungle fowl, level 1 health points, 120 mana points, 15 attack power, 35 defense power, 20 utilizing gaze of insight to assess the attributes of the jungle fowl. Nanfeng raised his hand and fired a shot. Minus 132. With an attack power of 140, Nanfeng effortlessly dispatched the jungle fowl with a single shot. Killing you is as effortless as slaying a chicken. The desert eagle was holstered, and the voice of the creation god system whispered in Nanfeng's ear. Ding! You have slain a level 1 ordinary beast, jungle mountain chicken, earning 5 experience points. Ding! You have obtained mountain chicken meat 1. Chicken meat? It should taste delightful. Perhaps I shall sample it at noon. Today marks the second day since my arrival in this realm, and many of the chosen ones have yet to successfully hunt even a single beast. However, Nanfeng has already mastered the art of effortlessly dispatching level 1 beasts. Presently, a single portion of food constitutes 8 units of materials. Is this not considerably easier than chopping down trees? As Nanfeng continued onward, he was soon captivated by a buzzing sound. Not far away, a bee, roughly the size of a fist, was perched upon a flower, gathering nectar. Arrow bee, level 2, health, 380 mana, 60 attack, 95 defense, 25 skill, arrow launch. This was a level 2 beast. Seizing the opportunity while the arrow bee remained oblivious, Nanfeng slowly raised his desert eagle and took aim. Boom! The gunfire resounded. Minus 115. With the target remaining still, Nanfeng's accuracy proved commendable. That shot struck the arrow bee precisely, inflicting 115 points of damage. Just 4 shots were all that was needed to bring it down. Yet, the injured arrow bee began to dart erratically, evading Nanfeng's aim. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sharp stinger at the rear of the arrow bee lunged forth, piercing Nanfeng's abdomen. Minus 47. This was the arrow bee's skill. Arrow launch. Chapter 13. Elite bee struck by the lethal stinger of a dart bee. Nanfeng suffered a direct loss of 47 health points. Damn it! He let out a muffled groan and quickly sought refuge behind a large tree. With only 130 health points in total, 3 attacks from the dart bee could spell his demise. Buzzing ominously, the dart bee flapped its wings, attempting to maneuver around for another assault. However, Nanfeng, ever the cunning strategist, began to circle the tree, occasionally peeking out to take potshots at the creature. The dart bee, lacking in intelligence, was easily outmaneuvered by Nanfeng and soon succumbed to his gunfire. Ding! You have slain a level 2 common beast, dart bee, earning 20 experience points. Fortunately, he had escaped unscathed. With the dart bee now lifeless, Nanfeng finally exhaled in relief. Its attack power was a staggering 95 points. Had he been the slightest bit careless, it could have cost him dearly. Perhaps it was not merely the dart bee's might, but rather his own meager health that placed him in such peril. Nanfeng's base attributes were quite dismal. Even now, at level 2, he possessed only 130 health points. Some chosen ones boasted higher health at level 1 than he did. He pondered whether to allocate his 5 remaining attribute points to stamina, which would augment his health. Each point in stamina would grant him an additional 10 points to his health cap. Yet, he found himself more inclined to invest those points in strength. Buzzing once more pulled Nanfeng from his thoughts. Dart bees still lingered nearby. Holding his breath, he cautiously approached the direction of the sound. After advancing approximately 20 meters, he spotted a colossal beehive nestled in a nearby tree, swarming with dart bees. A truly daunting sight. So many, Nanfeng swallowed hard and slowly retreated, not daring to move until the buzzing faded from earshot, and then he sprinted in the opposite direction. Thankfully, the dart bees had not detected his presence. Goodness, there were far too many dart bees. Moreover, this beehive was alarmingly close to his humble abode. A grave expression crossed Nanfeng's face. He dreaded the thought of stepping outside one morning only to find his cabin besieged by dart bees. Given his current abilities, he could barely handle a single dart bee, let alone a swarm of them. So much experience to be gained, yet I cannot defeat them. With a sigh, Nanfeng dismissed the troubling thoughts and began to cautiously explore another path. As for the beehive, he was confident he would return to vanquish it in due time. As he ventured further, Nanfeng encountered various beasts, most of which were level 1, with the occasional level 2 beast that he dispatched with relative ease. It must be said, the desert eagle, a formidable ranged weapon, significantly enhanced his efficiency in hunting beasts. Ding! As a chosen one has ascended to level 3 within this area, the leaderboard system has been officially activated. Someone has already reached level 3. A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through Nanfeng as he opened the panel to examine the rankings. Leaderboard. First, Xiao Luo, level 3. Second, Wu Yuansheng, level 2. Third, Su Zuran, level 2. Fourth, Shunpan, level 2, 5th. Yuran, level 2. 23rd. Nanfeng, level 2. Nanfeng believed he had progressed swiftly in his leveling, yet he found himself unexpectedly positioned at 23rd. He had yet to encounter the first place Xiao Luo in the chat channel. Indeed, the true experts seldom engage in idle chatter. To Nanfeng's astonishment, he noted a female player named Yuran, the sole woman among the top 10, whose prowess should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, a lively discussion unfolded among the chosen ones in the chat channel. What the heck? I just woke up, and the system informs me someone has already reached level 3? Is this some kind of joke? My goodness, I've only hunted a single fierce beast, and am still far from level 2, while a big shot has already attained level 3. Truly, the disparity among players is disheartening. Is Xiao Luo around? I seek guidance. Goodness, there are already 55 players who have reached level 2. Do you all level up this quickly? Enough chatter. I too must venture forth to hunt fierce beasts. To the brother above, I believe you will return in 6 minutes. Nanfeng glanced briefly before swiftly shutting down the chat channel. He needed to persist in hunting fierce beasts to elevate his level. Ding! Your iron claw rat meat has been successfully sold, earning you 8 stones. Ding! Your goo-goo bird meat has been successfully sold, earning you 8 wood. Just as Nanfeng prepared to embark, a series of system notification chimes echoed in his ears. It appeared several portions of food he had placed on a market the previous night had sold, netting him a substantial amount of materials. With a cursory glance at the panel, his brow furrowed in surprise. The purchaser of these provisions was none other than the first-ranked Xiao Luo. Curious. Having reached level 3, he must have slain numerous fierce beasts. Why would he still require food? What purpose could he have for such an abundance? Unable to decipher the mystery, Nanfeng chose not to dwell on it further and resumed his path to advancement. Throughout his journey, Nanfeng endeavored to traverse lower-lying areas and valleys, as these locales were more likely to harbor water sources. Since rising that morning, he had yet to drink a single drop. If he did not locate a water source by midday, he would be compelled to purchase fresh water from Huang Yuanming. Ribbit! Ribbit! At that moment, Nanfeng heard the croaking of frogs. The presence of frogs indicated a high likelihood of nearby water. Following the sound, he soon discovered a pond, approximately the size of a basketball court. Unfortunately, the water showed no signs of movement. This was stagnant water. It likely formed from accumulated rainwater, and he wondered whether drinking it might lead to an upset stomach. Nanfeng was not particularly satisfied with this water source. After all, consuming stagnant water could be detrimental to one's health. Yet this world is truly enchanting. To ascertain whether this water is potable, there exists a more straightforward method, utilizing the skill Insightful Gaze. It must be said that this skill, awarded for the first kill, is remarkably practical. South Wind approached the edge of the pond and activated Insightful Gaze. Contaminated pond. Rainwater accumulated over time has collected in this pond, containing various excretions from ferocious beasts. Please exercise caution when considering consumption. Indeed, the results obtained from Insightful Gaze aligned closely with South Wind's suspicions. The water in this pond was, without a doubt, undrinkable. Regrettably, it was all for naught. South Wind's expression shifted to one of disappointment, but it quickly returned to a more neutral demeanor. At the very least, South Wind's approach to sourcing water was not misguided. Finding one source could lead to another, perhaps merely requiring additional time. Ribbit! Ribbit! At that moment, the croaking of a frog reached South Wind's ears. Looking around, South Wind soon spotted the frog lurking in the pond. Its eyes were as large as ping-pong balls. The frog's round, bulging eyes fixated on South Wind, causing a shiver to run down South Wind's spine. Insightful Gaze. South Wind activated the skill once more to examine the attributes of the frog. Poisonous marsh toad, level 2, elite beast, health points, 500 mana points, 160 attack power, 135 defense power, 80 skills, poison arrow spray. Toxic mist. Upon observing the attributes of this toad, South Wind's expression changed dramatically. This was an elite creature. Chapter 14. The treasure chest. The attributes of this toxic swamp toad are utterly terrifying. With a staggering 500 health points and an attack power of 135, The toxic swamp toad could undoubtedly eliminate Nanfeng in mere moments. Although Nanfeng has yet to encounter a level 3 ferocious beast, he suspects that this level 2 elite beast is certainly not inferior to an ordinary level 3 beast. Cautiously, Nanfeng began to retreat, his gaze fixated on the toxic swamp toad, wary of the creature suddenly leaping forth to ambush him. With only 140 health points, he could not withstand its assault. After several steps back, he found himself beside a towering tree, approximately 5 or 6 meters high and thick enough for a person to embrace. An idea flashed through Nanfeng's mind. If he could climb the tree, attacking from a height, would he be able to slay this elite beast? After all, it is an elite ferocious beast. Perhaps it might even drop equipment. With this thought, Nanfeng swiftly opened his status panel to check his condition. Throughout his journey, he had hunted numerous beasts, leaving him with only 90 mana points. Given that each shot from the Desert Eagle consumes 4 mana points, he realized he could still fire 22 times, which should suffice to defeat this level 2 elite beast. As the saying goes, greed can lead to peril. Glancing at the motionless toxic swamp toad, Nanfeng gritted his teeth and climbed the tree. Having grown up in the countryside, he was quite adept at climbing trees and swiftly ascended. Once perched upon a branch as thick as his arm, he leaned over to gaze at the pond below, where the toxic swamp toad remained still, occasionally emitting 2 croaks. Raising his Desert Eagle, Nanfeng carefully aimed at the toad. Boom! -60. His first shot successfully struck the target, inflicting 60 points of damage. Alas, he had miscalculated slightly. His aim had been directed at the toad's eye, but perhaps due to nervousness, his hand trembled at the last moment, causing the shot to hit the toad's body instead. However, this was inconsequential. The damage dealt instilled great confidence in Nanfeng. If each shot found its mark, he would only need 9 shots to vanquish the toxic swamp toad. With plenty of mana to spare, taking a deep breath, Nanfeng swiftly composed himself and aimed once more at the toad below. Yet after sustaining a hit, the toxic swamp toad let out a painful croak and submerged itself entirely, thrashing about underwater. Soon, the pond grew calm, but Nanfeng had lost sight of the creature. This is bad. The toad can conceal itself. This was not good news for Nanfeng. He was aware of the toad's presence while it lurked in shadows, leaving him in a precarious position atop the tree. Breathe. No need to rush. If the enemy remains still, so shall I. Standing on the branch, Nanfeng kept a vigilant watch over the surroundings below, his senses heightened and alert. Before long, Nanfeng noticed a small bubble rising from the water pool. A spark of realization ignited within him. It was highly probable that the venomous swamp toad was inhaling. With a roar, Nanfeng aimed his Desert Eagle at the spot from which the bubble emerged and decisively fired a shot. -60. A faint crimson numeral surfaced from the depths of the water, filling Nanfeng with elation. A hit! Quack! Another shot rang out. Clearly incensed, the venomous swamp toad sprang forth from the water. In its rather limited intellect, it deduced that since remaining submerged would still result in being struck, it was better to confront Nanfeng head-on. With the target now exposed, Nanfeng was overjoyed, raising his Desert Eagle for a rapid 3-shot burst. -60. Miss. Weak point attack. -90. 2 out of 3 shots found their mark, one which triggered a weak point attack. The toad still possessed 230 hit points. Nanfeng swiftly calculated the toad's health in his mind and felt a surge of confidence. The creature's health had been halved. Suddenly, the venomous swamp toad leaped from the water with great force. Its body was as large as a basketball, covered in an unsettling array of small warts that made Nanfeng feel queasy. The toad soared over 2 meters high and unleashed a torrent of dark green phlegm towards Nanfeng. No, it wasn't mere phlegm. This was the swamp toad's skill, venomous arrow spray. Forewarned, Nanfeng quickly grasped another branch and swung away like a monkey, narrowly evading the attack. Yet his speed proved insufficient, and the venomous arrow struck his left calf. -87. Poison -5. Poison -3. The arrow pierced his calf, injecting venom into his bloodstream. Soon, his lower leg began to darken and rot, causing him to grimace in agony. Even more terrifying was that Nanfeng was now in a poisoned state, losing health every few seconds. This was disastrous. Clenching his calf with his left hand to slow the flow of blood, Nanfeng glanced down at the venomous swamp toad, noticing its jaw bulging rhythmically, seemingly charging up for a second attack. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Nanfeng's expression hardened, and he hurriedly climbed higher into the tree. He only paused when he reached near the top, peering through the gaps in the leaves to see the swamp toad hopping below, unable to reach him. For the moment, he was safe. Without hesitation, Nanfeng tore off his tattered shirt and tightly bound it around his calf. This tactic proved somewhat effective, although he remained in a poisoned state. The rate of health loss had significantly decreased. He was now losing approximately 3 health points every 10 seconds, however. The grim reality was that he was left with only 35 hit points. If he could not dispel the poison, he would succumb to it in 2 minutes. Upon reaching this conclusion, a rare calm enveloped Nanfeng. His mind raced, and he quickly resolved. First, he must eliminate the venomous swamp toad. Even in death, one must take a companion. With the desert eagle raised, Nanfeng fired several shots from his elevated position. The distance between the two was merely a few meters, and coupled with the size of the toxic marsh toad, which was as large as a basketball, this significantly enhanced Nanfeng's accuracy. Weak point attack, -90, -60, miss, -60, -60. In a mere 10 seconds, Nanfeng discharged 6 rounds, 4 of which struck the target. Quack! The toxic marsh toad let out a final wail, succumbing to its demise. Ding! You have slain a level 2 elite beast, toxic marsh toad, gaining 40 experience points. Hearing the system notification, Nanfeng exhaled deeply. Finally, it was resolved. At that moment, a small gray orb floated out from the toxic marsh toad's body, landing on the muddy ground beside it. Subsequently, this orb transformed into the shape of a treasure chest. Equipment drop. Nanfeng glanced at his health bar, which showed only 29 points remaining, enough to last approximately 100 seconds. He hoped that this treasure chest contained something to counteract the poison. Time is of the essence. Without hesitation, Nanfeng swiftly leaped down from the tree. Chapter 15. A narrow escape. With a swift motion, Nanfeng leaped from the tree, landing gracefully upon the ground. Before him lay an ancient, gray chest, its contents shrouded in mystery. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively opened the chest. Ding! You have unlocked an F-grade gray chest. Obtaining blueprint for a refined water purification device. 1. A water purification device. Nanfeng felt utterly disheartened. Had he received this blueprint just a few minutes earlier, he would have been elated, perhaps even leaping for joy. Yet now, with his health plummeting below 30 points and under the effects of poison, he had at most a minute to live. What use was this water purification device when his very life was at stake? His peripheral vision caught sight of the corpse of a toxic swamp toad nearby. He had yet to examine it. This creature might just yield an antidote. With this thought igniting a spark of hope, Nanfeng reached out, his hand brushing against the toad's body. Ding! You have acquired toxic gland of the swamp toad. 1. Ding! You have obtained meat of the swamp toad. 1. The toxic gland of the swamp toad? Immediately, Nanfeng activated insightful gaze to investigate the item's attributes. Toxic gland of the swamp toad. This organ stores the creature's venom and is filled with potent toxins. Note: consuming it directly may yield unforeseen consequences. Direct consumption. Nanfeng hesitated. It was evident this substance contained lethal poison. Ingesting it could lead to instant demise. However, as his health dwindled, his complexion turned pale. Blood trickled from his nostrils, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Even without consuming it, he would not survive much longer. A mere few seconds mattered little now. Resolute in his decision, Nanfeng chose to take the gamble. He would consume the toxic gland, hoping for a miraculous effect. With a gulp, he swallowed it whole. The bitter and acrid taste made him grimace. Yet the good news? His poisoned status had been lifted. Ding! You have consumed toxic gland of the swamp toad, gaining 5 poison resistance, while simultaneously removing the poison effect. Incredible! Is this what they mean by fighting poison with poison? Nanfeng was nearly overwhelmed with joy. His remaining health now teetered at a mere 11 points. He had narrowly escaped death. Breathing a sigh of relief, he leaned against a tree, a wave of trepidation washing over him. How reckless he had been. Engaging so carelessly with a level 2 elite beast was sheer folly. From this moment forward, he vowed to exercise utmost caution. This world was fraught with peril. Rising to his feet, Nanfeng reminded himself once more. This was not the first instance in these past 2 days that he had cautioned himself to be vigilant. Suddenly, a cacophony of clucking startled him. With only 11 health points remaining, even a level 1 beast could potentially spell his doom. Climb the tree. The gentle breeze did not dare to hesitate. In a few swift movements, he ascended the towering tree beside him to survey the surroundings. Nearby, a jungle hen hopped merrily to the edge of the pond, lowering its head to quench its thirst. With great care, he drew forth his desert eagle, slowly aiming at the jungle hen. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from pulling the trigger. His magical energy was running perilously low. The distance to the wooden cabin was considerable, and he remained uncertain if his remaining energy would suffice for the return journey. While his magical reserves were barely adequate, his health was utterly insufficient. With only 11 points of health remaining, a mere brush with any ferocious beast would spell his demise. How is it that this poisoned state has lifted, and my wounds have scabbed, yet I cannot heal myself? He exclaimed in exasperation. This seemed profoundly unjust. With a heavy sigh, he opened the chat channel, preparing to engage with the group in hopes of discovering a solution to his predicament. It was utterly absurd. It was not yet noon, and all 30 items of food he had listed in the trading system had been sold out. After spending the entire morning chopping wood, it felt like an exercise in futility. Hey brother, you're too slow. I swapped for some iron claw rat meat ages ago, and it's delicious. A brow raised. He was taken aback to see himself being discussed upon entering the chat channel. Were all the food items indeed sold out? Previously, he had set the option for automatic trading for materials, allowing him to sell his provisions without manually confirming each transaction, too time-consuming. Now, glancing into his backpack, he discovered a plethora of materials had indeed accumulated. Wood, 231, stone, 171. Remarkably, he had amassed enough materials for upgrading the cabin, with plenty to spare. Yet, the thought of returning filled him with trepidation. Better to earn a living than to risk his life. With another sigh, he perused the trading log and noted that the top-ranked player, Xiao Luo, had purchased 12 servings of food from him. No wonder the food sold out so quickly. What could this esteemed player possibly need with such a bounty? Where had he acquired so many materials? Shaking his head, he did not dwell on it further. Instead, he browsed through the trading system in search of valuable items. His primary objective was to find something that could restore his health. Aside from various food and freshwater transactions, a few items caught his attention. Strong grass, which, when consumed, could enhance one's constitution by 2 points in exchange for 5 cups of drinkable water. Was it you ran? Just last night, he had exchanged for a plant with her, and now she was offering strong grass again. It appeared she resided in a region abundant with herbs. He felt a pang of envy. Flame fruit, which could increase fire resistance by 5% when consumed, was available in exchange for any 40 units of materials. In the early game, who would need such a trivial resistance? Who would trade for that? Surely, 40 units of materials were far more desirable than a mere 5% fire resistance. What use was that? To drink magma? With a shake of his head, he continued to explore the other items. The delectable bird meat, upon consumption, restores 5 health points per minute for a duration of 10 minutes. Goodness, this item possesses restorative properties. Nanfeng was overwhelmed with joy, nearly bursting into laughter. To him, this was nothing short of a lifesaver. Let me see. Exchanging any materials for 50? Such an exorbitant price? Restoring 5 health points per minute for 10 minutes totals 50 health points. With these 50 health points, if Nanfeng proceeds with caution, he should be able to return to the small cabin safely. When weighed against life itself, is 50 units of materials truly significant? Moreover, Nanfeng currently possesses an abundance of materials. He made the trade. Without hesitation, Nanfeng opted for the transaction. The seller had evidently set up an automated trading system, and Nanfeng promptly received the delectable bird meat. Huh, The seller is Xiao Luo? It was only at this moment that Nanfeng realized that the individual selling this food was none other than Xiao Luo, ranked first on the leaderboard. Wait, Xiao Luo has purchased numerous food items from me, including Gugu bird meat. Oh no, could this bird meat possibly be the very one I sold to him? Chapter 16. The exquisite water purification device. At this juncture, Nanfeng finally comprehended the purpose behind Xiao Luo's procurement of such copious provisions. Xiao Luo must have uncovered something remarkable, capable of processing food into luxurious sustenance that could restore health points. I exchanged merely 8 units of materials for 1 portion of food, whereas Xiao Luo required 50 units for a single serving of luxurious fare. In this exchange, he amassed a profit of 42 units. Indeed, it seems that only those with a heart of darkness can amass wealth. Nanfeng couldn't help but exclaim. After savoring the delectable bird meat, Nanfeng's health points began to gradually rejuvenate. The crisis had been temporarily averted. He let out a sigh of relief, intending to linger in the chat for a while longer before promptly returning to the cabin in 10 minutes. The chat channel remained as lively as ever, with numerous chosen ones opting to remain indoors, engaging in conversation rather than venturing outside. Ling Qi, is there any pigeon that could come to my rescue? Bao Jian, can we block others in this chat channel? This girl upstairs is incessantly calling out like a spirit. My Yong, she does have a knack for calling indeed. Huang Yuanming, for heaven's sake, can you all stop competing? The price of fresh water has plummeted to 4 portions of materials per cup. Tian Jiping, you sold so many portions of fresh water last night. You must have made a fortune by now. What is wrong with letting us earn a little too? Nanfeng raised an eyebrow and glanced once more at the trading system. Indeed, aside from Huang Yuanming, several other chosen ones were also selling fresh water. It appeared that many individuals had discovered sources of fresh water. Consequently, the price would only continue to decline. However, Nanfeng was unconcerned. He had already accrued a substantial profit the previous night, and a decrease in fresh water prices was of no consequence to him. Furthermore, he had recently acquired a blueprint for an exquisite water purification device. A drop in prices would, in fact, be advantageous for him. With this thought, Nanfeng ceased to worry about the water prices and continued to engage in the chat. While he claimed to be participating, he primarily observed, hoping to glean any useful information from their discussions. Wu Yuansheng, is there anyone in the group whose birthplace is on the plains? Wu Yuansheng, I just spotted someone from a distance, uncertain if they were an indigenous person or a chosen one. Bao Jian, what? Are there indigenous people in this world? Isn't this a primitive world? Xiao Fei Hong, perhaps there are primitive people, the kind that screams and hollers. Humorous, Su Ming, big shot. I'm on a plane right now. Wu Yuansheng, were you just standing on a massive rock to relieve yourself? Su Ming, damn, did you see that? Wu Yuansheng, bro, just stay put. I'll grab some oranges and come find you. Huang Yuanming, buying some oranges sounds reasonable. Nanfeng, are you all planning to meet? Do mind your safety. Ling Qi, brothers, once you meet up, could you come to rescue me first? I'm so hungry. As 2 individuals prepare to meet, the chat channel grew even more animated. This indicated that the distances between everyone were not too great. In this unfamiliar realm, the ability to congregate with one's kind is a welcome revelation for many. However, Nanfeng harbored no such sentiments. Just the previous evening, he had encountered other chosen ones, and had even taken one of them down. Some humans are far more terrifying than the ferocious beasts, especially in this lawless world. After silently observing the screen for a while, Nanfeng glanced at his status and noted that his health had recovered to 61 points. It was time to return. Unraveling the shirt that clung to his thigh, he donned it once more and leaped down from the tree. The jungle fowl that had earlier approached the waterhole was nowhere to be found. Nanfeng made no effort to search for it, instead hastening toward the small cabin. The journey back was relatively safe. He had only encountered 3 level 1 beasts, all of which he dispatched with ease. Upon returning to the cabin, Nanfeng discovered that he had 39 health points remaining and a mere 18 points of mana. Fortunately, he had consumed a portion of delicious roasted meat. Otherwise, he might have succumbed outside. Finally back in his sanctuary, Nanfeng allowed himself to relax completely. After a brief respite of 2 minutes, He rose and began upgrading the cabin. Upgrading the cabin required 100 units of wood and 60 stones, resources that were not particularly scarce for him. Upgrade. Worn cabin level. E health, 20. 000 defense. 300 attributes. 15 health minute. 15 mana minute. Materials required for upgrade. 300 wood, 200 stones, 20 iron blocks. Upon upgrading, the attributes of the cabin surged dramatically. Its health escalated from the original 5,000 points to 20,000 points, and its defense improved from 100 points to 300 points. Even the recovery rates for health and mana saw significant enhancement. Regrettably, the upgrade did not confer any benefits to Nanfeng himself. Nevertheless, possessing a robust 20,000 health points and 300 defense points was more than sufficient to withstand numerous beastly assaults. Not only had the attributes improved, but the interior of the cabin had also transformed. The original cabin, scarcely measuring 5 square meters, barely enough space to lie down, had now expanded to approximately 20 square meters. It even boasted a rickety bed and a rudimentary campfire setup. There was now a designated area for both sleeping and roasting meat. Perfect. I also possessed the blueprint for a water purification device. Nanfeng opened his backpack and retrieved the blueprint. Superior water purification device blueprint. Capable of crafting a superior water purification device. Required materials: 10 wood, 20 gravel, 200 fine sand, 5 charcoal. Studying the necessary materials, Nanfeng frowned. I have the wood, but is gravel the same as stone? And where could I possibly acquire fine sand and charcoal? After pondering for a moment, he glanced at the remnants of the campfire from the previous night. Within the vicinity lay an abundance of charcoal. Nanfeng casually picked up a piece, and as expected, received the notification of acquiring charcoal 1. Thus, the issue of charcoal was resolved. Next, he retrieved 2 stones from his backpack and struck them together, swiftly yielding a pile of rubble. The matter of rubble was also settled. Only the fine sand remained. Observing that his health had nearly fully restored, Nanfeng decisively exited the small wooden cabin and took a brief stroll around, gathering a handful of sand upon his return. Everything was accomplished. Nanfeng could not help but commend his own cleverness. The exquisite water purification device was now within reach of creation. Returning to the cabin, he once again consulted the blueprint to confirm the crafting process. After a brief flash of light, a water purification device materialized within his humble abode. Exquisite water purification device. Pour mildly contaminated water sources into this apparatus, and it will automatically purify the liquid. First, let me procure a cup of water to test the efficacy of this purification. Nanfeng accessed the trading channel and exchanged 4 units of materials for a cup of fresh water. Subsequently, he poured the fresh water into the exquisite water purification device and patiently awaited its completion. Approximately 10 minutes later, a cup of pristine fresh water emerged in a collector beneath the device. Nanfeng retrieved the collector and employed insightful gaze to examine the contents. Pristine fresh water. This is an exceptionally clean fresh water. In this perilous world, finding such a pure water source is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Upon consumption, it restores 5 points of mana per minute for a duration of 10 minutes. Nanfeng felt a surge of joy. What a delightful alternative to mana potions. Chapter 17. Continuing to tempt fate, the purified water from the purification device possesses the remarkable ability to restore magical energy. This is indeed a valuable asset. Through the past 2 days of eavesdropping in the chat channel, Nanfeng has come to understand that at this stage, the majority of distant weapons require the consumption of magical energy. For instance, bows, crossbows, slingshots, and even Nanfeng's Desert Eagle. Even a javelin necessitates the expenditure of 5 points of magical energy for it to be thrown. This is quite reasonable, as early on, the chosen ones wielding melee weapons face significantly greater dangers. Without some limitations on ranged weapons, the balance would be severely disrupted. However, this is not a game. Why should balance be a concern? Shaking his head, Nanfeng chose not to dwell on it further. He resolved to purify more fresh water to sell in the trading system. The pricing would mirror that of Xiao Luo's food, with each portion consisting of 50 units of materials. one for health restoration and one for magical energy recovery. This seems quite logical. Nonetheless, the potential audience for Nanfeng's wares is rather limited. Currently, only those chosen ones with ranged weapons as their primary armament will be inclined to purchase his magical energy potions. Having purchased 10 cups of fresh water from the trading system, Nanfeng expended a total of 40 units of materials. Subsequently, he poured all this somewhat impure fresh water into the purification device. The earlier task of purifying 200 milliliters of water took about 10 minutes. Thus, it would take roughly an hour to purify 1,000 milliliters, which is quite satisfactory. After some contemplation, he retrieved several empty wooden cups and conducted a few experiments. Eventually, Nanfeng discovered that a minimum of 100 milliliters of clean fresh water was required for it to exhibit the magical energy recovery effect. Anything less than that could only serve as mere drinking water. Splendidly, if 100 milliliters can be exchanged for 50 units of materials, then having just purchased around 2,000 milliliters. Goodness, does that mean I could fetch 1,000 units of materials? This is simply outrageous. Such exorbitant profits. Elated, Nanfeng patted his belly. Unfortunately, the magical energy potion may not be as easily sold as he hoped. By now, it was nearing noon, and after wandering outside all morning, his stomach was growling with hunger. First, he would eat something, then venture out in the afternoon to hunt fierce beasts. Now that he possessed water capable of restoring magical energy, he no longer needed to return to the small wooden house frequently to start a fire and cook. Nanfeng took out a portion of red-eyed rabbit meat and began to roast it slowly. The aroma of the roasting meat was delightful, yet the smoke was quite thick, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Fortunately, after upgrading the small wooden house, a window had been added, allowing him to open it for ventilation. The purification device continued to operate diligently, and after taking a couple of sips of the purified water, Nanfeng found it remarkably refreshing. Moreover, this water also restored his magical energy. While awaiting the rabbit meat to cook, Nanfeng's tactical watch chimed. Upon checking, he found a message from Lu Daqiang. Lu Daqiang, Nanfeng, I have chopped 30 units of wood this morning. Would you like to take it? Nanfeng, yes. Nanfeng glanced at the trading system and noted that a portion of food was still valued at 8 units of materials. He had promised yesterday to acquire Lu Daqiang's timber at a price slightly above the market rate, provided that Lu prioritized selling the timber to him. Nanfeng, how about this? I will exchange 5 portions of food for your 30 units of timber. Does that sound acceptable? Lu Daqiang, absolutely, boss. You are quite generous. Under normal circumstances, 30 units of timber would scarcely fetch 4 portions of food. Nanfeng had offered quite a bit. However, the demand for timber was substantial in the early stages, and he was eager to acquire as much as possible. After all, upgrading his small cabin to the next level required 300 units of timber. Nanfeng, let us proceed with the transaction. Lu Daqiang, sure thing. Nanfeng rummaged through his backpack and produced 2 pieces of iron-claw rat meat and 3 pieces of 5-striped snake meat to trade with Lu Daqiang. As for the red-eyed rabbit meat and jungle chicken meat in his pack, Nanfeng decided to reserve those for his own consumption. Lu Daqiang, thank you, boss. Wishing you great fortune. Nanfeng, no need for pleasantries. May our collaboration be fruitful. Acquiring 30 units of timber in a single morning was no small feat, and Lu Daqiang displayed impressive acumen. He might very well become a timber magnate in the future. Nanfeng resolved to cultivate a good relationship with him. The food soon emitted a tantalizing aroma, and Nanfeng eagerly dug in. The rabbit meat was particularly chewy, and he looked forward to trying the chicken in the evening to see how it fared. Halfway through his meal, he sipped on some purified fresh water, relishing the moment. The joy of a wealthy individual was, indeed, refreshingly simple as he casually consumed a potion worth 50 units of materials like it was water. After finishing lunch, Nanfeng took a moment to rest his eyes until the water purification device completed its task. He then rose to his feet. Nanfeng first listed 10 portions of the blue recovery potion, then took to the chat system to advertise his wares. Nanfeng, don't miss out. Freshly crafted blue recovery potions are essential for adventuring. Nanfeng, only 10 left. Once they're gone, they're gone. Nanfeng, 50 units of materials means you can't lose. Why not try a potion? Bao Jian, what? 50 units of materials? Who can afford that? I don't even have that much in my coffin fund. Wu Yuanxing. This is a fantastic item. Brother, could you offer a discount? Lu Daqiang. Boss, how is your situation going? Wu Yuansheng Qiu Fei Hong. What is the use of a blue recovery potion? I haven't spent any magic power since yesterday. You ran, brother, upstairs. You don't understand the plight of us ranged weapon users. My own. Don't be so pretentious with your ranged weapons. We melee fighters know real pain. My own. Do you have any idea how terrifying it is to have those ferocious beasts up close? The chat channel remained lively and vibrant, with discussions on various topics. Yet those interested in purchasing blue recovery potions were few and far between. It is quite normal for magic to replenish within the confines of a quaint cabin. However, should the materials run out, they're truly lost. After a moment of contemplation, Nanfeng concluded that he may have set his prices somewhat excessively. Nonetheless, it mattered little, for he was not in a hurry to sell. If he could find a buyer, that would be splendid, but if not, he would simply keep it for his own enjoyment. After all, his Desert Eagle was quite the resource consumer. He tidied up, preparing to venture forth. Extinguishing the fire, Nanfeng stepped out of the cabin. The humble abode had undergone its upgrades, and a source of water had been located. Today, he had two remaining objectives: to reach level 3 and to seek out iron blocks. Upgrading the cabin also required iron blocks. One could only wonder if there were iron mines nearby. If he could locate the iron blocks before others, it would surely yield a handsome profit. Yet, this notion seemed somewhat impractical, and Nanfeng ultimately resolved to prioritize upgrading first. Earlier in the day, he had spotted a nest of arrow bees to the south of his cabin. Presently, he contemplated the prospect of taking on this formidable swarm. Should he succeed in vanquishing them all, it could very well be sufficient to elevate him to level 4. Though it bore some risk, he deemed it worth the attempt. Having absorbed the lessons of the morning, Nanfeng decided to devise a careful strategy this time around. Chapter 18. The Lord's Beast, a mere arrow bee, possesses an attack strength of 95. It inflicts 47 points of damage upon me each time, disregarding any critical hits for the moment. Currently, I have 130 health points, which means I could perish within 3 strikes. Damn, why is my health so low? This is utterly disheartening. As I journey towards the arrow bee nest, I am deep in contemplation, strategizing on how to eradicate this hive entirely. With an attack power of 140, I can deal 115 points of damage to an arrow bee. However, they boast a health pool of 380, necessitating 4 shots to vanquish a single one. What the hell? Why does this tiny bee possess more vitality than I do? Such an imbalance feels unjust. From a purely statistical perspective, it is evident that confronting an arrow bee presents a challenge. Nevertheless, being merely a level 2 beast, their intellect pales in comparison to that of a human. I can outsmart them. If this swarm of arrow bees remains oblivious to my presence, then my plan is assuredly sound. Earlier, while roasting meat, I was momentarily dazed by the smoke, which sparked a brilliant idea. I could create a smoke screen. By deploying a smoke bomb, I could envelop the entire nest in obscurity, allowing me to launch a surprise attack from the shadows. How delightful that would be! Furthermore, the nest is not far from the cabin. Should the arrow bees detect me, I can simply retreat to the safety of my shelter. Without further ado, I proceeded with my plan. Cautiously, I approached the vicinity of the arrow bee nest, assessing the wind direction, and then I found a suitable location to ignite a fire. The flames gradually intensified, sending smoke billowing with the breeze towards the hive. However, I had prudently chosen a spot at a considerable distance from a nest, resulting in the smoke dissipating before it could reach the target. This will not suffice. I must advance further. Under the cover of smoke, I cautiously moved the fire source closer. The nearby arrow bees began to flutter anxiously, clearly displeased by the acrid scent of the smoke. Now that I have ignited a fire, why not simply incinerate the nest? After a moment's reflection, I ultimately dismissed the notion of a fiery assault. While fire could potentially destroy the hive, the arrow bees are capable of flight, and I surmise they would not share the same fate as their nest. That would be incredibly foolish. Arrow bees are not moths, blindly drawn to flames. Additionally, I was uncertain whether the deceased arrow bees would yield any experience points. If not, my efforts would be in vain. Moving a few meters closer, I sensed I was nearing the threshold of discovery. Under the veil of smoke, I retreated cautiously, awaiting the gentle breeze to carry the obscuring haze into the arrow bee nest. Before long, the entire hive became shrouded in smoke. I concealed myself behind a tree, where I could discern a dozen or so arrow bees flitting about, seemingly disoriented, unaware of the source of the smoke. It was nearly time. Standing behind the tree, Nanfeng raised the desert eagle. There was approximately a 30-meter distance between him and the wasp nest swarming with the arrow bees. Given Nanfeng's lackluster marksmanship, hitting a target the size of a fist was no small feat. However, it mattered little, as there were at least 70 to 80 arrow bees in the vicinity of the nest. A barrage of shots in that direction would likely result in a few hits. Swish, swish, swish. Nanfeng fired a 3-round burst and, regardless of whether he hit or missed, hastily concealed himself behind the tree. After a brief wait of 7 or 8 seconds, he cautiously peeked out again, only to find that the arrow bees had not approached. He couldn't help but commend himself for this strategy. It seemed to be working. Swish, swish, swish. Another 3 shots rang out, and this time, he noticed a faint red number floating up from the direction of the nest. -115. He had only managed to hit one. Moreover, he had no idea which one he had struck, nor whether he could hit the same one again with his next shot. At this rate, even if he exhausted his magical energy, he would scarcely manage to take down a few arrow bees. It felt rather unwise. Glancing at the 5 remaining free attribute points, Nanfeng decisively allocated them all to strength. Why bother with health? He was determined to maximize his damage output. With the adjustments complete, his strength had soared to 33 points, and his attack power reached 165 points. One shot now had the potential to inflict 140 points of damage. While this increase might not seem substantial, it represented a significant enhancement given Nanfeng's current situation. Before the adjustments, he needed 4 shots to fell 1 arrow bee. Now, he required only 3. He felt as though he were participating in a lottery. Within the smoke, dozens of arrow bees swarmed, and he needed to strike the same one 3 times to garner experience. Nanfeng retrieved a mana-restoring potion from his bag and gulped it down, slowly replenishing his magical energy in preparation for a prolonged battle. His bag contained an additional 1,000 milliliters of mana potion, enough to restore a full 500 points of magical energy. In terms of shots, this translated to a staggering 125 rounds. Subsequently, Nanfeng began to fire one shot after another, ensuring that each bullet struck near the nest without straying too far off target. Of course, to mitigate potential emergencies, he kept his magical energy above 50 points. Fortunately, the arrow bees possessed a low intelligence, allowing him to exploit a glitch in the system to farm these creatures effectively. Bang, bang, bang. Shot after shot continued to ring out. Finally, after an indeterminate number of shots, Nanfeng heard the sound he had longed for. Ding. You have slain a level 2 ordinary beast, arrow bee, gaining 20 experience points. Nice. This method truly worked. Nanfeng joyfully clenched his fist and continued his assault. Ding. You have slain a level 2 ordinary beast, arrow bee, gaining 20 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 2 ordinary beast, arrow bee, gaining 20 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 2 ordinary beast, arrow bee, gaining 20 experience points. After consecutively defeating 11 arrow bees, Nanfeng faced a new dilemma. His magical energy was nearly depleted. It shouldn't be the case. How could I have killed only 11 yet run out of mana? I distinctly fired over 80 shots. South Wind, observing the faint crimson numbers that occasionally appeared from a distance, attempted to estimate his successful hits. Could it be that most of them were merely wounded, yet not slain? The thick smoke obscured South Wind's view of the situation near the arrow bee nest. Glancing at his status bar, South Wind felt somewhat exasperated. Level 2, 387 400. Health, 130 mana. 48 190 if he killed just one more. He would ascend to level 3. With 48 points of mana remaining, should he fire a couple more shots? This remaining mana was originally reserved for unforeseen circumstances. However, being just 13 experience points shy of leveling up proved to be quite the temptation for Southwind. Would it truly be the mark of a real man to retreat and replenish his mana? A true man should fight to the end, leaving nothing behind. With this thought in mind, Southwind raised his Desert Eagle once more. The final 2 shots, no, 3 shots, he truly needed to conserve the remaining mana, lest he encountered danger on the way back. Whoosh! The first shot, minus 140. A hit. It did not die. Without hesitation, Southwind fired again. Weak point attack, minus 280. Another hit, but still, it did not perish. The distant swarm of arrow bees seemed to be in a frenzy, darting about in a fit of rage. Southwind, undeterred, aimed at the nest based on instinct and fired once more. Weak point attack, minus 280. Ding! You have slain the level 2 Lord Beast, Arrow Bee Queen, gaining 80 experience points. Southwind was momentarily stunned. Chapter 19. The top 10 rankings. Ding! You have slain the level 2 Lord Beast, the Arrow Queen, earning 80 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 3. Ding! Your strength 5. Ding! Your agility 5. Ding! Your stamina 5. Ding! Your energy 5. Ding! You have gained 5 free attribute points. Announcement. The Chosen One, Nanfeng, has successfully slain the level 2 Lord Beast, the Arrow Queen. As the first Chosen One in this region to defeat a level 2 Lord Beast, you are rewarded with Reputation 1, Stamina 4. A sudden cascade of notifications left Nanfeng momentarily stunned. Was there truly a Lord-level beast within this hive? And had he really managed to slay it? As reality settled in, Nanfeng swiftly deduced the truth. This Lord-level Arrow Queen was likely a special breed devoid of combat prowess, solely devoted to reproduction. Normally, under the protection of a swarm of arrow bees, the Arrow Queen would not fall so easily. Nanfeng speculated that he would have needed to be at least level 4 or 5 to tackle such a formidable hive alone. Yet, through a fortunate glitch, he had exploited the arrow bee's limited intelligence, employing a smokescreen tactic to activate a monster spawning mode, ultimately grinding the Arrow Queen to her demise. It seemed fortune had smiled upon him, perhaps a sign of luck from stepping on dog excrement before leaving. A chuckle nearly escaped him. However, a glance towards the hive quickly stifled his mirth. With the Arrow Queen's death, the once-coordinated swarm of arrow bees became a headless mob, circling for a moment before scattering. A dozen or so began heading directly towards Nanfeng's location. Oh no! Having briefly lost himself in thought, Nanfeng now realized the arrow bees had closed in within a mere 10 meters and had spotted him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The arrow bees had identified their assailant, their wings creating a frantic humming sound. In no time, the bees that had been flying in other directions diverted towards Nanfeng. Time to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Nanfeng sprinted away. With so many arrow bees, even a single shot from one could transform him into a porcupine. Once again, he found himself pursued by a horde of ferocious beasts back to the safety of his little wooden cabin. Phew, that was close. Once inside, Nanfeng swiftly removed the stinger lodge in his back and cast a glance at his status bar. Level 3, 67, 800, health points, 62, 220 mana points, 86, 240 with only 62 health points remaining. Another couple of stings would spell his demise. Thankfully, the hive was not far from the cabin, and with his recent level up, his agility had increased by 5 points, significantly enhancing his speed. Otherwise, returning would have been exceedingly perilous. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Outside the cabin, dozens of arrow bees circled incessantly, occasionally launching a stinger or two. Nanfeng felt as though he had traveled back to the previous day, but this time, the iron claw mice chasing him had been replaced by arrow bees. Regrettably, I find myself feeling dizzy and unsteady on my feet. Otherwise, I could have amassed a significant amount of experience. The stinger of the arrow bee possesses a hallucinatory effect, causing Nanfeng to perceive a myriad of overlapping illusions. In such a state, it is quite challenging for him to strike the airborne arrow bees. Rather than squander his magical energy, it would be prudent to take a moment to rest. The upgraded cabin now restores 15 health points and mana points per minute. In just over 10 minutes, Nanfeng revived fully rejuvenated. Time to hunt monsters. At this juncture, the hallucinatory effect has dissipated. Nanfeng brandished his desert eagle and pushed open the rickety door of the cabin. Outside, a significant portion of the arrow bees had dispersed after losing their target, which left Nanfeng somewhat displeased. What a pity, he lamented, having lost a considerable amount of experience. With a sigh, he dispatched the remaining 10 or so arrow bees one by one. Upon reaching level 3, Nanfeng could inflict 182 points of damage with a single shot against the arrow bees. Yet this was of little consequence. Given that the arrow bees possess 380 health points, he would require 3 shots to fell one. The arrow bee he had recently slain was a lord-level beast, likely to yield equipment upon death. He must examine the corpse. After clearing the vicinity of the cabin of arrow bees, Nanfeng wasted no time and swiftly ran in the direction of the nest. It seemed there was treasure. Another chest. From a distance, he spotted the corpse of the arrow bee, a grand sight, accompanied by a gray chest gleaming with light. Upon the death of the arrow bee queen, her guardians scattered in disarray, and the remaining 3 or 5 posed no deterrent to Nanfeng's intent to loot the body. Whoosh! In swift succession, Nanfeng dispatched the few remaining arrow bees and then quickly opened the chest. Ding! You have opened an F-grade gray chest and obtained worn bee skin tunic. 1. Hearing the system notification, Nanfeng could not suppress his joy. Equipment drop. Worn bee skin tunic. Grade. F-grade inferior. Type. Tunic attribute. Health 2. Crafted from the skin of a red-eyed rabbit, a unique product of the primordial world. Gazing at the succinct attributes, Nanfeng's expression darkened. Is this it? Just this? Such underwhelming attributes? Even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. Cursing under his breath, Nanfeng donned the bee skin tunic. Surprisingly, it fit quite well. 2 points of health, though meager, are better than nothing. Regardless, this tunic bears attributes and is far superior to his current shirt. 2 points of health translate to an equivalent of 20 health points, which is rather appealing. After opening the chest, Nanfeng casually cleared the battlefield. The arrow bees do not drop items, not even meat. However, from the corpse of the arrow bee queen, Nanfeng procured 5 units of honey. Ding! You have obtained honey 5 honey. When mixed with water and consumed, it grants the chosen 1-2 energy. 0-1. This honey is effective only upon first use. Subsequent consumption yields no additional energy. Nanfeng decided to keep a portion for himself, while the rest would be sold in the trading system. Naturally, it would be even better if he could exchange a piece of sturdy grass with Yuran. After organizing his backpack and contemplating for a moment, Nanfeng resolved to continue hunting fierce beasts to level up. With ample time before dusk, he planned to explore the vicinity and familiarize himself with the terrain surrounding the small cabin, while simultaneously slaying monsters to gain experience. This morning, Nanfeng had set 4 modest objectives for himself. To reach level 3, upgrade the small cabin, locate a water source, and discover an iron mine. Having successfully accomplished 3 of these goals, he was left with only the search for iron ore, which remained elusive. However, he was not in a rush. Iron ore was not as ubiquitous as wood and stone. If he struggled to find it, it was unlikely that other chosen ones would uncover it swiftly either. Throughout the afternoon, Nanfeng traversed the territory within 500 meters of the small cabin, vanquishing numerous ferocious beasts. His experience points had now climbed to level 3, 352,800. At this moment, he ranked 9th on the leaderboard, comfortably within the top 10. The recent encounter with a bug that spawned arrow bees had significantly boosted his experience, causing his rank to rise steadily. His efficiency in leveling up was commendable. Currently, no other chosen one had reached level 4, indicating that the gap in experience between Nanfeng and those ahead of him was not insurmountable. Of course, unless he stumbled upon another swarm of arrow bees. Catching up to the players in front of him would not be an easy feat as dusk approached. It was nearly time to return to the small cabin. Suddenly, he was taken aback. Not far ahead, nestled between 2 towering trees, stood another small cabin. Chapter 20. A wave of transactions. The current position of Nanfeng lies within a mere 500 meters from his quaint wooden cabin. This indicates that the chosen ones are not as distant from one another as one might presume. In due time, as everyone's levels ascend, the chosen ones will inevitably encounter one another. To Nanfeng, the machinations and intrigues among humans are far more daunting than the hunt for ferocious beasts. This small wooden cabin must belong to Huang Peng, right? Just yesterday evening, a bald murderer sought to eliminate Nanfeng, only to meet his own demise at Nanfeng's hands. At that time, Huang Peng was merely at level 1. Yet he managed to traverse over 500 meters through this forest without succumbing to a beast bite. One wonders whether it was sheer luck or formidable skill that aided him. Without further contemplation, Nanfeng observed his surroundings for a moment before cautiously making his way towards the cabin. Upon nearing the wooden structure, he peered through its crevices. No one was inside. At this hour, it seemed deserted. This must indeed be Huang Peng's cabin. Nanfeng retrieved the demolition permit, Huang Peng, from his backpack and affixed it to the cabin, yet there was no response. Is this how it's supposed to be used? After a brief moment of reflection, he suddenly recalled another demolition permit, Chun Ping, lying within his pack. This unfortunate soul was a chosen one slain by Huang Peng. Upon producing the demolition permit, Chun Ping, a prompt from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Do you wish to demolish this building? Without hesitation, Nanfeng affirmed, yes. With a cacophony, the wooden cabin began to collapse, transforming within 5 seconds into a neat pile of wood and a tidy heap of stone. These two materials are precisely what the chosen ones currently require. Elated, Nanfeng hurriedly stowed the materials into his backpack. Ding! You have acquired wood 50 ding. You have acquired stone 30, a total of 80 units of materials, neither excessive nor insufficient. After all, this was merely an F-grade cabin. One mustn't set their expectations too high. Casting a glance at the sky, Nanfeng returned home, satisfied with today's bounty. He intended to meticulously organize his findings, selling what needed to be sold, and perhaps visiting the trading channel to procure items that would further bolster his strength. While in the wilderness, Nanfeng remained in a state of heightened alertness, perpetually wary of the slightest sounds around him, fearing a beast might suddenly ambush him. Upon returning to his cabin, he finally allowed himself to relax. He kindled a fire and began roasting meat. Swiftly, he set up a campfire and placed a piece of jungle chicken upon it to cook. During the roasting, he busied himself by opening the chat channel to engage with fellow netizens. Shunpan, just as I was saying, in this moment of peril, I unleashed my latent potential, delivering a radiant blow of ultramarine energy directly to the snout of a bloodthirsty wolf. Shunpan, it is well known that the nose is a remarkably vulnerable organ, even though the bloodthirsty wolf is a level 5 beast. My punch sent it staggering back several steps, howling in agony. Shunpan, such a splendid opportunity. How could I possibly let it slip away? Shunpan, I immediately executed a grand Lagrangian aerial kick, followed by a lethal slide tackle, and then transitioned into an AE combo with a sweeping strike. As soon as the chat channel opened, Nanfeng beheld a chosen one named Shunpan, composing a lengthy narrative. The entire chat channel was inundated with his messages. My goodness, a level 5 ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty wolf? Nanfeng's heart stirred with astonishment. This Shunpan had slain a level 5 beast? Impressive indeed. In the chat channel, Shunpan, I battled the bloodthirsty wolf for 300 rounds, victory within my grasp, only to be taken aback as it summoned its pack. Shunpan, I witnessed it howl towards the heavens, calling forth a throng of wolf companions. Shunpan, a wise hero does not suffer immediate losses. Reluctantly, I had to allow it to flee, returning in triumph. After a moment of silence in the chat channel, other chosen ones finally chimed in. Baozian, Jiayum, I reckon you scurried back to your little cabin in disarray. Wu Yuansheng, goodness, I thought you truly hunted a level 5 beast. I dared not breathe, fearing it would disrupt your prowess. You ran to contend with a level 5 beast for 300 rounds. Shunpan is indeed formidable. Tian Ziping, do you truly believe such nonsense? And those so-called ultraism radiant fists and Lagrangian aerial kicks. It's evident that these are mere fabrications. Shunpan, pay no heed to the minutiae. The crux is that I genuinely encountered a bloodthirsty wolf and nearly vanquished it. Now tell me, am I not impressive? Nanfeng, you're amazing, boss. Nanfeng responded enthusiastically. Just a moment ago, he glanced at the leaderboard and found Shunpan ranked third. His prowess was indeed commendable, and it was plausible he had encountered a level 5 bloodthirsty wolf. However, whether he had slain the beast or vice versa remained debatable. Lu Daqiang, wow. Nanfeng has finally logged in. Huang Yuanming. Nanfeng, my friend, I heard you took down a level 2 Lord-class beast. Did you acquire any legendary artifacts? Wu Yuansheng. Is a Lord-class beast truly powerful? Moreover, what is the use of the prestige you've gained? You ran. Nanfeng, boss. Could you possibly lower the price of your mana potions? As soon as Nanfeng uttered a single sentence, a multitude of individuals began ing him, bombarding him with inquiries. What is this? How did they know I had slain a Lord-class beast? Nanfeng pondered for a moment and recalled that when he defeated the Arrow Queen, the system had issued a regional announcement that all chosen ones in the vicinity had heard. The chat channel had erupted with a swarm of people ing Nanfeng. Yet he had failed to notice. Alas, he had been too engrossed in slaying monsters and leveling up to pay attention to the chat channel, thus missing an opportunity to boast. Feeling a twinge of regret, Nanfeng raked his fingers through his hair and began responding to the questions posed by his fellow chosen ones. Nanfeng, Huang Yuanming. I acquired a Dragon Slayer sword that deals 999 damage per strike. It's simply delightful. Nanfeng, Wuan, the Lord-level ferocious beasts possess formidable strength. I advise everyone to refrain from provoking them. Save them for me to vanquish humorously. I am yet to ascertain the utility of reputation. I shall investigate it when I find the time. Nanfeng, Yuran, dear sister, let us converse privately. Nanfeng, esteemed patrons, I have just stocked an array of delectable provisions at reasonable prices, fair to both young and old alike. Hurry and seize them. Additionally, there is a single portion of honey that can enhance vitality by 2 points. The highest bidder shall acquire it. Barely 2 seconds after sending the message, Nanfeng was inundated with private messages. Lu Daqiang, Nanfeng, do you still require wood? I felt a considerable amount this afternoon. Nanfeng, yes, I am in unlimited need. Huang Yuanming, brother, reserve a portion of honey for me. I know you possess more than one. Nanfeng, you've caught me. Huang Yuanming, can you offer a discount? I am currently quite impoverished. Nanfeng, allow me to see what others are offering, and I shall give you a 9.8 discount. Huang Yuanming, will you in, brother? Would you sell 50 portions of materials for honey? Nanfeng, a generous offer. Let's transact now. Glancing at the other private messages, Nanfeng noted that 50 portions of materials represented the highest bid and promptly chose to engage in the trade. This marked the second day since his arrival in this realm. The chosen ones had amassed a considerable amount of materials in their backpacks. However, most intended to reserve these materials for upgrading their fated weapons, enhancing their humble abodes, or exchanging for food, leaving few among them inclined to barter materials for honey. After all, honey merely enhances vitality rather than strength. In these early stages, vitality is undoubtedly less critical than strength. Yuran, dear brother, would you exchange honey for mighty grass? Nanfeng felt a surge of joy, thinking that this sister indeed possessed mighty grass. Mighty grass is a valuable item that can augment strength by 2 points, far surpassing the worth of honey. Nanfeng, dear sister, others have offered 100 portions of materials, yet I have refrained from trading, saving them solely for you. Yuran, the words of a man are often deceiving Yuran. Wu Yuan is currently boasting in the chat channel, having purchased the sole portion of honey with 50 portions of materials. Nanfeng, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose. Nanfeng, do not concern yourself with such trivialities, dear sister. Let us proceed with the trade. Chapter 21. The jungle the transaction was swiftly completed. Ding! You have received 1 strength herb. Without hesitation, Nanfeng promptly placed the herb in his mouth and swallowed it. Ding! Consumption of strength herb successful. Your strength has increased by 2. You have developed a tolerance to strength herb. Continued consumption will no longer enhance attributes. Regrettably, this substance possesses a tolerance. Otherwise, I would feast on it daily and ascend to godhood. Nanfeng daydreamed impractically. Yin, dear brother, could you possibly lower the price of your mana potions? 50 units of materials is rather exorbitant. Nanfeng glanced at the trading channel and noted that of the 10 clean water units he had listed earlier that afternoon, only 5 had sold. Among the buyers were Shun Pan, who purchased 1, Wu Yuansheng, who acquired 1, and Yu Yin, who bought 3. Goodness, this girl is quite affluent. Purchasing 3 of such pricey mana potions in a single afternoon amounts to a staggering 150 units of materials. Truly a little heiress. Seeing that, Nanfeng remained silent. Yu Yin sent several more messages. Yu Yin, at this stage, most chosen ones have minimal mana consumption, making it challenging to sell your mana potions. Yu Yin, rather than letting them gather dust, why not sell them to me at a discount? Nanfeng, call me brother. Yu Yin, all right. Dear brother Nanfeng, in exchange for 5 mana potions, I will trade you 2 strength herbs. Yu Yin seemed somewhat astonished, perplexed as to how Nanfeng knew she possessed strength herbs. After a prolonged silence, she finally replied, agreed. Without hesitation, Nanfeng delisted the 5 units of clean water and completed the transaction with Yu Yin, obtaining the 2 strength herbs. Strength herb. Consuming it will grant the chosen one 2 stamina. Note, each chosen one has a consumption limit of 2. Additional consumption is ineffective. After the trade concluded, Yu Yin curiously inquired, how did you know I had strength herbs? Nanfeng chuckled. I installed surveillance in your little cabin. Yu Yin, is that so? Would you like me to perform striptease for you? Nanfeng, no need for that, but you may perform in person when we meet. Yu Yin, pa, how disgusting. Conversing with the young lady brought a pleasant cheer to Nanfeng's heart. Amused, he concluded his chat with Yu Yin and resumed responding to messages from other chosen ones. 5 minutes later, Nanfeng sold 2 units of honey in exchange for a flame fruit and 40 units of materials. The queen bee had yielded a total of 5 honey units. Nanfeng sold 4, keeping 1 for himself. In the trading channel, the food items Nanfeng had listed were nearly all exchanged. Upon inspecting his inventory, Nanfeng noted, wood X396, stone X414, hallucinogenic fangs X3, honey X1, strength herb X2, flame fruit X1, and various meats from ferocious beasts. With a combined total of wood and stone reaching 810 units, Nanfeng could now be considered quite affluent. Upgrading the cabin requires 300 units of wood, 200 stones, and 20 iron blocks, while enhancing my destined weapon necessitates 50 units of wood, 100 stones, and 10 iron blocks. I currently have an adequate supply of wood and stones, yet I remain utterly at a loss regarding the iron blocks. I shall ponder solutions tomorrow. Nanfeng dismissed the attribute panel, and before him, the roasted meat sizzled, exuding an enticing aroma. He began to feast heartily, simultaneously finishing the last portion of honey mixed with water, which replenished 2 points of energy. After savoring the roasted meat, Nanfeng took out the recently traded flame fruit, indulging in it with satisfaction. There was also the after-meal fruit, delightful indeed. The flame fruit bestowed a 5 fire resistance. For Nanfeng, it bore little immediate utility, yet would surely prove beneficial in the future. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Nanfeng engaged in some light banter in the chat channel with fellow players before purchasing 1,000 milliliters of fresh water from the trading system, placing it in the refined purification device, and finally beginning to orchestrate his plans for tomorrow. Tomorrow marks the 3rd day since my arrival in this realm, where only 613 individuals remain, with 387 having perished. Today saw only a handful of deaths, indicating that everyone has grown considerably more cautious. Nanfeng retrieved his wooden dagger and commenced sketching on the ground. He noted the top 10 chosen ones in the leaderboard, particularly paying attention to the enigmatic Uran. Uran's substantial demand for mana potions suggested she intended to venture far from the cabin to hunt formidable beasts, likely in a region abundant with herbs. The fact that she could readily produce such a plethora of attribute-enhancing herbs for trade indicated she had developed a tolerance to them. Strength-enhancing herbs, such as mighty grass and stamina-boosting grass, were known, but he wondered if there were any that increased agility. He resolved to inquire about this tomorrow. Aside from Uran, the top-ranked Xiao Luo also deserved scrutiny. This individual could craft health-restoring food, a potentially life-saving asset. He intended to seek opportunities to cultivate a rapport with him for mutual benefit. Moreover, Wu Yuansheng had met with online friends today, though he remained oblivious to the particulars. And as for Shunpan, he pondered whether the essays he had written were genuine. His ability to hold his own against level 5 beasts suggested formidable strength. Thus, the primary objective for tomorrow remained the acquisition of iron blocks. He could not afford to remain stagnant. After organizing his thoughts, Nanfeng meticulously arranged his plans for the following day. Outside, the roars of the beasts resumed incessantly. It began anew. Nanfeng gazed through the window into the pitch-black forest where shadows flitted by occasionally, the terrifying aura of the beasts stifling his breath. The nights in this primal world were dreadfully terrifying. Closing the window, he succumbed to a deep slumber accompanied by the howls of the beasts. On the following morning, Nanfeng arose, consumed a modest meal, and embarked once more on his journey. Before venturing out, he placed 5 portions of the purified fresh water he had prepared the previous night onto the trading system, while also carrying another 5 with him. Having thoroughly explored the vicinity of the cabin yesterday, he was determined to journey to a more distant locale today, fortified by a few magical potions for reassurance. His first destination was the site where he had discovered a beehive the day prior, pondering whether the ferocious beasts would have respawned. With great enthusiasm, he arrived at the location of yesterday's encounter with the creatures. However, it was desolate, devoid even of the remains of the slain venomous bees. It appeared that the wild monsters did not respawn, which was unfortunate. Shaking his head, he continued his exploration in that direction. As he ventured deeper, he hunted 5 or 6 level 1 and 2 beasts along the way, gradually penetrating the depths of the jungle. Suddenly, a pressing urge to relieve himself struck him. With no one around, he sought a relatively safe and open area to answer nature's call. As he was in the midst of his business, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere enveloping the surroundings. The trees here towered high, each with a girth that would require 2 people to encircle, their dense foliage casting a heavy shade that nearly obscured the sunlight. Yet, this was not the crux of his unease. It was the numerous skeletal remains of fierce beasts scattered about that caught his attention. This territory belonged to a powerful predator. Swiftly, he assessed the situation in his mind, shivering with instinctive alarm, hastily pulling up his trousers and sprinting away. Just as he was about to escape the area, vines concealed beneath the fallen leaves suddenly constricted, attempting to ensnare him. A tree spirit? Startled, he leaped high, narrowly evading several writhing tendrils. With a flurry of desperation, he unleashed a barrage of magical bullets. Approximately 40 to 50 meters away, a faint red number -1 emerged from a colossal tree, indicating a successful hit. "I have insight." From a distance, he daringly activated Eye of Insight. To his astonishment, it succeeded. Jungle Tree Spirit. Chapter 22. Activation of the map function, Jungle Trant, level. Health points. Mana points. Skills. A series of question marks left Nanfeng momentarily stunned, encountering a fearsome beast shrouded in mystery upon venturing outside. How was one to proceed? Fortunately, Nanfeng had reacted swiftly, making a hasty retreat. Otherwise, he would have already been reduced to mere fertilizer. Nevertheless, he was struck by one of the Trent's vines, inflicting a painful loss of 185 health points. The agony was excruciating. Covering his battered face with one hand, Nanfeng ran frantically. The jungle Trent's vines extended only about 50 to 60 meters, and he soon escaped their reach. Behind him, the vines flailed wildly, slicing through the air with ominous whooshing sounds. The duck that had nearly landed was now flying away, and the jungle Trant was clearly furious. "Curse you!" Nanfeng turned back, flipping an obscene gesture at the jungle Trant. As if sensing his disdain, the Trent's branches trembled, and a trunk several meters thick began to emerge slowly from the earth. Great, it can move on its own. Nanfeng dared not linger any longer and bolted for his life. Upon reaching the small wooden cabin, he hid behind the window and observed for a while. When he confirmed that the jungle Trant had not pursued him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was disconcerting that the jungle treant resided within 2 kilometers of his cabin, far too close for comfort. Nanfeng felt an overwhelming sense of peril surrounding his abode. He wondered if other chosen ones experienced the same trepidation. The eastern route was now inaccessible, so once his health fully restored, he would venture southward. The south led to the area where he had previously encountered the poisonous swamp frog, a direction he decided to explore, hoping for fruitful discoveries. During his respite, Nanfeng reopened the chat channel. At this hour, the chosen ones were either hunting ferocious beasts or gathering resources, resulting in a sparse presence in the channel. Ling Qi, is there any kind-hearted dove willing to rescue me? I'm so hungry, sob, sob, sob. This girl named Ling Qi had been pleading in the chat channel for 3 days, and Nanfeng couldn't help but admire her tenacity. Truly, she was relentless in her calls. After resting for another 10 minutes, the wounds on Nanfeng's face had completely healed, leaving no trace behind. It was time to set forth. On the leaderboard, Nanfeng had slipped from the top 10, now occupying the 12th position, which instilled a sense of urgency within him. He needed to expedite his leveling up. This time, Nanfeng chose a new direction, heading south until he reached the small pond where the poisonous swamp frog resided. After eliminating the beasts around the pond, his experience points rose to 455,800. The nearby creatures were primarily level 1 and 2, yielding insufficient experience. He needed to venture further afield. Continuing onward, Nanfeng heard the prompt sound of the system in his ear. Announcement: the chosen one, Xiao Luo, has become the first to reach level 4 in this area, gaining 1 reputation. Ding! It has been detected that a chosen one in this area has reached level 4, thus unlocking the map feature for all chosen ones in this region. Map feature? Nanfeng opened the panel and indeed discovered an additional map section. Upon accessing the map, he noted that most areas remained shrouded in darkness, with only those he had explored illuminated. In the chat channel, Qiu Feihong, goodness, has the esteemed Xiao Luo already reached level 4? His leveling speed is astonishing. Bao Jian, I refuse to accept this. I want to level up too. Wu Yuansheng, what is the use of reputation? Someone enlighten us. This sudden announcement stirred lively discussions in the chat channel. However, after a considerable time without Xiao Luo making an appearance, the crowd resumed their activities, each attending to their own pursuits. The first to ascend to level 4 even received a reward. Nanfeng murmured to himself, resolving to hasten his efforts to be the first to attain level 5. Continuing onward, Nanfeng engaged in relentless hunting and finally encountered a fearsome beast he had yet to see. Heavy armored beetle, level 3 health, 430 mana, 150 attack, 110 defense, 120 skills, bite, super defense. The 3rd level heavy armored beetle was about the size of 2 fists, its carapace adorned with intricate patterns and its formidable pincers razor sharp. A single bite from these pincers could sever a finger. This creature possessed considerable defensive capabilities. This was the first 3rd level beast Nanfeng had encountered, and compared to the previous 2nd level elite, venomous swamp frog, the heavy armored beetle exhibited slightly higher defense. Yet its attack and health were inferior to those of the venomous swamp frog. Thus, this beast posed little threat to Nanfeng. With this thought, Nanfeng resolutely fired his weapon. Whoosh! Super defense, -40. Nanfeng's shot struck the heavy armored beetle's shell, causing magical bullets to spark against its carapace and veer off course. The shot only inflicted 40 points of damage. Such a meager amount? Nanfeng was taken aback. At this rate, he would require 11 shots to slay a single heavy armored beetle, which was dreadfully inefficient. Swish! The heavy armored beetle, having been hit, immediately unfurled its wings and lunged at Nanfeng. Most beetles are capable of flight, but Nanfeng remained unfazed, decisively firing 2 more shots. Miss! Miss! Both shots went astray, yet this outcome was anticipated. He was well aware of his shooting prowess. Hitting a stationary target was manageable, but striking a moving one relied heavily on luck. The heavy armored beetle lunged onto Nanfeng's arm, its pincers biting down fiercely. Bite, -29. This attack only inflicted 29 points of damage on Nanfeng, a minor impact. With a defense rating soaring to 81 points, he was quite resilient indeed. Physical strength and energy significantly impact the attribute of defense. Yesterday, Nanfeng consumed robust herbs and sipped honey, coupled with a level up and the reward of 4 points of vitality from vanquishing the Arrow Wasp Queen. All these factors combined led to a remarkable surge in Nanfeng's defensive capabilities. Sheathed in her Desert Eagle, Nanfeng pressed the armored beetle against a nearby tree trunk, then produced a wooden dagger, deftly inserting it into the crevice of the beetle's shell. Critical weakness hit, -150. Upon seeing the soft crimson -150 float upwards, Nanfeng felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it was as she suspected. The rear shell of the armored beetle possesses formidable defensive strength and is naturally endowed with super defense, which mitigates damage by half. However, conversely, the unprotected body of the beetle serves as its Achilles heel. With a flurry of 2 more strikes, each triggering the critical weakness hit, Nanfeng effortlessly dispatched the armored beetle. Ding! You have slain a level 3 ordinary ferocious beast, armored beetle, earning 30 experience points. In this encounter, Nanfeng expended 29 points of health and 12 points of mana. While the expenditure was somewhat substantial, the experience gain was undeniably gratifying. Nanfeng needs to hunt 3 level 2 ferocious beasts to acquire 30 experience points. Gaining experience from slaying lower-level beasts, beast level 10, 1 level difference, observing her remaining health of 208 points. Nanfeng gritted her teeth and resolved to level up to 4 right here. The further she strayed from the small cabin, the greater the peril. Thus, upgrading was undoubtedly the right course of action. Without hesitation, Nanfeng used her left arm as bait, enticing the armored beetle to bite her, only to seize the opportunity to plunge her wooden dagger into its heart. "My dear left hand, it seems you shall bear the burden today," Nanfeng mused, gazing at her left arm, marred by a multitude of wounds. Chapter 23. The pig crashed into the tree, though the armored beetle is a level 3 beast. Its size is modest, allowing Nanfeng to easily pin it against the tree trunk, rendering it immobile. The price Nanfeng pays, however, is a loss of 29 health points along with the agony of being clamped by its pincers. He needs to slay 9 more armored beetles to level up. But his health cannot endure. He must purchase some snacks online. After methodically dispatching another armored beetle, Nanfeng opened the trading system and gazed at the fragrant roasted meat. It requires 50 units of materials to acquire this delectable dish. Its effect restores 5 health points per minute for a duration of 10 minutes, totaling 50 health points. A schemer indeed. Nanfeng spat in disdain, opting not to purchase it outright. Instead, he decided to add Xiao Luo as a friend to negotiate a better price. In his childhood, Nanfeng often accompanied his mother to the market, where her bargaining skills were legendary, earning her the title of King of Bargainers. The vendors at the market would bow to her prowess. After years of observation, Nanfeng had garnered some insight into the art of haggling, even though he never practiced it himself. Frankly, who among today's youth haggles for goods? The friend request was quickly accepted, and before Nanfeng could utter a word, Xiao Luo sent a message. "Xiao Luo," Nanfeng mused. "This fellow seems like a cool and aloof character. Let me unleash my charm on him." After a moment's contemplation, he sent a message. "Boss, let South be close, Xiao Luo. Speak your mind." Goodness, so aloof. Nanfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Xiao Luo's indifference to his overtures. This was certainly a formidable opponent. Abandoning his initial plan to charm the other, he got straight to the point. "Boss, I would like to buy some fragrant roasted meat. Can you offer a discount?" "Xiao Luo, how many?" "Nanfeng, perhaps 5 portions." "Nanfeng, I can offer 200 units of materials for 5 portions of roasted meat. What do you say?" "Xiao Luo, that's not feasible. I require 100 units of materials and 3 portions of clean water." Xiao Luo decisively rejected Nanfeng's attempt at bargaining, presenting his own price. After calculating, Nanfeng realized that he hadn't managed to negotiate even a penny off. However, considering that his health potions did not sell as well as Xiao Luo's roasted meat, he would not suffer a significant loss from this transaction. Nevertheless, Nanfeng felt quite disheartened. As the son of the king of bargainers, to walk away without a single penny saved was a blow to his pride. Who did he think he was looking down upon? Nanfeng. I attempted a bargain, and yet I ended up saving not a single cent. This is quite embarrassing for me. After a brief silence, Xiao Luo replied, Then, how about a 2 discount? Nanfeng. Boss, let us proceed with the transaction. With 95 units of materials and 3 portions of clean water, Nanfeng exchanged for 5 portions of fragrant roasted meat. After some verbal negotiations, he was left with only 5 units of materials, which he mused seemed rather inconsequential. 5 portions of roasted meat can restore 250 health points, which is sufficient for me to reach level 4. Nanfeng first consumed 1 portion of roasted meat, gradually recovering health, and then resumed his quest for the armored beetle. This area is sparsely populated with level 1 and 2 beasts, while the level 3 armored beetles are ubiquitous, making it an excellent place for leveling up. Unfortunately, the desert eagle is ineffective against the armored beetle's tough shell, compelling Nanfeng to resort to using a wooden dagger to slay the beetles, significantly diminishing his efficiency. This territory belongs to the armored beetles. I wonder if I might encounter the Bug King? While hunting the armored beetles, Nanfeng remained vigilant of his surroundings, keen to avoid a sudden encounter with elite or lord-level beasts that could pose a serious threat. However, his concerns appeared to be unfounded, as in half an hour, he successfully dispatched 7 armored beetles without a sighting of the Bug King. Level 755, 800. Just 2 more kills, and Nanfeng would ascend to level 4. To be prudent, he decided to recover some health before continuing. Nanfeng remained composed, seeking a relatively safe spot to quietly await the restoration of his health. With only 153 health points remaining, he was still in a precarious situation. During his waiting period, Nanfeng glanced at the leaderboard and noticed that he had returned to the top 10, now occupying the 8th position. Rankings: 1. Xiao Luo, level 4, 2. Wu Yuansheng, level 4, 3. Shenpan, level 4, 4. Su Dihan, level 4, 5. Su Feran, level 3, 6. Su Ming, level 3, 7. Yu Ran, level 3, 8. Nanfeng, level 3. The top 5 on the leaderboard have all reached level 4. Who are the 4th and 6th ranked individuals? I don't recall seeing them before. Nanfeng pondered for a moment, but could not conjure any significant memory. His time in the water group was limited, so it was not surprising to encounter unfamiliar names. These 2 must have leveled up swiftly. Perhaps having discovered a lair of formidable beasts previously, Nanfeng stumbled upon a nest of arrow bees, exploiting a bug to hunt numerous bees and garner extensive experience. It's likely these 2 did the same. Nevertheless, Nanfeng remained unperturbed. His own hunting of armored beetles was progressing steadily, yielding 210 experience points in just half an hour, albeit at the cost of some health. Minutes passed, and Nanfeng checked his health, which had risen to 203 points. With 2 more kills, he could level up to 4 and then relocate to a different area for further advancement. Nanfeng resolved in his mind that engaging in close combat with ferocious beasts was too perilous. He preferred to maintain distance, utilizing the desert eagle for ranged attacks. He pressed onward, continuing his search for the armored beetles. Suddenly, a rumbling sound reverberated through the ground, and Nanfeng sensed that something massive was charging through the woods. The source of such commotion must be a formidable creature. Without hesitation, Nanfeng climbed a large tree, concealing himself among the leaves. The ground continued to tremble as he held his breath, focusing intently, peering through the gaps in the foliage to locate the beast. Meanwhile, Nanfeng swiftly procured 2 servings of delectable roasted meat, intending to restore his vitality in preparation for any potential crisis. However, he found himself unable to eat anymore. In the past half hour, he had consumed 5 pieces of roasted meat, and now the sight of it made him slightly nauseous. Were it not for the restorative properties of this delicacy, frowning, Nanfeng forcefully stuffed the meat into his mouth. It was indeed delicious. The tremors intensified, causing even the great tree he was perched upon to sway slightly. Buzz! Upon hearing that sound, Nanfeng's spirits lifted, and he hastily glanced downward. A heavy armored beetle, roughly the size of a basketball, was approaching from a distance, landing on the trunk of the tree. Coincidentally, when Nanfeng was situated, insightful gaze. With a swift thought, Nanfeng activated his skill. Armored Beetle, level 4 elite beast, health points, 260 980 mana points, 190 250 attack power, 190 defense power, 180 skills, bite, super defense, an elite beast at level 4. Goodness, 180 points of defense and 980 points of health? I couldn't possibly defeat 10 of these. Wait a moment. Nanfeng suddenly paused, re-examining the attributes of the armored beetle. It only had 260 health points remaining? There must be other beasts around. Realization dawned on Nanfeng. Indeed, the armored beetle was only the size of a basketball, far too small to cause the earth to tremble. The only possibility was that the armored beetle was engaged in a fierce battle with another beast. The cracks adorning its shell further corroborated this notion. Boom! Nanfeng's conjecture was soon validated. A colossal wild boar, exceeding 3 meters in length, charged forth with reckless abandon. The creature was covered in gruesome wounds, spurting blood as it ran, presenting a terrifying sight. These injuries were inflicted by the armored beetle's formidable pincers. Grunting with ferocity, the giant wild boar spotted the armored beetle, perched upon the tree trunk, its eyes ablaze with rage, and it surged forward with all its might. Brutal charge. Boom! The great tree shook violently. The boar had collided with the trunk. Chapter 24. The inferior decomposer, a colossal wild boar crashed into the trunk of a tree, causing the entire tree to tremble violently. Nanfeng clung tightly to the branch, narrowly avoiding being shaken off. Such immense force. Nanfeng estimated that this gigantic boar weighed at least a ton. A collision with it would be unbearable. Insightful gaze. Nanfeng observed the wild boar below and swiftly activated his skill. Bloodfang Wild Boar, level 5. Health points, 365 900 mana points, 60 180 attack power, 210 defense power, 160 skills. Boar charge. Bite. This was a level 5 ferocious beast. Yet, the attributes of the Bloodfang Wild Boar were surprisingly inferior to those of the level 4 Iron Beetle. The Iron Beetle truly deserved its elite classification, capable of challenging foes of a higher tier. Yesterday, Nanfeng had encountered a level 2 elite beast, the venomous swamp toad, whose attributes matched that of a level 3 beast, proving to be exceptionally formidable. What about that Iron Beetle? Nanfeng quickly refocused on the battle below. The Bloodfang Wild Boar, having just collided with the tree, was now slightly dazed and unsteady on its feet. Meanwhile, the Iron Beetle had already opened its formidable pincers, clamping down fiercely. With a heart-wrenching screech reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, the Bloodfang Wild Boar flailed about like a headless fly. Dust swirled and leaves danced in disarray. The Iron Beetle clung tightly to the boar's neck, tearing the flesh and causing blood to gush forth. The Bloodfang Wild Boar had entered a state of hemorrhage. This boar was on the verge of demise. The Iron Beetle was indeed impressive, able to challenge an opponent of a higher level. Perched upon the tree, Nanfeng retrieved his desert eagle, contemplating whether to seize the boar's head. With over 200 health points remaining, the Iron Beetle boasted high attack and defense. He surmised that he could not overpower it. If he were to snatch the boar's head, he feared he might meet his own end here. It was far too perilous. Nanfeng was unwilling to risk such danger for a mere fraction of experience points, unless the Bloodfang Wild Boar dropped equipment. Clinging to a branch as thick as his arm, Nanfeng intently watched the unfolding battle. This duel between ferocious beasts was approaching its climax. The Bloodfang Wild Boar was utterly helpless against the Iron Beetle, resorting to frenzied rolling on the ground in a fit of rage. Yet at that moment, the tide of battle unexpectedly shifted. The Bloodfang Wild Boar, in a wild frenzy, managed to scrape the Iron Beetle off itself. The Iron Beetle, as pincer, still clutched a sizable piece of flesh torn from the boar's neck. With remarkable speed, the Bloodfang Wild Boar opened its mouth, viciously biting down on the Iron Beetle with its crimson tusks. This was the skill of the Bloodfang Wild Boar. From his perch, Nanfeng heard a sharp crack. The sturdy shell of the Iron Beetle shattered. Nanfeng was taken aback. Could it be? The tables had turned? The health of the iron beetle was already quite meager, and with a single strike from the bloodfang boar, it triggered a critical weakness attack, swiftly sealing the fate of the iron beetle. Ding! A gray treasure chest materialized beside the corpse of the iron beetle. Perched atop the tree, Nanfeng's eyes sparkled as he raised his desert eagle. Though he felt hesitant in confronting the iron beetle, he was resolute when facing the bloodfang boar. The iron beetle's shell boasted a super defense effect, reducing damage by 50%, rendering Nanfeng's current attack power ineffective against it. Naturally, he could attempt to stab the iron beetle at its unprotected spots with a wooden dagger, but that would require him to engage in close combat, a risk too great, as he certainly wished to avoid the painful grip of its formidable pincers. Conversely, the bloodfang boar presented a far more manageable challenge. First, its large size meant that at such close range, hitting it would be a simple task for Nanfeng. Second, the boar's health was critically low and it was in a bleeding state, its strength reduced to a mere fraction. Lastly, being elevated in the tree provided Nanfeng with a significant advantage, as it is well known that pigs do not climb trees. With this in mind, Nanfeng resolved to act without hesitation, unleashing a rapid series of 3 shots. -13, -14, -14. All 3 shots found their mark. Although the damage was minimal, it mattered little. Nanfeng still possessed ample magical power and remained unperturbed. A sudden attack enraged the bloodfang boar, which quickly located Nanfeng and charged at him with renewed vigor. Boom! The boar collided with the tree once more, the terrifying impact causing its wounds to reopen and blood to flow profusely. Foolish as a pig, Nanfeng rejoiced, for he had not anticipated the boar's refusal to flee. Instead, it seemed to cooperate quite nicely. Health: 125,900. Nanfeng glanced down at the bloodfang boar's health, noting it had dwindled to just over 100 points. He continued his assault. -14. Weak point attack. -21. Weak point attack. -21. With such severe injuries, Nanfeng could close his eyes and shoot wildly, and still strike the boar's vulnerable spots. Thud! Thud! The bloodfang boar, refusing to concede, charged madly at the tree, attempting to break it down and bite Nanfeng to death. Yet, with its health so critically low, it was unable to withstand the onslaught. Whoosh! -14. As Nanfeng delivered his final shot, the bloodfang boar let out a defiant roar before succumbing. Ding! You have slain the level 5 common beast, bloodfang boar, earning 60 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 4. Ding! Your strength increases by 5 points. Ding! Your agility increases by 5 points. Ding! Your stamina increases by 5 points. Ding! Your vitality increases by 5 points. Ding! You have gained 5 free attribute points. At last, he had reached level 4. Hearing the system notification, Nanfeng exhaled in relief. The great tree he occupied began to sway. Should the bloodfang boar charge a few more times, it would truly risk toppling over. Fortunately, there were no dire consequences. The south wind leapt down from the tree and immediately approached the lifeless body. Ding! You have acquired wild boar meat 5. Ding! You have acquired tattered bee skin leggings 1. Ding! You have acquired broken iron shell 1. A level 3 heavy armored beetle would not yield any loot. Yet the level 4 iron armored beetle surprisingly granted the south wind a piece of equipment. Indeed, elite level ferocious beasts are formidable and lucrative. Tattered bee skin leggings, grade, F tier, low quality type, pants attribute, stamina 2. This attribute mirrors that of the tattered bee skin tunic adorning the south wind, suggesting they are part of the same set. The south wind swiftly donned the bee skin leggings, appearing from a distance like a wild man. Limited edition attire, Wild Man South Wind, with an additional 2 points of stamina. The south wind nodded in satisfaction and then turned his gaze toward the treasure chest dropped by the iron-armored beetle. Time to open the chest. While examining the corpse was merely for amusement, true enjoyment lay in opening the treasure chest. Rubbing his hands together, the south wind approached the chest, emanating a faint gray glow. Open a chest. Ding! You have opened an F-tier gray treasure chest, acquiring inferior decomposer. A decomposer? The South Wind gazed at the device in his backpack, his eyes lighting up. This little gadget seems quite intriguing. Chapter 25. Discovering Iron Ore? Inferior Decomposer. By placing any item within, one can decompose it into corresponding materials. Note, this decomposer is of poor quality. With a resource conversion rate of approximately 10, this contraption is capable of decomposing items. As Nanfeng gazed at the recently dropped, shattered iron shell from the armored beetle, a bold thought crossed his mind. Could this decomposer yield iron blocks? Nanfeng retrieved the decomposer from his backpack and deposited the shattered iron shell inside. The machine promptly began to vibrate incessantly, emitting a series of creaking noises. Startled, Nanfeng tightened his grip on his Desert Eagle and took cover behind a tree. Such a cacophony could very well attract the surrounding ferocious beasts. Should another armored beetle or blood-fawn wild boar appear, the situation could become dire. Fortunately, the decomposer soon completed the breakdown of the shattered iron shell, falling silent. As it finished, Nanfeng hurriedly approached and discovered a multitude of small iron blocks, each the thickness of a thumb, emerging from the box beneath the decomposer. This was the product of decomposing the shattered iron shell. Small iron blocks. As long as the quantity is sufficient, small iron blocks can be utilized as iron blocks. Indeed, it is possible. Nanfeng was elated. His destined weapon now had a chance to be upgraded. Upon collecting all these small iron blocks, he realized they equated to merely 3 iron blocks. Alas, the upgrade for the destined weapon requires 10 iron blocks, leaving a significant shortfall. Must I hunt armored beetles? The armored beetle is an elite beast with formidable attributes, and it poses a significant challenge to Nanfeng's combat style. He was reluctant to provoke such a creature. In contrast, the level 5 blood-fawn wild boar is far more manageable. At least Nanfeng can breach its defenses. Suddenly, a light bulb moment struck Nanfeng as he recalled another item containing iron elements. Perhaps that too could yield iron blocks. With renewed enthusiasm, he stowed the decomposer and hummed a little tune as he made his way towards the small cabin. On the edge of the forest where Nanfeng resided, a great mountain loomed. At the foot of this mountain lay a natural cave, surrounded by cave spiders, each roughly the size of a piglet. Not far from a cave, 2 chosen ones, a man and a woman, were patiently luring the spiders one by one before seizing the opportunity to hunt them. These 2 chosen ones were Su Yihan, ranked 4th, and Su Zurin, ranked 5th. Su Yihan's expression was cool, her eyes like icy mirrors, capable of discerning the hearts of men. Her figure was alluringly curved, an irresistible silhouette. Any man who had encountered Su Yihan would instinctively exclaim internally, "Goodness, she is stunning." At that moment, Su Yihan swung her staff, sending the nearest cave spider flying. Whoosh! The cave spider soared through the air in a graceful arc, landing before Su Zurin. With a poker face, Su Zurin calmly thrust his blade, vanquishing the cave spider. "Brother, it's nearly noon." Su Yihan panted slightly, her ample bosom gently rising and falling, quite captivating. "Our condition isn't optimal. We should return to replenish our energy with some food." Su Zurin cast his gaze toward the nearby cave and spoke coolly. "This cave undoubtedly harbors a substantial amount of iron ore, and is highly likely to be the sole iron deposit in this region." This was not a baseless conjecture. He had already collected several pieces of iron nearby. The cave was currently occupied by level 4 cave spiders, and it was estimated that at least 200 resided within. Su Yihan shook her head slightly, contemplating the task at hand. To clear it out completely would take at least several days. The cave spiders are formidable, even together. It takes us 3 to 5 minutes to deal with a single one. If we were to be besieged by 3 cave spiders simultaneously, our only option would be to flee. If faced with 5 or more, our demise would be inevitable. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zurin made a decisive resolution. "Upon our return, we shall contact the top 20 chosen ones on the leaderboard and invite them to join us in conquering this cave." "What?" Su Yihan looked at her indifferent brother in astonishment. "The iron is an extremely critical resource. Aren't you essentially handing it over to them?" "We cannot monopolize this iron mine," Su Zurin replied. undeterred by the prospect of immense profit before him. By conceding a portion of the gains, we can ultimately reap greater rewards. Moreover, there's a vital matter to consider. On the first day of our arrival here, the creator system warned us that the first wave of beast tides would arrive in 30 days, and we now have only 27 days left. The beast tide, by its very name, suggests that it cannot be managed by just one or two individuals. If the chosen ones in our region lack sufficient strength, we risk total annihilation. It is imperative that those powerful individuals acquire iron to upgrade their innate divine weapons, enabling them to slay more formidable beasts and enhance their abilities at a faster pace. Only by strengthening the overall might of our region can we hope to survive the impending beast tide. Suzerain articulated his thoughts with fervor, and Su Ihan, though somewhat bewildered, nodded in agreement. All right, I will defer to your judgment. Understanding her brother's keen sense of the greater picture, she chose not to press further. Following his lead felt right. Suthira Nadith, let us go. I will escort you back first, and then I shall return. Olait, Sudihan Diblaith. The two turned and departed from the site. Within the chat channel, Shen Pan, what? You've discovered a cave that may contain iron ore? Tian Jeeping. If there's iron ore, why wouldn't you mine it yourselves? You must have an ulterior motive. Huang Yuanming, let us charge in. We'll start mining tomorrow. What? Someone has actually found iron ore? Just back at the cabin. Nanfeng hadn't even settled in before he stumbled upon this astonishing news in the chat channel. The inferior decomposer in his hands suddenly lost its appeal. In the chat channel, Suzerain remarked that cave is occupied by hundreds of cave spiders. Exterminating them won't be an easy task. Baozian inquit cave spider. What level of ferocious beast are they? Xiao Feihong added, this cave is excellent. Not only can we slay monsters to level up, but we can also mine. Isn't that delightful? Su Ihan stated, cave spiders are level 4 ferocious beasts, possessing an attack power of 150 points, along with a poisoning effect that makes them quite formidable. Suzerain proposed, brothers ranked in the top 20, would you be interested in collaborating for a while? If we eliminate these cave spiders, we can upgrade our destined weapons, significantly enhancing our efficiency in hunting ferocious beasts. Wu Yuanqing responded, that sounds quite enticing. Nanfeng cautioned, trusting others too easily can lead to a swift demise. He suspected, I doubt he intends to deceive us and then betray us. Yuran interjected, Suzerain, what do you mean by brothers ranked in the top 20? Do you look down upon us girls? She expressed her frustration. When will women be able to stand tall? It's infuriating, Nanfeng quipped. The sister upstairs is advocating for women's rights, duly noted. Yuran retorted, go away. Ning Wu chimed in. What about us handsome and beautiful individuals ranked beyond the 20th? Are we not deserving of recognition? It's infuriating. Nanfeng concurred. Indeed, it is infuriating. As noon approached, most chosen ones returned to their wooden cabins to rest. Coupled with Suzerain's momentous announcement, the chat channel buzzed with activity. While Nanfeng engaged in lively conversation, Suzerain suddenly sent a friend request. After accepting, Suzerain quickly messaged, brother, are you coming? I'll send you the coordinates of the cave. Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. Have you truly discovered iron ore? Suzerain replied, I can't be 100% certain, but I've already found several pieces of iron blocks around the cave. He proceeded to share the attributes of the iron blocks with Nanfeng. To his astonishment, there indeed were iron blocks. After a moment of contemplation, Nanfeng responded, where is this cave? If it's too far, I won't bother. Suzerain informed, it's at the junction of the plains and the forest, beneath one of the mountains. The coordinates are 275, 713, at the junction of the plains and the forest. Nanfeng opened the map and discovered his cabin's coordinates were 388, 511. The iron ore lay to the northwest of him, seemingly not too far away. Nanfeng nodded and replied, I'll take a look. If there aren't any dangers along the way, I'll head over. Suzerain replied, I'll wait for you. Concluding the conversation with Suzerain, Nanfeng closed the panel and retrieved the decomposer from his backpack, placing it in a corner of the wooden cabin. Now, he aimed to test the idea he had just conceived. He took out a pile of items from his backpack, ironclaw rat claws, which were exceedingly sturdy and contained trace amounts of iron elements. Nanfeng possessed 40 iron claws, previously oblivious to their utility. However, Their purpose has now revealed itself. With such a quantity, one wonders how many small iron pieces could be extracted. Nanfeng licked his lips and activated the disassembler. Chapter 26. The ingenious use of iron claw rodent claws within the quaint wooden abode of Nanfeng. The subpar disassembler began to tremble slightly, emitting a sound reminiscent of a tractor. 40 iron claw rodent claws were swiftly disassembled. The good news was that these claws indeed yielded iron elements. The bad news, however, was that the resulting product was neither iron blocks nor small iron pieces, but rather a novel item known as iron sand. Iron sand, when abundant, could serve as a substitute for small iron pieces. Alas, this item was of an even lower tier than small iron pieces. Nanfeng could not help but grimace. It would take approximately 50 portions of iron sand to synthesize a single small iron piece, and 10 small iron pieces were needed to create one iron block. Nanfeng quickly calculated in his mind, realizing he would require 460 iron claw rodent claws to amass 10 iron blocks and upgrade his beloved divine weapon. What a predicament! An iron claw rodent dropped 2 claws. Thus Nanfeng would need to slay 730 of these creatures. Would he be hunting until the next lunar year? It seemed more prudent to mine alongside them. Wait a moment. Iron claw rodents were apparently abundant, and surely other chosen ones had iron claw rodent claws in their possession. Without a disassembler, these claws would be of no use to them. Perhaps he could exchange a small amount of materials for a significant bounty. With this thought in mind, Nanfeng hurriedly accessed the trading channel. Indeed, numerous iron claw rodent claws were listed for sale. Someone was offering 50 iron claw rodent claws in exchange for 1 freshwater. Another was trading 10 for 1 unit of wood, while yet another was willing to part with 20 in exchange for any food item. These iron claw rodent claws were exceedingly cheap and seemingly unwanted. After all, no one understood their utility. Keeping them in one's backpack merely occupied space. So it was wiser to list them on the trading channel in hopes of acquiring something useful in return. Nanfeng's smile widened as he entered a frenzied buying mode, purchasing the majority of the iron claw rodent claws available. In total, he acquired 306 claws, having only exchanged 8 units of wood, 14 stones, 2 mountain chicken meats, and 1 not-so-clean freshwater. What a bargain! However, this quantity was still insufficient for Nanfeng's needs. Within the chat channel, Nanfeng's extravagant shopping spree had caught the attention of other chosen ones. My young, my 50 iron claw rodent claws actually sold? Is there really someone who wants this item? Su Ming, mine sold as well, traded for 2 stones, quite profitable. Ningvu, mine solto. Wu Yuansheng. Is someone collecting iron claw rodent claws? Are they actually useful? Bao Jian. It seems the esteemed Nanfeng is the buyer. Nanfeng, upon seeing this, Nanfeng promptly composed a message to send out. Nanfeng, actively purchasing iron claw rodent claws, offering any material for 1 unit in exchange for 10 iron claw rodent claws. Let us trade swiftly. The price of the rat claw at a ratio of 10:1 is deemed reasonable by Nanfeng, as retaining the rat claw serves no purpose for others. Huang Yuanming. Hey, Nanfeng, can you discreetly share what the iron claw rat claw is useful for? Nanfeng, I don't mind telling you. I intend to forge a legendary dragon-slaying sword. Huang Yuanming. Haha, I believe you not. Tian Jiping. Nanfeng, since you are aware of the uses of the iron claw rat claw, you should selflessly share this knowledge with everyone. Nanfeng. Nanfeng, when I slowly produce a question mark, it is not I who has the problem, but rather you. Tian Jiping. What problem do I have? Am I mistaken? Tian Jiping. The iron claw rat claw undoubtedly has significant utility. It's just that everyone is currently unaware. As the first to know, you should share this information rather than secretly hoarding all the iron claw rat claws from the trading channel. How selfish of you. Tian Jiping. I believe you should selflessly share the purpose of the iron claw rat claw and return all the ones you just acquired to others. Nanfeng was amused and thought to himself that Tian Jiping must be lacking in common sense. Nanfeng. Neither the buyers nor the sellers have spoken. It's just you, the foolish one, who keeps talking. Nanfeng. If you're not selfish, would you kindly donate all the items in your backpack to me? Fool. Tian Jiping ignored Nanfeng's retort and turned to persuade other chosen ones. everyone refrained from trading with him. The Iron Claw Rat Claw certainly has great significance. We simply do not yet know it. Even if we were to sell, the price should be multiplied tenfold. Lu Daqiang, your reasoning is quite sound. Can I sell my Iron Claw Rat Claw to you at 10 times the price? Bao Jian, multiply tenfold? Tian Jiping, if you are willing to buy at that price, I shall venture out to slay as many as you desire. Nanfeng, tenfold? I can sell you all that I just acquired. Huang Yuanming, tenfold? I shall exterminate the Iron Rat today. As Tian Jiping became the target of ridicule, he could only sulk and retreat into silence. Nanfeng, somewhat disappointed, shook his head, lamenting that Tian Jiping was rather feeble. As a former pianist of the canyon and a hunter from Zhuan, Nanfeng had not even exerted 1% of his strength before his opponent fell, leaving him somewhat unfulfilled. Nanfeng, dear friends, the Iron Claw Rat Claw is indeed useful, but the conditions for its use are quite stringent. It is unlikely that you will find it beneficial. Nanfeng, keeping it in your inventory is a waste. It would be wiser to exchange it for some materials. Wouldn't you agree? The other chosen ones pondered this reasoning and found it compelling. After all, the Iron Claw Rat Claw is not immediately useful, so it will be prudent to trade it for materials to upgrade their legendary weapons, enhance their humble abodes, and boost their combat effectiveness. After all, survival is the utmost priority. Moreover, even if the Iron Claw Rat Claw proves to be of great use in the future, it matters not. With level 1 or 2 Iron Rats, they could be easily dispatched. The Iron Claw Rat Claw is abundant and readily available. In this perilous world where death lurks at every corner, immediate benefits reign supreme. As for the future, one can only hope to survive until then. Xiao Feihong remarked, I happen to need to advance to level 3 this afternoon. I shall hunt the Iron Claw Rats. Bao Jian responded, the Iron Claw Rats are feeble, making them easy prey. I have been hunting them for the past few days. Ma Yong added, with the potential to acquire both rat meat and rat claws, you have piqued my interest. Numerous chosen ones, still at levels 1 and 2, eagerly set their sights on the formidable beasts, targeting the Iron Claw Rats. This was precisely the desired outcome. Nanfeng nodded in satisfaction, closing the chat channel, and subsequently listed 200 units of materials on the trading channel. 1 unit of any material could be exchanged for 10 Iron Claw Rat Claws. Having completed this task, Nanfeng finally began to prepare food. It was mealtime. Chapter 27. My goodness, how enormous in the midday sun. Nanfeng savored a piece of wild boar meat, relishing its rich taste. However, he sensed a slight predicament. Consuming roasted meat daily could certainly jeopardize his health. He needed to procure some fruits and vegetables to replenish his vitamins. Yet, with his body now partially digitalized, did he still require these trace elements? He found himself questioning whether he was a mere virtual entity or a truly existent being, a mystery even to himself. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. As long as his life points remained full, there shouldn't be any significant concerns. After lunch, Nanfeng purchased some water for purification. His recent bulk acquisition of Iron Claw Rat Claws had strained his stock of wood and stone, prompting him to sell more mana potions. Adjusting the price of the potions to 30 units of materials per batch, he aimed for a strategy of low profit but high turnover. At this stage, the chosen ones had a minimal consumption of mana. Thus, a slight price reduction could yield greater profits. Having completed these tasks, Nanfeng glanced into his backpack, where he found he had accumulated 1,084 Iron Claw Rat Claws. In the brief time it took to have lunch, he had harvested over 700 claws. Indeed, the power of the masses is boundless. In this area, there remained 591 chosen ones. On average, if each one were to slay 3 Iron Claw Rats, Nanfeng could amass 10 iron blocks, quite a swift calculation. Wiping his mouth, he exited the small wooden cabin. For the afternoon, Nanfeng intended to explore northwest, hoping to reach the iron mine that Su Zern had mentioned. Iron blocks would undoubtedly be in high demand later. He couldn't rely solely on the disassembly of Iron Claw Rat Claws. Additionally, he yearned to meet other chosen ones, perhaps to encounter a few charming ladies or, more practically, to forge alliances with like-minded companions. In this perilous world, Having an extra ally could enhance one's chances of survival, provided that ally does not betray him. Upon leaving the cabin, Nanfeng journeyed westward, effortlessly dispatching 7 or 8 iron claw rats along the way, collecting more claws. Soon, he arrived at Chun Ping's cabin, which he had dismantled the previous day. He wondered if Huang Peng's cabin lay in the same direction. Continuing onward, he noted that the feral beasts in the vicinity were predominantly low-level, mostly at levels 1 and 2, with scarce appearances of level 3 beasts. This direction appeared quite safe. However, it was not an ideal place for leveling up. Now, at level 4, hunting level 2 beasts only yielded a meager 7 experience points, truly pitiful. Opening the map, Nanfeng observed that his current coordinates were 321, 528. At his present pace, he estimated it would take just over an hour to reach the iron mine. To ensure he returned to the cabin before nightfall, he quickened his steps. At the boundary where the plains met the forest, Suzerain pointed toward the distant cave and spoke softly. "I shall name this place Iron Mine. What do you think?" Behind him, 2 chosen ones shrugged indifferently. Wu Yuanqing remarked, "It's not my wife. You can call it whatever you please." Su Ming questioned, "Is there really iron, or here?" "Do not deceive me. We are not easily trifled with." Holding a shield nearly as tall as himself, Su Ming scrutinized Su Zern cautiously. The shield, crafted from wood, bore evident signs of insect damage, pockmarked and uneven. Su Zern's expression remained impassive. "Of course, there is iron ore, but to partake in it, you must first demonstrate your abilities." Behind Su Ming, Wu Yuansheng raised his longbow and shot an arrow into the distance. Whoosh! -115. The arrow struck a solitary cave spider, inflicting 115 points of damage. The spider's 8 eyes fixated on Wu Yuansheng, and it swiftly charged towards him. Unfazed, Wu Yuansheng knocked a second arrow. -115. 2 magical arrows pierced the spider's head, yet speed remained unaffected as it closed in on him rapidly. "Now," Su Ming called out quietly, just as the cave spider approached. He forcefully thrust his shield forward. Shield bash. -65. The spider was momentarily stunned, entering a dazed state. Whoosh! Wu Yuansheng calmly released a 3rd arrow, effortlessly dispatching the cave spider. Su Ming, his face beaming with pride, turned to Su Zern and asked, "What do you think? Are we a formidable duo?" Su Zern nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "However, the consumption of magical energy is quite significant, isn't it?" Su Ming's smile faltered slightly. Su Zern's assumption was correct. He could only execute Shield Bash 5 times, while each of Wu Yuansheng's arrows consumed 5 points of magical energy, often leading to an empty reserve. Setting aside the facts, just tell me if we are impressive. Su Ming, that's impressive, Su Zern affirmed, recognizing the prowess of Wu Yuansheng and Su Ming. "Very well, let's wait here for a while. Others should be arriving soon." Su Zern found a shaded spot to rest. "By the way, you arrived quite swiftly. Our little cabin is nearby on the plain, so we decided to come and take a look." Wu Yuansheng and Su Ming also settled down at a respectful distance from Su Zern. "By the way, brother, what is your fated weapon? How powerful is it? What skills does it possess?" "I wield a short knife. Without any skills," Su Zern replied, shaking the decaying wooden knife in his hand. "As for my strength, without returning to the cabin for supplies, my sister and I can together hunt between 7 to 10 cave spiders in a single round." When he mentioned 7 to 10, he clarified that it did not mean facing 7 to 10 spiders simultaneously, but rather sequentially hunting one after another without resupply. In the depths of the dark passage, Wu Yuanqing remarked that Su Ming could unleash the shield strike 5 times, and with their cooperation, they could eliminate 5 cave spiders without sustaining any damage. Beyond that, they would begin to incur injuries. In a single round, they could only vanquish around 10. In this respect, the efficiency of Wu Yuansheng and his companion was comparable to that of Su Zern and his partner in hunting cave spiders. Su Ming, however, was not preoccupied with such calculations. His attention was captured by the word sister. "You have a sister? Oh, I recall now, you mean Su Yihan, right?" Su Ming scanned the surroundings, but he did not see any other chosen ones. Where could she be? Why was she absent? Su Zern glanced at the chat information on the panel. "She will arrive shortly." Indeed, within a couple of minutes, Su Yihan gracefully approached with her long legs. As she came into view, both Wu Yuansheng and Su Ming were momentarily transfixed. Exchanging a glance, they silently exclaimed, "Goodness, she is stunning." Su Yihan cast a cold glance at the two admirers before turning her attention back to Su Zurin. "Brother, are only two of them here? Where are the others?" Su Zurin replied nonchalantly, "They should be on their way. Once around 10 individuals arrive, we can commence." The allure of the iron mine was immensely tempting for the top 20 chosen ones. Su Zurin was confident that few would forego the chance to acquire iron blocks. As expected, within the next hour, selected individuals began to arrive one after another. These were all formidable contenders from the top 20 rankings. Only such elite individuals were privy to the coordinates Su Zurin had shared. Nanfeng was the ninth to arrive. "Hello, everyone." Upon his arrival, Nanfeng greeted the assembly with a cheerful demeanor while discreetly assessing the group. That one wielding a bow is Wu Yuansheng, and the one with the shield is Su Ming. But why is there someone without a weapon? Oh, and there's a lovely lady. Nanfeng's gaze fell upon Su Yihan's figure, and he could not help but gasp, exclaiming, "Goodness, she is magnificent." Chapter 28. Are you a wet nurse? Su Yihan's delicate face flushed slightly as she shot a cold glare at Nanfeng. The other chosen ones couldn't help but give Nanfeng a thumbs up. How audacious to voice such a thing openly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Nanfeng rubbed his nose and shifted his gaze elsewhere. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Wu Yuansheng promptly interjected to change the subject. "Most of the people have arrived. Shall we commence our work?" A handsome young man wielding a long staff agreed. "Indeed, my little cabin is quite far from here. The sooner we wrap this up, the sooner I can head back." This individual was Huang Yuanming, a semi-acquaintance with whom Nanfeng had collaborated on several occasions. "Let us pair up. Today we could take down 3 to 5 dozen cave spiders. We can repeat this tomorrow, and that should suffice," proposed a jovial, chubby fellow squatting on the ground. Devising tactics. This individual was named Wu Li, ranked 9th on the leaderboard, with his divine weapon being a machete. Nanfeng observed the chubby fellow for a moment, committing his information to memory. Sensing Nanfeng's gaze, Wu Li turned with a goofy grin and asked, "Brother, why do you keep staring at me? Do you have a crush on me?" He puffed out his chest, adding, "I'm quite impressive, you know." Nanfeng rolled his eyes and discreetly took a couple of steps back, thinking to himself that this chubby fellow might be a bit peculiar. He resolved to maintain a distance from Wu Li. Pairing up is inefficient. Su Zurin disagreed with Wu Li's perspective. The cave spiders at the entrance aren't too numerous. We can engage in close combat at the front, taking turns to absorb damage, while the ranged fighters provide support from behind. We should push straight in and see what lies within the cave. Su Ming immediately voiced his dissent. "Hey, I'm the only tank here. If you want me to absorb damage, just say so." Huang Yuanming countered, "Cave spiders have considerable attack power. If more than 5 surround us, no matter how tough I am, I'll be done for." "I cannot agree with this plan." Nanfeng also shook his head. "I cannot concur either." To conceal his prowess, Nanfeng refrained from using his Desert Eagle and instead wielded a wooden dagger. The dagger, classified as a close-range weapon, would require Nanfeng to take the front line and endure damage according to Su Zurin's strategy. This was perilous. A single misstep could lead to his demise, which naturally made him oppose the idea. Seemingly anticipating dissent, Su Zurin calmly remarked, "I cannot say with certainty that there is iron ore in this cave. Therefore, what we need to do now is to venture in and assess the situation. If there is no iron ore, everyone can return home to their respective mothers and not waste time here." A somewhat frail young man spoke up. "So, you're luring us here to do your bidding?" His expression was grim, and he appeared rather slight. This individual seemed to be named Yun Fei, ranked 17th on the leaderboard. What was his divine weapon? Y&T Nanfeng noticed it. This time, Nanfeng had learned his lesson and refrained from staring directly, instead observing the slender young man from the corner of his eye. "Su Zurin, from the very beginning, I stated that I cannot be absolutely certain there are iron ore deposits here. How can you accuse me of deceit?" Yun Fei regarded Su Zurin with a chilling gaze. "Are you implying that I am falsely accusing you?" The atmosphere on site suddenly turned tense. "Let them fight. Let them fight." Nanfeng stepped back a few paces internally cheering. Let us discuss this amicably. Huang Yuanming stepped forward as a mediator, invoking the notion that fate has brought them together from afar. There's no need to quarrel over trivial matters, right? Upon witnessing someone extending an olive branch, both Su Zurin and Yun Fei took a step back and ceased their argument. To put it plainly, Su Daolao's earlier statement does hold merit. The stout warrior, Wooly, stood up, asserting that they must first ascertain whether iron ore exists here before deciding how to seize it. As he spoke, Wooly patted his round belly. I am a melee fighter. I volunteer to take the forefront. What about you all? Wu Yuanxing shrugged. I wield a bow. So I have no objections. You melee fighters can make the call. Su Ming glanced at the stout warrior and reluctantly nodded. If the brother with the dagger is on board, what right do I have to refuse as a shield bearer? Huang Yuanming and Nanfeng exchanged glances, feeling somewhat at a loss. Huang Yuanming, brother, what is your take? Nanfeng, what can I say? As a dagger wielder, I'm hardly in a position to withstand any blows. The other melee chosen ones could rely on the length of their weapons to fend off the attacks of the cave spider. However, Nanfeng was at a disadvantage. His dagger was too short. When he could strike the cave spider, it could just as easily bite him. Wasn't that just a death sentence up front? After contemplating for a moment, Su Zurin suggested, let us 5 melee chosen ones form a fan-shaped formation at the front, advancing slowly. The range brothers can provide support from the back. The idea of safely outputting from behind. Nanfeng thought there was something amiss with this statement. Nevertheless, the strategy was feasible and worth a try. The group quickly reached a consensus. Frontline, Su Zurin, dagger, Huang Yuanming, wooden stick, Su Ming, large shield, Nanfeng, dagger, Wooly, dagger. The 5 melee fighters arranged themselves in a fan shape, creating an optimal environment for the range professions behind them. Rear, Wu Yuansheng, longbow, Su Yihan, staff, Yun Fei, slingshot, Wu Cheng'an, shortbow. Until now, Nanfeng had not seen Yun Fei's signature weapon, as he had tucked the slingshot in his pocket. As for Wu Cheng'an, he was a quiet young man. Even after all this time, Nanfeng had not heard him utter a single word, merely listening intently to others. With their formation established, the group began to advance slowly toward the cave. As they approached within 50 meters of the cave, the first cave spider spotted their party and came rushing forward on its 8 legs. Attack! With a command from Wu Yuansheng, he raised his bow and unleashed an arrow. Meanwhile, Yun Fei and Wu Cheng'an wasted no time, each launching their own assaults. 2 magical arrows struck the large posterior of the cavern spider, while Yun Fei's magical orb found its mark in one of the creature's eyes. Such precision. Yun Fei's prowess with the slingshot is truly remarkable, thought Nanfeng, taken aback. At a distance of more than 10 meters, with the spider moving at high speed, Yun Fei managed to hit the spider's eye with a single shot. If this wasn't sheer luck, it would be extraordinarily impressive. Nanfeng believed he could not achieve such accuracy. Why can't I see the damage they dealt? I wonder how high their attack power is, he mused, feeling a twinge of disappointment as no faint red numbers appeared above the cavern spider's head. However, the trio's simultaneous assault did not slay the creature. Observing this, Su Zurin hastily advanced to deliver a finishing blow, successfully defeating it. Wu Yuanxing scoffed. Only 10 experience points? That's quite low. Su Ming chuckled, oh, come off it. We didn't even engage. We received no experience at all. Nanfeng exclaimed in dismay. Damn, you range players snatched all the experience. This is a total loss. All right, let us proceed, Su Zurin commanded, urging the team onward. Numerous cavern spiders awaited them ahead, and plenty of experience lay in store. Suddenly, Su Yihan, who had been silent until now, coldly interjected, if your health is too low, retreat. I can heal you. Wait, you can talk? I thought you were a mute bride, Nanfeng remarked, surprised by the pleasantness of her voice. You're the mute, Su Yihan shot back, glaring at Nanfeng and deciding not to heal him later. Wait, healing. It dawned on the other chosen ones, apart from Su Zurin, who looked at Su Yihan with astonishment. Are you a healer? Chapter 29. The cavernous spider king. The crowd gazed at Su Yihan in astonishment. You are a healer. No wonder you are so formidable. Su Yihan shot them a disdainful glance. I merely acquired a healing skill, nothing more. Nanfeng was even more taken aback. What? You possess skills? Why don't I have any? That is quite normal. I lack them as well. Wu Yuanqing clarified. It appears that certain unique fated weapons come with skills. For instance, Su Ming's wooden shield has an innate shield bash ability. Su Yihan nodded, stating coolly, my rapid healing is also a skill inherent to my fated weapon. Nanfeng exclaimed in frustration. That's not fair. Why am I devoid of any skills? There must be some conspiracy at play. Wu Chun, who had been silent until now, inquired, rapid healing? What does that skill entail? Su Yihan hesitated briefly before responding. It restores 5 health points per second for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Impressive. Xiao Luo's roasted meat suddenly seems less appealing, Nanfeng remarked, giving a thumbs up. This skill is akin to a delectable serving of roasted meat, and its restoration rate surpasses that. Using rapid healing once saves 50 units of materials. It is truly a divine ability. Nanfeng expressed his envy. Suferan interjected, Alright. Enough idle chatter. Let us press onward. With a priest in their midst, the group's sense of security soared, significantly hastening their advance. They were now 20 meters from the cave entrance. The number of cavernous spiders had increased, but Nanfeng and his companions were not to be trifled with. They swiftly dispatched the approaching spiders. Seizing this opportunity, Nanfeng aimed to hone his melee skills, only to be bitten twice by a cavernous spider, wincing in pain. -69, -69. In an instant, his health was halved. Huang Yuanming and Wu Li rushed to shield Nanfeng, eliminating the spider. Wu Li, shaking the excess flesh from his body, looked at Nanfeng in surprise. Brother, your combat strength seems somewhat lacking. No, your execution is rather subpar. What happened to your positioning and counterattacks? Why did you just stand there and allow the cavernous spider to bite you? Well, I typically bully little bunnies and rarely engage in battle with such ferocious beasts. Nanfeng offered a feeble excuse, deflecting the criticism. If unnecessary, he preferred not to reveal his desert eagle in front of everyone. It was his trump card, and he needed to keep it hidden. Rapid healings. Suddenly, Nanfeng heard Su Yihan's cold voice beside him. He noticed a faint green glow emanating from his calf. The wound inflicted by the cavernous spider was mending rapidly, and his health was steadily recovering. Oh, that feels good. Nanfeng relished the warmth spreading through his body. Turning to Su Yihan, he expressed his gratitude. Thanks, sister. A professional, albeit feigned, smile graced Su Yihan's icy visage. Make sure to compensate me with 2 bottles of mana potions later. Damn, a merchant, Nanfeng muttered under his breath. With a single sip, I profited 2 vials of rejuvenating elixir. Indeed, the money flows effortlessly. The group pressed on, with several members deliberately positioning themselves in front of Nanfeng to shield him from the potential assault of the cave spider. Observing this, Nanfeng could not help but reflect on the abundance of good-hearted individuals in this world. Yet, in truth, their intentions were merely to seize additional experience points. After approximately half an hour, the group successfully eradicated all the cave spiders in the vicinity of the cave entrance. Unfortunately, poor Nanfeng only amassed a mere 40 experience points. Everyone's health was still robust. Let us proceed, declared Su Zurin, as Su Ming boldly led the way into the cavern, shield in hand. Su Zurin and Wu Li followed closely, with Nanfeng and Huang Yuanming trailing behind, followed lastly by the 4 range professionals. Huang Yuanming glanced around and noted that the cave spiders within the cavern had significantly diminished. Nanfeng, why do you think there are fewer spiders in this cave? He inquired. How would I know? Perhaps it's too stifling in here. And they have ventured out for fresh air? Nanfeng mused while surveying the cave. The cavern was deep yet narrow, with only the occasional encounter with a solitary cave spider swiftly dealt with by the group. It appeared devoid of danger. Nevertheless, Nanfeng held a different sentiment. Based on his experiences over the past 3 days, such locales often concealed elite or even boss-level beasts. In such confined quarters, the group could easily meet their demise. Brother, why do you wear such a serious expression? Huang Yuanming questioned, noticing Nanfeng's grave demeanor. By the way, why are you dressed in animal skins like a wild man? Nanfeng smirked coldly. You wouldn't understand. This is a limited edition wild man attire, offering 99 to all attributes. There's only one set in the entire region. Do you comprehend? Huang Yuanming raised his middle finger in jest. I trust you as far as I can throw you. As their banter continued, the group advanced another 20 meters. The light from outside no longer reached this depth, and darkness enveloped them. Su Zern extended his hand, signaling the group to halt. Advancing in darkness is perilous. Let's ignite a light. I shall handle it, responded the reticent Wu Chun, producing a fire stick from his backpack and swiftly crafting a torch. Before long, the 5 melee champions each wielded a torch, illuminating the path ahead. The cavern was eerily silent, save for the occasional sound of dripping water. The group continued forward for another dozen meters until they encountered a fork in the path, one leading left and the other right. Su Ming turned to the others. What say you? Which path shall we take? Wu Yuanshang shrugged. I'm indifferent. It's your decision. Huang Yuanming suggested. Men to the left, women to the right. I believe we should take the left. Su Ihan huffed. Then I shall go. Su Zern crouched to inspect the surrounding traces, attempting to unearth any useful information. Meanwhile, Nanfeng scanned the environment and suddenly noticed something reflective beneath his feet. It appeared to be an iron fragment. Discreetly, Nanfeng pressed down on the gleaming object while subtly observing the reactions of the others. Fortunately, no one noticed his subtle movements. At this moment, Su Zern had finished examining the surrounding traces and remarked calmly, "Let us proceed to the left. The spider's tracks are less pronounced in that direction, which should offer greater safety." Ahem. Nanfeng cleared his throat twice, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, You all go ahead. I need to relieve myself. I'll catch up shortly." The group fell silent, yet they refrained from saying much, arranging themselves and advancing to the left. Walking at the rear of the line, Su Ihan cast a disdainful glance at Nanfeng as he passed by. Once the others had moved on, Nanfeng swiftly bent down, retrieving a reflective object and stowing it in his backpack. Ding! You have acquired Iron Block 1. Upon hearing the system notification, Nanfeng maintained a stoic expression, though inwardly he was elated. He had obtained an iron block without any effort. How delightful! This suggests that there may indeed be iron or within this cavern. He hastened to catch up, convinced that more iron blocks awaited ahead. Nanfeng clapped his hands, raised his torch, and prepared to pursue his companions. Just then, a faint sound emanated from the right path, startling Nanfeng. He immediately turned to investigate, only to find 8 basketball-sized eyes intently fixed upon him. A chill ran down his spine. Nanfeng swallowed hard and activated his skill, Insightful Eye. Dungeon Spider King, Level 6, Lord Class Beast, Health Points, 2,800 Mana Points, 500 Skills, Venom Spray, Silk Spinning, Offspring Production, a Level 6 Lord Class Beast. Chapter 30. Comprehending Skills, Level 6 Lord Class Behemoth. The basketball-sized eyes, coupled with 2,800 health points, sent shivers down Nanfeng's spine. At this moment, the only words echoing in his mind were, terrifying indeed. The cavernous Spider King locked eyes with Nanfeng for a fleeting second before unleashing a piercing shriek. It dawned on Nanfeng that spiders could indeed make sounds. Retreating, he drew his weapon. Armed with a Desert Eagle, Nanfeng executed a precise triple shot, striking the cavernous Spider King. It was nearly impossible to miss such a colossal beast. -1, -1, -1. Each bullet only deducted 3 health points from the cavernous Spider King. With Nanfeng's 200 attack power, he had not even breached its defenses. Run! Nanfeng shouted towards the left passage and promptly turned to flee towards the exit. As the saying goes, better to save oneself than to save others. In this dire situation, Nanfeng had no intention of looking out for anyone else. Preserving his own life was paramount. In the left passage, the remaining 8 chosen ones heard Nanfeng shout and quickly turned to him. Simultaneously, the 8 basketball-sized eyes of the cavernous Spider King shifted their gaze towards them. Wu Yuansheng was bewildered. What on earth is that? A boss? Huang Yuanming took several steps back, his scalp prickling. I used Eye of Insight and saw that it was the cavernous Spider King, a level 6 Lord class beast with 420 attack power. Su Ming was taken aback. Goodness, 420 attack? That could obliterate me in an instant. Brother, what do we do now? Su Yihan's delicate features were marred by fear as she cowered behind Su Zurin. Among the eight, only Su Zurin remained relatively composed. Don't be afraid. Its size is too great to pursue us. Earlier, at the fork in the path, Su Zurin had noted signs of a large beast moving in the right passage, while the left appeared untroubled. Coupling this with the narrower confines of the left passage, Su Zurin deduced that the large beast could not traverse it, prompting him to lead the group in that direction. As expected, the cavernous Spider King did not launch an attack, but instead rotated its eyes several times before slowly retreating. The Lord-class beast was withdrawing. Huang Yuanming could hardly believe it. Is it leaving? Is it not going to kill us? Su Zurin furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing something. Quickly, let us seize this opportunity to escape. Yun Fei hesitated. Escape? The cavernous Spider King surely hasn't he gone far. Rushing out now would be akin to courting death. Su Zurin wasted no words, grabbing his sister Su Yihan's hand and dashing outside. If you want to live, follow me. It will be too late if we delay. The others were still hesitant, primarily due to the overwhelming fear instilled by the earlier encounter with the cavernous Spider King. That was 420 attack power. Even Su Ming, the most resilient among them, would shatter at a mere touch. In the span of those fleeting seconds, Su Zurin had already brought Su Yihan to the fork in the path. However, swarms of spiders suddenly surged from the right passage, forcing the two back. It was over. A rare hint of panic flickered across Su Zurin's face. Brother, what should we do? Beside her, Su Yihan's face had turned pale with fear. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Su Zurin made an immediate decision. Don't be afraid. We must retreat. Under the pressure of the spiders, the two retreated back to the left passage. The sight of the dense mass of spiders sent the others into a frenzy. Su Ming erupted into a stream of curses. Damn it. Aren't we dead already? The silly grin on Fat Dun's face vanished. What are we to do now? The Su siblings dashed back, not pausing in their steps. Keep running forward. There might still be a glimmer of hope. The others, without hesitation, followed the siblings deeper into the cave. Behind them loomed the army of spiders. After an indeterminate time of frantic running, Su Zurin suddenly halted, illuminating the nearby stone wall with her torch. There was a cave, its entrance narrow enough for just two to defend. Su Zurin rushed inside to inspect, finding no ferocious beasts, only an abundance of spiderwebs. This cave was safe. Immediately, Su Zurin orchestrated a strategy. 45 ranged fighters inside, and melee fighters guard the entrance. Su Ming and Huang Yuanming form one group, while I and Wu Li form another. We will take turns absorbing damage. Sister, be sure to heal everyone. Don't skimp on materials. Buy all the roasted meat and mana potion from the trading channel. If we can hold them off, there's a chance for survival. If not, we die together. The group swiftly implemented Su Zurin's strategy. With time pressing and the spider army closing in, no one bothered to ponder whether Su Zurin's tactic would truly succeed. At the very least, it sounded plausible enough to offer a chance at survival. Rustling sounds echoed from a distance. The spider army was approaching. Prepare for battle. Su Ming clenched his teeth, kneeling in front with a shield firmly braced against the entrance. The rest held their breath, readying themselves for combat. The first spider crawled forth, and Huang Yuanming quickly stepped up, striking it away with a swing of his weapon. Su Zurin, observing the spider being knocked back, momentarily froze before activating her Eye of Insight. Spider hatchling, level 2 health, 150-280 mana, 110 attack, 90 defense, 65 upon seeing the attributes of the spider. Su Zurin exhaled in relief. This was not a cave spider, but a level 2 spider hatchling, giving them a glimmer of hope. This was indeed good news. Yet it came with a caveat. The good news was that the spider hatchling was relatively weak, easily vanquished by the group. The bad news was that the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming, and their small size made it increasingly difficult for the group to defend the entrance. Su Zurin cast a glance at the 4 remote class chosen ones behind him, Wu Yuansheng and Wu Qinggan. Direct your attacks towards the spiders outside the cave to alleviate the pressure on the frontline melee fighters. Yin Fei, you are responsible for dealing with any stragglers that manage to slip through. Do not allow these beasts to assail you. The 3 nodded in unison. commencing their counterattack as per the plan. Pang Dun wielded his short blade, cleaving a nearby spiderling in two. Su Ming, if you can't hold on any longer, just say so. I'll take the brunt for a while. Su Ming was crouched entirely behind his shield, grinning broadly. Rest assured, these little spiders lack substantial attack power. And with our healer providing support, I can hold out for at least 10 minutes without issue. As he spoke, Su Ming pulled out a piece of fragrant roasted meat from his backpack and began to devour it heartily. Su Zhen scrutinized the situation, his expression grave. The group had managed to hold their ground in the cave thanks to their effective cooperation, but as time passed and their supplies dwindled, their demise would soon follow. The spiderlings continued to swarm relentlessly, and Su Zhen doubted they could eliminate them all. A solution must be devised. His mind raced, searching for any glimmer of hope for survival. At that moment, he received a private message. Nanfeng, hey guys, are you still alive? Do you need assistance? Having long escaped the cave, Nanfeng found a secure location from which to observe the entrance. He noted that the cave Spider King had not pursued them, nor had Su Zhen and his companions emerged, prompting him to send a message to check on their status. Su Zhen quickly replied, Brother, we are currently surrounded by spiders and urgently require a substantial amount of mana potions. Surprised, Nanfeng thought, they're still alive? With the terrifying attack power of the cave Spider King, it seems impossible for them to withstand. This could only mean one thing. The cave Spider King had not engaged personally, but had summoned a horde of minions. Understanding dawned on Nanfeng, and he initiated a trade, offering 10 portions of clean water to Su Zhen without expecting payment. This was all the stock he had in his inventory. Su Zhen inquired, is there more? This won't last long. Nanfeng replied, that's all. If I need to craft more, I must return to the cabin, which will take over an hour. The water purification device was located in the cabin and not on his person. By the time he returned to purify more water, it was likely that this group would be reduced to nothing. After a prolonged silence, Su Zhen responded with a simple, thanks. Nanfeng typed out numerous words, only to delete them in the end, uncertain of what to say. These teammates, whom he had just met today, might soon perish within the cave, evoking a sense of melancholy within him. This world, where survival often meant death, was truly lamentable. He thought of the delightful girl from earlier. He had yet to strike up a conversation with her, and now she might no longer exist. Yet, Nanfeng felt powerless. His own strength was insufficient to rescue them, and he might endanger himself in the process. Wait, it seems I still have a chance to make a move. A sudden spark of inspiration struck Nanfeng as he opened his backpack. Iron Claw, Rat Claw, 2481. All the materials he had listed in the trading channel had been entirely exchanged for Iron Claw Rat Claws. Disassemble. The inferior disassembly device was conveniently stashed in his backpack and now proved to be quite useful. Along with the 40 Iron Claw Rat Claws he had previously disassembled, it amounted to the equivalent of 5 iron blocks. The broken iron shell yielded a pile of small iron blocks, roughly equivalent to 3 iron blocks. Earlier, he had also collected 1 iron block in the cave. Just one more iron block was needed for Nanfeng to upgrade his signature weapon. Damn it. Let us take a gamble. He promptly sent a message to Su Zhen. Brother, give me 1 iron block. Su Zhen, who had found iron blocks before, did not hesitate and initiated the trade. Ding. You have received iron block 1. The electronic synthesis sound echoed in Nanfeng's ears, and he finally had his 10 iron blocks. Without delay, Nanfeng chose to upgrade his signature weapon. Signature weapon, weapon name, dilapidated armory, current grade, peak F grade type, backpack attributes, backpack slots 20 materials required for upgrade, with 200, stone 300, iron block 100, copper block 1, unlocked equipment in armory, desert eagle, wooden dagger. As the grade of the signature weapon rises, more equipment will be unlocked. Ding! As your signature weapon grows, you have mastered a new skill, piercing bullet. Nanfeng rejoiced. Wow, I finally have a skill. Chapter 31. The power of the penetrating bullet. Chime. As your destined weapon evolves, you have unlocked a new skill, penetrating bullet. Penetrating bullet consumes 20 mana points to launch a projectile imbued with penetrating effects. capable of inflicting 150 of your attack power in damage to multiple targets. The damage inflicted will diminish with distance and the number of targets hit. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Note, usable only when wielding firearms. In an exuberant outburst, Nanfeng exclaimed, "At last, I have acquired a skill." This moment felt serendipitous, akin to receiving a pillow just as one is overcome by slumber. The penetrating bullet can be considered a rudimentary area of effect attack skill, significantly enhancing Nanfeng's efficiency in hunting ferocious beasts. With excitement bubbling within him, he gazed at his weaponry. His Desert Eagle and wooden dagger could also be upgraded alongside his destined weapon. Desert Eagle, current grade. F-rank pinnacle, upgradable with rundown armory. Type. Weapon attributes. Strength 20. Stamina 16. Each attack consumes 3 mana points, dealing 120 attack power and damage to the struck enemy. Acquired from the rundown armory. Wooden dagger, current grade. F-rank pinnacle, upgradable with rundown armory. Type. Weapon attributes. Strength 24, Agility 6. Endurance 6. Each attack inflicts damage ranging from 110 to 130 of attack power. Slightly enhances bleeding effects. Acquired from the rundown armory. These two pieces of equipment did not undergo significant changes, merely enhancing some foundational attributes. However, it is noteworthy that the Desert Eagle's normal attack damage has escalated to 120, meaning each of Nanfeng's strikes now delivers 2 times the previous damage while only consuming 3 mana points per attack. This represents a substantial improvement. Feeling content, Nanfeng glanced at his attributes and nodded in satisfaction. His strength had reached an impressive 48 points, with an attack power of 240 points, truly formidable. Name, Nanfeng level, level 4, 162, 1800, health points, 280 mana points, 340 attack power, 240 defense, 93 strength, 48 agility, 22 endurance, 28 stamina, 34 aside from a somewhat low health pool. His other attributes were commendably high. He possessed 10 free attribute points. Perhaps it would be prudent to allocate them all. Having accumulated 5 free points each upon ascending to levels 2, 3, and 4, Nanfeng had not yet utilized them. Now, he decided to invest all points into strength, maximizing his output. Strength 58, attack power 290. With the swift expenditure of 10 free attribute points, Nanfeng's attack power surged to an impressive 290 points. With great enthusiasm, Nanfeng decided to make a remarkable transformation. Earlier, he had utilized the insight eye to examine the attributes of the Dungeon Spider King, discovering that this formidable creature possessed a defense of 210 points, rendering his previous attempts to inflict damage futile. However, his current attack power was now sufficient to breach its defenses, prompting him to consider a daring venture. He carefully stowed away the inferior decomposer into his backpack and cautiously approached the cave entrance. Peering into the cave, Nanfeng scanned the surroundings for any sign of the Dungeon Spider King, but found none. Instead, numerous juvenile spiders were leisurely making their way out. Employing his insight eye once more, he obtained the attributes of these spiderlings. Level 3, with 280 health points and a defense of 65. After a swift mental calculation, 291. 2-65, 283. He realized he could defeat a spiderling with a single shot. In that moment, the spiderlings transformed in his eyes into adorable creatures, each representing a delectable experience waiting to be claimed. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and fired. -311. The notification chimed. You have slain a level 3 ordinary beast. The spiderling and gained 15 experience points. Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback. Why is the damage so high? This was inconsistent with his earlier calculations. Reflecting on previous battles, he recalled that when hunting creatures of a lower level, his damage output indeed increased by approximately 10. Shaking off these trivial concerns, he focused intently on exterminating the spiderlings. With over 300 mana points at his disposal, he could potentially eliminate 100 spiderlings, translating to more than 1,500 experience points. He felt hopeful about reaching level 5 today. Determined, he continued his assault. With the Desert Eagle in hand, he systematically picked off the spiderlings, occasionally missing a shot. But it had little impact on his progress. Notifications continued to sound. You have slain a level 3 ordinary beast, the spiderling, and gained 15 experience points. As he advanced while dispatching foes, he soon approached the previous fork in the path. Cautiously glancing down the right passage, he found no trace of the dungeon Spider King and breathed a sigh of relief. Had the king been lurking there, he would have had to retreat. Opening his interface, he sent a message to Suzerain. "Brother, how are things on your end? Can you hold out?" After a brief wait, Suzerain replied, "We can last at most half an hour. There are too many spiders. We can't keep up, and our mana is depleting. The mana potion takes 10 minutes to restore 50 mana points, and in such a tense battle, 50 points would be consumed in about 30 seconds. Far from sufficient. Now, Wu Yuansheng and the others have commenced their close combat." Nanfeng cast a glance at the passageway to his left, where a multitude of spiderlings swarmed densely. It was the perfect opportunity to test my newfound skill. Nanfeng crouched to the ground, raising the Desert Eagle approximately 5 centimeters above the surface. He squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! 20 points of magical energy surged from Nanfeng's being into the Desert Eagle, and an 8-centimeter-long, spiraling magic bullet was expelled. Penetrating bullet. The bullet soared just above the ground, piercing through 17 spiderlings before coming to a halt. Remarkable. The potency of this penetrating bullet exceeded Nanfeng's expectations. Especially in such a densely populated area of ferocious beasts, the penetrating bullet could be deemed a miraculous technique, though it did consume quite a bit of mana. Checking his status bar, Nanfeng noted that he still had 127 points of magical energy remaining, allowing for 6 more shots. Aside from his mana, he also observed his experience points, 1092, 1800. I still require 708 experience points to level up, which translates to the need to eliminate 48 more spiderlings. For Nanfeng, armed with the penetrating bullet, vanquishing 48 spiderlings posed no significant challenge. Without hesitation, he fired another penetrating bullet. This time, fortune was not on his side. He only managed to slay 9 spiderlings before the bullet lodged itself into the wall, vanishing from sight. Just 39 more to go. Chapter 32. Hurry. Nurture me. With the extermination of 39 spiderlings, Nanfeng shall ascend to level 5. Swish, swish. The remaining spiderlings, witnessing the merciless slaughter of their kin, were instantly engulfed by rage, scuttling towards Nanfeng with their 8 legs. In an instant, no fewer than 50 or 60 spiderlings surrounded him. Relying on his superior attributes, Nanfeng did not flee immediately. Instead, he awaited the cooldown of his penetrating shot before unleashing another round upon the horde. This shot annihilated 13 spiderlings in an instant. Time to retreat. Rising to his feet, Nanfeng brushed off the spiders that had crawled onto him and hastily withdrew. The situation had shifted. He could no longer remain in place to pursue level 5. In mere moments, his health had already plummeted by half. If he lingered for a few more seconds, he would become the evening meal for this swarm of diminutive spiders, leaving not a trace behind. As Nanfeng fled, even more spiderlings turned to pursue him. A dense mass of spiderlings chased after him, racing towards the cave's entrance. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Nanfeng realized he had incited their wrath. Bursting forth from the cave, he opened the chat channel and swiftly messaged Suzerain. "I've drawn away a large number of spiderlings. You all must handle the rest." Whether to remain steadfast or risk their lives to escape was a decision Nanfeng could not make for them. The choice lay solely in their hands. Deep within the cave, upon receiving Nanfeng's message, Suzerain decisively declared, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We are charging out." Wu Yuansheng gasped. "With so many spiders, how do we escape? This is madness." Huang Yuanming surveyed the densely packed spiders, his expression hardening. "Staying here means a slow death. Bursting out offers a glimmer of hope." Wu Li swung his blade, cleaving a spiderling in 2, his flesh quivering. "Charge forward." The stout Wu Li led the charge, his 200-pound frame akin to a human tank. Barreling through the swarm. "Sister, give him a boost, then follow me." Suzerain positioned himself before Sui Han, clearing a path as the others hurried to keep up. "All right, Su Yihan, clutching her staff tightly, hastened to follow Su Zurin. With 3 of them breaking free, the remaining individuals dared not linger and await their demise. Old Wu, stand behind me. Su Ming gritted his teeth, brandishing his shield as he charged outward, side by side with the stout Wu Li. Swish, swish. The spiderlings surged from all directions, launching a vehement assault against the group. Yet these individuals were not to be underestimated. All had achieved level 4, and their efficiency in dispatching the spiderlings was both swift and ruthless, leading to the rapid demise of a significant number of the small creatures. However, their health was concurrently dwindling, and signs of weakness and exhaustion began to emerge, effects of their low health. Su Ming felt a twinge of despair. We can't break through watching the throng of spiderlings surrounding them. Yin Fei slowly lowered his slingshot. This is it. We're done for. Wen Sheng felt somewhat disheartened, exclaiming, alas, it's all over. Su Yihan's icy gaze reflected a tinge of desolation as she murmured, is it truly my fate to perish here before ever experiencing love? What a pity. Among the group, only Su Zurin and Wu Chainan remained resolute, fervently striving to break free. Suddenly, Su Zurin cast a glance ahead and exhaled a sigh of relief. Everyone, I believe there's still hope for us. Hearing his words, the others peered into the dim light of the flames, observing the reduced number of spider offspring ahead, clearly inadequate to obstruct their small team. Huang Yuanming exclaimed in delight. Could this be that famed Huaycan? Su Yihan looked at him in confusion. Are you attempting to reference Liu Duan Huoming? Huang Yuanming nodded vigorously. Yes, that's the one. With newfound hope for survival, the group surged forward with renewed vigor, breaking free from their encirclement. The path ahead lay clear and unobstructed. Su Zurin turned and quietly positioned himself at the rear of the group. Wen Sheng gave him a thumbs up. Brother, you are commendable. I am resolute in befriending you. A significant number of spider offspring pursued them from behind, posing a considerable threat to the 4 ranged chosen ones. However, with Su Zurin's defense soaring to 82 points, the spider offspring could inflict only minimal damage upon him, rendering it non-lethal as long as he wasn't surrounded. Furthermore, there were no spider offspring obstructing their path ahead, making it difficult for those behind to catch up. Soon, they arrived at a fork in the road, where the ground was littered with the corpses of spider offspring. Astonishing the group, nearly 100 of these creatures had perished here. Who could have accomplished such a feat? No wonder there were so few spiders left. It seemed they had all been slain. Had other chosen ones arrived? Suddenly, the group recalled a missing individual, Nanfeng. In the heat of battle, they had nearly forgotten about him. Now, gazing at the multitude of spider offspring carcasses, their thoughts converged. Brother, could it be that these spiders were eliminated by Nanfeng? A fleeting expression of disbelief flickered across Su Yihan's frigid visage. It was highly probable. Su Zurin nodded. Nanfeng just messaged me, indicating he led away a large swarm of spider offspring, which is why I decided to charge forth. Pausing, he added in astonishment, I didn't anticipate he had dispatched so many. Had he concealed his true strength? In the brief span of their conversation, the group had successfully exited the cave. The warm sunlight bathed them, instilling a sense of rebirth. Madness! We nearly perished, Su Ming exclaimed, setting down his large shield and gasping for breath. His defense had surpassed 90 points. Attacks from the spider offspring would only deduct a single point of health from him, making him the most resilient among them, though his body bore numerous bite marks from the spiders. Su Yihan cast a worried glance back at the cave. Let us keep our distance. Cave Spider King still lurks within. The group hastily retreated from the cave's vicinity. What shall we do next? Wu Yinsheng took out a piece of succulent roasted meat and began to eat. I just discovered a considerable number of iron blocks, but they are embedded in the cliffside, requiring excavation to obtain. Pang Dun, tending to his injuries, spoke up. We cannot proceed with the excavation until we deal with the Dungeon Spider King. Su Zurin nodded indifferently. At the very least, everyone needs to reach level 6 before we stand a chance at hunting this formidable boss beast. Shall we disperse then? Yin Fei shrugged, suggesting we return to tackle this dungeon once we have all reached level 6. That sounds reasonable. Agreed. Let us part ways and return to our respective homes. The group exchanged farewells and prepared to leave. Su Ihan stood on her tiptoes, gazing into the distance. Wait a moment, is that Nanfeng over there? The others followed Su Ihan's gaze and saw Nanfeng sprinting towards them with abandon. Upon spotting Su Ihan, Nanfeng's eyes lit up and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Heal me quickly, dear healer!" Behind Nanfeng, a swarm of hundreds of spiderlings scuttled forth. Chapter 33, Level 5 Quick. "Heal me," Nanfeng shouted, gripping his wooden dagger as he sprinted. Behind him, the spider hatchlings relentlessly pursued, and he found himself unable to shake them off. Rapid regeneration. Su Ihan murmured, expending his last bit of magical energy to heal Nanfeng. Led them in circles. Suferan instructive. The terrain here was open, unlike the cramped confines of the cave, allowing the group to engage and retreat strategically, gradually wearing down the swarm of spider hatchlings. With the assistance of Su Zurin and the others, Nanfeng finally caught his breath. He had led the swarm of tiny spiders in a wide circle, discovering that they were unyielding in their pursuit. Crucially, he dared not venture into the forest for fear of encountering other ferocious beasts that might trap him from both sides. Left with no choice, Nanfeng circled the open area, just as he spotted Su Zurin and the others charging out of the cave, prompting him to rush over for aid. "Healer, you are my savior." Nanfeng nodded gratefully at Su Ihan. His health had dipped below 50 points, placing him in a perilous situation. However, Su Ihan's healing rejuvenated him, allowing him to regain his strength and even turn the tide against a few spiders to seize some experience points. Hearing the term healer, Su Ihan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she retorted, "Can you be more civilized? Call me priest." "All right, healer." Nanfeng laughed heartily, turning to charge at the spider hatchlings. He needed to slay 21 more to reach level 5, and he could not allow the others to snatch his experience. With swift steps, he approached one of the spider hatchlings, driving his wooden dagger down with force. Minus 371. A single strike. The wooden dagger boasted a strength bonus of 24 points, surpassing even the Desert Eagle by 4 points, thus delivering greater destructive power. The spider hatchlings could not withstand a single blow from the Desert Eagle, let alone the might of the wooden dagger. The others looked on in astonishment. The attributes of the spider hatchlings were not particularly high. Both their defense and health were below average for level 3 beasts. Yet even the most powerful among them, Wu Yuansheng, required the activation of a weak point strike to eliminate a single spider hatchling. Nanfeng's attack power is astonishing, oblivious to the expressions of his companions. Nanfeng was solely focused on annihilating the remaining spiders to reach level 5, paying no heed to anyone else. After several minutes of intense combat, the group finally eradicated the swarm of spider hatchlings without incurring significant health losses. Damn, I'm still 28 experience points short. These thieving bastards stole my experience. Nanfeng lamented inwardly, cursing his luck. How unfortunate. He was so close to level 5. As the battle concluded, the group gradually gathered around. The robust Pandun casually stood beside Nanfeng, patting him on the shoulder. "Brother, thank you so much today." Huang Yuanming chimed in, "Indeed, without you, we might not have made it out." The others also expressed their gratitude to Nanfeng. Everyone is now aware that it was the southern wind that facilitated the escape of numerous spiderlings from their cavernous hideaway. In this regard, the southern wind can undoubtedly be regarded as a savior to many. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the southern wind remarked, "You are all too courteous. What more could you ask for? We are but friends, and is it not simply a matter of repaying a life-saving favor? How could I possibly accept any form of recompense?" A few exchanged glances, seemingly perplexed, as it appeared they had not even broached the subject of payment. The southern wind licked his lips and continued, "Oh, what is there to feel guilty about? It is merely a matter of saving lives. Of course, if you insist on providing something, a modest offering of 100 units of materials will suffice, just to show good faith." He cleverly reiterated the phrase, life-saving favor twice. Amused, Su Ihan stifled a laugh at the southern wind's one-man performance. Su Zurin remarked nonchalantly, "Exchanging 100 units of materials for a life seems reasonable to me." "Indeed, my brother. The southern wind is a man of integrity who would never deceive." Huang Yuanming, having collaborated with the Southern Wind on several occasions, stepped forward to support him. Come, brother. Let's transact. Before the gathered crowd, Huang Yuanming promptly offered 100 units of materials to the Southern Wind, who, with a feigned reluctance, accepted the gift. Naturally, the Southern Wind did not forget to send Huang Yuanming a private message. Private message, Southern Wind, good brother, I will return it all to you shortly. Private message, Huang Yuanming. A pleasant collaboration. Handshake, the two exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a conspiratorial smile. Soon after, the others also contributed 100 units of materials each to the Southern Wind. The individuals in question were all formidable contenders within the top 20 of the rankings. And for them, 100 units of materials was indeed a trifling sum. The price set by the Southern Wind was exceedingly reasonable, considering he had risked his life to save them. In no time, the Southern Wind collected a total of 800 units of materials, his earnings for the afternoon. With a satisfied glance at the diminishing sunlight, he remarked, "The sun is setting. I have over an hour's journey ahead of me, so I shall take my leave." Remaining any longer, he feared someone might be tempted by greed and turn against him. Although such a possibility was slim, having just endured a life-or-death ordeal, the character of this group seemed commendable. "I should also be heading back," Huang Yuanming said, looking at the Southern Wind. "I'm heading east. What about you?" Southern Wind. "I'm heading southeast. I can accompany you part of the way." Su Ming hoisted a large shield onto his shoulder. "Then let us all depart. We can return to explore this cave another time." Yun Fei. "Sounds good. Let us plan to meet again. Be cautious not to fall prey to any ferocious beasts." Wu Yuansheng. "Enough with the nonsense, old Su. Let us go." None of them were one to linger unnecessarily. They departed promptly, each returning to their respective homes. Before parting ways, the Southern Wind grinned at Sui Han, saying, "Good caretaker, until we meet again." Sui Han scoffed, "Get lost." "Ha, goodbye." The Southern Wind waved as he and Huang Yuanming set off on their journey home. On the road, Huang Yuanming wore a mischievous grin and inquired, "Brother, what do you think of Sui Han?" Nanfeng recalled her voluptuous figure and remarked, "Her assets are quite ample." Huang Yuanming responded, "Your assessment is indeed to the point." Nanfeng retorted, "What are you thinking? I meant her rapid healing skill. It's quite substantial." Huang Yuanming replied, "So did I." After walking a distance towards the east, they arrived at the edge of stream. Huang Yuanming could follow this stream back home, while Nanfeng still needed to venture south for another half an hour. Gazing at the stream, Nanfeng's eyes brightened. "Brother Huang, could you fetch me 2 buckets of water tonight?" Huang Yuanming was taken aback. "What? How did you know I've been tinkering with wooden barrels lately?" Nanfeng shrugged. "I have no idea. I just mentioned it casually." Huang Yuanming continued, "I was indeed working on the barrels last night, and they are beginning to take shape. I'll bring you 2 buckets tonight." With a chuckle, Huang Yuanming added, "You intend to use them for crafting mana potions, right? Make sure to save some for me." "Of course," Nanfeng assured him. After exchanging a few more words, they parted ways. Upon entering the forest, Nanfeng grew cautious. The woods were rife with fierce beasts, many of which were old and formidable, posing significant threats. With his mana points below 20 and health just over 100, he was not in optimal condition. Fortunately, luck was on his side that night, as he encountered no high-level beasts on his return journey. Occasionally, he crossed paths with a level 1 or 2 beast, all of which he dispatched effortlessly. "Ding! You have slain a level 2 beast, giant squirrel, earning 7 experience points." "Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 5. "Ding! The chosen one Nanfeng is the first to reach level 5 in this area, gaining 1 reputation." "Ding! It has been detected that a chosen one in this area has reached level 5. The inter-regional chat channel is now open for all chosen ones in this area." Nanfeng was taken aback. A new feature had been unlocked? Chapter 34. Come and strike me through the network cable. The cross-regional chat channel has been activated. With a sense of curiosity, Nanfeng opened the panel to explore this newly introduced feature. "Ding! Successfully entered the cross-regional chat channel." "Ding! Only chosen ones above level 5 can speak in the cross-regional chat channel, and there must be an interval of at least 30 seconds between each message." "Ding! The area you reside in is officially designated as Primitive World Zone 527, recognized as the 527th area on this planet with level 5 chosen ones. Primitive World Zone 527? Nanfeng was taken aback by the voice of the Creator God system. Has there been at least 526 chosen ones who reached level 5 before him? That is astonishingly rapid. Shaking his head, Nanfeng redirected his attention to the cross-regional chat channel. Zone 132, Sakura Kojuro. Another newcomer has arrived. It's the third day, and you've only just reached level 5? Your strength is quite pathetic. Zone 288, Amelia. This must be the last newcomer of the day. Zone 17, Xiao Ongran. Nanfeng, brother, are you from Longwa? Nanfeng glanced at Xiao Angren's avatar. Based solely on appearance, he seemed to be from Longwa as well. This cross-regional chat channel likely has an inbuilt translation feature, as he noticed messages from chosen ones of various nationalities were also displayed in the characters of Longwa. Zone 527, Nanfeng, Xiao Ongran, yes, I am from Longwa. What is the situation with this cross-regional chat channel? Why are there so many foreign friends? Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro. Who are your friends? You Longwa people are all trash, and you are the trashiest of them all. Our warriors from the great Sakura Empire do not associate with trash. Before Xiao Ongran could respond, it was Sakura Kojiro who spoke first. Nanfeng was utterly bewildered. Being insulted out of the blue was quite intolerable. The key point was that he had done nothing at all. Licking his lips, Nanfeng began to craft a scathing retort. Zone 527, Nanfeng. Sakura Kojiro, you pathetic creature. Did your mother die today, leaving you starved of maternal love? Hence your foul mouth? I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you with that. I can only provide paternal love because I am your father. 2,000 words omitted send. The cross-regional chat channel permits only one message every 30 seconds, making it impossible for Nanfeng to send each line as he writes. The recipient would hardly grasp the true prowess of the canyon pianist, which left him feeling somewhat regretful. Fortunately, his composition was laden with parental references, holding considerable impact. As a swordsmanship prodigy of the Sakura family, Sakura Kojiro had never been so insulted, and his face turned a deep shade of anger. Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro. Nanfeng. You are finished. Zone 527, Nanfeng. Why don't you come and strike me through the network cable? Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro. As you wish. Nanfeng was taken aback, sensing an ominous turn of events. Would this fellow truly dare to come through the internet cable and strike me? Southwind cautiously scanned his surroundings. No one was in sight. Thank goodness. However, the impending darkness was alarming. Here he was, still hurling insults. The sun was on the verge of setting, and Southwind was still a short distance from the cabin. He was not inclined to spend the night outdoors. That would be akin to courting death. Shutting down the interface, Southwind hastily made his way back to the cabin. Unbeknownst to him, his tirade against Sakura Koi in the cross-regional chat channel would have significant repercussions for the entire 527 district. Before nightfall enveloped everything, Southwind finally returned to the cabin. Phew, at last, he could take a moment to relax. Within the sanctuary of the cabin, Southwind felt completely at ease. His afternoon exploration of the mine had been perilous, yet the rewards were substantial. He had ascended directly from level 4 to 5, claiming the top spot on the leaderboard. Additionally, he had earned a point of prestige, although he remained unaware of its significance. Furthermore, his divine weapon had once again upgraded, reaching the pinnacle of F grade. A remarkable enhancement. After a brief respite, Southwind kindled a campfire and began roasting meat. While the meat sizzled, he took out his Desert Eagle, aimed at a large tree over 40 meters away, and commenced target practice. After firing over 200 rounds, Southwind felt his marksmanship had improved. He resolved to practice for half an hour each night to enhance his accuracy. With this modest goal set, he stowed away the Desert Eagle and closed the cabin door. Drawing from his experiences over the past few days, he knew that within the next hour, a multitude of ferocious beasts would prowl the night. He had no desire to attract the attention of such terrifying creatures. The aroma of roasting meat wafted through the cabin. However, after 3 consecutive days of feasting on roasted meat, Southwind had begun to feel a sense of aversion. The sight of the meat now made him slightly nauseous. Yet, In this primitive world, various types of meat were readily available, while fruits and vegetables were scarce. Regardless of his discomfort, South Wind had to eat. Prolonged fasting would incur a debilitating debuff, reducing all attributes by 5 to 50, a severe consequence. This information had been relayed in the chat channel. Though South Wind was unsure of its veracity, as he had yet to experience hunger, dinner was served. Taking a deep breath, South Wind began to consume the roasted meat while simultaneously opening the interface to chat for a moment. Upon opening the panel, he was greeted by a flurry of private messages, and the chat channel was erupting with activity. Chat channel. Bao Jian, why is South Wind still lurking? Come out and say a few words. South Wind Huang Yuanming. Don't rush. He must have just returned to the cabin and may not have seen the messages yet. Tian Jiping. Humph. I believe he is simply afraid and has hidden away. Why should the entire district bear the brunt of the trouble he caused? Wooly, enough talk. It's pointless now. We should focus on what to do next. South Wind stared in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. What an extraordinary situation this is. Upon opening the private messages sent by other friends, Nanfeng gradually began to unravel the truth. It turned out that after fiercely criticizing Sakura Kojiro in the cross-regional chat channel, Sakura Kojiro was infuriated and declared a cross-regional challenge against District 527. This so-called cross-regional challenge is, in fact, a special item. The cross-regional challenge order allows one to designate a specific area and engage in a fair 1v1 duel with the highest-ranked chosen one from that area. The victor's region experiences a 10 increase in all resources, while the loser's region suffers a 10 decrease. Note, if either chosen one's health drops to 1 point, it is considered a defeat. With this cross-regional challenge order in hand, Sakura Kojiro can directly challenge Nanfeng, and if victorious, he could plunder 10 of District 527's resources. This is a matter of great significance for the entire region, which explains the uproar in the chat channel. After discerning the sequence of events, Nanfeng inhaled sharply, realizing the gravity of the situation. Good heavens, that fool truly believes he can reach through the internet to challenge me. Chapter 35, Cross-Regional Challenge. To think that this rascal could traverse the network to strike at me. Nanfeng was taken aback. Such capabilities existed in this primitive world. How could keyboard warriors possibly survive in such an unfriendly environment? At that moment, a new notification popped up on Nanfeng's panel. Su Zurin has invited you to join the Handsome Guys group. Would you like to accept? How is it even possible to join a group? When did this new feature emerge? Nanfeng scratched his head and clicked to agree. Ding! Nanfeng has joined the group chat. Glancing at the members of this group, Nanfeng recognized them as those who had participated in the mining expedition earlier that afternoon. Huang Yuanming. Nanfeng, brother, you finally made it. I thought you would perish along the way. Nanfeng, pa, you're the one who is going to perish halfway. Huang Yuanming. Who told you to remain silent for half the time? I even sent you a private message, and you didn't respond. Nanfeng, I just got home. I haven't even warmed my seat yet. Nanfeng, what is the current situation? Can someone fill me in? I'm still a bit dazed. Su Zurin, allow me to explain. Nanfeng devoured the grilled meat in his hand, attentively observing the messages in the group. Su Zurin, are you aware that Sakura Kojiro intend to challenge you? Nanfeng, I have a vague idea. By the way, how did you all find out about my taunting him? ISNT, the cross-regional chat channel, restricted to level 5 and above. Wu Yuansheng, only level 5 can speak, but we can still enter to observe others' conversations. So that is how it is. Nanfeng realized. Su Zurin, I heard from a Dragon Kingdom individual named Chung Mo in Area 68 that the cross-regional challenge token exists in every region, but one must defeat a level 5 or higher Lord class beast to obtain it. Suferan, coincidentally, Sakura Kojiro just acquired a cross-regional challenge token today and has been searching for easy targets all afternoon. Since you taunted him earlier, he has now set his sights on you. Nanfeng, how unfortunate am I? Su Zurin, in truth, your taunt was not the primary reason. According to other chosen ones from different regions, regardless of whether we provoked him or not, Sakura Kojiro would challenge the last region today. Su Zurin, this is because the last region generally represents the weakest, making it easier for him to win the challenge and acquire resources. Nanfeng understood. He needed to reach level 5 before nightfall, but the timing was rather inconvenient. If he waited until tomorrow to reach level 5, Sakura Kojiro would challenge Area 526 tonight. Su Ming, I was lurking in the cross-regional chat channel earlier and gathered several useful pieces of information. 1. Sakura Kojiro S, Area 132, entered the cross-region yesterday afternoon, over a day ahead of us. Su Ming. 2. Sakura Kojiro is already level 6, and his destined divine weapon is a katana, likely possessing a powerful output skill, though no one knows what it is. Su Ming. 3. This morning, Sakura Kojiro single-handedly defeated a level 5 lore-class beast. Upon reading these 3 pieces of information, Nanfeng immediately furrowed his brow. The prowess of Sakura Kojiro is rather formidable, as he is capable of single-handedly defeating a level 5 Lord-tier ferocious beast. Although Nanfeng has yet to encounter a level 5 Lord-tier beast, he has faced a level 6 Lord-tier beast, the Cavern Spider King. That creature boasts an attack power of 420 and a staggering 2,800 health points, a challenge that Nanfeng is currently ill-equipped to conquer. While a level 5 Lord-tier beast may not quite match the Cavern Spider King, it is not far behind either. In light of this comparison, it appears that Nanfeng stands little chance. Taking a deep breath, Nanfeng sent a message. When does he plan to challenge me? Suzerain, the cross-region challenge token can only be used during the day. He should challenge you first thing tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning. This implies that Nanfeng has no time to enhance his abilities. He must face Sakura Kojiro in his current state. Su Ihan. Nanfeng, do you have confidence? Nanfeng, oh, you're here too. Healer. ISNT this the Handsome Guys group? What brings you to the fray? Su Ihan, don't call me healer. Nanfeng, then, how about healer dad? Su Ihan, get lost. Nanfeng did not directly address Su Ihan's inquiry, but instead engaged in light banter with her. He possesses some confidence, albeit not in abundance. In the forthcoming battle against Sakura Kojiro, Nanfeng's sole advantage lies with the Desert Eagle. The exceedingly long range of the Desert Eagle is crucial for his potential victory. The first shot is paramount. It must hit. After contemplating his battle strategy for tomorrow, Nanfeng felt somewhat reassured. Handsome Guys group, Nanfeng. Rest assured, my comrades, I will give it my all tomorrow. Wooly, go for it, damn it. Wu Yuan Sheng. Indeed, let us smash that little cherry blossom S head. Sui Han, you can do it. The members of the group rallied to support Nanfeng without casting blame upon him for the situation. They understood that any player who reached level 5 today would inevitably face the challenge from Sakura Kojiro. Rather than complain, they chose to lend their support. Nanfeng exited the Handsome Guys group and glanced at the chat channel. It was an utter chaos, with some supporting him and others cursing him. The majority of those blaming Nanfeng believed it was his personal fault that the situation had unfolded this way. Those who can see beyond the surface are, after all, a rare breed. Ignoring them, Nanfeng closed the chat channel and perused all his private messages. Among them, Xiao Luo gifted him 5 portions of delicious roasted meat, accompanied by a message. Xiao Luo, this is for you. Nanfeng accepted the roasted meat and replied, thank you. Additionally, there was a giant strength grass sent by the enchanting Euron. Euron, I'll trade you 1 giant strength grass for 10 bottles of mana potions. You can owe me for now. Euron, ISNT it's still a little pup? This is outright coercive. Quite brazen. Nanfeng chuckled softly, shaking his head as he accepted the giant strength grass from Euron. After some contemplation, Nanfeng decided to reply to a message. Let us see if brother can knock the opponent's head ask you tomorrow. Yuyin responded almost instantly. Go for it. This girl, fond of using emoticons, was quite endearing. After responding to all the messages from other friends, Nanfeng decisively closed the panel and took out the recently acquired Giant Strength Herb. Giant Strength Herb. Consuming it enhances the Chosen One's strength by 4. Note, each Chosen One can consume a maximum of 2. Consuming more is ineffective. Goodness, this is the progenitor of Mighty Herb. Nanfeng consumed the Giant Strength Herb raw, boosting his strength by an additional 4 points. After some reflection, Nanfeng allocated all 5 free attribute points from leveling up to strength. What he desired was sheer brute force. Upon checking his attributes, Nanfeng's strength had reached 77 points, with an attack power of 385 points, nearly rivaling that of the cave Spider King. As long as he could land the first 1 to 2 shots, even if Sakura Kojiro was level 6, it wouldn't matter. He would still emerge victorious. This extraordinary attack power infused Nanfeng with renewed confidence. Roar! The ferocious howls outside the small cabin echoed as expected. Reminiscent of the previous 2 nights, Nanfeng approached the window and cautiously observed for a moment. Shadows lurked outside, darting about with a ghostly swiftness, making it impossible for Nanfeng to discern the nature of the beasts. Drawing back, he refrained from staring too long, fearing to attract the wrath of the creatures lurking outside. The cabin was not invincible. It possessed its own health points. Nanfeng had no doubt that the beasts outside had the capability to dismantle his humble abode. Closing the window, Nanfeng poured the 2 large barrels of fresh water sent by Huang Yuanming into the purification device, allowing it to cleanse the water slowly. As night deepened, accompanied by the roars outside, Nanfeng succumbed to a heavy slumber. For tomorrow, a fierce battle awaited him. Chapter 36. This is Steady Morning. Nanfeng suddenly opened his eyes, performing a swift leap. A glance at the tactical watch on his wrist revealed it was 6:10 a.m. Had Sakura Kojiro not risen yet? Nanfeng had not yet received any challenge notifications. This was fortuitous, as it afforded him time to prepare. After hastily consuming a morsel, he pushed open the door of the wooden cabin. Outside lay a dense forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. The ferocious beasts that had rampaged all night were now conspicuously absent. Standing at the threshold of the cabin, Nanfeng began to practice his marksmanship. He intended to utilize this precious time to enhance his accuracy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He specifically targeted the iron claw rats surrounding the cabin, as their small size made them ideal for practicing shooting, and they dropped iron claw materials, allowing him to level up as well. 3 birds with 1 stone. What could be more advantageous? Of course, to prepare for any imminent challenges, Nanfeng maintained his magical energy above 80, reluctant to expend too much. After over 2 hours of practice, just as he began to feel a tinge of impatience, the system notification chimed. Ding! The chosen one from Original World Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro, has initiated an inter-regional challenge against you. Please be prepared. Announcement. An inter-regional challenge has been initiated from Original World Zone 132 to Original World Zone 527. The challenge will commence in 10 minutes. Both chosen ones are advised to prepare. 2 system notifications appeared. One was a regional announcement, the other pertaining to Nanfeng personally. He opened his panel, which displayed a countdown along with detailed information regarding the inter-regional challenge. Inter-regional challenge. Upon the countdown's conclusion, both chosen ones will be randomly teleported to an uninhabited area within the original world, where they shall duel within a radius of 100 meters. During this period, both chosen ones will receive the Indomitable Will buff. The first chosen, one whose health points drop to 1, will be deemed the loser. Indomitable Will. During the challenge, you cannot perish. Your health points will be reduced to a minimum of 1. Upon reading this, Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. It appeared this challenge was designed to prevent death. However, the losing party would incur a loss of 10 of their resources in the region. This revelation alleviated his concerns. With over 9 minutes until the challenge began, Nanfeng returned to the cabin to recover his magical energy, then entered the inter-regional chat channel. Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro. Is that fellow Nanfeng too cowardly to speak? Not a peep since last night. Zone 132, Dong Dao Xiong Tai. Ah, he must be utterly terrified, quaking in a corner somewhere. Zone 132, Ma Yuda Hui. To insult our great Sakura Empire's warriors. This shall be his fate. We shall gladly accept the resources of Zone 527. Upon entering the cross-regional chat channel, Nanfeng immediately observed the chosen ones from District 132 fervently typing away, exuding an air of superiority. These 3 chosen ones had all reached level 5 or above, indicating that the overall strength of District 132 significantly surpassed that of District 527. District 527, Su Zurin. Ha! 3 fools. District 527, Xiao Luo. The above comment resonates with me. Nanfeng was taken aback. Have both of them also achieved level 5? A glance at the leaderboard revealed that Su Zurin and Xiao Luo had indeed ascended to level 5, likely having risen early that morning to slay monsters and level up. At this moment, the two were engaging in a verbal duel with the chosen ones from District 132 in the cross-regional chat channel. However, their combat prowess was evidently inferior, and their taunts fell flat without causing any real impact. District 132. Ayudahoe. Your Nanfeng from District 527 has turned into a turtle, sending you 2 worthless ones to take the lead. Wasn't he quite arrogant yesterday? District 132, Dong Dao Xiongtai. Citizens of Long Country are all cowards, truly pathetic. They cannot even compare to the warriors of our great Cherry Blossom Empire. District 132, Inghua Xiao Zilong. Challenging such a turtle is an affront to my samurai sword. District 68, Chengmo. Are you babbling at me? Is this a map bombardment? If you continue speaking this way, I shall utilize this cross-regional challenge token against your District 132. District 17, Xiao Ongran. Unfortunately, our Battle Zones challenge token has already been used, otherwise, I too would confront District 132. District 113, Yi Piaoling. Our Battle Zones challenge token remains unused. I shall also take on District 132. District 381, Lin Tianxi. This group of little cherry blossoms truly believes they are significant. They should consider how many battle zones from Long Country are present here. District 68, Chengmo. One must seize the opportunity. Let us all unite and thoroughly deplete District 132. In response to Dong Dao Xiongtai's remark, numerous lurking chosen ones from Long Country began to emerge, voicing their opinions. District 132 had incited the ire of all Long Country battle zones. The chosen ones from other nations chose to spectate, refraining from intervening. As this conflict was a matter between Long Country and Cherry Blossom Country, they would relish the prospect of a fierce battle between the two. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, District 132 hastily issued an apology. District 132, Inghua Xiao Zilong. I apologize. I did not intend to offend Long Country. The aforementioned comments were directed solely at your Nanfeng. However, in truth, Inghua Xiao Zilong had insulted the entirety of Long Country. Observing this, Nanfeng let out a cold laugh. District 527, Nanfeng. My remarks yesterday were not aimed at you specifically, but rather at your entire Cherry Blossom Country. All of you are worthless. District 132, Inghua Xiao Zilong. Baka, Nanfeng, you have finally shown yourself. Your demise is imminent in 5 minutes. District 527, Nanfeng, fool. Cross-regional challenges do not result in death. Is your comprehension so lacking that you cannot understand the prompts? Could it be that all of you cherry blossoms are illiterate? How pitiable. Casting a wide net, Southwind is indeed a master in this arena. He harbors no fondness for the land of cherry blossoms, and he expresses his disdain without hesitation. The Cherry Blossom Kid's lips are twisted in anger. Zone 132, Cherry Blossom Kid. Let you be arrogant for a while longer. Once the challenge commences, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. Zone 527, Southwind. You wish to challenge your father? Such insolence. Is this how you Cherry Blossom folk address your elders? Alas, I lament my failure to teach you properly during your formative years, as I was preoccupied with other matters. Zone 132, Cherry Blossom Kid. Baka, I will kill you. Zone 68, Chung Mo. Haha, a suspected national treasure revealed. Zone 17, Xiao Ongran. This is intangible cultural heritage. Zone 381, Lin Tianxi. Coach, I too wish to learn the art of insults. Previously, Southwind had refrained from speaking, and the chosen ones from other Dragon Kingdom battle zones looked down upon him. They believed Southwind had cowered, retreating like a turtle. However, it is now evident that Southwind has not faltered. He has not brought shame upon the Dragon Kingdom. Zone 39, Cherry Blossom One Sword. Foolish Dragon Kingdom dwellers, Your arrogance will not last long. Cherry Blossom Kid, make sure to strike hard. Zone 132, Cherry Blossom Kid. Oh, big brother. Someone from Zone 39 has arrived. Are they siblings? Why is he called Cherry Blossom One Sword and not Cherry Blossom Big Brother? Southwind is somewhat astonished. Cherry Blossom One Sword is indeed from Zone 39, and his strength must be formidable. Generally, a higher ranking signifies greater power. This Cherry Blossom One Sword might very well be at level 7 or even 8. It is surprising that the land of cherry blossoms boasts so many formidable fighters. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom is not lacking either. That brother named Xiao Ongran from Zone 17 is undoubtedly much stronger than Cherry Blossom One Sword. With 1 minute remaining, Southwind begins to stretch and prepare himself for the impending battle. At this moment, Cherry Blossom Kid again tags Southwind in the cross-regional chat channel. Zone 132, Cherry Blossom Kid. Southwind, the challenge is about to commence. Why not add a little wager? If you lose, you must call me father 3 times in this chat channel. If I lose, I will also call you father 3 times. What do you say? Do you dare to wager? Southwind scoffs. Does Cherry Blossom Kid truly believe victory is assured? Zone 527, Southwind. A son delivered to me on a silver platter. I shall not refuse. I accept the wager. Zone 132, Cherry Blossom Kid. Just don't play tricks when the time comes. Zone 527, Southwind. Do you think I'm like you Cherry Blossom people? One to act without taking responsibility? Zone 132, Cherry Blossom Kid. Baka! The countdown reaches 10 seconds, and both cease their banter. Inside the small cabin, a silvery teleportation array gradually illuminates beneath Southwind's feet. Observing this, Southwind quickly consumes a serving of savory grilled meat and drinks a cup of pure fresh water. A wise warrior prepares before battle. 3, 2, 1. The figure of Nanfeng gradually faded, eventually vanishing within the quaint wooden cottage. In this primordial realm, in a desolate expanse, both Nanfeng and Sakurazaka Kojiro were simultaneously transported. Isn't this rather unstable? Nanfeng mused, casting a grin towards Sakurazaka Kojiro, who stood 50 meters away. At such a distance, even Sakurazaka Daijiro would have to kneel. Chapter 37. The secret technique. Take down the venue for this interregional challenge is nestled within a verdant valley. The flora here is lush, yet there are no particularly towering trees, which means that the cover is scant, allowing the southern winds to roam freely. Not far off, the scruffy-clad Sakura Kojiro is slowly making his way towards the southern wind. His gaze is fierce. Southern wind, today you shall learn that empty boasts come at a cost. Southern wind raises his wooden dagger high, addressing the distant Sakura Kojiro. Son, watch how your father teaches you a lesson today. A derisive smile crosses Sakura Kojiro's face. Upon seeing that Southern Wind's chosen weapon is a mere dagger, he lets go of his last shred of caution. Before the challenge commenced, Sakura Kojiro had harbored a flicker of anxiety. If Southern Wind's weapon had been ranged, winning would have been a far more arduous task. For in the early stages, the advantage of distance is immense, capable of compensating for the disparity in their levels. Although Sakura Kojiro was confident in his ability to close the distance and vanquish Southern Wind, there was still an element of risk involved. Now, witnessing that Southern Wind is also a melee combatant with a short-range dagger, he feels a sense of assurance wash over him. Southern Wind, why not kneel and call me father now? Sakura Kojiro taunts, casually brandishing his wooden katana as he strides towards Southern Wind. If you call me now, you won't have to do so in the cross-regional channel later. Just think about it. How embarrassing would it be to call me father in front of a crowd? No one else is here. If you call me, no one will know, right? Southern Wind silently calculates the distance between them while feigning a confused expression. What did you just say I should call you? Father, Sakura Kojiro replies. Oh, my good son, Southern Wind retorts. Sakura Kojiro's expression darkens, and he glares fiercely at Southern Wind. Very well. Let us see how long you can keep that bravado. He quickens his pace, charging towards Southern Wind. 40 meters, 35 meters, 35 meters. Southern Wind conceals his hands behind his back, swiftly stowing away the wooden dagger and drawing forth a desert eagle. To Sakura Kojiro, Southern Wind appears calm and composed, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. Showing off? Do you think you are a grandmaster? Sakura Kojiro scoffs. You are riddled with weaknesses. Your pretense is utterly unconvincing. On this point, Sakura Kojiro speaks from experience. The Sakura family is a lineage of swordsmanship, having produced numerous masters throughout the years. In Sakura country, the distinction between swords and blades is not overtly defined, allowing techniques executed with Sakura blades and katanas to be collectively referred to as swordsmanship. As for Sakura Kojiro himself, he is the prodigy of this generation, having developed an unyielding passion for the katana since childhood, mastering sword techniques second only to his brother, Sakura Iken. Upon traversing into the primordial world, Sakura Kojiro commenced his journey with a katana bestowed upon him as his destined weapon. After years of honing his skills in the art of the sword, on the very first day of his arrival, he grasped an immensely potent offensive technique, the drawn blade slash. With this ability, Sakura Kojiro ascended rapidly in levels, effortlessly dispatching rodents and poultry alike, leaving the other chosen ones in District 132 far behind. Just yesterday, he single-handedly vanquished a level 5 Lord-class ferocious beast with but a single stroke. Such prowess rendered any pretense of South Wind's mastery trivial. Even if South Wind were indeed a grandmaster, Sakura Kojiro harbored the confidence to slay him. It appeared he had grown overconfident. South Wind, perceptive to the shifts in Sakura Kojiro's mentality, found himself somewhat perplexed. However, this development was fortuitous for South Wind. The more overconfident his opponent became, the greater his own chances of victory. The distance between them was a mere 20 meters, within which South Wind's accuracy surpassed 90. Almost there. Penetrating round. Swiftly raising his Desert Eagle, South Wind did not rely on sight, but rather instinct as he fired a shot towards Sakura Kojiro. The intensity of recent battles had granted South Wind a semblance of shooting instinct. In that fleeting moment, as the bullet was discharged, he felt an undeniable conviction that it would strike true. The penetrating round, forged from 20 points of magical energy, soared towards Sakura Kojiro. At the moment of the bullet's release, Sakura Kojiro was momentarily taken aback. In a melee, how could an adversary draw a firearm, while all others wielded cold weapons? This trickster resorted to a Desert Eagle. Was that appropriate? Though astonished, Sakura Kojiro's reflexes remained sharp. He raised his katana and executed a horizontal slash. Drawn blade slash. Clang! The magical bullet collided with the wooden katana, producing a crisp sound. South Wind's penetrating round was thwarted by Sakura Kojiro's blade. Merely a trifling skill, Sakura Kojiro scoffed, believing his swordsmanship had reached new heights. Yet, his elation lasted scarcely a fraction of a second, as the penetrating round pierced through the katana, embedding itself in his left shoulder. Minus 158. How could this be? This defied logic. Sakura Kojiro wore an expression of disbelief. We have traversed realms, and you speak of logic? Are you out of your mind? South Wind's demeanor remained composed, yet turmoil brewed within. With an attack power of 385 points, combined with the 150 damage bonus of the penetrating round, inflicting merely 158 points of damage seemed unfathomable. Did Sakura Kojiro possess over 300 points of defense? Such a notion was absurd. Even more astonishing was the fact that this Sakura Kojiro could deflect a bullet with a single stroke. Was this a film being made? South Wind began to suspect his opponent was cheating. Observing South Wind's expression, Sakura Kojiro recalled something and sneered. You remain unaware, do you? When a lower-level attack strikes a higher-level target, the damage is significantly diminished, and this is... As he spoke, Sakura Kojiro advanced, dragging his blade forward, his speed suddenly reaching its zenith. Instant slash. Few are aware that Sakura Kojiro has mastered a remarkable skill known as instant slash. This ability serves as his trump card, enabling him to face even the most formidable ranged adversaries with unwavering confidence. A sinister smile adorned his face as he charged within 10 meters of Nanfeng, proclaiming, "At this proximity, my blade outpaces your firearm." However, Nanfeng remained composed, He had anticipated the possibility of his opponent closing the distance. Yet, what difference does it make if Sakura Kojiro manages to engage him up close? Nanfeng's weapon is not a bow, a slingshot, or throwing darts. These require a certain distance to gain momentum and inflict greater damage. His weapon is a gun, with a velocity sufficient enough to ensure rapid fire. Engaging up close not only posed no disadvantage for Nanfeng, but rather enhanced his accuracy. Beyond 10 meters, his firearm was swift. Within 10 meters, it was both precise and rapid. With a calm demeanor, Nanfeng retreated, swiftly unleashing a 3-round burst. As his level increased, so did his agility, resulting in a slight enhancement to both his attack and movement speed. This distance of 10 meters afforded him the opportunity to strike 4 to 5 times. Miss. Minus 158. Minus 158. 2 of the 3 shots found their mark. One struck the abdomen, and the other grazed the calf. Decent hits, yet Nanfeng was baffled. Why did the damage from a standard attack equate to that of penetrating bullet? How was this damage calculated? Meanwhile, Sakura Kojiro internally cursed his opponent's overwhelming attack power. After the 3 shots, he was left with less than 50 health points and was bleeding, losing 5 to 8 health points per second. Nevertheless, he refused to concede, for the distance between him and Nanfeng had dwindled to less than 2 meters. With a swift draw of his katana, he executed a horizontal slash. Just one strike. With all his strength focused into attack, Sakura Kojiro was confident he could eliminate Nanfeng in a single blow. The strike was swift, too fast for Nanfeng to evade. Yet, he had already devised a countermeasure. At the very moment Sakura Kojiro unleashed his blade, he plunged into his opponent's embrace. With the secret technique, close contact, at this zero-distance engagement, the 90 centimeters blade became ineffective. Sakura Kojiro's lightning-fast slash missed its mark. You wish to close in on me? Is this close enough? In the midst of Sakura Kojiro's astonishment, Nanfeng had already drawn a wooden dagger, plunging it deep into Sakura Kojiro's heart. Chapter 38. Searching for my son Ding. Congratulations on defeating your opponent, Sakura Kojiro, and becoming the victor of this cross-regional challenge. Ding. All resources in your region. Original World Zone 527 have increased by 10. With the sound of these 2 system notifications, the challenge came to a swift conclusion. From the moment Southwind fired the first shot, the entire contest lasted less than 10 seconds, and he hadn't even utilized his second penetrating shot. How infuriating! With his health forcibly locked at one point, Sakura Kojiro glared at Southwind with unbridled fury. He never anticipated that he would be defeated. Southwind chuckled. Remember to call me daddy later, my dear son. Sakura Kojiro opened his mouth to retort, but before he could, the scenery around them shifted, and they were instantly returned to their respective regions. Southwind found himself back in his wooden cabin, hardly a minute having passed since his departure. I won. Southwind exhaled deeply, his once tense heart finally at ease. Though the challenge concluded rapidly, the dangers it harbored were known only to Southwind. The last strike from Sakura Kojiro sent a chill down his spine. He had no doubt that one blow would have cleaved him in 2, resulting in an immediate loss. Fortunately, Southwind had anticipated the possibility of being cornered, allowing him to react quickly and evade that lethal strike. After a brief recap of the battle, he reflected on his shortcomings and subsequently opened the panel to access the chat channel. Now is the time for boasting. Other chosen ones had received the system announcement of Southwind's victory and were already engaged in lively discussions within the chat channel. Lu Daqiang. Southwind, you're incredible. Huang Yuanming. This feels like a dream. It's only been a minute and you've already won? Suferan, impressive. I heard that Sakura Kojiro possesses an attack power of 410 points. Combined with his skills and level advantage, he could have easily eliminated Southwind in one blow. Suzerain, I'm curious about how you achieved this victory. Southwind Yin, suddenly a plethora of herbs sprouted beside my wooden cabin. Is this the effect of the 10 resource increase? Wu Yuansheng, I've noticed it too. The ferocious beasts around seem to have multiplied. Lu Daqiang, the trees have increased as well. Those I chopped down yesterday have seemingly regrown. Previously, Southwind had pondered what exactly the 10 resource increase entailed. It now appeared that it enhanced all resources within the region, including but not limited to trees, stones, ferocious beasts, and various ores. This constituted a comprehensive uplift in the region's overall strength. However, for Southwind personally, the gains were not as substantial. He didn't even receive any attribute points as a reward. It would have been more practical to hunt a Lord-level ferocious beast. After waiting a while and observing more and more individuals him in the chat channel, Southwind decided to make his presence known. Southwind, with a resounding boom in the sky, the handsome hero makes his grand entrance. Applause. Tion Jeeping. How childish. Urian, elementary school students may find it somewhat childish, yet university students perceive it as just right. Su Ming, Ap La Lu, Lu Daqiang. Impressive, my esteemed friend. Huang Yuanming, Nanfeng. Brother, from this day forth, I shall be your loyal subordinate. Bao Jian, brother, please guide me, oh brother. A group of chosen ones has transformed into fervent admirers of Nanfeng, showering him with praises. Nanfeng, delighted by this attention, did not forget to promote his wares. Nanfeng, dear family, to celebrate today's victory, I have just made available 50 cups of pure fresh water. Not for 98, not for 88, but a special price of merely 28. Nanfeng, with 28 units of materials, you cannot go wrong. You can take home a cup of pure fresh water to sample. Nanfeng, pure fresh water, refreshing and thirst-quenching, is an indispensable item for both home and travel. Are you sure you want to indulge in a little? Urian, has it truly been discounted? Let us go for it. Wu Yuansheng, save some for me, dear sister above. Sui Han, I want some too. For the range chosen ones, the consumption of magical energy has always posed a significant challenge. Previously, Nanfeng sold a bottle of mana restoration potion for 50 units of materials, which others hesitated to purchase. However, at the current price of only 28 units, many would surely buy a few. After all, it is already the 4th day. Who among them lacks some savings? Moreover, the surroundings of the cabin have been thoroughly explored. It is time to venture further afield. With some mana restoration potions prepared in their bags, they felt reassured. The 50 portions of pure fresh water quickly sold out, and many were privately messaging Nanfeng, inquiring if more were available. Indeed, there was more just last night. Huang Yuanming had provided Nanfeng with 2 large barrels of stream water, which were still undergoing purification. Fortune smiles upon him, and Nanfeng's face beamed with joy. In mere moments, he had earned over 1,000 units of materials. Even after sharing a portion with Huang Yuanming, Nanfeng would still reap substantial rewards. This was also the reason behind Nanfeng's decision to lower prices, selling in bulk for thin profit margins. While waiting for the water to purify, Nanfeng activated the cross-regional chat channel, for he had a vital task to undertake, avoiding the exposure of his true divine weapon. Sakura Kojuro was aware that Nanfeng's divine weapon was a pistol, but apart from him, no one else had witnessed it firsthand. Leaving room for Nanfeng to deceive, he did not seek to fool everyone. As long as the majority remained skeptical of Sakura Kojuro's claims, it would suffice. In the cross-regional chat channel, Zone 39, Sakura, Aegean, what are you still fantasizing about? Do you truly believe the waste of your Dragon Nation can prevail? Although Sakura Kojuro's strength is not superior to mine, defeating the cowards of your Dragon Nation is a trivial task. Zone 17, Xiaoangran, what are you barking about? Did I not beat you hard enough last time? Zone 381, Lin Tianqiu, brother Xiaoangran, you have fought Sakura Aegean before? Zone 68, Cheng Montag, Lin Tianqi. You arrived late, hence you are unaware. The day before yesterday, Inghua Aegean was exceedingly arrogant, and as a result, Xiaoangran initiated a cross-regional challenge, delivering a thorough beating to Inghua Aegean, after which he spoke little. Zone 39, Inghua Aegean. At that moment, I was merely concerned that Xiaoangran would suffer a humiliating defeat. Thus, I showed some restraint. Who would have thought that you people from Longhua are ungrateful? Not only failing to appreciate my mercy, but also launching a sneak attack on me? Truly shameful. Zone 17, Xiaoangran. Such a fabrication sounds quite convincing. I nearly believed it. I wonder which mud it was that I had pinned to the ground and thoroughly pummeled. Zone 39, Wenban Taku. You Longhua people are all trash. lacking the spirit of a warrior, resorting only to ambushes. Zone 68, Cheng Montag, NMSL, VSND. In the cross-regional chat channel, the chosen ones from Longhua and Yinghua Nation began hurling insults at each other once again. This has become the norm for this channel. Both sides feel discomfort if a day goes by without a verbal skirmish. As one of the 4 notorious instigators of the national server, Nanfeng could not miss such a splendid opportunity and promptly joined the group chat. Zone 527, Nanfeng. Searching for my son. My foolish child has gone missing. I would greatly appreciate everyone's assistance in locating him. Zone 39, Yinghua Yijian. Chapter 39. Is the Destiny weapon a handgun? Nanfeng. I'm searching for my son. My foolish son has gone missing. I kindly ask everyone to assist in locating him. Sakura Yijian. What? Nanfeng's sudden proclamation instantly captivated the attention of the entire channel. Chung Imo. Nanfeng, brother, did you win? Lin Tianchi. Was that so quick? Only a few minutes have passed. Xiao Ongran. Oh dear, it seems some of the little cherry blossom fellows will be disappointed. Nanfeng. Chung Imo, of course I won. This was a piece of cake. How can my son possibly defeat me? Don't you all agree? By the way, have you seen my son? Why hasn't he come out to call me dad yet? Sakura Kojiro with Nanfeng's confident response. The entire cross-regional chat channel erupted in excitement. Emilia. Oh my god, is this true? District 527 actually triumphed over District 132? Mike. Haha, the Sakura Nation is utterly pathetic. They lose even under level suppression. Absolute rubbish. Andre. A challenge beyond their means? Impressive. Sakura Yijian. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This kid must be talking nonsense. Wen Ban Taku. Baka. The people of Long Nation are all liars. Their words cannot be trusted. Lin Tianchi. Where are the people from District 132? Why isn't anyone speaking up? Do they lose their voices? Xiao Ongran. It seems the Sakura Kojiro ISNT up to par. A level 6 couldn't defeat a level 5. What a shame. He should return home to tend to pigs. At this moment, all the chosen ones from Sakura Nation wore grim expressions. They had not anticipated that their hopes rested upon Sakura Kojiro, who would falter against a level 5 chosen one from Long Nation. Losing to other nations might have been bearable, but to Long Nation was simply unacceptable, leaving them in a state of utter dismay. Yi Piaoling. If the attacker's level is less than the defender's level, then damage, attack power, defense power, 1 level difference. With a 1 level difference, damage is halved. Nanfeng, given that you won even with half damage, doesn't that imply Sakura Kojiro is rather weak? Upon seeing the formula Yi Piaoling shared, Nanfeng suddenly understood. It became clear that when a lower level character attacks a higher level one, damage is significantly reduced. A 1 level difference halves the damage, 2 levels reduce it to 1/3. And if the difference is 9 levels, the damage is merely 1/10 of the original. Fortunately, Nanfeng had allocated all his points to strength, endowing him with sufficient attack power. Moreover, since Sakura Kojiro was quite fragile, even with the damage halved, Nanfeng could still inflict over 150 points of damage. Otherwise, victory would have eluded him. It was precisely due to this damage reduction mechanism that challenges beyond 1S level were rendered nearly impossible, which explained why others found it utterly astonishing that Nanfeng had emerged victorious. Regaining his composure, Nanfeng addressed Yi Piaoling's inquiry. North Wind from District 527. Well, let me put it this way. I haven't lost a single drop of blood. Su Zurin from District 527, I recall your fateful weapon is a dagger. How could a dagger withstand a katana without sustaining damage? North Wind silently applauded Su Zurin for this brilliant assist. As a result, everyone would be inclined to believe that North Wind's primary weapon is indeed a dagger. This grants North Wind greater maneuverability. Andre from District 3, an unscathed challenge against a higher level, especially wielding a melee weapon. I consider that beyond my capabilities. Emilia from District 288, I've heard that everyone in your dragon country possesses martial arts skills. Could that be true? To challenge, without harm, North Wind. Your agility must be remarkable. Mike from District 8, huh? Agility? It is but a facade in the presence of absolute power. Jin Hyunwoo from District 78, perhaps it is not that North Wind is too strong. but rather that Sakura Kojiro is too weak. No one wishes to acknowledge the prowess of the chosen ones from other nations, yet all are eager to concede their weaknesses. Jin Hyun-woo's statement immediately garnered the agreement of most chosen ones. Mike from District 8, you are correct. It is indeed Sakura Kojiro's inadequacy. Savani from District 5, oh, to he. If Sakura Kojiro cannot conquer District 527, he surely stands no chance against me. Sakura Kojiro from District 132, you're talking nonsense. I could slay you with a single strike. Finally, after a prolonged silence, Sakura Kojiro could no longer contain himself. North Wind instantly perked up. He had been waiting for quite a while, fearing that Sakura Kojiro might not dare to show his face. North Wind from District 527, my dear son. Where have you been? I've been searching for you for ages. Sakura Ichigen from District 39, North Wind. Mind your language. North Wind from District 527, I am conversing with my son. What business is it of yours? Oh, wait a moment. You're my son's brother, which means you're also my son. Sakura Kojiro from District 132, Baka. How dare you insult my brother? You seek death. North Wind from District 527, Sakura Kojiro. Dear son, didn't you promise to call me father? Why haven't you done so yet? Where is your warrior spirit from Sakura country? Sakura Ichigen from District 39, Kojiro. Have you truly lost? The chat room fell silent as everyone awaited Sakura Kojiro's candid response to this inquiry. After a lengthy pause, Sakura Kojiro finally spoke. Sakura Kojiro from District 132, yes, brother. North Wind's fateful weapon is a handgun, with an extensive range. I barely approached him before my health plummeted. Sakura Ichigen from District 39, what? A handgun? Chung Yamo from District 68, what is this? A fateful weapon can awaken into a handgun? I envy that. Mike from District 8, this is inconceivable. Emilia from District 288, oh my, is that true? The Southern Wind took a deep breath, contemplating how to navigate this topic, while ensuring that the majority of the chosen ones would remain skeptical of what Sakura Kojiro had asserted. After careful consideration, the Southern Wind composed a message and sent it. District 527, Southern Wind. Goodness, my fated divine weapon turns out to be a handgun. I wouldn't have known if you hadn't mentioned it. Thank you for the reminder, my dear father. District 132, Sakura Kojiro. Stop pretending. If it weren't for that handgun, how could you possibly have defeated me? District 527, Su Zurin. Sakura Kojiro. I believe you are merely making excuses because you feel embarrassed after your defeat. District 68, Chung Imo. What a pathetic excuse. Even my grandmother would shake her head at that. District 381, Lin Tianchi. Everyone else's divine weapons are cold arms. How could one possibly awaken a hot weapon like a handgun? Perhaps you should draft your boast before you speak. Upon seeing that the chosen ones from Longwo were defending him, the Southern Wind pondered for a couple of seconds and grasped the underlying reason. If his fated divine weapon were truly a handgun, it would undoubtedly be one of his most formidable trump cards. As fellow citizens of Longwa, how could they allow a compatriot's secret to be unveiled so casually? Naturally, they would refute Sakura Kojiro. Conversely, if the Southern Wind's fated divine weapon were not a handgun, it would warrant even more rebuttal. Crafting such a clumsy excuse to deceive, does he regard others as fools? District 132, Sakura Kojiro. The warriors of our great Sakura Empire never lie. Southern Wind's divine weapon is indeed a handgun. I dare swear on my katana. The katana is of utmost importance to the Sakura warriors, and Sakura Kojiro's willingness to swear on it suggests that his words may hold truth. Chosen ones from other nations were 7 parts convinced. District 527, Southern Wind. Ah, yes, my fated divine weapon is indeed a handgun. And then? When did you start calling me father? Observing Southern Wind's lack of rebuttal, the other chosen ones began to feel perplexed. How could he so readily acknowledge his trump card? This was uncharacteristic. District 132, Sakura Kojiro. Have you finally admitted it? If you didn't possess a gun, you would never have bested me. District 527, Southern Wind. Ah, yes, I do possess a handgun. And then? When did you call me father? Why do the warriors of your great Sakura Empire refuse to accept defeat? District 68, Qingmo. I wouldn't believe a single punctuation mark of what this little Sakura brat says. Whoever believes him is a fool. The chosen ones from other nations nodded in agreement. Indeed, Sakura Kojiro lacked credibility. His words could not be fully trusted. District 132, Sakura Kojiro, Baka, you long with cheats won against me. And you expect me to concede? In your dreams. District 527, Southern Wind. How did this turn into me cheating? Wasn't it with a dagger that I ended your life? Where's the cheating? District 132, Sakura Kojiro. If it weren't for my low health, how could you have possibly killed me with a single dagger stab? The moment these words left his lips, Sakura Kojiro immediately sensed the precariousness of his situation. The Southern Wind chuckled softly. This little rascal has fallen into the trap. Chapter 40. The thrilling girl, Yi Piaoling Nanfeng chuckled, amused by the little brat's predicament. Sakura Ijin inquired, Kozu, what precisely is Nanfeng's weapon? One moment it's a dagger, the next a handgun. Lin Tianxi interjected, this is bad. The truth is slipping out. Cheng Imo remarked with a smirk, I told you, the Sakura folks are all liars. Yet some of you still believe them? Mike scoffed, so what if you lost? Stop making excuses, it's pathetic. Jin Shinshu noted, it turns out Sakura Kozu is just too weak. Sakura Kozu, flustered and distressed, sought an explanation. Yet the inter-region chat channel imposed a 30-second speaking interval. With the Dragon Kingdom's chosen one's intent on stirring the pot, each participant chimed in, solidifying the narrative that Sakura Kozu not only lost to Nanfeng, but did so in a humiliating fashion. To salvage his pride, he concocted an excuse to deceive the crowd. Nonetheless, a few skeptical chosen ones remained doubtful about the nature of Nanfeng's true weapon. Nanfeng could not dispel everyone's skepticism, but as long as the majority remained unconvinced, that was sufficient. Sakura Kotho exclaimed, no. Nanfeng possesses two innate weapons. One is a dagger, the other a handgun. Everyone, be cautious. Andre retorted. You're becoming more absurd by the minute. Emilia added, with over 500 districts and more than 500,000 chosen ones, I have never heard of anyone awakening two innate weapons. Nanfeng quipped, ah, yes indeed, I have two innate weapons. So what? When will you call me father? Cheng Yemo dismissed them, enough thinking. Can you trust the words of the Sakura people? Everyone disperse. It's time to level up or hunt monsters. Lin Tianxi agreed. Let us retreat. Sakura Kozu, fuming with rage, shouted Baka. You Dragon Kingdom trash. Do you only know how to deceive? What I say is the truth. Trash. Useless. If given another chance, I will surely defeat your cowardly Dragon Kingdom. Seeing no one believed his words, he unleashed a torrent of curses in the channel. However, his insults were repetitive and lacked potency, akin to a shrew yelling in the streets. Nanfeng found no merit in retaliating, yet not all shared Nanfeng's indifference. Some Dragon Kingdom chosen ones could no longer tolerate it. Cheng Yemo admonished, Sakura Kozu, shut up and prepare to get beaten. An announcement followed. Original World District 68 has initiated an inter-region challenge against Original World District 132. The challenge will commence in 10 minutes. Both sides' chosen ones should prepare. One exhilarating turn. Cheng Yemo was indeed formidable, not sparing Sakura Kozu any dignity. Sakura Kozu seethed, damn it. Do you Dragon Kingdom folks really think I'm easy to bully? We're District 68. I can challenge you at a higher level and triumph. Cheng Yemo replied with a smirk, come, try it. In the 527th district, Nanfeng remarked to Cheng Yemo that Sakura Konoha possessed two skills, the blade draw and the instant slash. The latter is a rushing skill, and one must exercise caution. His defense ranges between 130 and 160, while his health fluctuates between 450 and 600. His signature weapon is a katana, approximately 90 centimeters in length. With an air of familiarity, Nanfeng began to disclose the data regarding Sakura Konoha. If it were possible, he would even divulge the color of Sakura Konoha's undergarments, though he regrettably lacked that knowledge. In the 68th district, Cheng Imo chuckled, expressing gratitude, stating that with this information, his winning probability had increased by at least 30%. In the 132nd district, Sakura Konoha exclaimed in frustration, Baka, Baka, you shameless people from Dragon Country. Leaf Drifting in the 113th district declared, if Sakura Konoha possesses such limited strength, I could easily defeat him and seize a portion of resources. In the 527th district, Nanfeng concurred, urging everyone to collectively reduce the resources of District 132 to a negative balance. Sakura Aegean from the 39th district retorted, "You Dragon Country folks should not be too arrogant. Do you truly believe there are no capable individuals in Sakura Country?" Xiao Ongran challenged, "You're impressive. Come and fight me then." The chosen ones from both nations resumed their heated exchange, leaving individuals from other nations unable to interject. In a fleeting 10 minutes, the challenge match between Districts 68 and 132 commenced. Nanfeng glanced at the clock. It was still not yet 9 o'clock. There was time to spare. Once the battle concluded, he intended to venture out to hunt fierce beasts for experience points. The spectacle was simply too entertaining to resist. 30 seconds later, Chen Yamo was the first to speak in the cross-district channel. "I defeated him with a single strike. Truly pathetic," he claimed. Nanfeng responded, "Impressive, great one." From this singular statement, Nanfeng deduced that Cheng Mo's level was undoubtedly 7. Cheng Yamo must have felt confident in his victory, prompting him to initiate the challenge. The information Nanfeng previously provided was merely supplementary and of little practical use. In the 132nd district, Sakura Konoha fumed. "Damn it. Dragon Country has plundered 20 of our war zone's resources. I will remember this grievance. You lower-ranking districts of Dragon Country, await your reckoning." Leaf Drifting chimed in. "Do not fret. I still possess a challenge token." Announcement. A cross-regional challenge has been initiated from Original World District 113 to Original World District 132. The challenge will commence in 10 minutes. Both participating chosen ones should prepare. Nanfeng nearly laughed aloud at Sakura Konoha's bluster, oblivious to the numerous war zones Dragon Country possessed. Meanwhile, within the 132nd district, nearly 100 chosen ones from Sakura Country wore grim expressions. What was wrong with Sakura Konoha? Why could he not secure a victory? It was infuriating that he had caused their district to lose 20 of resources. How could they possibly develop under these circumstances? It would take them 7 to 8 minutes to find a level 3 fierce beast. The chat channel within District 132 was now filled with vitriol, all directed at Sakura Konoha. "Zongdao Xiong Dai, et Steam Fuzin." This is a grave injustice imposed by the Dragon Kingdom, and we cannot place the blame on Sakura Kojiro. Maida Hui, fear not, for should Kojiro triumph in this battle, we shall reclaim 10% of our resources. Dongdao Xiongtai. Precisely, this is merely a temporary setback. Victory ultimately belongs to our great Sakura Empire. With the persuasive words of Dongdao Xiongtai and Ma Yudahui, the chosen ones of District 132 found a semblance of calm as they awaited the outcome of the impending battle. Seeing this, Sakura Kojiro exhaled in relief, for the incessant barrage of insult from the crowd weighed heavily on him. A bunch of ignorant fools. One day, I shall mold them to my will." With a disdainful snort, Sakura Kojiro noted the names of those who had hurled the harshest slurs, planning to investigate them at his earliest convenience. As the 10 minutes elapsed, a silver-white teleportation array appeared beneath Sakura Kojiro's feet. This marked the third occurrence of the day. This time, he found himself on a desolate island, surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. Opposite him stood a petite girl, Yi Piao Ling, tilting her head, her eyes vacant, her face exquisitely doll-like. What a beautiful girl. A wave of sinister thoughts washed over Sakura Kojiro, causing his breath to quicken. Such a delicate doll, I longed to overpower her. Suddenly, Yi Piao Ling broke into laughter, her mouth stretching into a grin that reached her ears, blood tears streaming from her eyes. In mere moments, she transformed from a doll into a horrifying figure akin to a doll from a nightmare. "Ah!" Sakura Kojiro gasped in terror, instinctively retreating. Yet, he soon realized his body was no longer under his command. His right hand gripped the katana, plunging it into his own abdomen. Harakiri. Midway through, he regained control, hastily withdrawing the blade and pressing against his wound. However, his life points had already plummeted by more than half. With terror etched upon his face, he gazed at Yi Piaoling. She smiled faintly, an ominous aura surrounding her. "Do not fear. It is merely a controlling skill." Her voice resonated in Sakura Kojuro's ears like an ominous melody, leaving him dizzy. When he finally regained his senses, the katana was poised against his neck. No! Before he could utter another word, Yi Piaoling seized his hand, driving the blade into his windpipe. It was over. Chapter 41. 3 consecutive defeats. Announcement. All chosen ones in Zone 132 have experienced a 10-point reduction in all attributes due to 3 consecutive defeats in cross-regional challenges. As Southwind awaited the results, he was taken aback by the system announcement. To suffer 3 consecutive losses and have every chosen one in the entire region face a 10-point reduction in attributes? Such a punishment seemed excessively harsh. Zone 68, Chingmo. Yi Piaoling has also won. Now let us see if the Sakura country dares to be arrogant. Zone 381, Lin Tianchi. A 10-point reduction in all attributes? That is akin to losing 2 levels. Does this mean I can bully him now? Zone 17, Xiaoang Ran. I recommend you challenge Sakura Kojuro after reaching level 6. Your chances of victory will be substantially higher then. Zone 527, Southwind, TSK. With Sakura Kojuro's strength plummeting, everyone should swiftly seize the resources of Zone 132. Upon Southwind's suggestion, many chosen ones from various regions felt a surge of ambition. Numerous regions possessed the cross-regional challenge order, yet many had refrained from using it. Aside from the concern of facing the overall strength of other nations, a significant factor was the uncertainty of whom to challenge. What if one encountered a formidable opponent like Southwind? Losing not only meant humiliation, but also the disadvantage of forfeiting 10 of resources, an unbearable situation for many. However, the circumstances had changed. With Sakura Kojuro's attributes diminished by 10 points, that translated to a staggering loss of 40 attribute points. This weakening was indeed alarming. It is essential to note that leveling up only grants a mere 5 points to all attributes. Even with the additional 5 points from leveling rewards, one only gains 25 points. This reduction had effectively caused Sakura Kojuro to drop by 1.5 levels. Against an opponent of level 5, Sakura Kojuro might still manage to struggle, but against a level 6 opponent, defeat was guaranteed. Are there not enough level 6 chosen ones? Indeed, there are many. The first 200 zones are replete with powerful level 6 contenders, and several possess level 7 strength. The act of kicking a person while they are down, of mercilessly attacking the defeated, would not require Southwind to incite. Numerous individuals would willingly engage in such actions. After all, winning the challenge could yield an increase of 10 in resources. Southwind could foresee that in the next few days, many would undoubtedly venture forth to challenge Zone 132, eager to claim this bountiful resource package. Zone 132, Sakura Kojuro. Everyone, please cease challenging our region. I acknowledge my mistakes. Grant me a chance to survive. Zone 132, Dong Dao Xiong Tai. We are unable to even defeat ferocious beasts of the same level. Within just these few minutes, dozens of our compatriots have fallen to these beasts. The chosen ones of Zone 132, fearing further challenges, hastily stepped forward to lament their plight. Southwind smiled, harboring no sympathy for the chosen ones of the Sakura country. Had Southwind lost today, it would have been their region suffering the dire consequences. No longer engaging in idle chatter, Southwind resolved to leave and level up. He turned off the panel and exited the wooden cabin. The situation in Zone 132 served as a wake-up call for Southwind. It was imperative to swiftly enhance his strength to prepare for the impending cross-regional challenges, as the consequence of losing 3 consecutive matches would be unbearable for Nanfeng. Today's objective was to reach level 6. He set a modest goal for himself and strode confidently towards the northwest. The mine from yesterday, teeming with spiders, presented an excellent opportunity for leveling up. So Nanfeng resolved to return. He also contemplated whether he could eliminate the Cave Spider King and conquer this mine. After some thought, Nanfeng opened his interface and entered the Handsome Guy group, sending a message. Nanfeng. Hey, my esteemed companions. Is anyone interested in forming a party to level up? Huang Yuanming. Oh, are you planning to take me along for an upgrade? Where are we headed? Nanfeng. Back to yesterday's mine. So many spiders mean abundant experience. Su Zurin. My sister and I are already here. Wu Yuansheng. Well, it seems proximity grants advantage. Su Ming and I are also on our way. Wooly, I won TB joining. The ferocious beasts around my cabin have increased, and I need to clear them out a bit. The rise in ferocious beasts. Nanfeng glanced around and indeed noticed numerous signs of ironclaw rats and red-eyed rabbits. An increase in ferocious beasts signified more experience, enhancing everyone's leveling efficiency. A piece of good news. Nanfeng. Today, we could attempt to take down the Cave Spider King. Nanfeng. I noticed yesterday that the Cave Spider King is too large and seems stuck in the right passage. Su Zurin. Is that so? That gives us more room to maneuver. Wu Yuansheng. Draw the Cave Spider King to the entrance. I'll shoot it down with arrows. The group discussed for a while and agreed to give it a try. Even if they could not defeat the Cave Spider King, taking out some smaller spiders would still be worthwhile. After concluding the chat, Nanfeng took another glance at the leaderboard. First, Xiao Luo, level 5. Second, Su Zurin, level 5. Third, Su Yihan, level 5. Fourth, Nanfeng, level 5. These individuals must have risen early at 6 to level up. Nanfeng felt somewhat speechless, as the top position had scarcely warmed before a new contender emerged. Fortunately, when Sakura Kojiro initiated a challenge, Nanfeng still held the first place. Had he delayed even slightly, he would have been pitted against Xiao Luo and Sakura Kojiro. Nanfeng was uncertain about Xiao Luo's prowess, but he doubted Xiao Luo's chances against Sakura Kojiro. That was a close call. Closing the interface, Nanfeng stowed away his Desert Eagle and equipped a wooden dagger, hastening towards the mine. The wooden dagger enhanced his agility by 6 points, allowing him to move more swiftly. Along the way, he effortlessly dispatched several obstructive ferocious beasts and arrived safely at the mine's entrance. Upon seeing Nanfeng arrive, Su Zurin nodded slightly. You're here? Yes, Nanfeng replied, nodding back, then cheerfully turning to Su Yihan. Good morning, healer. Su Yihan's icy visage flushed slightly as she glared at Nanfeng. Go away, don't talk to me. All right. The warm southern breeze was unperturbed as it hastened to the side of Su Ming and Wu Yuansheng, embarking on a hunt for spiders to elevate its level. Su Difan, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Is it really that exhilarating to slay a mere spider? Such a typical man. Yet, the thrill of exterminating spiders is undeniable. Su Zurin waved his short dagger and joined the ranks of spider hunters. Su Yihan was left speechless. Just yesterday, the cave was teeming with spiderlings, and now they had all transformed into cave spiders overnight, growing significantly more formidable. However, this transformation delighted Nanfeng. For the level 4 cave spider offered him 20 experience points, whereas the level 3 spiderling provided a mere 10. Clearly, hunting cave spiders was far more advantageous. After more than 2 hours of relentless effort, the group finally cleared the area outside the cave of cave spiders. Throughout this time, Nanfeng engaged in close combat with his dagger, honing his melee skills. Su Zurin pointed towards the cave and inquired with an expectant look. Shall we venture inside? Absolutely. With the little ones eradicated, we must explore further, leader. Confident in his robust health, Nanfeng took the lead into the cave, with the others hastily following suit. It was only as they neared a fork in the path that Nanfeng slowed his pace, cautiously peering down the right passage. The darkness enveloping the right tunnel obscured whatever lay within. With a decisive flick, Nanfeng hurled a torch into the passage. Whoosh! 8 basketball-sized eyes abruptly opened, all fixated on Nanfeng. It was the Cave Spider King. Chapter 42. Level 5 Beast Lord within the right passage. The Cavern Spider King opened its 8 large, captivating eyes, fixating intently on Nanfeng. Goodness, has it been waiting here all along? Startled, Nanfeng took 2 steps back. The others, gripped by panic, turned and began to flee. Nanfeng quickly called out to several of them. Fear not, brothers, it cannot come through. Only then did they realize that the Cavern Spider King was far too large, completely blocking the right passage, its limbs unable to stretch. It was utterly trapped. Wu Yuansheng's expression brightened. It's stuck here? Does that not provide us with a chance to slay it? Su Zurin furrowed his brow, observing for a moment. It is not truly stuck. While it cannot emerge, it can still retreat. The space within this passage must be quite vast. Wu Yuansheng remained unconcerned. Then we could take advantage of this opportunity to whittle down its health. If it retreats, we could devise a plan to lure it back out. Su Ming nodded. Old Wu makes a valid point. Valid point. My foot, Nanfeng muttered as he checked the attributes of the Cavern Spider King. Once more, retreating repeatedly. It can spit venom. We should distance ourselves. Uncertain of the range of the Cavern Spider King's venom, he concluded that the farther away they were, the safer they would be. The group retreated to the cave entrance, illuminated by the torch Nanfeng had thrown earlier, revealing the Cavern Spider King, remaining motionless. Su Yihan pondered. What is it doing? It is birthing offspring, Nanfeng surmised, recalling the events of the previous day. Just as before, after they had exterminated the outer cavern spiders, the Cavern Spider King would crawl from the depths of the cave, giving birth to a multitude of spider hatchlings. In time, these spider hatchlings would evolve into cavern spiders, continuing to guard the cave. Upon hearing Nanfeng's explanation, the others began to comprehend. Su Zern remarked, So, this is a natural spawning point? If we leave the Cavern Spider King alive, we will have a continuous supply of spiders to hunt. Indeed, Nanfeng nodded, then shook his head. But do not forget, the right passage may contain iron or even copper ore. If we do not slay the Cavern Spider King, we will struggle to acquire these materials. Wu Yuansheng stated, Fierce beasts are abundant, but iron and copper ores are not so easily found. Su Ming agreed. Yes, I believe we must kill it. Su Yihan added, Brother, I think Nanfeng's reasoning is sound. The group increasingly favored the idea of eliminating the Cavern Spider King to obtain rare materials such as iron blocks and copper blocks. Just then, the Cavern Spider King finished birthing its young and scuttled deeper into the cave. Subsequently, the group beheld a multitude of spider hatchlings rushing towards them. Here they come again. This scenario mirrored yesterday, with the sole difference being that no one was trapped in the left passage today. Another wave of experience points awaited. Compared to the cave spider, the spider hatchlings are significantly easier to eliminate. Although the experience gained is somewhat lesser, it does not greatly affect the efficiency of leveling up. Without further ado, the group activated the monster slaying mode. How I wish I could use the Desert Eagle. A single shot of piercing ammo could take down a dozen or so. Nanfeng mused inwardly. Unfortunately, as this was his trump card for self-preservation, he preferred to keep it under wraps. Half an hour later, they had slain several hundred spider hatchlings, yet their own conditions were less than optimal. Su Yihan was slightly out of breath, her chest rising and falling. I can't go on. I've run out of mana and can no longer heal you. What? I gave you 20 mana potions, and you've consumed them all? Nanfeng was taken aback. Did this healer truly deplete her mana so rapidly? The purified, clean fresh water produced by Nanfeng's water purifier restores mana. Hence, everyone habitually referred to it as mana potion. Su Yihan brushed her hair aside. What else could I do? If I hadn't healed you, you would have returned home for supplies long ago. This was indeed true. Thanks to Su Yihan, the healer, during these 2 hours of combat, Nanfeng had consumed a single piece of roasted meat, saving him a considerable amount of money. Shall we return to rest for a while and come back this afternoon? Nanfeng suggested. I also need to make some more mana potions. That sounds reasonable. We've hunted quite a number of ferocious beasts this morning, and it's time for a break, came the reply. Let us withdraw. The group was not one for unnecessary delays, and they departed without hesitation, leaving behind a mass of spider hatchlings scuttling about outside the cave, searching for traces of enemies. Nanfeng took over 40 minutes to return to the wooden cabin, which was much quicker than the previous day, as his agility had improved post-level up. After resting for a few minutes, he began to light a fire and roast meat. Eating this every day is going to make me nauseous. Nanfeng opened the trading channel to see if there was any other food available. He then noticed an individual named Wang Jiang, a chosen one, selling an apple for 30 materials. Goodness, 30 materials for an apple? Why not just go steal one? Nanfeng grumbled as he glanced at his inventory, which contained a total of 1,768 units of wood stone. Well, that is nothing to worry about. He decisively purchased the apple. Today, I shall reward myself with a piece of fruit to soothe my nerves. Ding, ding, ding. A private message notification popped up. Upon opening it, He saw it was from Uran. Uran, good brother, why haven't you put any mana potions up for sale today? Nanfeng, good sister, I don't have enough for myself. Uran, oh, what am I to do? How can I survive without mana potions? Boo-hoo Nanfeng, If you give me a kiss, I'll sell you 10 bottles. Uran, Mua 3, Nanfeng. Nanfeng, all right, let us trade. Nanfeng initially intended to tease Uran, but to his surprise, she showed no shyness at all, kissing him without hesitation, though it wasn't a real kiss. It seems Uran is quite the experienced flirt, unabashedly calling everyone brother. The enchanting maiden, Uran, possesses a rank far too elevated for someone as innocent as myself to navigate. A nurturing healer seems preferable, being more straightforward and easily persuaded. After indulging in such whimsical thoughts for a moment, the delectable meat prepared by Nanfeng was finally ready. He retrieved a freshly purchased apple from his backpack, alternating between bites of grilled meat and the crisp fruit, savoring each moment with delight. Suddenly, amidst his feast, a notification chimed, a private message from Uran. What does she possibly want from me? Surely, she does not harbor feelings for me? With such musings, Nanfeng opened the message. Uran, I have discovered a level 5 Lord class beast. What are your thoughts? Goodness, a level 5 Lord class beast. Defeating such a creature would yield valuable attribute points. The level 6 Lord class beast, the Cave Spider King, was beyond Nanfeng's capabilities, yet he believed he stood a chance against the level 5 beast. Wiping the grease from his lips, Nanfeng hastily replied, Nanfeng, dear sister, please send me the coordinates. I shall arrive promptly. Chapter 43. The bloodthirsty wolf-pack beasts of the Lord level are exceedingly rare. Today marks the 4th day, and in this entire region, only Nanfeng has slain a level 2 Lord level beast, the Arrow Queen. Defeating such formidable creatures yields additional attribute points as a reward, which greatly piqued Nanfeng's interest. Thus, when Uran mentioned the presence of a Lord level beast, Nanfeng immediately became restless. Uran, the coordinates are 410, 483. I shall await your arrival here. Upon examining the coordinates, Nanfeng was taken aback. They were remarkably close to the small wooden cabin, less than a 20-minute journey. Hastily consuming the last few bites of roasted meat, he equipped himself with 20 potions for mana restoration and set out. Let me see, I should head southeast. Conveniently in the opposite direction of the mine, Nanfeng donned his wooden dagger and strode forth. However, as he walked, a nagging feeling of familiarity began to surface. This direction seemed oddly recognizable. Was it not the path he had traversed yesterday when he encountered the jungle treant? Surely, the Lord-level beast Uran spoke of could not be that 3 to 4 meter wide treant. The recollection of the jungle treant lingered vividly in Nanfeng's mind, a creature shrouded in questions, one he found difficult to forget. Yet, considering that the Eye of Insight could reveal the attributes of beasts up to level 3, it stood to reason that the jungle treant was at least level 6. Since the Lord-level beast Uran discovered was level 5, it certainly could not be the jungle treant. With this realization, Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief and continued onward. As he passed through the area where the jungle treant resided, he cautiously circumvented a wide berth to avoid a surprise attack from the treant. Its vines extended 50 to 60 meters long, and a single misstep could spell disaster. Upon successfully navigating this region, Nanfeng found himself in a valley where the view opened up splendidly. The towering trees had diminished significantly, replaced by a series of layered hills. Advancing toward the coordinates, he noticed an increase in the presence of lower-level beasts, alongside the familiar iron-clawed rats and red-eyed rabbits. There were also unfamiliar plant-type beasts. Among them was a peculiar pea that spat seeds, leaving Nanfeng utterly speechless. What on earth a pea shooter? Am I in a zombie game? Before Nanfeng, a level 5 player, these level 2 and 3 beasts were utterly trivial. After swiftly dispatching them, he arrived at a valley. By the rocks adjacent to the valley, Uran, clad in a flowing robe, smiled warmly at him. You're quite prompt. With a smile gracing her lips and her eyes crescent-shaped in mirth, she radiated an infectious joy. A girl who laughs easily likely harbors a kind spirit. Nanfeng took a moment to appraise Uran, noting her exquisite figure, Slender waist, long legs, fair complexion, and captivating beauty. She was indeed a charming little enchantress. Pervert, why do you keep staring? Yuran shot him a playful glance. A fleeting glance is instinctual. Lingering is a different matter altogether. Nanfeng, with a righteous demeanor, retorted. I didn't blink, so it was merely instinct. Yuran giggled softly, covering her mouth. All right, let us discuss the matter at hand. Yes, the business at hand. After carefully surveying the surroundings and ensuring there was no imminent danger, Nanfeng gradually approached Yuran. There is no way to be too cautious. One must always guard against potential threats. What if this Yuran turns out to be malevolent, intent on extracting Nanfeng's kidneys? Losing even one kidney would significantly diminish Nanfeng's future prospects for happiness. Thus, vigilance is imperative. This distance is adequate. As Nanfeng approached gradually, Yuran maintained a prudent distance, for trust was scarce between them. The pain of betrayal gnawed at Nanfeng's heart. How could you harbor such doubt against me? I am your devoted elder brother. Ignoring Nanfeng's feigned distress, Yuran began to address the matter at hand. Deep within this valley resides a pack of bloodthirsty wolves, numbering around 40, all classified as 5th-level ferocious beasts. Among them is a bloodthirsty wolf leader, a creature of lordly rank. Nanfeng gasped in surprise. So many? I cannot possibly contend with that. If it were merely a solitary lordly beast, Nanfeng might have attempted to kite it to death. However, with over 45th-level bloodthirsty wolves in the mix, victory seemed unattainable. Yuran gestured for silence, signaling Nanfeng to hold his tongue. Within this valley lies a rare herb known as the illusion grass, which, once consumed, can augment one's energy by 10 points. This illusion grass is on the verge of ripening, which is why the bloodthirsty wolf leader remains nearby, showing no inclination to depart. This presents us with an opportunity. We can first eliminate the bloodthirsty wolves before turning our attention to the leader. Nanfeng nodded in agreement. If the bloodthirsty wolf leader refrained from intervening, he felt confident in dispatching the remaining wolves, unless they resorted to underhanded tactics and ganged up on him. After succinctly outlining the situation, Yuran turned to Nanfeng. The rewards for slaying the leader will belong to you, but the illusion grass is mine. What do you say? Nanfeng replied. That seems fair. Previously, when Nanfeng vanquished the 2nd-level Lord Arrow Bee Queen, he received a reward of 1 prestige point and 4 stamina points. The bloodthirsty wolf leader, being a 5th-level beast, would surely yield a greater bounty, perhaps even a boost to his strength. For Nanfeng, the reward from the kill would undoubtedly outweigh the meager 10 points of energy from the illusion grass. Seeing Nanfeng's agreement, Yuran smiled gently. Very well, follow me. I know of a perfect spot. Yuran led Nanfeng to a protruding rock face, where they struggled to climb using both hands and feet. From this vantage point, they could clearly see the distant pack of bloodthirsty wolves. Yuran cheerfully remarked, below us is a vertical rock face. The bloodthirsty wolves cannot ascend. Upon inspection, Nanfeng realized the truth in her words. This small slope was easily defensible, rendering it impossible for the wolves to reach them. They would be left to endure the onslaught from above. Nanfeng sighed. It seems we are in a tower defense game, and we are the 2 defensive towers. Meanwhile, Yuran produced a wooden wand, entwined with creeping vines that appear to sprout from it. I can unleash fireballs to draw the bloodthirsty wolves toward us. To possess the ability to cast fireballs, Nanfeng had always dreamed of becoming a powerful mage. With a serene demeanor, Yuran glanced at the wooden dagger in Nanfeng's hand and inquired, What about you? Are you not going to draw your pistol? Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback, chuckling foolishly. Do you really believe the whimsical tales of Sakura Konoha? Yuran gazed at him with a playful smile, a glint of cunning in her eyes. Then all the experience from these bloodthirsty wolves shall belong to me. Shall not? As she spoke, a fireball coalesced at the tip of her wand, tracing a flawless parabolic arc through the air before striking a nearby, slumbering bloodthirsty wolf. What precision! Awoo! The bloodthirsty wolf, startled by the pain, sprang to its feet and began to howl mournfully. Soon, over 40 bloodthirsty wolves had detected the presence of Nanfeng and Yuran, charging towards them with ferocious roars. Roar! Just as the pack had sprinted a few paces, The bloodthirsty wolf leader bellowed, causing half of the wolves to halt abruptly and return to its side, guarding the ripening illusion grass. Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. Oh, is this leader wary of us, drawing it away from its den? Yuran nodded. Its intelligence is commendable. We must exercise caution when confronting it. With a swift motion, Yuran waved her wand once more, sending another fireball crashing down onto one of the bloodthirsty wolves. Nanfeng felt an irresistible urge. This was an opportunity for effortless experience farming. A level 5 bloodthirsty wolf could yield 50 experience points, significantly more than the cave spider. Perhaps I should draw my desert eagle, eliminate Yuran, and claim this bounty of experience for myself? An insidious thought crossed Nanfeng's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Such treachery was beneath him. Just then, amidst his inner turmoil, Nanfeng received a private message. He opened it and was immediately taken aback. What the heck? Yuran gasped, startled by his reaction. Nanfeng's expression turned grave as he read the message. It was from Su Zurin, succinct yet laden with significance. Sakura Ikamanji is preparing to challenge us in District 527. Chapter 44. The Challenge of Sakura, one sword from District 39 prepare to challenge District 527. Southwind glanced at the message sent by Su Zurin and, coupled with the discussions in the chat channel, began to comprehend the unfolding events. Since this morning, after the 3 consecutive defeats of Sakura Nation's District 132 by the 3 battle zones of Dragon Country, District 132 had been utterly crippled. Throughout the morning, countless battle zones had taken the initiative to challenge Sakura Kojiro, including those from Monkey Nation, Kangaroo Nation, Coal Nation, and Owl Nation. These districts, observing Sakura Kojiro's decline, sought to seize the opportunity to plunder some resources. Sakura Kojiro initially displayed commendable resilience, managing to secure a victory against the Cold Nation's battle zone, boasting triumphantly in the cross-regional chat channel. However, Jin Hyunwoo from District 78 could no longer tolerate this insolence. How dare this insignificant Sakura Kojiro mock us from the Cold Nation? In a fit of rage, Jin Hyunwoo summoned the cross-regional challenge order and decisively delivered a sound thrashing to Sakura Kojiro. Subsequently, formidable warriors from Eagle Nation and Kangaroo Nation also each claimed a victory against District 132. The situation escalated dramatically. District 132 had suffered a total of 6 defeats, resulting in a 20-point reduction in all attributes of every chosen one. The strength of Sakura Kojiro plummeted, akin to being encumbered by a feeble dog mask, rendering him incapable of defeating anyone. Consequently, District 132 became a veritable novice's treasure trove, and most battle zones in possession of the cross-regional challenge order seized the chance to bully District 132, thereby augmenting their own resources. It was said that by lunchtime, the trees in District 132 were nearly stripped bare, and the fierce beasts had become alarmingly scarce, unless unforeseen circumstances intervened. The chosen ones of District 132 were unlikely to survive the impending beast tide in 26 days. Upon hearing this news, Sakura One Sword was consumed by fury. How could his younger brother, who had grown up alongside him, be subjected to such indignities? How was he to explain this to their father? In a fit of resolve, Sakura One Sword decided to challenge District 527, believing that Southwind was the root cause of all this turmoil. In the cross-regional chat channel, he issued a challenge to District 527, vowing to defeat Southwind soundly and avenge his brother. Had it been just this, Southwind might have been indifferent. After all, having secured a victory previously, losing to Sakura One Sword would merely mean relinquishing 10 of resources, an overall loss, but not significant. However, Sakura One Sword was evidently intent on making things difficult for Southwind, or rather, for District 527. He rallied several battle zones in the cross-regional chat channel, plotting to ensure that District 527 would suffer 3 consecutive defeats. This development sent the chosen ones of District 527, who were eavesdropping in the chat, into a state of alarm as they hurried back to relay the news. A 10-point attribute reduction was an unbearable penalty that no one could withstand. In the chat channel, Bao Jian, what should we do? Sakura One Sword has allied with 7 battle zones, planning to challenge us in succession. How are we supposed to counter this? Huang Yuanming. This is outrageous. Sakura Nation is bullying us, and now India and Beautiful Nation are joining the fray. We must fight back. Mayong, fight? How do we even fight? Sakura One Sword proclaimed that he could attain level 8 before nightfall. Only then would he challenge our battle zone, exhibiting a level of prudence akin to that of a dog. Tian Zhiping remarked, "The highest level in our area is merely 5. How can we possibly compete?" It is all the fault of Nanfeng, who insisted on provoking the Sakura Kingdom. Now, the entire district of chosen ones must endure the consequences. Bai Ji suggested, "Perhaps we should have Nanfeng apologize to the Sakura Kingdom. They might let us off the hook." Nanfeng scoffed at the notion. An apology would not only be futile, but would likely result in further humiliation from the Sakura Kingdom. He had no intention of engaging in such foolishness. At that moment, Suzerain sent a private message. Nanfeng joined the small group for a discussion. Nanfeng did not hastily enter the group, but instead surveyed his surroundings. He and Yuran were perched upon a high cliff, and the bloodthirsty wolves were indeed unable to ascend, left to seethe impotently below. For the time being, they were safe, and the impending group discussion seemed manageable. Yuran appeared to have received the message as well. Her expression grave. Sakura One Sword is about to reach level 8. The damage dealt by a level 5 against a level 8 will be reduced to a mere 25 of its original capacity. How are we to prevail? Indeed, Nanfeng found himself at a loss for a solution. Even with the Desert Eagle in hand, he could not identify a turning point. Yuran stowed her wand and sat cross-legged. Let us join the group and discuss this. We need not concern ourselves with the bloodthirsty wolves for now. In the group? You're also in the group? Nanfeng casually took a seat beside Yuran, catching a whiff of her faint, delicate fragrance. It seemed to be the scent of her cosmetics. Unaware of Nanfeng's thoughts, Yuran nodded and said, "Suzerain just added me." Nanfeng opened the panel and glanced at the members of the Handsome Guys group. To his astonishment, the top 20 chosen ones had all congregated there. Yuran commented, "Suzerain, I propose we rename the group to Handsome and Beautiful Friendship Group." Shinpan interjected, "I'm utterly astonished, my friend. Is this some kind of performance? We can actually create groups? Who can teach me how to do this? I want to establish a blind date group." Suzerain replied, "We can discuss these trivial matters later. Let's focus on the pressing issues. Has Nanfeng arrived?" Nanfeng responded, "I'm here." Upon his entry into the group chat, the other chosen ones ceased their idle chatter and adopted a serious demeanor. Suzerain provided a brief overview of the situation before directing a question at Xiao Luo. Suzerain asked, "Xiao Luo, you currently hold the highest level. Do you have confidence in defeating Sakura One Sword?" Xiao Luo, a fervent leveler, had not ceased hunting ferocious beasts, consistently ranking among the top. Had it not been for the overwhelming number of spiders in the mine, Nanfeng's level would have been significantly lagging behind Xiao Luo's. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Luo replied, "I'm not confident." Suzerain turned to Nanfeng. "What about you?" After a moment's reflection, Nanfeng shook his head. "If he were level 7, I could still contend. At level 8, however, the level suppression is far too severe." This response was anticipated by all, eliciting no surprise. "Sutheran stativ. Sakura One Sword will reach level 8 before nightfall and will undoubtedly challenge our battle zone today. You two are currently the highest levels. Can you reach level 6 before nightfall?" Xiao Luo confirmed, "Yes." Nanfeng glanced at his level, which stood at 5, 1268, 3200. There were more than 40 level 5 bloodthirsty wolves in the vicinity. If he were to eradicate them all, he could certainly ascend to level 6. With this thought in mind, Nanfeng replied, "I can do it too." Suzerain responded, "All right, then hasten your level ups. The challenge will select the highest ranked individual in the designated area to compete, and it will undoubtedly be one of you two." Wansheng interjected, "Reaching level 6 is still inadequate, as the disparity when facing an 8th level opponent remains far too significant." Huang Yuanming offered, "I possess an equipment piece, a beeskin hood that can enhance stamina by 2 points. I can lend it to you for the time being. You may return it to me after your battle. Does anyone else possess equipment that can augment attributes? It could also be of assistance." Wang Jiang chuckled. Let us refrain from that. What if they were to abscond with the equipment and fail to return it? Chapter 45. Let me relish the experience, Wang Jiang. Let's not push it. What if they abscond with the equipment? Nanfeng raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the avatar of Wang Jiang. This individual, currently ranked 17th among the Chosen Ones, had evidently ascended the ranks in recent days. Nanfeng was not well acquainted with this person, only recalling that he had purchased an apple from her at noon. Notably, Wang Jiang was in fact a woman. Nanfeng had always assumed she was male based on her name. Yu Yin, during such times, we ought to unite. This challenge is of utmost importance. If we fail against Sakura Ijian, the battle zones of Asan and the beautiful nation will undoubtedly seek to challenge us until we are utterly vanquished. Sakura Ijian had succeeded in rallying several battle zones, including Asan and the beautiful nation, with the intent to incapacitate District 527 in one decisive blow. The other battle zones were equally unwilling to witness the Dragon Nation's overwhelming strength and had readily aligned themselves with Sakura Ijian. However, they stipulated one condition, that Sakura Ijian should initiate the first challenge, to gauge Nanfeng's true capabilities. After all, Nanfeng had previously undertaken a formidable challenge against Sakura Kojiro. If she lacked strength or hidden cards, who would believe in her? Thus, the forthcoming battle against Sakura Ijian was paramount. Should District 527 emerge victorious, the other regions would surely hesitate to challenge them further. They were not foolish. Why confront the formidable District 527 when there were easier targets like District 132? Conversely, if they failed to overcome Sakura Ijian and she discerned their strategies, District 527 would face dire consequences, likely suffering a fate akin to that of District 132. In the Handsome Guys group, Su Zurin remarked, Huang Yuanming makes a valid point. If we pool our equipment, it may enhance our chances of victory. Of course, if anyone is reluctant, that is perfectly fine. I have a beast bone ring that grants 2 energy and can be contributed. Wu Li, we are all in this together. A loss benefits no one. Why hesitate? I too possess a beast bone ring and will contribute it. Su Ming, I have a belt. Having only traversed into this realm for 4 days, time was short, and the drop rate for equipment was exceedingly low. Even with their combined efforts, they could scarcely muster a few items, which would not significantly bolster their attributes. Such an enhancement was clearly insufficient to contend with Sakura Ijian. The group fell into a contemplative silence, each member deep in thought. Nanfeng furrowed her brow in contemplation for a considerable time before a spark of inspiration struck her. Su Zurin, did you discover any iron ore to the left of the mine yesterday? Su Zurin, we did find some, but it requires excavation. Were you implying? Nanfeng, if I can elevate my destined divine weapon to E level, I am confident I can defeat Sakura Ijian. The group stirred with renewed hope. Su Ihan, Nanfeng, what is the current level of your destined divine weapon? Nanfeng, it is at the pinnacle of F level, on the verge of reaching E level. Su Zurin, what materials are needed? Aside from iron ingots, is there anything else? The Southern Wind also seemed to forget, glancing at his fateful weapon. Southern Wind, I require 200 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 100 units of iron, and 1 unit of copper. I possess the wood and stone, but I am lacking iron and copper. Huang Yuanming, we know where to obtain iron, but what of the copper? Wu Yuansheng, everyone, think quickly, where can we acquire copper? Su Zurin, today I inquired in the cross-regional chat channel about other Dragon Kingdom battle zones. They informed me that their iron mine is only guarded by a level 4 lord, unlike our zone, which is protected by the level 6-foot Cavern Spider King. Su Ming, and then, what does that imply? Su Zurin, it indicates that the difficulty of our iron mine is exceedingly high. Everyone's fateful weapons are stuck at grade F. Thus our combat power has not improved, and our levels lag significantly behind others. The Southern Wind seemed to grasp something. Are you suggesting that there is also a copper mine within that cavern? Su Zurin, precisely, copper and iron mines can indeed coexist. Suferan continued, moreover. Do you not find it peculiar that while the passage on the right is guarded by the Cavern Spider King, there is not a single beast within the left passage? Su Zurin, I suspect that deep within the left passage lies the iron mine, which should have been guarded by a level 4 lord. but it has been devoured by the cavern spider king, Suzerain. And deep within the right passage is the copper mine. Suzerain rapidly sent multiple messages, presenting his conjectures. Those who had never been to the mine, like Yuran and Xiao Luo, were somewhat bewildered, while those who had visited the mine found Suzerain's speculation quite plausible. Wu Yuansheng. Goodness, there is indeed such a possibility. So, does that mean there is a place to obtain copper? Su Ming. However, there is the cavern spider king on the right. We cannot defeat it. How do we obtain the copper? Wu Yuansheng. We could employ the method I suggested earlier this morning, bringing in several ranged electees to wear it down. Suzerain. That is impractical. It would be a waste of time, and there is no guarantee we could defeat it. Wu Yuansheng. Then what do you propose we do? Suzerain. Our objective today is not to slay the cavern spider king, but merely to excavate 1 unit of copper. Suzerain. Thus, all of you should come to the mine. We will first gather iron, and then assess how to procure the copper based on the situation. After some contemplation, the group unanimously agreed to Suzerain's plan. Su Ming. All right, I and Old Wu will head over immediately. Huang Yuanming. I shall join as well. Southern Wind. I will refrain from joining for now. There are many beasts here. I will come once I reach level 6. Xiao Luo. Southern Wind. You focus on leveling up. I will assist in mining. Xiao Luo abandoned the idea of participating in the challenge, deciding instead to help Southern Wind with the excavation. He believed that he could not defeat Sakura one sword, and participating in the challenge would only lead to his humiliation. Suzerain. Okay, everyone, let us act swiftly and strive to assist Southern Wind in overcoming Sakura one sword. Yuran. Let us go, let us go. The education in the Dragon Kingdom is such that even when a collective is thrust into this perilous world, the majority of its inhabitants will unite to assist their comrades rather than act as solitary adventurers. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Wang Jiang, who scoffs at the actions of her peers. Are you all out of your minds? Spending an entire afternoon leveling up is far more beneficial, yet you choose to squander your time aiding others in enhancing their strength? Truly, it's akin to being duped while aiding others in counting their coins. I can only imagine how South Wind must be laughing at your foolishness. South Wind remarks, what a bunch of fools. Wang Jiang is the epitome of a refined egoist, prioritizing her own interests above all. It cannot be said that her perspective is flawed. Perhaps it is individuals like her who will endure longer in this world. Exiting the group chat, South Wind deactivated her interface. Beside her, Yuran similarly closed her panel, gazing at South Wind with a playful smile. Let me see, are you secretly laughing at us? South Wind maintained a serene expression. I am professionally trained. I rarely laugh out loud. So, you chuckle inwardly? Yuran stood up, brushing off the dust from her perky dairy re. Her beautiful eyes glancing below. What do you say? Do these bloodthirsty wolves require my assistance? No need. If you intervene, you would siphon off half of my experience. South Wind decisively declined Yuran's offer, jesting that she was on the verge of breaking through to level 6. She sheathed her wooden dagger and retrieved a desert eagle from her backpack. Upon witnessing this, Yuran wore an expression of knowing. I knew it. By the way, you're not planning to eliminate anyone, are you? Not all. South Wind shook her head. After her previous encounter with Sakura Kojiro, the desert eagle had already been exposed. Even though South Wind had attempted to mislead some less astute individuals in the cross-regional channel, it was futile against the clever ones. For instance, Suzerain must have long concluded that her weapon of choice was indeed a handgun, which is why he had assisted her in the cross-regional channel. Similarly, Yuran was not at all surprised to see South Wind draw the Desert Eagle. South Wind mused inwardly. But what does it matter? What can you do with this knowledge? My weapon is on the cusp of an upgrade, and soon new equipment will be unlocked. The Desert Eagle will no longer be my trump card. With this thought, South Wind smiled and approached the edge of the stone wall, gazing down at the more than 20 enraged, bloodthirsty wolves. Dear sister, step back. Allow me to claim the experience for myself. Chapter 46 Level 6 Dear sister, step back. Allow me to savor this experience alone. The pack of bloodthirsty wolves must be faced solely by Nanfeng. Otherwise, he might not reach level 6. Yu Yan, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from competing with Nanfeng for experience and quietly retreated to the side. Nanfeng positioned himself optimally, releasing a penetrating shot. Whoosh! -427, -389, -350. This shot pierced through 3 bloodthirsty wolves, as 3 varying shades of pale, red numbers slowly ascended into the air. This was due to the damage attenuation characteristic of the penetrating shot. The more beasts it pierced, the lesser the damage. Nonetheless, Nanfeng still managed to achieve over 1,000 DPS with this shot. The level 5 bloodthirsty wolves possessed merely 720 hit points, allowing Nanfeng to dispatch one with an average of 2 to 3 shots. Such is the peril of focusing entirely on strength. Of course, the cost was that Nanfeng's own hit points were low at a mere 400. A moment's carelessness could render him fodder for the beasts. After all, not every encounter would provide such an opportunity for safe monster hunting. Whoosh! -350. Nanfeng fired again, striking another bloodthirsty wolf. This time it was a standard attack, as his penetrating shot was still on cooldown. However, his normal attack was no less formidable, delivering damage equivalent to 130 of his attack power, which was quite impressive. Ding! You have slain a level 5 common beast, bloodthirsty wolf, and gained 50 experience points. Ding! You have slain a level 5 common beast, bloodthirsty wolf, and gained 50 experience points. Nanfeng's efficiency in exterminating monsters was remarkable. The level 5 bloodthirsty wolves appeared as feeble as infants before him. Howl after dispatching 7 or 8. The distant bloodthirsty wolf leader could no longer bear the sight and let out a howl that echoed skyward. The surrounding bloodthirsty wolves, initially guarding the leader, surged forward. In an instant, over 30 bloodthirsty wolves began to stack upon one another. Yu Yin gasped in shock, her expression turning grave. They can stack like that. What a high level of intelligence these bloodthirsty wolves possess. Fortunately, she had been cautious and refrained from engaging herself. Yu Yin felt a sense of gratitude for having Nanfeng as her ally. Otherwise, today would spell her doom. Nanfeng chuckled, stacking, is it? Just what I desire. The bloodthirsty wolves piled together, creating the perfect opportunity for Nanfeng's penetrating shot to shine. Whoosh! With another shot, he immediately felled 2 more bloodthirsty wolves. Your attack power is astonishing, Yin observed, astonished by how Nanfeng could eliminate a bloodthirsty wolf in just 2 to 3 shots. At this rate, the 40 bloodthirsty wolves were simply insufficient for slaughter. Nanfeng, however, remained silent, wholly focused on his assault. The bloodthirsty wolves were relentlessly climbing. Should more than 3 ascend, danger would be imminent for Nanfeng. Yu Yin, appearing somewhat fragile, elicited no expectations from him regarding tanking damage. Whoosh! 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 With each precise shot, Nanfeng discovered his marksmanship had indeed improved, occasionally triggering a weakness attack. Under his relentless firepower, even the pack of bloodthirsty wolves was unable to ascend, ironically making it easier for him to eliminate them. After slaying over 20 of the bloodthirsty wolves, the distant bloodthirsty wolf leader could no longer remain passive. It growled menacingly, glaring at Nanfeng. This formidable creature, exceeding 3 meters in length and towering over Nanfeng when standing, exuded an intimidating presence. Seizing a moment, Nanfeng tossed an inside eye towards it. Bloodthirsty wolf leader, level 5, lord level beast. Health, 1850 mana, 550 attack, 350 defense, 190 skills. Bite pounce. Call of the pack, the leader's staggering attack power of 350 startled Nanfeng. With only 400 health points, he could barely withstand a second hit. Alas, he regretted not summoning Su Ming for assistance. He missed the sight of Su Ming, the stalwart shield bearer at the forefront of their team. It was no wonder that Wu Yuansheng often teamed up with Su Ming to hunt fierce beasts. Having such a resilient meat shield provided immense security. Noticing that the bloodthirsty wolf leader had not charged at him, Nanfeng shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and resumed his assault on the remaining bloodthirsty wolves. These creatures displayed a modicum of intelligence, yet not enough to flee. They relentlessly attempted to scale the height despite their dwindling numbers. Perhaps it was the leader's command that instilled fear, preventing their retreat. 25, 30, 35. as Nanfeng dispatched the 39th bloodthirsty wolf. The system notification finally chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 6. Ding! Your strength has increased by 5 points. Ding! Your agility has increased by 5 points. Ding! Your stamina has increased by 5 points. Ding! Your energy has increased by 5 points. Ding! You have gained 5 free attribute points. At last, he had leveled up. Remarkably, it had been less than an hour since the discussion meeting concluded. Such efficiency in leveling was astonishing. Regrettably, there were only a few bloodthirsty wolves remaining. Once they were gone, there would be no more. Otherwise, before nightfall, Nanfeng might have even reached level 7. You could take care of the last few. He addressed Yuran. Having attained level 6, he no longer required the experience from these remaining beasts. After all, this area was discovered by Yuran, and he felt it was only fair to leave some for her benefit. Yuran pouted, huffing, "This is clearly my discovery. It sounds as if you were bestowing it upon me. If it weren't for giving you a chance to win the challenge, I wouldn't have let you have so much experience." "Indeed, I owe you my gratitude," Nanfeng replied. He retrieved a mana potion from his backpack and swiftly consumed 5 bottles, hastily replenishing his mana. The previous battle had nearly depleted his magical energy, and he would need it for the impending confrontation with the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Beside him, Yuran swiftly wielded her wand, dispatching the remaining bloodthirsty wolves with remarkable efficiency. A low growl emanated from the throat of the distant bloodthirsty wolf leader, witnessing the demise of its pack. Yet, it remained steadfast beside the illusory grass, showing no inclination to move. Is it truly so single-minded? Nanfeng mused, somewhat bemused. Why does a perfectly fine wolf exhibit such an attachment to a mere blade of grass? Could it be a sheep disguised in a wolf's skin? Nonetheless, it was fortuitous that the bloodthirsty wolf leader did not charge at them, for this afforded them a measure of safety. Nanfeng estimated the distance, determining they were approximately 80 meters away from the bloodthirsty wolf leader. He turned to Yuran, inquiring, "At this distance, can your fireball reach it?" Yuran shook her head. "It's too far. We can only rely on chance." 80 meters fell within the range of the Desert Eagle, yet at such a distance, Nanfeng's accuracy would markedly diminish. Ultimately, hitting the target would hinge on a trifecta of luck, a septet of skill, and the remaining 90% was beyond his control. "Let's give it a try." Nanfeng glanced at his mana, which had replenished to 310 points, sufficient for his needs. He allocated all 5 points from his level-up reward into strength, raising it to an impressive 87 points, while his attack power surged past the 400 threshold, reaching 435 points. Such formidable strength posed a significant threat to the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Nanfeng raised the Desert Eagle, squinting one eye, and took aim at the distant bloodthirsty wolf leader. Piercing bullet, he commanded and fired. Chapter 47. The white treasure chest, the penetrating bullet whistled through the air, hurtling towards the bloodthirsty wolf leader. A hint of disdain flickered in the leader's eyes as it deftly sidestepped, evading Nanfeng's shot. Nanfeng's expression darkened. He realized a grave issue. The bullets fired from the Desert Eagle lacked sufficient muzzle velocity, according to the parameters of firearms on Blue Star. A typical handgun achieves a muzzle velocity exceeding 400 meters per second, while rifles can reach between 600 to 1,000 meters per second. This implies that they can at least reach supersonic speeds. However, in this primitive world, the Desert Eagle in Nanfeng's hands had not even attained the speed of sound. During the previous hunts of ferocious beasts, he had fired at close range and had not noticed this flaw. Yet now, at a distance, the slow bullet speed became glaringly apparent. The bloodthirsty wolf leader could leisurely dodge after the bullet was fired. At this distance, hitting the target seemed nearly impossible. Was he to abandon this advantageous terrain and shoot at close range? Nanfeng quickly dismissed this thought. Once he left this stone wall, the bloodthirsty wolf leader would undoubtedly close in. With both him and Yuran being fragile, they could scarcely withstand 5 strikes. What a predicament! Yuran, too, recognized the issue and felt a twinge of worry. If they failed to eliminate the bloodthirsty wolf leader before the illusion grass matured, they would be in peril. "No need to fret. I have a plan." Nanfeng raised his gun once more. However, this time, He did not aim at the bloodthirsty wolf leader, but rather at the illusion grass. Whoosh! The bullet soared, aimed directly at the illusion grass. Roar! The bloodthirsty wolf leader bellowed in fury, seemingly cursing Nanfeng as a despicable scoundrel. Yet, it was powerless to prevent the destruction of the illusion grass, which significantly augmented its strength. Minus 332. The leader used its own body to shield against the shot. A damage of 332 inflicted immense pain. Excellent. Seeing that the shot successfully struck its target, Nanfeng clenched his fist and immediately fired again. Minus 332. A howl erupted from the leader as it was struck once more, its pain causing it to roar towards the heavens. With these two shots, the bloodthirsty wolf leader had lost nearly a third of its health. This was the terrifying power of fully allocated strength. Be careful, it's coming. The two had scarcely reveled in their success when the bloodthirsty wolf leader abandoned its guard over the illusion grass, charging violently towards Nanfeng. It understood that remaining by the illusion grass would surely lead to its demise at the hands of this treacherous bipedal creature. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nanfeng remained tense, firing multiple rounds at the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Yet, the leader moved with remarkable speed, dodging erratically to the left and right, and not a single shot found its mark. At a distance of 80 meters, the bloodthirsty wolf leader quickly covered half the ground. The southern wind had no time to aim and could only rely on instinct to fire rapidly. Even if he could not hit, he could force the bloodthirsty wolf leader to constantly evade, thereby slowing its pace. Beside him, the ethereal figure with flowing hair waved her staff and conjured a wall of fire. To his surprise, she possessed two skills. A 3-meter wall of flames suddenly appeared before the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Instead of circumventing it, the beast leaped high, vaulting over the flames. However, this created an opportunity for the southern wind. In midair, the bloodthirsty wolf leader had no leverage and became an easy target. Penetrating shot. Minus 462. The bullet pierced a large hole in the front limb of the bloodthirsty wolf leader. With a pained roar, it landed and charged towards the southern wind. Though its speed had significantly diminished, it had 674 health points remaining. The southern wind quickly calculated the remaining health of the bloodthirsty wolf leader and felt reassured. With this amount of health, 2 shots would suffice to bring it down. Moreover, the beast still needed to cover over 30 meters and scale the steep, vertical cliff. The southern wind let out a sigh of relief. 91 chance of victory. This was assured. The ethereal figure raised an eyebrow. 91? What do you intend to do? The southern wind was speechless, dealing with this old strategist. Raising his weapon, he aimed at the significantly slowed, bloodthirsty wolf leader. However, at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. The bloodthirsty wolf leader lunged directly toward him from a distance of over 20 meters. Charge! This was the beast's skill. In a single leap, it crossed the 20 meters and sprang up the 10-meter-high cliff. Its foul, gaping maw was suddenly inches away from the southern wind. Not only that, but its massive claws were raised high, ready to descend. Minus 384. The southern wind's health plummeted, his face paling in fear. In a moment of crisis, he thrust the desert eagle into the beast's mouth and fired 3 rapid shots. Bang, bang, bang. Weak point attack. Minus 593. Critical hit. Minus 1800. Minus 0. These 3 shots pierced through the wolf's head, one triggering a critical hit that dealt 1,800 damage. Unfortunately, by this time, the bloodthirsty wolf leader had only a sliver of health left, making the critical hit somewhat futile. Had the critical hit occurred with the first shot, the southern wind would not have found himself in such peril. The bloodthirsty wolf leader glared at him with defiance, its eyes wide with anger. Yet its 3-meter-long body collapsed limply to the ground. A narrow victory. Ding! You have slain the level 5 boss, the bloodthirsty wolf leader, and earned 200 experience points. Announcement. The chosen one, Nanfeng, has successfully slain the level 5 Lord-class beast, the bloodthirsty wolf leader. As the first in this region to achieve such a feat, he is rewarded with a reputation boost of 1 and a remarkable increase in strength of 10. This increase in strength directly influences his attack power, with 10 points of strength equating to an astonishing 50 points of attack power. This is an impressive leap forward. Suppressing his elation, Nanfeng discreetly glanced at Yu Ran beside him. At this moment, Yu Ran had already stowed away her wand, standing gracefully with her arms crossed. Excellent. She is quite perceptive. Noticing that Yu Ran had no intentions of betrayal, Nanfeng then took out a piece of roasted meat to regain his health. Naturally, his right hand remained firmly on the desert eagle, ever vigilant of Yu Ran's every move. Quickly, he thought to search the corpse, eager to discover if the great wolf had dropped any equipment. Yu Ran, seemingly unconcerned by Nanfeng's caution, took a few steps back, signaling that she harbored no ulterior motives. Nanfeng nodded and gently touched the corpse of the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Ding! You have obtained wolf pelt. 1 ding. You have obtained wolf meat. 5, is that all? This seems improbable. Doubtful. Nanfeng turned the corpse over. Indeed, beneath it lay a treasure chest. Moreover, it shimmered with a pearlescent glow. Previously, he had encountered treasure chests, but they were all gray in hue. This white chest clearly signified a higher quality. A promising find awaits. Chapter 48. The cunning cherry blossom soared upon vanquishing the bloodthirsty wolf leader. A white treasure chest was revealed, a tier above the gray ones. Without a moment's hesitation, Nanfeng opened it. Ding! You have obtained wolf tooth necklace. 1 wolf tooth necklace. Grade: F level superior. Type: necklace. Attribute: Agility 6. From this white chest emerged a piece of equipment. Alas, it did not augment strength, leaving Nanfeng somewhat regretful. However, agility could enhance attack speed and movement speed, as well as improve his reflexes, which was still quite advantageous. With the wolf tooth necklace equipped, Nanfeng's agility surged to 43 points. Yet his agility remained the lowest among the 4 attributes, even trailing behind stamina by 2 points. The enhancement of agility proved to be a rather challenging endeavor. Ah, piece of equipment. Quite splendid. Yu Ran approached with a smile. Were its attributes? Nanfeng chuckled softly. Not too shabby. It adds a few points to agility. Stealing a glance at the time, he noted it was just past 2 p.m., with several hours until dusk. Yet, the exact moment when the cherry blossom sword would ascend to level 8 remained a mystery, compelling Nanfeng to hasten his endeavors to fortify his strength. Opening his panel, he examined his status. Level 6, 268, 4500. He was still over 4,000 experience points away from level 7. Unless he stumbled upon a gathering of ferocious beasts in a safe location to farm without harm. Reaching level 7 before nightfall seemed improbable. Abandoning the notion of immediate leveling, Nanfeng resolved to venture into the mine, hoping to address the upgrade of his fateful weapon. Ideally, he would also confront the Cavern Spider King. Turning to Yu Ran, he inquired, Dear sister, I am preparing to head to the mine. Would you care to accompany me? Yu Ran pondered for a moment, biting her lip before shaking her head. I shall remain here, waiting for this illusion grass to mature. The mine was alluring due to the presence of iron blocks, yet the illusion grass could enhance energy by 10 points, critical for Yu Ran who wielded fireballs. After deliberation, she ultimately chose to stay, lest the illusion grass be seized by other ferocious beasts. Very well, I shall take my leave then. With the wolf tooth necklace adorning his neck, Nanfeng felt his agility markedly improved, allowing him to deftly descend the sheer 90-degree cliff. Yu Ran, however, struggled with her descent, caught awkwardly in the middle, neither able to ascend nor descend, creating a rather embarrassing predicament. Nanfeng, anxious, urged, just jump down. It's only 5 or 6 meters. You'll be fine. Yu Ran vehemently shook her head, her face pale with fear. No, I can't dare. What a sight. Just moments ago, she faced the formidable, bloodthirsty wolf leader without a hint of fear. Nanfeng inwardly scoffed. If you jump down, I'll catch you with my Chinkoing great shift, he declared, raising his hands beneath her. Then you must catch me well. Yu Ran furrowed her brows, biting her silver teeth as she leapt down. The gentle breeze of the south effortlessly enveloped her, even spinning her around, exuding an air of nonchalance. Her waist is quite slender, the sensation just perfect, thought Nanfeng. Yu Ran shot him a glance with her beautiful eyes. Enough already, let go. Very well. Nanfeng released his grip and brushed off the dust from his clothes. I shall take my leave now. The battlefield here is yours to clean up. There lies a considerable number of bloodthirsty wolves' corpses, which Nanfeng had yet to examine. He estimated there would be plenty of wolf meat to harvest, all of which could be exchanged for resources. Nanfeng had already gathered a significant haul today. He ought to leave some spoils for others. After all, this was... In any case, Yu Ran's discovery. Hurry along. I will handle things here. Yu Ran accepted the task of clearing the battlefield without a hint of hesitation. Seeing that there were no more ferocious beasts nearby, Nanfeng did not linger and sprinted towards the small cabin. As he passed the area inhabited by the jungle treants, he cautiously circled around it, mindful of his dwindling health. He could not withstand the lashes of the treants. I wonder if I could burn that little treant next time, he mused. Regardless of the outcome, Nanfeng was determined to seize the opportunity when it arose, though not today. Along the way, he dispatched a few more unwitting beasts and successfully returned to the small cabin, preparing to wait until his health was fully restored before venturing into the mine. During his rest, Nanfeng opened the chat channel, eager to investigate any current events and see if there were any updates. Within the chat channel, Lu Daqiang. Nanfeng is truly impressive, having slain another level 5 Lord tier beast. I can't even defeat a level 3 beast. My own. Nanfeng is already level 6. I believe he might not lose to Sakura Ijian. Tian Jeeping. Haha. Can you stop dreaming? What Nanfeng being level 6? Sakura Ijian is about to reach level 8. Bao Jian. To the one above. Are you from Longwa? Why do you always defend outsiders? Tian Jeeping. I'm not defending outsiders. I'm merely stating the facts. Is what I said unreasonable? Xiao Fei Hong. Even if the chances are slim, we must support our own. If Nanfeng loses, we all stand to lose. Wang Jiang. Allow me to speak fairly. We have no deep-seated enmity with Sakura country. If Nanfeng were to sincerely apologize to Sakura Ijian, perhaps she would refrain from challenging our territory. Wang Jiang. You may not be aware, but Sakura Ijian has a grudge against Xiao Ongran from Zone 17. If Nanfeng adopts a more conciliatory attitude, there is a genuine possibility that Sakura Ijian will challenge Zone 17. Huang Yuanming. Haha. When someone says, I am not lying, they are often deceitful. When someone claims, I'm speaking fairly, they're usually not speaking fairly. Wang Jiang. Huang Yuanming, what do you mean by that? Huang Yuanming. Nothing much. If you wish to be a dog for Sakura country, then go and apologize yourself. Oh, I almost forgot that you have yet to reach level 5. You're rather inexperienced and cannot speak in the cross-region channel. Wang Jiang, you're the real fool. As the two continued their exchange, a heated argument ensued. Soon, other chosen ones joined this verbal skirmish, dividing into two factions and engaging in a delightful exchange of barbs. The once central figure, Nanfeng, found himself overlooked in the ensuing chaos. Ah, the prowess of keyboard warriors is truly remarkable. Concealed behind their screens, none fear each other, with even level 2 individuals daring to insult those at level 5. Yet, should they encounter one another in reality, would the level 2 dare to be so brazen? Upon closing the chat channel, Nanfeng cast another glance at the handsome group, where silence reigned. They were likely pondering strategies to conquer the cave Spider King in the depths of the mines. He then perused the cross-region chat channel, only to find it equally desolate. This was to be expected, as the channel was populated by elite players who were diligently leveling up and hunting ferocious beasts, leaving no time for idle chatter. Once Nanfeng's status was fully restored, he sent a message in the handsome group. Nanfeng, brothers, I am preparing to join you. How are things on your end? After a brief pause, Huang Yuanming replied, Progress is satisfactory. We have discovered iron ore deep within the left passage. I am currently mining iron blocks and will prioritize giving you 100 blocks when the time comes. Nanfeng, thank you, brother. By the way, weren't you just insulting people in the chat channel? Huang Yuanming, that doesn't interfere. Back in Blue Star, I could flirt with girls in several chat groups simultaneously. Nanfeng, impressive. After a moment, he continued, What about the others? Huang Yuanming, they're trying to find copper blocks. But they are likely being hindered by the cave Spider King, so there hasn't been much progress. Huang Yuanming, I must go. I need to hasten my mining of iron blocks, or I will run out of time. Indeed, Huang Yuanming was adept, simultaneously mining, hurling insults, and responding to Nanfeng's inquiries. Just as Nanfeng prepared to close the panel, a system alert suddenly sounded. Ding! The chosen one from the original world, Zone 39. Sakura One Sword has initiated a cross-region challenge against you. Please prepare. Announcement. The original world Zone 39 has initiated a cross-region challenge against the original world Zone 527. The challenge will commence in 10 minutes. All participating chosen ones should prepare. Nanfeng was taken aback. So soon? Wasn't it supposed to be before nightfall? This indeed happens to be before nightfall. His expression darkened as everyone believed that Sakura One Sword's mention of before nightfall referred to the evening. In truth, they had all been misled by Sakura One Sword. What a cunning individual. Chapter 49. The New Weapon. 98K. The chosen ones of the entire 527 district receive an announcement from the Creator God system. In an instant, the previously bickering factions in the chat channel fell silent, turning their ire towards Sakura Ijian. How dare this little cherry blossom challenge us? Damn it. If I ever lay eyes on him, I'll make sure to land a few punches. Was he the person above, just advocating for an apology? How quickly the tide has turned. He has already perched on my head, defecating on my dignity. Why would I apologize? I'd rather have my head smashed than do that. What a farce. Now that we've reached this point, apologies serve no purpose. I can only hope that Lord Nanfeng emerges victorious. Inside the small cabin, Nanfeng sighed. He wished to win, but given the current circumstances, it seemed nearly impossible. Sakura Ijian must have already reached level 8, and the disparity in strength was almost insurmountable. Unless, of course, Nanfeng's fated weapon could upgrade once more. Opening the handsome guys group, he found it eerily silent. He wondered about Su Zurin and the others. Had they located the copper block? With just over 9 minutes remaining, there was little he could do but remain in the cabin, anxiously waiting. That insufferable Sakura Ijian. Once I acquire the inter-district challenge order, I will certainly take him down. As of now, the inter-district challenge order had yet to be revealed in the 527 district. Nanfeng guessed it was likely in the possession of the Cave Spider King. He resolved to wait a little longer before confronting the Cave Spider King. Now at level 6, with a bit of caution, he had a fair chance of defeating it. After 3 more minutes, Nanfeng's anxiousness began to subside, and he started preparing for the impending challenge. Even with a significant power gap, he would give it his all. In the inter-district chat channel, the chosen ones from Sakura Nation were mercilessly taunting Nanfeng, engaging in pre-match trash talk. Nanfeng chose to ignore them, wary of letting their words affect his mindset. As the weaker contender, any disruption to his mental state could be detrimental to his performance. Sakura Ijian surely understood this and relentlessly tagged Nanfeng, attempting to rattle his composure. In his quest for victory, Sakura Ijian was employing every tactic imaginable, demonstrating an extraordinary level of composure. However, he did not anticipate that Nanfeng would simply mute the inter-district chat channel. Out of sight, out of mind. With 5 minutes remaining, Yuran sent a message. The illusion herb has matured. I'll send it to you first. It can add 10 points of energy, though it may not be of great use. Nanfeng replied, No need. We had previously agreed that the bloodthirsty wolf leader belongs to me, while the illusion herb is yours. What Nanfeng required at this moment was not energy, but strength. Energy would influence his magic points and defense. Currently, his magic point cap was 490. While it might be insufficient for a prolonged battle, it was certainly adequate for a one-on-one confrontation. As for defense, against an level 8 Sakura Ijian, adding a few more points would hardly withstand a single strike. Its utility was minimal. Yuran responded, I've kept the roots of the illusion herb. I can cultivate more, and it will be ready in 3 to 5 days. You are now in greater need of bolstering your strength. The future of our battle zone rests upon your shoulders. Please consume it swiftly. Without allowing Nanfeng a moment's hesitation, Yuran promptly completed the transaction for the illusionary herb. After a brief pause, Nanfeng accepted it. What if a prolonged duel with Sakura were to ensue? This energy would certainly prove advantageous. Illusionary herb. Upon consumption, it grants the chosen one an additional 10 energy. Note, each chosen one may only consume 1, as additional intake yields no further benefit. The limitation of one per person seems rather disappointing. Nanfeng had felt a flicker of joy when Yuran mentioned the possibility of cultivation, contemplating the prospect of consuming more. Upon swallowing the illusionary herb, a wave of dizziness washed over Nanfeng, and the world around him appeared to shimmer in double vision. Mad, is it toxic? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the haze dissipated, leaving him invigorated and alert. It appears not to be toxic, but rather a side effect of the herb itself. The disorientation lasted approximately 5 to 10 seconds. One wonders if ferocious beasts might exhibit similar reactions. Perhaps in the future, illusionary herb could serve as a means of control. Shaking his head, Nanfeng dismissed the thought, deciding to explore it further when time permitted. Yuran interjected, "The illusionary herb is worth 20 cups of mana potions. Remember to provide me with them." Nanfeng was taken aback by her boldness in negotiating. Yet, this clarity in pricing was preferable, as it spared him the burden of owing a favor. After all, favors are among the most challenging debts to repay. Additionally, the cost of crafting mana potions was exceedingly low. Exchanging one illusionary herb for 20 cups of potions was advantageous for Nanfeng. With a countdown of 3 minutes remaining, Huang Yuanming sent a message. "Brother, hurry, quickly gather 100 iron blocks." Nanfeng's heart soared upon seeing the 100 iron blocks that Huang Yuanming had traded. "Impressive, brother. You've managed to unearth 100 so swiftly." Huang Yuanming replied, "Damn it, my hands are nearly broken. We didn't keep a single one. They are all yours." He continued, "It seems they have discovered copper blocks. Wait a moment, I will ensure you receive them before the battle begins." Nanfeng understood that the outcome of this challenge would affect all the chosen ones in their battle zone. Thus their assistance in enhancing his strength was entirely reasonable, given its relevance to their own interests. Yet, he felt a twinge of gratitude. With only 1 minute left on the clock, Su Zurin silently traded a single copper block. The instant Nanfeng received the copper block, he immediately clicked to upgrade his destined weapon. The attributes of his weapon underwent a remarkable transformation. Destined weapon, weapon name, ordinary armory, current grade, E grade inferior, type, backpack attributes, backpack slots 50, materials required for upgrade, wood 300, stone 500, iron blocks 200, copper blocks 20, unlocked equipment in armory, desert eagle, stone dagger, 98k, sniper rifle, red dot sight, as the grade of the destined weapon increases. Additional equipment will be unlocked. Ding! With the growth of the destined weapon, you have unlocked a new armament, the 98k sniper rifle. A series of system notifications brought immense joy to Nanfeng. New weapon. Additionally, a new skill. Without delay, Nanfeng opened his backpack and gazed at the elegantly designed 98k sniper rifle. 98k sniper rifle, current grade. E grade inferior, enhances with common armory, type, weapon, attributes, strength 50, stamina 10. Each attack consumes 30 mana points, inflicting 150 of attack power as damage. Acquired from equipment within the common armory. Strength 50. Nanfeng was utterly astonished. Previously, the F-grade Pinnacle Desert Eagle only provided a mere 20 points of strength enhancement. This 98k had multiplied the strength by 5 times. How exhilarating. Wait, my Desert Eagle has also advanced to E-grade inferior. Its attributes should have improved as well. Nanfeng turned his attention to the Desert Eagle and the wooden. No, it should now be called the Stone Dagger, a rather peculiar name. Desert Eagle, current grade. E-grade inferior, enhances with common armory, type, weapon, attributes, strength 40, stamina 20. Each attack consumes 3 mana points, dealing 130 of attack power as damage. Acquired from equipment within the common armory. Stone Dagger, current grade. E-grade inferior, enhances with common armory, type, weapon, attributes, strength 30, agility 20, vitality 10. Each attack can inflict 120 to 150 of attack power as damage. Moderately enhances bleeding effects. Acquired from equipment within the common armory. The attributes of both the Desert Eagle and the Stone Dagger had indeed improved. The Desert Eagle's strength enhancement had reached 40 points, making the comparison reveal that the 98k's attributes were not as exaggerated as initially perceived. Moreover, the 98k's mana consumption was quite high, It was well suited for battling bosses, while the Desert Eagle remained more reliable for clearing lesser foes. I've also obtained a new skill. Nanfeng glanced at his personal panel and discovered the new skill in the skill bar, Charge Shot. Charge Shot infuses mana into the firearm, coalescing it into a powerful magical bullet. For every additional 5 mana points consumed, damage increases by 1, with a maximum enhancement of 100. This skill can be combined with others. Wow, this skill is remarkable. Nanfeng rejoiced. This ability seemed tailor-made for the Cherry Blossom 1 sword. With a 98K sniper rifle, complemented by Charge Shot, who could withstand such a combination? Within the quaint cabin, the familiar silver-white teleportation array flickered to life beneath the feet of Nanfeng. The challenge was about to commence. With a cold smirk, Nanfeng grasped his 98K sniper rifle, ready to deliver a shot that would reverberate through the realm of Sakura. Chapter 50. The terrifying shot. As the silvery teleportation array illuminated, the figure of Nanfeng gradually faded away, ultimately vanishing within the confines of the small wooden cabin. Upon reappearing, Nanfeng found himself amidst a vast expanse of grassland. The verdant grass reached nearly to his knees, forming a lush carpet beneath him. In a flurry, Nanfeng glanced around and discovered that Yinghua Yijian was positioned behind him, also turned away from him. Upon this teleportation, the two were positioned back to back, approximately 50 meters apart. As Yinghua Yijian prepared to turn, Nanfeng swiftly dropped to the ground. A master of stealth, the wild grass, standing at about 40 to 50 centimeters, served as the perfect cover for him. That summer, after being ambushed for the 216th time in a battle royale, leaving him with nothing but the remnants of a chicken dinner, Nanfeng had finally grasped a profound truth. One cannot triumph over those who play defensively. Today's environment was fortuitously ideal for Nanfeng to embody that very strategy. Reaching into his backpack, he carefully attached a red dot sight to his 98K rifle. Regrettably, he lacked an 8x scope, which would have enhanced his aim significantly. Peering through one eye while closing the other, Nanfeng aimed toward the direction of Yinghua Yijian. The tall grass obscured both Yinghua Yijian's sight and his own. Through the scope, all Nanfeng could discern was a sea of green. This was starkly different from the gameplay he was accustomed to. With determination, he braced himself on his elbows and cautiously elevated the 98K. At last, he could barely glimpse Yinghua Yijian's silhouette through the grass, cautiously scanning the surroundings for Nanfeng's position. The opponent was darting about in a rapid and erratic manner, clearly trying to evade being targeted. However, given the circumstances, it was nearly impossible for Yinghua Yijian to spot a figure lying low in the grass from 50 meters away. You cannot see me. Nanfeng chuckled softly, activating his skill. Charge Strike. Piercing Shot. Both skills were unleashed simultaneously as Nanfeng prepared to take down Yinghua Yijian with a single shot. A surge of magical energy flowed from his arms into the 98K sniper rifle, shaping a finely crafted magical bullet within the chamber. Nanfeng calculated that Charge Strike would consume approximately 10 points of mana per second, enhancing damage by 1% for every 5 points of mana spent, which meant a 2% increase in damage each second. The skill's maximum potential was a 100% damage increase, requiring Nanfeng to charge for 50 seconds to achieve full power. What a waste of mana. Nanfeng mused. Spending 500 points of mana to double the damage felt utterly impractical. After all, that amount of mana could enable him to fire off hundreds of shots. Was this method truly more effective than a single shot with a 100% damage bonus? Yet, despite this realization, Nanfeng resolved to fully Charge Strike. The rationale was simple. Yinghua Yijian was the elder brother of Yinghua Zaidru, and if no one believed Yinghua Zaidru's words, why would Yinghua Yijian be any different? The Cherry Blossom Sword has unequivocally established that the true divine weapon of the Southern Wind is indeed the spear, a fact evident from his continuous evasive maneuvers. Yet, his audacity to challenge the Southern Wind suggests reasons beyond mere level suppression. For instance, he may possess skills that allow him to close the distance in an instant. If the Cherry Blossom Kojiro can comprehend the formidable skill of Instant Slash, how could his elder brother, Cherry Blossom Sword, possibly be inferior? The southern wind harbors an unsettling premonition. In this battle, he has but a single opportunity to strike. Should Cherry Blossom Sword discern his position, the southern wind would be swiftly engaged and summarily executed. As for whether that singular shot would find its mark, the southern wind remains untroubled. Previously, when utilizing the Desert Eagle, he relied solely on his eyesight, resulting in a somewhat diminished hit rate. However, with the addition of a red dot sight, he is confident of achieving an 80 accuracy at a distance of 50 meters. Provided that fortune does not abandon him today, this shot is unlikely to miss. 20 seconds elapsed. Arcane energy continued to flow unceasingly into the 98K sniper rifle. The southern wind held his breath, concentrating intently, fearful of betraying any sign that might alert Cherry Blossom Sword. 50 meters away, Cherry Blossom Sword, unable to locate the southern wind, scoffed and remarked, "Is this truly the strongest in District 527? Turns out to be a timid turtle." The gentle breeze carried his taunts to the southern wind's ears, though they were barely discernible. Thanks to the real-time translation of the Creator God system, the southern wind managed to catch a few words. The strongest in District 527? Do you think flattery will coax me out? How Navi? The southern wind curled his lip in disdain, continuing to gather his strength. Not receiving a response, Cherry Blossom Sword persisted in his soliloquy. Hiding will do you no good. Once I find you, prepare for your demise. I require but a single strike to vanquish you. And you? Do you not wield a gun? Let us see whether your firearm is swifter than my agility. You wish to prolong the encounter, do you? Very well. I shall see how long you can manage. Abandoning his search for the southern wind, Cherry Blossom Sword seated himself on the ground, positioned sideways towards the southern wind, and began to polish the stone blade in his hand. This was the new form of the decayed wooden samurai sword, after its elevation to grade dull stone samurai sword. Cherry Blossom Sword was feigning a flaw. He believes I cannot kill him with a single shot, hence he is preparing to allow me a free strike. Had the challenge commenced before the southern wind's divine weapon had upgraded, he indeed would have been unable to slay Cherry Blossom Sword with a single bullet. But times have changed. The southern wind not only possesses a new weapon, but has also mastered new skills. Cherry Blossom Sword's actions were akin to a gift, a blatant offering. The southern wind was taken aback that Cherry Blossom Sword, who had displayed such caution for so long, would make such a grave error at the final moment. 35 seconds, 40 seconds, 45 seconds. At the 50-second mark, the damage from Charge Strike was fully maximized. The southern wind's gaze sharpened as he decisively squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! The nearly 10-centimeter-long, armor-piercing round shot forth, racing along the grass towards Cherry Blossom Sword. At the moment when Nanfeng fired, Sakura Ichigen had already reacted, instinctively drawing his sword for a horizontal slash. Much like his brother Sakura Kojiro, Sakura Ichigen possessed the remarkable ability to slice through bullets. In fact, before his gaze even shifted towards Nanfeng, his blade was already in motion. This mastery of swordsmanship was nothing short of terrifying. Of course, this also related to the fact that Nanfeng's magical bullets did not exit the chamber at an exceedingly swift speed. Had they been akin to the supersonic projectiles from Blue Star, even with 10 samurai swords, Sakura Ichigen would have found it impossible to strike them. Clang! The clash between the magical bullet and the samurai sword resonated with a crisp sound. This scene almost entirely replicated the earlier confrontation with Sakura Kojiro. Similarly, Nanfeng's penetrating bullet bizarrely traversed through the samurai sword, piercing through Sakura Ichigen's shoulder. Indeed, his bullets possessed a penetrating effect. Sakura Ichigen was not taken aback. He had already learned of this from his brother. The reason he still attempted to slice the bullet was not due to disbelief in his brother's words, but rather to redirect the bullet from its original trajectory. That shot was initially aimed at Sakura Ichigen's head. Striking the head would easily trigger a weak point attack, and even if he allowed Nanfeng a chance, he wished to retain as much health as possible. You see, hey. Sakura Ichigen sneered, preparing to rise and unleash his own skills against Nanfeng, only to suddenly feel an overwhelming weakness, his limbs turning to jelly. A sense of foreboding enveloped his heart. He cast a glance at his status bar, which read, Health, 33,690, abnormal status, bleeding. That last shot from Nanfeng had inflicted a staggering 657 damage. Sakura Ichijin's face drained of color. What terrifying output was this? At level 6, facing a level 8, the damage should have been merely a third of the original. It was still so high? What would happen if they were of equal level? What sorcery was this, such a powerful shot, and it even triggered weak point strike? Yet Henti completely obliterated Sakura Ichijin. Nanfeng was utterly taken aback. The level suppression was too overwhelming. After equipping the 98K sniper rifle, Nanfeng now boasted an attack power of 635. With the combined effects of penetrating bullet, charge strike, and weak point attack, how could he only deal 657 damage? This was absurd. That shot left both combatants in a state of shock. Bleeding -13. Suddenly, Sakura Ichijin's health decreased further. The bleeding effect had activated. Previously, Sakura Ichijin had been facing sideways to Nanfeng, allowing Nanfeng's penetrating bullet to pass directly through his right shoulder and exit through his left, causing immense damage that could not be staunched. Sakura Ichijin recognized this, gazing at his dwindling 20 health points. He did not attempt to stop the bleeding, but instead drew his sword to strike at Nanfeng. Bleeding -14, only 6 health points remaining. Sakura Ichijin's samurai sword slashed through the air. The 50-meter distance between them provided no sense of safety for Nanfeng. Air slash. This strike can reach its adversary from a distance. The farther away the target, the greater the expenditure of the wielder's magical essence, and consequently, the lesser the inflicted damage. At a distance of 50 meters, nearly depleting the magical reserves of the cherry blossom sword, the wielder nonetheless executed the slash. Death loomed ominously. Nanfeng felt entirely enveloped by this blow, rendering escape impossible. He could only press himself tightly against the ground. Bleeding -5. Suddenly, a faint crimson numeral materialized above the cherry blossom sword's hilt. The blade hovered menacingly above Nanfeng's head. Yet it ultimately did not descend. His life force had been forcibly constrained to a single drop of health. The indomitable will buff activated. The cherry blossom sword was vanquished. Chapter 51. Resources delivered to your doorstep? Ding. Congratulations on defeating your opponent, Sakura One Sword, and becoming the victor of this interregional challenge. Ding. All resources in your region, Original World Zone 527, have increased by 10. As the challenge concluded, Nanfeng swiftly returned to his cabin, the notification sound from the Creator God's system echoing in his ears. He had triumphed, and remarkably, without injury. With a long sigh of relief, he sprawled comfortably on the floor of the cabin. That final strike from Sakura One Sword had been utterly terrifying. Even though he was aware that death was impossible during the challenge, a chill ran down his spine. Was this the sense of oppression brought forth by a master of swordsmanship? I wonder if the sword masters of the Dragon Kingdom possess such formidable prowess? In the chat channel, the chosen ones of Zone 527 were nearly elated to the point of flight. They had not anticipated that Nanfeng would truly emerge victorious, and so decisively at that. In the Handsome Guys group, the members rejoiced, nearly planning a party to celebrate. Huang Yuanming, bro, you're incredible. From this day forth, you shall be my deity. Wu Yuansheng, wow, you actually won. Amazing. Su Ming, awesome. Nanfeng, you flatter me. If it weren't for your assistance in upgrading my signature weapon, I wouldn't have achieved victory. Su Zurin, it seems our efforts were not in vain. Nanfeng was not being modest. He spoke the truth. Without the 98K sniper rifle and the understanding of a new skill, charge strike, how could he have defeated Sakura One Sword? With a mere swing from a distance, Nanfeng would have been down for the count. Huang Yuanming, brother, how did you win? Please, share your experience. Wu Li, indeed, it must have been perilous. Nanfeng, it was quite dangerous. At one point, his blade was merely 0.01 centimeters from my scalp. Yet in the end, my skills prevailed, leading to his demise. Wu Yuansheng, everyone, hurry to the interregional chat channel and see. Sakura One Sword is claiming he won. What? Nanfeng, bewildered, exited the Handsome Guys group and entered the interregional chat channel, Zone 39, Sakura 1 sword. Nanfeng's strength is quite mediocre, lacking skills. I could have easily defeated him with both hands tied behind my back. Now, it's your turn to take action. Zone 68, Chungyemo, an 8th level, challenging a 5th level? You Sakura folks truly have no shame. Chungyemo from Zone 68 was unaware that Nanfeng had already ascended to level 6. Zone 17, Xiaoongran. You dare to strike at my Dragon Kingdom brethren? Sakura 1 sword, just wait. Zone 162, Martin. Couldn't he even defeat him with both hands? It seems Nanfeng is not all that impressive. Let me be the next to challenge him. Zone 105, Neru Singh. Hurry after your challenge, let me have a go. I received my challenge token this morning, and I am eager to seize the resources of Zone 527. Zone 491, Salmon. Please defeat Zone 527 3 times swiftly, so that we may challenge him as well in the future. The nations of the 3 kingdoms and the beautiful country have responded to the call of the Cherry Blossom Sword, preparing to challenge Area 527. What does this imply? Is it merely a ruse to entice others to provide us with resources? For a moment, Nanfeng found himself bewildered, unable to grasp the true intentions behind the actions of the Cherry Blossom Sword. However, after pondering for a brief moment, he discerned the underlying motive. His Area 39 had previously suffered defeat at the hands of Xiaoongran from Area 17, and now he had been vanquished once again by Nanfeng, resulting in 2 losses. Should he face another defeat, he would incur a penalty of a 10-point reduction in all attributes, an onerous punishment that the Cherry Blossom Sword could scarcely endure. Hence, he sought to publicly declare victory in this challenge to deter other battle zones from setting their sights on him. Beyond this rationale, Nanfeng contemplated another possibility. The Cherry Blossom Nation had sustained significant losses. Area 132 was in dire straits, with its resources nearly depleted, while Area 39 had already lost 2 matches and teetered on the brink of collapse. In such precarious circumstances, it was only natural for the Cherry Blossom Sword to engage in deception and stoke the flames of conflict among other nations, thereby diverting attention away from his beleaguered Area 39. Such machinations were indeed insidious. Within the Handsome Boys group, Suzerain and others quickly grasped the intentions of the Cherry Blossom Sword. Suzerain remarked, "How intriguing. The Cherry Blossom Sword seeks to use us in Area 527 as instruments to balance the strength of various nations." Xiao Luo interjected, "Foolish." Wu Yuanqing added, "The strongest warriors in the beautiful country's Area 162 and the 3 Kingdoms Area 105 are, at most, only level 7. Nanfeng has already dispatched the level 8 Cherry Blossom Sword. Should we fear them?" Su Ming chimed in, "Brothers, they are here to bestow resources upon us." Huang Yuanming exclaimed, "Goodness, the Cherry Blossom Sword is indeed a foreign ally. I never anticipated him to be this kind of Cherry Blossom Sword." Yu Ran remarked, "This is fantastic. I just noticed that numerous herbs have sprouted beside the little cabin. Does anyone wish to purchase them? They are available at a bargain." Wu Li expressed envy towards Yu Ran, who was fortunate to have such a splendid birthplace surrounded by herbs, making her a veritable wealthy lady. Suferan disclosed. I received a message in the Interzone channel at noon. Area 132 has suffered a total of 11 losses, yet their resources have not entirely vanished. Su Ming in Guit. And so, Suzerain elucidated, this indicates that the increase and decrease of resources operate not on an additive basis, but rather multiplicatively. He continued, after their first loss in the challenge, 90 of their resources remained. After the second loss, it was not 80, but rather 81 of their resources that persisted. Su Ihan clarified, what my brother means is that after the second loss, they do not lose 10 of the total resources, but rather 10 of the remaining 90, equating to 9 of the total resources. Nanfeng retorted, little healer, your explanation is getting convoluted. It would be better if you said nothing at all. Sudihan responded, fearsome. JPG. Nanfeng concluded, I now understand Suzerain's point. Thus, our 2 victories do not yield resources at the original 120, but rather at a rate of 121 of the initial resources? Suzerain. Indeed, one might simply comprehend it as the compounding of interests. How delightful! Should the southern wind secure another victory, it would equate to an enhancement of 12. One in resources. Is this not splendid? While we were still deliberating on resource matters, a system announcement echoed in the ears of the crowd. Ding! Original World, Zone 162. Chosen One. Martin has initiated a cross-regional challenge against you. Please prepare. Announcement. Original World Zone 162 has launched a cross-regional challenge against Original World Zone 527. The challenge will commence in 10 minutes. Both participating Chosen Ones, please prepare. Excellent. Resources are on their way. The Southern Wind chuckled, opened the cross-regional chat channel, and sent a message. Zone 527, Southern Wind, Sakura, one sword. Do not overstep your bounds. If you win against me, I could accept that, but to enlist others to join in the fray? Do you truly believe me to be so easily bullied? Putting on a full show, how cunning of Sakura One Sword to deliver the resources right to my doorstep. Thus, the Southern Wind must acquiesce. Within the cross-regional channel, before Sakura One Sword could respond, Sakura Little Kojiro had already spoken up. Zone 132, Sakura Little Kojiro. Haha, Southern Wind. Today is your day of reckoning. Soon, you shall find yourself in a predicament akin to that of my Zone 132. We are unlike indeed. The Southern Wind hummed a tune, finding amusement in the visage of Sakura Little Kojiro. Once he discovers the truth of the situation, I wonder if he will still maintain such a cheerful disposition. Chapter 52. One shot, instant kill. How to say it. Upon noticing Nanfeng engaging in conversation on the cross-regional channel, several lurking Chosen Ones from the Dragon Kingdom began to make their presence known. Region 17, Xiao Ongran. Nanfeng, brother, do not panic. Fight well. Martin from Region 162 is only level 6. You may not necessarily lose. Region 162 Martin. Huh? Although I am merely level 6, my fated divine weapon is a ranged weapon, granting me a natural advantage. Even you melee fighters at level 7 and 8 are no match for me. Region 68, Chung Mo, a frog at the bottom of a well. I see you have yet to experience the harshness of society. Region 8 Mike, what? Is Martin mistaken? I also wield a ranged weapon. If you have the gall, come and face me. Cheng Montak. Like Martin, Mike is also a chosen one from the beautiful country. As the 8th to join the cross-regional channel, Mike's strength is undoubtedly formidable, likely at least level 8, perhaps even level 9. Chung Mo from Region 68 is unlikely to be his opponent. Region 68, Chung Mo. Do you even possess a challenge token to challenge me? Come, come. Watch as I slice your head clean off with one strike. Aware that his opponent lacked a challenge token, Chung Mo felt no fear and directly confronted Mike. Region 8, Mike. Just wait. Once I acquire another challenge token, let us see if you dare to be so arrogant. Hey, everyone, let us not digress. This is our time in Region 527. Nanfeng felt somewhat exasperated. The downside of a populous group chat is that everyone has their own thoughts, and before long, the conversation veers off topic and devolves into mutual insults. Region 527, Suzerain. I implore everyone to refrain from challenging our Region 527 any further. If we continue to lose, our compatriots in the battle zone are doomed. Region 527, Wu Yuansheng. Indeed, I beg you, great brothers. I kneel before you. In the cross-regional channel, Suzerain and Wu Yuansheng suddenly began a comedic duet. Nanfeng glanced at the handsome guy group and realized this was Suzerain's ploy by feigning weakness. They would attract more challengers. With a clever thought, Nanfeng immediately joined in. Region 527, Nanfeng. Wu Yuansheng, Suzerain, you two worthless fools. Could you not have a shred of backbone? Do you think I cannot win? Region 527, Suzerain. You're not even level 6. What makes you think you can triumph? The Great Martin is not only level 6, but also wields a ranged divine weapon. Region 527, Wu Yuansheng. Exactly, Nanfeng. You merely possess slightly more experience than us. What qualifications do you have to represent our entire battle zone in confrontation? Region 105, Neru Singh. These foolish Dragon Kingdom people have begun to turn against each other. Region 162 Martin. Nanfeng is only level 5? No wonder the Cherry Blossom Sword can defeat him with both hands. I am assured of victory. Region 381, Lin Tianqi. Why are they quarreling among themselves? Alas, observing the internal strife within Region 527, the other Dragon Kingdom battle zones shook their heads in resignation, choosing to remain silent and continue hunting fierce beasts to level up. In the war zones of other nations, they began to mock Area 527. Within Area 39, Sakura Aegean sat solemnly in a small wooden cabin, her mind consumed by a singular thought. These insidious dragon country people are far too cunning. However, it matters little, as the ones who will suffer are the Aeson nation and the beautiful country. It has no bearing on her Sakura nation, nor on her Area 39. After this wave, it seems that Area 527 will surely take flight. Meanwhile, Nanfeng, upon receiving a message from Martin, smirked to himself. What a naive fool to believe in their deceptive words. With only 3 minutes remaining until the challenge commenced, Nanfeng idly engaged in the handsome men group, awaiting the onset of the competition. Suzerain proclaimed, "We have now secured the iron mine, yielding daily production of iron blocks. Regarding the distribution of iron blocks, I propose that we divide them equally among our group, allowing everyone to upgrade their fated weapons and enhance their combat prowess." He continued, "As we all need to level up subsequently, we certainly won't have the time to spend every day mining. So I intend to enlist a few trustworthy individuals to handle the mining. A portion will be kept within our ranks, while the remainder will be sold at a uniform price, with a net profit shared equally among us, effectively making everyone stakeholder." "What are your thoughts?" Wu Yuanxing replied. "I have no objections." Su Ming added, "I too have no objections. Mining pales in comparison to hunting ferocious beasts." Nanfeng concurred. "I have no objections as well." Yuran chimed in, "Oh, I've never even been to a mine. Can I still be a stakeholder?" "Is that true, my adoptive father?" Suferan responded, "Oh, I almost forgot about you. You have no shares." Yuran lamented, Oh, Suzerain then glanced at the group members. "And you, Wang Jiang, you did not participate in the mining activities, so you too have no shares." Wang Jiang protested, "Why not? You said everyone in the group would have a share." Ding! Wang Jiang was kicked from the group chat. Suzerain remarked, "This person is far too selfish and self-centered, unsuitable as a teammate. Let her go solo." Huang Yuanming agreed. "Well done. I wanted to kick her out for ages." Nanfeng tagged Suzerain. "She's cursing you in the chat channel." Suferan shrugged. "Let her curse. It won't cost me a penny." After discussing the iron mine, the group shifted their focus to the copper mine. Suferan stativ. "It has been confirmed that the copper mine lies to the right of the cave, but it is guarded by the Cavern Spider King, making it quite difficult for us to breach." Nanfeng replied, "Don't rush. Allow me to plunder a couple more resource caches before I come to assist you." Huang Yuanming added, "Sure, hurry up so we can witness the prowess of the big shot." Glancing at the countdown, Nanfeng noted that only 30 seconds remained until the challenge began. "Brothers, pour me a cup of warm wine. Nanfeng will be back shortly." He closed the panel, lifted his 98K in front of him, aimed at the large tree outside the cabin, and began to charge a strike. He intended to teleport directly to the battlefield in combat stance. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, a silvery teleportation array glowed beneath Nanfeng's feet. In the next moment, the scenery before him shifted, bringing him to a vast plain. A splendid location. There were no obstructions. The southern wind held the 98K rifle, surveying the surroundings, when he suddenly spotted Martin's silhouette to his left. The distance between them was still approximately 50 meters. Martin, standing over 8 meters tall, gripped a longbow in his right hand, with his left hand poised on the string, ready to launch an attack at any moment. At that moment, Martin turned his head and saw the southern wind. The confident smile that had graced his face transformed into one of sheer terror in an instant. What madness was this? To turn and find someone aiming a sniper rifle at him? Was this truly the primitive world they had spoken of? Was this even primitive? The southern wind did not grant Martin a chance to react and fired his weapon. The damage enhancement from the charge shot had reached an impressive 82, more than sufficient. Both the southern wind and Martin were at level 6, thus there was no level suppression to weaken the damage. This shot was more than capable of eliminating Martin. Whoosh! Critical hit, minus 509. The bullet pierced through Martin's head, triggering the effect of the critical hit. The reason it dealt only 509 points of damage was not due to the Southern Wind's low attack power, but rather because Martin possessed a mere 510 hit points. Had it not been for the buff, unyielding will, which forcibly locked his health at one point, Martin would have already been a lifeless corpse. With the deed done, the Southern Wind rested the 98k on his shoulder, waved at the terrified Martin, and his figure gradually faded away. A single shot, and it was done. What else could one say? Chapter 53. A triumphant victory. A remarkable enhancement ding. Congratulations on defeating your opponent, Martin, and becoming the victor of this inter-regional challenge. Ding. All resources in your region. Primitive World Zone 527 have increased by 10. Upon South Wind's return to the quaint cabin, the members of the Handsome Guys group were left in a state of bewilderment. Yu Yen, you may not believe this, but just as I was about to cheer for South Wind, he won. Huang Yuanming, instant kill? South Wind is simply terrifying. Wu Yuansheng, that was astonishingly swift. Yun Fei, did the opponent teleport in, with his neck right under your blade? South Wind merely smiled and remained silent. He had secured yet another victory. Despite the system notification indicating a 10 resource increase, the reality was that this time, the enhancement amounted to an impressive 12. One of the initial resources. The resources in Zone 527 had now reached 133. One of the original, which was quite remarkable. Yet, the surprises did not cease. 2 additional system notifications resonated. Announcement: winning 3 consecutive interregional challenges in Primitive World Zone 527. All chosen ones in Zone 527 receive an increase of 10 points to all attributes. Ding! Congratulations on achieving victory in 3 consecutive interregional challenges. Your attributes gain an additional 10 points. Oh my goodness, what is this? The sudden notifications caused South Wind to draw a sharp breath. Winning 3 consecutive matches meant that all chosen ones in the war zone received a 10-point increase to all attributes. This had been anticipated by South Wind, as it was logical that 3 consecutive defeats would reduce attributes by 10 points. Hence, rewards for consecutive victories were not surprising. However, what he did not foresee was that as a participant, he would also receive additional attribute rewards. This resulted in a total increase of 20 points to all attributes. It was simply extraordinary. This was akin to leveling up 4 times. South Wind sat in the cabin, grinning foolishly. This was a soaring triumph. In a chat channel, the chosen ones of Zone 527 were similarly engulfed in jubilation. Lu Daqiang, what did I say before? South Wind is amazing. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Bao Zian, wow. Winning 3 consecutive matches, all attributes 10. I wouldn't dare dream of this. Ma Yong, this is exhilarating. Aren't the same level beasts, now easy to slay? Qiu Fei Hong, same level? I'd even dare to stab a beast that is a level above me. Huang Yuanming, where are those who previously doubted South Wind? Come out and take a stroll. Why the silence? Tian Jiping, what is there to say? Do you feel proud that South Wind won the challenge through cheating? Bao Jian, cheating? How do you know South Wind cheated? Tian Jiping, didn't you see the interregional chat channel? Martin from Zone 162 has already claimed that South Wind is using hacks. Lu Daqiang, are you out of your mind? This ISNTA game. Who hacks? Have you lost your senses? Wang Jiang, don't you think this world resembles a game? Who knows if South Wind has discovered some sort of loophole? Those who maliciously exploit bugs will surely be eradicated by the Creator God system, so stop idolizing him. Being accused of using cheats is perhaps the highest form of respect, isn't it? Nanfeng chuckled softly and opened the cross-region chat channel. Inside the channel, Martin was furiously crafting a lengthy message. Zone 162, Martin. Cheating. It is undoubtedly cheating. This Nanfeng has brought a sniper rifle from Blue Star into this realm. Such behavior is utterly deplorable. Zone 105. Neru Singh. What is going on, Martin? Why did you lose? Additionally, the system just announced that Zone 527 has achieved 3 consecutive victories. What is the meaning of this? Zone 288. Amelia, what else could it be? It must be that Sakura Ejian is lying. Those from Sakura never speak a word of truth. Zone 381. Lin Tianchi, what does this mean? What is happening? I cannot comprehend. Zone 68. Cheng Montauk, incredible. Zone 527 has indeed won 3 times in a row, which indicates that Sakura Aegean must have lost as well. Zone 162, Martin, those wretched dogs from Sakura Nation. Nanfeng possesses a sniper rifle, and they concealed such crucial information from us. How outrageous! Zone 105, Neru Singh, what? A sniper rifle? Are you joking? Zone 527, Nanfeng, he is slandering me. He is defaming me. Zone 132, Sakura Kojuro, a sniper rifle? Are your eyes deceiving you? His true weapons are a pistol and a dagger. Zone 8, Mike, you all lost, and yet you cannot even identify the opponent's true weapons? Truly a bunch of inept fools. Zone 3, Andre, how intriguing. Can this Nanfeng freely alter his true weapons? Zone 162, Martin, I have unraveled the truth. His true weapons are indeed the dagger. The pistol and sniper rifle are both brought from Blue Star. Zone 491, Salman, impossible. When I traversed here, my lighter and keys vanished. How did he manage to bring a sniper rifle? Zone 105, Neru Singh. This Nanfeng from Zone 527 is suspicious. I have decided not to challenge him. I shall instead bully Zone 132. Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro, Baka, you are truly worthless. Ah, why has Zone 105 shown such cowardice? Nanfeng was hoping to plunder more resources. However, the announcement of 3 consecutive victories was received by all battle zones. Now everyone knows that Zone 527 is not to be trifled with, and it is no surprise that Zone 105 dares not challenge Nanfeng. Never mind. It is better to gather oneself and venture out to hunt fearsome beasts. The shot fired at Martin earlier consumed a significant amount of Nanfeng's magical energy. Once his energy is replenished, Nanfeng stepped out of the cabin and hurried towards the mine, having just received a reward of 20 points in all attributes. Nanfeng experienced a substantial enhancement in all 4 of his basic attributes. His agility has now reached 63 points, allowing him to move with remarkable speed. The journey from the cabin to the mine now takes merely half an hour. Outside the mine, Su Zurin and others were resting, awaiting Nanfeng's arrival. With a playful demeanor, Wu Li squatted on the ground, molding the mud as he remarked, given Nanfeng's current prowess. Coupled with the collaboration of our dozen or so comrades, we should be able to vanquish this cavern spider king, shouldn't we? Huang Yuanming nodded in agreement, indeed. I believe he could handle it alone. The others, upon hearing this, also nodded in affirmation. Su Yihan, arms crossed and leaning against a grand tree, spoke calmly. The cavern spider king has a glaring weakness. Its size prevents it from exiting through the right passage. If we maintain the right distance, dispatching it should pose no challenge. This posture accentuated Su Yihan's formidable presence. Su Zurin gazed towards the southeast, stating nonchalantly, it's coming. In the distance, Nanfeng, adorned in a beast skin outfit, was sprinting towards them. Ah, quite a gathering today, he exclaimed, waving a hand in greeting. Most of the top 20 on the leaderboard were present, including a few unfamiliar faces, yet they had all conversed in the group chat, making them no strangers. It was indeed a grand gathering of online acquaintances. Huang Yuanming bounded over, casually draping his arm around Nanfeng's shoulders, grinning as he asked, Brother, why are you still holding a dagger? Come on, show everyone your sniper rifle. Sniper rifle? That must be a mistake. Martin must have misseen. Nanfeng chuckled, retrieving a desert eagle from his backpack. Behold, this is my true signature weapon, the desert eagle. Impressive, isn't it? Huang Yuanming was taken aback. No way, you actually have a gun. Speak, have you been cheating? Is this really a desert eagle? Does it even use bullets? Incredible. The design and craftsmanship are simply exquisite. The crowd gathered around, pointing and marveling at Nanfeng's desert eagle, their expressions akin to those who had never encountered such wonders before. Nanfeng easily diverted their attention from the sniper rifle. A hidden trump card he was reluctant to reveal. Naturally, he preferred to conceal it. All right, enough gawking, we might accidentally fire it, he said, stowing the desert eagle away and gesturing towards the mine. Let us proceed to deal with the cavern spider king. I'll take the lead. No, Su Ming. You go first. Su Ming, clutching a large shield, wore a woeful expression, lamenting, why is it always me who gets hurt? Chapter 54. Slaying the Cavern Spider King outside the mine. A procession of 17 or 18 individuals marched resolutely into the depths of the cavern. The cavern spiders had been previously cleared by Suzerain and his companions, leaving only a handful, which the group swiftly dispatched. Based on past experiences, it was known that once the cavern spiders were eradicated, the Cavern Spider King would emerge to spawn. Suzerain remarked nonchalantly, "The Cavern Spider King possesses formidable attack power, so everyone should exercise caution and try to stay behind Su Ming." Su Ming scoffed, "Great, I become the designated shield." The Cavern Spider King boasted an attack power of 420, a defense of 210, and a staggering health of 2,800 points. Until today, Nanfeng had also perceived the Cavern Spider King as a terrifying foe. However, after 3 rounds of challenging encounters, Nanfeng's attack power had escalated to a daunting 735, rendering the creature's attributes less intimidating. A pressing question suddenly dawned on Nanfeng. As a Lord-level beast, the defeat of the Cavern Spider King would yield additional rewards. But who would claim the kill? It was evident that everyone was eager to discuss the distribution of these rewards. After a moment of contemplation, Suzerain declared, "Let it be decided by merit. Whoever lands the killing blow shall reap the rewards." This seemed fair to Nanfeng. With his superior attack power, he believed no one would contest his claim. "Wait, does that mean I have no chance?" Su Ming lamented, his expression one of dismay. With an attack power of merely 125, he would struggle to breach the Cavern Spider King's defenses and seize the glory. "Shouldn't we offer some compensation to old Su? Our team's steadfast tank? He'll be on the front lines, absorbing the Cavern Spider King's wrath." Wu Yuansheng interjected, unable to remain silent in defense of his friend. The group collectively agreed that Su Ming could receive an additional one of the resources unearthed from the mine. With this assurance, Su Ming's spirits lifted, and he charged forward with his great shield, rallying, "Brothers, follow me." They poured into the mine, advancing with purpose. The right passage lay empty, devoid of the Cavern Spider King. "Let us press on," Nanfeng urged, raising his desert eagle as he closely followed Su Ming into the fray. After traversing approximately 20 meters, the healer, Su Yihan, pointed to a small depression on the adjacent wall. "We unearthed a copper block right here earlier." Surprised, Nanfeng asked, "You ventured this far and already?" Su Yihan nodded. "Yes, as long as the cavern spiders outside remain alive, the Cavern Spider King will not emerge, which is why we encountered minimal danger." Understanding dawned on Nanfeng. The passage was profoundly deep, with increasing expansiveness as they ventured inward. This was concerning. The vast space would provide the Cavern Spider King ample room to maneuver. The hefty warrior, Depang Dun, furrowed his brow. Indeed, Suzerain had also recognized the predicament. When we confront the Cavern Spider King, we should retreat to a narrower area to engage it effectively. The southern wind gently shook the desert eagle in his hand, proclaiming, "There's no need for concern. With so many of us, if each person delivers a significant blow, it will be vanquished." Earlier on the path, he had calculated that a single shot could inflict between 500 to 700 damage to the Cavern Spider King, whose 2,800 health points could hardly withstand a few strikes. Suddenly, the sound of falling debris echoed through the air, causing everyone to tense up, readying themselves for battle. Suzerain spoke. "Su Ming, Wu Li, you two toss the torches ahead and assess the situation." The two swung their arms and hurled the torches forcefully. As the torches landed, the dim glow revealed a massive form of the Cavern Spider King. With a commanding shout, Suzerain urged attack. Just as his words faded, the southern wind raised his weapon and fired. Penetrating shot, -892. That single shot removed nearly a third of the Cavern Spider King's health. Astonished by his own prowess, he thought, "Am I truly this formidable? This is a desert eagle, not a 98K. In pain, the Cavern Spider King emitted an unearthly shriek before scuttling frantically around the cavern. Remarkably swift, it ascended to the cavern's apex, presenting its rear to the group. In the next instant, a swarm of tiny spiders emerged. Skill, spawn. Witnessing this scene, the southern wind felt a wave of goosebumps. Anyone suffering from arachnophobia might well have succumbed on the spot. He fired again. But this time his shot missed the Cavern Spider King and struck one of its offspring instead. Realizing the urgency, the others quickly launched their assault. Wu Yuansheng skillfully shot an arrow that struck the Cavern Spider King's spider leg with pinpoint accuracy. Yin Fei was even more impressive, launching a magical projectile that precisely found its way into the Cavern Spider King's rear. The creature was driven into a frenzy, thrashing about in agony. Brothers in melee, take care of those little spiders. Su Ziren, Wu Li, and Huang Yuanming led the charge, beginning to eliminate the swarm of mere level 3 spider hatchlings. The low damage inflicted by the spider hatchlings posed no threat to the group, and they slaughtered them with abandon, seeing its offspring perish in droves. The Cavern Spider King charged furiously at the group, unleashing a torrent of venom from its maw. "Watch out!" Su Ming bellowed, charging forward with his large shield, thrusting it into the creature's mouth. Most of the venom was absorbed by Su Ming's shield, while the remaining droplets were dodged by the others. Wu Yuanxing gasped, "Old Su." Su Ming, now entirely green, resembled a hulking giant. "My health is plummeting," he exclaimed in terror, retreating rapidly while calling out for help. "Heal me, heal me." Prepared in advance, Su Yihan swiftly cast a healing spell upon Su Ming. "The healer is magnificent." Su Ming retreated while dragging his shield. As several melee chosen ones advanced swiftly, each wielding a blade that struck towards the Abyssal Spider King. Their offensive power was modest, inflicting merely 100 to 200 points of damage per strike, with the most formidable among them, Xiao Luo, delivering a maximum of 225 points. However, the sheer number of attackers proved advantageous, causing the health of the Abyssal Spider King to plummet swiftly. Nanfeng, brandishing a Desert Eagle, was poised, preparing a charge shot. As the health of the Abyssal Spider King dipped below 1,000 points, he immediately pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Minus 987. The bullet struck one of the Spider King's eyes, piercing through to its brain before halting. With a thunderous crash, the colossal body of the Abyssal Spider King collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 55. The Spider Necklace Ding. You have slain the level 6 Lord Beast, the Cavern Spider King, and earned 24 experience points. Announcement. The Chosen One, Nanfeng, has successfully defeated the level 6 Lord Beast, the Cavern Spider King. As the first Chosen One in this region to accomplish this feat, you are rewarded with Reputation 1. Stamina 12. The system's prompt echoed, causing Nanfeng to curl his lip in disdain. Why was the reward stamina? Strength would have been far more desirable. Yet, stamina does enhance the maximum mana capacity, and given that Nanfeng's charge strike consumes considerable mana, the additional stamina is not entirely unwelcome, albeit a meager consolation. What irked him most was the paltry experience gained. A mere 24 points left him utterly speechless. This must have been divided among all the participating Chosen Ones. Otherwise, the experience from a level 6 Lord Beast would not be so scant. What? It was defeated so swiftly? Huang Yuanming expressed disbelief. This creature possessed 2,800 health points. How could it have fallen in under a minute? The hefty figure, dubbed Big Fatty, prodded the corpse of the Cavern Spider King with his dagger, exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness, it's truly dead. I only struck it once." The group turned their gazes toward Nanfeng. It was evident that the rapid defeat of the Cavern Spider King was attributable to Nanfeng's overwhelming damage output. "My current attack power stands at 385. It feels rather impressive," Wu Yuanxing remarked, "but in comparison to yours, it's as if I am in a different realm altogether." "Nanfeng, what is your attack power at present?" "Not much more, just a tad over yours." Nanfeng waved his hand dismissively, explaining that the primary reason for his elevated damage was the upgrade of his innate weapon to E-grade low tier, which granted substantial bonuses. Once your innate weapons reach that level, your attack power will not lag far behind. Indeed, others acknowledged having only recently elevated their innate weapons to the pinnacle of F-grade, still a considerable distance from E-grade low tier. With the Cavern Spider King dispatched, the group could now mine with peace of mind. The cavern was now overrun by a mere swarm of small spiders, posing virtually no threat. The copper and iron deposits had already been claimed by the group. Enough chatter. I'm off to mine and aim to extract 100 iron blocks before nightfall to upgrade my innate weapon, Huang Yuanming declared. already enamored with the thrill of mining as he rushed towards the left passage of the cavern. "Wait for me. I shall accompany you," came the chorus as the group surged towards the left mining area. Compared to copper blocks, the demand for iron blocks was currently greater, prompting everyone to prioritize their excavation. Nanfeng, however, remained behind to clear the battlefield. Upon touching the corpse of the cavern spider king, he obtained 2 venomous fangs. "Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired spider venom fang. X2, spider venom fang. These fangs contain a trace of venom. When applied to a weapon, they can inflict poison effect upon enemies." Previously, Nanfeng had encountered a beast known as the five-flower snake, which yielded hallucinogenic fangs, similar to these spider venom fangs. Albeit one induced hallucinations, while the other inflicted poison. With the venomous fangs secured in his backpack, Nanfeng once again turned to the corpse of the cave spider king. As anticipated, beneath its remains lay a chest radiating a milky white glow. Upon opening the chest, Nanfeng heard the familiar sound of the system notification. "Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired Spider Necklace 1 Spider Necklace. Grade: F-level superior. Type: Necklace attributes. Strength 6 another necklace?" Nanfeng was somewhat speechless. He had scarcely obtained a few pieces of equipment, yet here he was encountering a duplicate so soon. The bloodthirsty wolf leader he had slain mere hours ago had also yielded a necklace. Upon comparing the attributes of the 2 necklaces, he noted that the wolf tooth necklace granted 6 points to agility, while the spider necklace enhanced strength by 6 points. Both attributes were quite advantageous for Nanfeng. He endeavored to wear both necklaces simultaneously, but only the first necklace conferred any benefits. This left Nanfeng feeling quite frustrated. What was the point? Was he not allowed to adorn himself with more than one necklace? Never mind. He decided to keep the spider necklace and sell the wolf tooth necklace later. At this stage, strength was decidedly more crucial for him. Once he could eliminate equally ranked ferocious beasts with a single shot, agility would seem rather superfluous. After clearing the battlefield, Nanfeng retrieved his stone dagger, preparing to mine for some copper blocks nearby. To elevate his fated weapon to E-level intermediate, he required 20 copper blocks and 200 iron blocks. Nanfeng aimed to spend the afternoon mining, hoping to upgrade his weapon by 1 level. However, he evidently overestimated the situation. It wasn't until evening that he had managed to unearth a mere 11 copper blocks. This was disheartening. How long would it take to upgrade his weapon? At the entrance of the mine, a group of more than 10 had gathered. The left passage was abundant with iron blocks. If one were mined continuously throughout the day, one could easily collect 300 to 400. Huang Yuanming, surveying his backpack filled with iron blocks, chuckled as 4 copper blocks. "We probably need to delve deeper to find more." Nanfeng shook his head. This is delaying the upgrade too much. Calculating the time required, it seemed he would need to mine for at least another half-day to elevate his fated weapon from E-level low to intermediate. With that time, he could have hunted ferocious beasts, and he suspected he would have reached level 7 by now. Currently, Zone 527 was replete with resources. Ferocious beasts roamed freely, and one could encounter them with just a few steps. Had this been a few days prior, such a concentration of ferocious beasts would have led many chosen ones to meet their demise. However, things are different now. After Nanfeng's 3 consecutive victories in the challenge matches, all chosen ones in Zone 527 enjoyed a 10 boost to all attributes, effectively equivalent to a 2-level increase. Not to mention the prospect of hunting ferocious beasts of a higher level. Even dealing with those of equal rank was a relatively easy task for the chosen ones in Zone 527. Throughout that afternoon, everyone demonstrated a noticeable improvement in their leveling efficiency. The chat channel was abuzz with chosen ones expressing their gratitude to Nanfeng. Yet he remained diligently immersed in mining all afternoon, seeing not a single message. Indeed, mining was a considerable drain on time. Su Zurin concurred with Nanfeng's perspective. "We are among the elite combatants of District 527, and our levels must not falter, lest we become prey to other districts." The current cross-district challenge order merely entails battles among the top-ranked in each district. However, who can predict whether team challenge orders or even district challenge orders may emerge in the future? Thus, ascension is an urgent matter for all. We must not only guard against other districts, but also prepare for the beast tide that will arrive in 26 days. Suzerain's expression grew somber. The beast tide will undoubtedly bring forth ferocious creatures in overwhelming numbers. No matter how formidable an individual may be, it is impossible to vanquish all the beasts within the tide. This will inevitably be a defensive battle requiring collaboration. Therefore, we must not only swiftly enhance our own powers, but also assist others in their advancement. Only when the average strength of our district increases can we hope to withstand the onslaught of the beast tide and survive its fury. The group fell silent, contemplating Suzerain's words. Yanfeng scoffed, retorting, "Brother, could you refrain from such excessive altruism, helping others improve? With that time, why wouldn't I slay a few more beasts to enhance my own strength?" Suzerain replied earnestly, "I'm not being excessively altruistic. I simply wish to survive." Just as it appeared the two might engage in another dispute, Nanfeng interjected, "Regardless, our primary focus must be on enhancing our own abilities. We cannot assist others effectively at this moment." Suzerain responded, "We can assist. We could sell the iron blocks at a lower price, enabling other chosen ones to upgrade their fated weapons. This would constitute our help." After much deliberation, it turned out that this was the crux of Suzerain's intention. Chapter 56. Catherine Vina, as the discoverer of iron and copper mines, Suzerain was inclined to reveal this location, perhaps with the intention of enhancing everyone's strength. After all, if Suzerain chose to keep it a secret, the essential weapons of the others would languish at the F-grade level for an extended period. The inability to elevate the grade of their vital weapons would naturally impede their advancement efficiency. Each individual had their own considerations regarding Suzerain's proposition. Some hoped to capitalize on the iron mine for materials, while others were indifferent. Nanfeng belonged to the latter group, feeling unperturbed. "You all deliberate at your leisure. I shall take my leave," Nanfeng remarked, glancing at the darkening sky. "You should hasten home as well. Do not linger outside too long." Equipped with the wolf fang necklace and a stone dagger, Nanfeng's agility surged to 83 points, allowing him to sprint swiftly. The remaining individuals, noticing the encroaching night, also departed, planning to continue their discussions in the group later that evening. Approximately half an hour later, Nanfeng returned to his wooden cabin without incident. He tended to the routine tasks of kindling a fire, roasting meat, and purifying water, monotonous chores that he had grown accustomed to. During the roasting process, he stepped outside the cabin, raising his desert eagle to practice his marksmanship, dedicating an hour each day. He aspired to achieve a perfect score on stationary targets at a distance of 50 meters. As for moving targets, he would leave that to chance. For now, enhancing accuracy on stationary targets was his priority. At 50 meters, Nanfeng's accuracy was commendable. However, as the distance increased, his precision waned significantly. This was not solely due to a lack of skill. Rather, the velocity of the magical bullets diminished over longer distances, causing them to drop in a parabolic arc. Moreover, the likelihood of enemies evading at such distances was considerable, rendering extensive practice unnecessary. Hitting targets within 50 meters was already a notable achievement. After concluding his practice, Nanfeng furrowed his brow as he finished his roasted meat and began to tally his accomplishment for the day. 1. His level had risen to 6. 2. His vital weapon had ascended to low E grade. 3. He had slain 2 Lord-level beasts, the level 5 Bloodthirsty Wolf Leader and the level 6 Cavern Spider King, earning 2 pieces of equipment, along with 10 points in strength, 12 points in stamina, and 2 points in reputation as rewards. 4. He achieved a 3-match winning streak in the interregional tournament, receiving a significant 20 points in all attributes. 5. He unearthed some minerals. Overall, Nanfeng's day had been fulfilling, replete with bountiful rewards. However, he felt somewhat disappointed that both items he obtained were necklaces. Casting a glance at the wolf fang necklace adorning his neck, he decided to retain it for the time being. This necklace provided a boost of 6 points in agility, proving to be quite beneficial for travel. He sent 20 bottles of mana restoration potions to the young lady, Yuran, and subsequently sold some potions in the trading channel, thereby concluding his day. Before retiring for the night, Nanfeng opened the chat channel, ready to engage with the group and discover any new happenings. In the chat channel, a multitude of individuals were engaged in light-hearted banter, boasting about their prodigious feats, how they had mastered the 4 books and 5 classics by the tender age of 3, or how they could urinate 3 zhang against the wind at 5, and even how they transformed into a super scion by the age of 7, prompting Nanfeng to exclaim in admiration at their talents. Others, however, were discussing more pressing matters, such as the discovery of numerous ferocious beasts in certain locales urgently requiring allies, the finding of abundant herbs, and even sightings of Ultraman. Among these messages, one particular note captured Nanfeng's attention. A middle-aged man named Wang Laosan claimed to have discovered a level 1 Lord-class beast. This Lord-class creature was surrounded by many minions, and he could not tackle it alone. He sought 2 companions to join him in the hunt. The prospect of slaying a Lord-class beast promised additional attribute rewards, which piqued Nanfeng's interest. Based on Nanfeng's experiences from the day, these additional rewards appeared to correlate with the level of the beast. The level 5 Bloodthirsty Wolf Leader had granted him 10 points of strength. The level 6 Burrowing Spider King had bestowed 12 points of vitality, and the previous level 2 Arrow Bee Queen had provided 4 points of stamina. Thus, the attribute rewards seemed to follow the formula of beast level multiplied by 2. Consequently, this level 1 Lord-class beast would only yield a meager 2 points in additional attributes, far too insignificant to warrant the long journey of over 2 hours to and fro. He reasoned that it would be far more productive to focus on leveling up instead. The task of hunting this level 1 lord would be better left to others. In the Handsome Men's group, discussions were taking place regarding the distribution of profits from the mining caves. Nanfeng refrained from participating, content to await his share of the dividends. Even if the returns were modest, he was unperturbed, as he had secured the first kill of the Burrowing Spider King today, earning 12 points of vitality, certainly more appealing than mere copper and iron blocks. After idly chatting for a while and finding no fresh developments, Nanfeng closed the panel and succumbed to a deep slumber, utterly exhausted from the day's endeavors. The following morning, Nanfeng was roused by a system announcement. Announcement: Primitive World Zone 1. Chosen 1 Kithrin Vina has reached level 10, triggering a Minor Beast Tide event. The Minor Beast Tide will strike all major battle zones in 5 days, and all chosen ones are advised to prepare. Note, the highest level beast in this tide will be level 15. What? A beast tide? Still caught in the remnants of sleep. Nanfeng jolted awake, opening the panel to reread the information thoroughly. Primitive World Zone 1. The first to reach level 10. Catherine Vina. Minor Beast Tide, 5 days hence. The highest level beast being level 15. The sheer volume of information contained within this announcement overwhelmed him momentarily. This Catherine Vina was leveling up at an astonishing pace. He had only just reached level 6. Nanfeng chuckled wryly, rubbing his eyes and dislodging a couple of sleep crusts. Through the wooden cabin's window, he glanced outside and noted that the sky was just beginning to brighten. It was merely 5:30 in the morning. Nanfeng was taken aback. Had Catherine Vina risen so early to level up? It was no wonder she was in Zone 1. With such a relentless attitude, it would be surprising if her level were not high. The southern wind opened the panel, and within the chat channel, a few individuals were engaged in a discussion about the matter, though the fervor was rather subdued. Most people remained in slumber, and a mere announcement could hardly rouse them. However, in the Handsome Men's group, a lively discourse was unfolding. Suzerain, the impending minor beast, tied in 5 days, poses a formidable crisis for our battle zone. Wu Yansheng, goodness, the most formidable beasts are of level 15, and I am merely at level 5. I cannot even breach their defenses. Huang Yuanming, in 5 days, we might not even reach level 10. How are we to confront a level 15 beast? Nanfeng. Moreover, our wooden cabins are scattered across various locations, which means we can only defend individually, lacking the ability for teamwork. Yuran, it is indeed possible to collaborate, but it necessitates relinquishing one's own cabin. Nanfeng. Dear sister above, I am offering refuge to heartbroken girls aged 18 to 24. Would you consider sharing space with me? Yuran. If I cannot hold my ground, I shall contemplate it. Huang Yuanming. Nanfeng, good brother, do you accept heartbroken boys? I can provide warmth. Nanfeng, get lost. Chapter 57. The hunt for the jungle treant. The sudden announcement instilled a sense of urgency among all the chosen ones in District 527. This feeling was not confined to just this district. In fact, every major region and every chosen individual, including those in District 1, felt the pressing weight of the situation. A beast tide featuring ferocious creatures of level 15 was no trivial matter. Suzerain urged everyone, make haste to level up. I will gather some people to mine in the cave, prioritizing the supply of copper blocks and iron blocks for you. Nanfeng nodded in agreement. This arrangement would certainly save time that would otherwise be spent on mining, allowing for more opportunities to level up. Stretching his limbs, he refrained from further discussion in the group chat, as he was eager to venture out to enhance his skills. After purchasing 2 apples from the auction house to satiate his breakfast needs, Nanfeng stepped out of his quaint wooden cabin. Speaking of which, his little abode was due for an upgrade as well. The materials required for upgrading the cabin were minimal: 300 units of wood, 200 stones, and 20 iron blocks. While Nanfeng still had ample wood and stone, he was short on iron, but that was of little concern. Once the mining operation was up and running, iron would soon flow into his pockets. At present, the priority remained on leveling up. Without sufficient levels, everything else would be moot. As for the jungle treant, he felt confident that he could now hunt it down. The first time he encountered the jungle treant, he was merely at level 3, unable to discern any of its attributes, which were all obscured by question marks. However, now, having surpassed level 6 and equipped with a weapon boasting an impressive attack power of 765 points, he was ready to confront a slowly moving jungle treant. With this determination in mind, Nanfeng decisively headed southeast, the direction where the jungle treant resided. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at his destination, surrounded by towering trees with lush foliage that obscured the sunlight. For a moment, he struggled to distinguish which trees were ordinary and which was the jungle treant. However, he had a strategy. He continuously cast Insight Eye on the surrounding trees. This skill did not consume any mana and could be used freely. Before long, he pinpointed his target, located more than 30 meters to his right front. The jungle treant. Jungle treant. Level 7 health points, 3,500 mana points, 1,200 attack power, 215 defense power, 680 skills, entangle, whip, slow movement goodness. This jungle treant was a formidable tank indeed. With low attack power but high defense and health, it was practically a living target for Nanfeng. This also reminded him of his last encounter with the jungle treant, when he was only level 3, possessing a mere 81 points of defense. After being struck by a vine from the jungle treant, he had only lost 185 health points. At that time, he and T realized the gravity of the situation. Reflecting on it now, his survival from that encounter seemed like an extraordinary stroke of luck. Casually switching to another level 7 ferocious beast, Nanfeng had already met his demise. He lamented, "Indeed, the goddess of fortune favors me." On the ground, the vines of the jungle treant began to stir, attempting to ensnare Nanfeng. He found himself within the treant's attack range. The movement was slow and subtle, yet Nanfeng had detected it long ago. After all, he had just been struck by an attack not long before, leaving him no room for complacency. Your meager attack power can only tickle me. With a defense rating of 207, Nanfeng knew that the jungle treant's attack power of 215 would inflict only single-digit damage. At most, it might reach 2 digits. Unperturbed, Nanfeng drew his Desert Eagle and fired a shot at the jungle treant, which was merely 30 meters away. At this distance, hitting the target was almost guaranteed for him. Whoosh! Minus 125. A shot delivered 125 damage. Nanfeng calculated swiftly and concluded that it would take 28 shots to slay this jungle treant, assuming he did not employ his charge shot or piercing bullet. 28 shots, his attack power still felt insufficient. He shook his head. If any other chosen ones from District 527 were to hear his thoughts, they would likely be infuriated. As the highest attacker in the entire district, how could he bemoan his own power? What hope was there for those with only 200 or 300 attack power? Unaware of others' potential reactions, Nanfeng was solely focused on swiftly eliminating the jungle treant. Swish, swish, swish. After landing several consecutive hits, The jungle treant finally revealed its true form, and its numerous vines surged toward Nanfeng. Relying on his high agility, he dodged nimbly among the dense vines while continuing his assault. Crack! -32. A vine struck Nanfeng's thigh, causing 32 points of damage. He was taken aback. The damage had indeed breached double digits. It seemed that level suppression was formidable. However, this damage held little consequence for him, as he now boasted 650 health points. No longer the fragile being he had been just days prior. Piercing bullet. -196. Nanfeng fired a piercing bullet, then rolled to evade several incoming vines, sprinting towards safety. The jungle treant's attack range was approximately 50 meters. Once he exceeded that distance, he could hunt it without sustaining damage. Just as he was about to escape the attack range, the jungle treant erupted in rage, launching dozens of vines toward him. So many. Caught off guard, Nanfeng found one vine ensnaring his left arm. Bind. -56. -56. -56. A flurry of damage notifications appeared, and Nanfeng was astonished. This skill was incredibly potent, and it inflicted continuous damage. In an instant, Nanfeng's health plummeted by over 200 points. With no time for hesitation, he decisively stowed away his desert eagle and drew forth a stone dagger, striking forcefully at the vine. With a swift slice, the vine fell apart. Nanfeng dashed out of the encirclement, evading the attacks of other vines. Truly, as a level 7 ferocious beast, it possessed some formidable traits. He removed the vine that had ensnared his left arm and recalibrated his aim at the distant jungle treant. This time, the jungle treant stood as an unwitting target, rooted in place for Nanfeng's onslaught. Its movement speed was agonizingly slow, rendering it unable to evade Nanfeng's magical bullets. Before long, the trunk of the jungle treant was riddled with countless wounds. The vines that had previously assailed Nanfeng now lay limp and lifeless upon the ground. With the final shot fired, Nanfeng heard the system's notification chime. Ding! You have slain a level 7 ordinary beast, the jungle treant, earning 105 experience points. The experience gained was quite substantial, though the battle had proven to be quite arduous. Nanfeng exhaled, approaching the lifeless form of the jungle treant to see if it had dropped any valuable items. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 20 units of superior wood. Superior wood? Nanfeng paused, glancing into his inventory. Superior wood can be used to upgrade the small wooden house, enhancing its attributes. A wave of joy washed over Nanfeng. This was indeed a valuable find. Chapter 58. The Great Battle with the Jungle Tree Demon to elevate the small cabin to the next level. 300 units of wood are required. Should one wish to replace it entirely with superior wood, Nanfeng must hunt down 14 jungle treants. Provided that each jungle treant yields 20 units of superior wood. As long as the distance is well managed, the threat posed by the jungle treants is minimal, allowing for a successful hunt. Nodding in determination, Nanfeng continued his search for the traces of the jungle treants nearby. Each jungle treant grants Nanfeng 105 experience points. A considerable amount, and the opportunity to gather materials while leveling up is a dual advantage. Before long, he encountered his second jungle treant. Attack! Drawing his desert eagle, Nanfeng began to fire in bursts. 2 hours later, he had slain 14 jungle treants. Only one more was needed before he could return and upgrade the small cabin. Suddenly, 3 massive vines lashed out from 3 directions, striking towards him with tremendous force. Nanfeng rolled to the ground, retrieving a stone dagger from his backpack, and severed the vine before him. I have insight. Jungle Tree Demon. Level 8 Elite. Health. 4,800 4,800 Magic. 2,100 Attack Power. 350 Defense. 790 Skills. Stab. Whip. Entangle. This was an elite beast. Nanfeng's expression turned grave. The attributes of this Jungle Tree Demon were far beyond what he could currently contend with. The most critical aspect was its 790 points of defense, which he could scarcely penetrate. A wise man does not invite danger. Retreating was his best option for the moment. Resolute in his decision, Nanfeng hastily withdrew. However, the Jungle Tree Demon had no intention of allowing him to escape easily. Countless vines coalesced into a massive net, ensnaring him completely. This is bad. Looking around, Nanfeng realized he had become a fish in a barrel, surrounded by vines with no escape route. The ease with which he had previously hunted the jungle trance had lulled him into a false sense of security. He had never anticipated that amidst this group of jungle trance, a jungle tree demon lay in wait. The most troubling part was that, to the naked eye, he could not discern which were the trance and which was the demon. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Nanfeng focused on a particularly vulnerable point in the encircling vines and sprinted towards it. Behind him, a multitude of vines surged forward, attempting to ensnare his legs. Stab! Two sharp tree trunks suddenly erupted from the ground, aiming straight for Nanfeng. Startled, he hastily sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. That was close. However, this maneuver slowed his pace, and the pursuing vines caught up swiftly. There was no way out. He had to devise another plan. In this moment of crisis, Nanfeng glanced at his status bar. Both his health and magic points were still more than half full. There remained a chance for a comeback. The southern wind gazed into the distance at the jungle tree demon, and a sudden inspiration struck him. With a swift motion, he brandished his dagger, severing several vine tendrils, and dashed toward the jungle tree demon. The encircling vines were gradually constricting. The jungle tree demon intended to strangle the southern wind right there. At this moment, he had already reached the front of the jungle tree demon. With a single leap, he climbed onto a tree trunk as thick as an arm. From his backpack, he retrieved a stone. In his left hand, he held the stone, and in his right, a stone dagger. He continuously struck and rubbed the two items together until a spark finally ignited. The spark landed on a leaf, slowly catching fire. "Huh, you wish to kill me? I shall simply set fire to it." If it weren't for the fear of an inferno consuming the entire forest, the southern wind would have eagerly tested the flames against the jungle tree spirit. Now, while the jungle tree spirit remained unscathed, the jungle tree demon was ablaze. Close enough. Numerous vine tendrils began to retract, climbing up the trunk in an attempt to ensnare the southern wind. Sans signe danger, he leapt down from the trunk and began to circle around the jungle tree demon. Whether it was the jungle tree spirit or the jungle tree demon, their primary means of attack were those long vine tendrils. As for their physical forms, they posed little threat, while the southern wind deftly evaded and circled. The multitude of vine tendrils soon ensnared the jungle tree demon itself tightly. Given the jungle tree demon's intellect, extricating itself would not be an easy task. Its branches quivered incessantly, seemingly filled with rage, yet it found no means to contend with the southern wind, resorting instead to hasten the retraction of the outer vine net in an attempt to strangle him. As the vine net constricted, the space for the southern wind to maneuver grew increasingly limited. He glanced upward at the spot where he had ignited the fire, only to find the flames extinguished, presumably quelled by the jungle tree demon controlling the tendrils. Quite intelligent, indeed, knowing how to extinguish a fire. The southern wind smirked coldly and ignited the flames once more. This time, with numerous vine tendrils entangled upon the trunk, the jungle tree spirit was unable to extinguish the flames. The southern wind struck sparks once again, gathering some dry leaves to cover them. As the flames rose, he blew gently, causing the fire to intensify instantly. Observing this, he picked up a twig, about the thickness of a finger, ignited it, and spread the flames everywhere. The fire swelled in size, engulfing him at its core. He hastily kicked away the dry leaves beneath him, clearing a space to avoid the flames from catching hold of him. This was a mutually destructive strategy. Yet, the southern wind had no other choice. The vine net had sealed off all avenues of escape. Unless he could fly, there was no way out. As for whether the flames could inflict harm upon the jungle tree demon, the southern wind was uncertain. He could only take a gamble. Let us see who would succumb to the flames first. As the fire intensified, the jungle tree demon could no longer contain its fury. It dismantled the vine net, mobilizing a multitude of vines to frantically beat at the flames, endeavoring to extinguish the fire. What an opportunity! Nanfeng perceived a glimmer of hope, and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed forth. Swish, swish, Swish! Several branches protruded from the soil once more. Had he been struck by these branches, Nanfeng would surely have felt a chilling pang. Fortunately, having experienced the initial ambush, he had become wary of the emerging branches and deftly evaded them. Yet, his left leg was grazed by one branch, causing a relentless flow of blood. Minus 171. What agony! Merely a graze had cost him nearly 200 points of life. Had several branches struck him simultaneously, he would have met a swift demise. Thankfully, the jungle tree demon was preoccupied, solely intent on extinguishing the flames that engulfed it. Nanfeng ran a considerable distance, finally releasing a sigh of relief. For the moment, he was safe. You little creature, how dare you deceive me? Just wait. Chapter 59. The Skills of the Cabin. Demolition. After a confrontation with the jungle tree demon, Nanfeng found himself in a less than ideal state. With both his health and mana reserves nearly depleted. To ensure his survival, he retreated to the cabin for a brief replenishment. Half an hour later, he returned, resolute, to face the jungle tree demon once more. From a distance of 100 meters, he drew his 98K rifle, determined not to make the same mistake of getting too close again. This time, he was prepared to demonstrate the undeniable truth of range superiority. Positioning himself just outside the demon's attack range, Nanfeng commenced a series of precise shots. Minus 80. Minus 80. The pale red numbers floated above the demon's form. With the jungle tree demon moving at a sluggish pace, it proved to be an easy target. Within less than 2 minutes, Nanfeng had vanquished it. Ding! You have slain the level 8 elite beast, jungle tree demon, and earned 150 experience points. The advantage of range was overwhelmingly significant, particularly against such creatures of limited intellect. Nanfeng hastened to the demon's corpse, discovering a gray treasure chest lying silently on the ground. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 30 units of superior timber. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired one sandalwood ring. Sandalwood ring. Grade. F-class superior. Type. Ring. Attributes. Agility 6. The ring was fortuitously beneficial for Nanfeng. Upon equipping it, his agility attribute surged to 63 points, resulting in a slight enhancement to both his attack and movement speed. With the collection of superior timber now reaching 300 units, he had the option to upgrade the cabin. However, Nanfeng was not in a rush to do so. Time was of the essence, and upgrading his skills took precedence. This woodland was teeming with jungle tree ants and jungle tree demons, posing a considerable threat to most of the chosen ones. Yet, armed with his Desert Eagle and 98K sniper rifle, boasting a range exceeding 100 meters, Nanfeng felt invincible within this territory. He decided to wait until he reached level 7 before returning to the cabin for further supplies. Currently, he stood at level 6, 2,678, 4,500, just a couple of thousand experience points shy of leveling up. With his current efficiency, reaching level 7 before lunchtime seemed entirely feasible. He pressed onward, now much more cautious and methodical after his previous encounter. Every few steps, he cast insightful gaze to survey his surroundings for any lurking tree ants or tree demons. At 12:30 p.m., Nanfeng successfully dispatched another jungle tree ant, finally ascending to level 7. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to 7. Ding! All attributes increased by 5 points. Ding! You have gained 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Nanfeng allocated the 5 free attribute points to his strength. Opening his attribute panel, he beheld his formidable stats. Name, Nanfeng level. Level 7, 18,6200. Health points, 700 stamina 10. Mana points, 900 energy 10. Attack power, 815 strength 5. Defense power, 240. Stamina energy 1. 5. Strength, 163. Agility, 68. Stamina, 70. Energy, 90. The attack power has surpassed the formidable threshold of 800, coupled with charge strike and piercing shot. Even a level 10 ferocious beast would be compelled to flee in terror. Now, it is time to return for some supplies and to upgrade the cabin. After a morning of battle, Nanfeng's stamina has significantly waned, necessitating a period of rest. Upon returning to the cabin, Nanfeng received iron blocks sent by Suzerain, a dividend from a morning's mining expedition. Without hesitation, he commenced the upgrade of the cabin. Refined cabin level. The health points 100,000 defense power 1,000 attributes 60 health minute 60 mana minute skill relocation. You can move your cabin to another location with a cooldown of 48 hours. Materials required for upgrade: stone 800, iron 200, quartz 100, sand 1,000. To his astonishment, the cabin now possessed a skill. Nanfeng rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the cabin's attributes once more. Indeed, the cabin had acquired a skill, relocation, the ability to move the cabin to any location. This means that when the beast tide arrives in 3 days, everyone can gather together to collectively withstand the onslaught. Nanfeng felt little trepidation regarding the impending small beast tide, as he was confident in his survival. However, others were not as formidable. In the current District 527, most individuals had yet to reach level 5. For them, the forthcoming small beast tide loomed like a sword of Damocles, poised to strike and claim their lives at any moment. Yet now, a glimmer of hope had emerged. If the cabin could be upgraded to level D, it would permit relocation, allowing the chosen ones to unite and resist the beast tide together. Furthermore, a level D cabin boasted an impressive health pool of 100,000 and a defense power of 1,000. Even if one were to take refuge within the cabin, survival would be prolonged. Nanfeng opened the chat panel and shared the cabin's attributes in the Handsome Guys group. Huang Yuanming, what? The cabin has a skill now? Nanfeng. Wow, your reaction mirrors mine. Suferan, relocation? This is a divine skill. Yuran. Okay, I can level up without killing monsters now. I shall chop wood and relocate to be close to the esteemed Nanfeng. Nanfeng. Honestly, I wouldn't refuse if you came directly to my place. Wu Yuansheng. Upgrading the cabin to level D isn't too challenging. The main issue is the lack of iron blocks. Suzerain. I suggest we recruit more individuals for mining, ideally before the beast tide arrives, so that all the chosen ones in our battle zone can elevate their cabins to level D and gather together to withstand the impending onslaught. Su Ming. I know of a location that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, backed by a mountain on one side and a cliff on the other. We only need to guard 2 directions. Suzerain. Su Ming, please take me to the place you mentioned this afternoon for an inspection. Su Ming. No problem. The group of handsome men fervently engaged in discussions, preparing for the beast tide that would arrive in 3 days. Nanfeng, while enjoying roasted chicken, opted to remain silent, as such matters were not his forte. He preferred to leave it to Suzerain and the others. After satisfying his hunger, Nanfeng ventured out once more to continue leveling up. In 3 days, the final boss of the beast tide would be a level 15 ferocious beast, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would fall to Nanfeng to resolve this challenge. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to waste a single minute. Within the group of handsome men, the discussion concluded, and Suzerain promptly shared the attributes of the cabins in the chat channel. In the chat channel, Bao Jian. Wow, the cabin reaching level D actually grants skills. Xiu Fei Hong. Enough chatter. I'm heading to chop some trees right now. Lu Daqiang. Selling timber, fresh timber. Fair prices, no deceit. My own. What good is wood if we lack iron blocks? Suzerain. Everyone, the beast tide is approaching, and I have a suggestion for you. Suzerain. Chosen ones below level 5 should prioritize leveling up to level 5. Suzerain. Those above level 5 should focus on upgrading their cabins. I will be producing a substantial amount of iron blocks daily at low prices, ensuring everyone can elevate their cabins to level D. Suzerain. The top 50 in the level rankings. You're the main force against the beast tide. It is imperative that you enhance your strength first. Suzerain. I hope that on the day of the beast tide, all chosen ones from our 527 battle zone can unite and work collaboratively to confront the threat. Suzerain. Lastly, I want to mention that I am actively recruiting miners. Priority access to iron blocks will be granted, so feel free to message me. Chapter 60. The time for hunting birds unbeknownst to Nanfeng. Events were unfolding in the chat channel as he embarked on his journey to level up. Upon reaching level 7, the experience awarded by the jungle treant was a mere 70 points, necessitating the defeat of no less than 90 Treants for advancement. Nanfeng could only encounter a single jungle Treant every 3 to 5 minutes. Consequently, it would take him approximately 4 to 6 hours to ascend to level 8, not accounting for the time spent returning to the small cabin for supplies. This pace was far too sluggish. In Zone 1, Catherine Vina had already achieved level 10 by this morning. Though I, Nanfeng, hail from Zone 527, I certainly shouldn't lag so far behind her. Thus, it was decided he would venture into higher-level regions to hunt ferocious beasts. Ideally, he would find a pack of them, maximizing efficiency. With a gun in hand, the world lay before him. Enthusiastically, Nanfeng pressed deeper into the jungle, dispatching any unwitting beast that crossed his path. Soon, he encountered his first level 8 beast. Enraged Porcupine, level 8 health, 3,500 magic points, 360 attack power, 410 defense, 390 skill. Boar charged the enraged porcupine, measured approximately 5 meters in length. Towering over Nanfeng, a true colossus. Its back bristled with sharp quills, a sight that promised pain. With an attack power of 410, it could not fell him in a single blow. With 700 health points, Nanfeng could endure 2 of its strikes. Moreover, the porcupine's considerable size rendered it less agile, making it susceptible to being kite. Resolving to act, Nanfeng wasted no time and opened fire. 98k armor-piercing round. Weak point attack, minus 630. His shot struck the porcupine's eye, triggering a critical hit. However, the enraged porcupine was not to be underestimated. It immediately locked onto Nanfeng's position and charged forth with great force. Quickly, he stowed the 98k and switched to his Desert Eagle, firing in quick succession. Minus 380. Minus 380. Each shot inflicted a commendable 380 points of damage. As the enraged porcupine approached within 10 meters, Nanfeng's health dwindled below 500 points. Roar! The porcupine let out a furious bellow, curling into a ball and launching its quills in all directions. Wasn't it said that the quills on a porcupine's back would not be fired? Cursing under his breath, Nanfeng rolled to evade most of the assault, though one quill still pierced his thigh. Minus 310. The pain was excruciating. Nanfeng broke into a cold sweat. Had he been struck by several more quills, he would have surely met his demise. Fortunately, this was the porcupine's final method of attack. Nanfeng hastily fired 2 more shots, bringing the enraged porcupine to its end. It was unbalanced, utterly unjust. How could a mere porcupine threaten his life so? Was he truly that fragile? Having consumed 2 pieces of roasted meat, Nanfeng quietly awaited the restoration of his health. The furious porcupine was not a foe he wished to provoke. A single misstep could result in his untimely demise at the hands of such a creature, and that would be exceedingly embarrassing. Thus, he decided to seek another locale for leveling up, one where he might encounter more manageable beasts. With utmost caution, Nanfeng continued his advance, observing that the surrounding trees grew smaller as the landscape gradually opened up before him. The sound of flowing water reached his ears. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the edge of a small stream. He filled 2 buckets with water and promptly began to wade upstream against the current. Before long, he found himself standing before a grand waterfall. Gazing upward from below, he noticed numerous birds soaring gracefully in the sky. Insightful eye. Tricolor bird, level 9. Crimson bird, level 8. BB bird, level 10. The sky was teeming with a plethora of avian beasts. My goodness, if I were to eliminate them all, surely I would advance to level 10. Nanfeng felt a surge of excitement, tempted to fire his weapon. Yet he feared that such an action might attract the attention of too many beasts at once. At that moment, the avian creatures above became aware of his presence. One tricolor bird swooped down, attempting to peck at his eyes with its sharp beak. Ah, I refrained from attacking, yet you chose to strike first? Do you think I will indulge your aggression? Nanfeng raised his hand and fired 2 shots. One struck the bird's wing, causing it to lose balance and plummet into the pool beneath the waterfall. Ding! You have slain the level 9 ordinary beast tricolor bird, earning 108 experience points. Nanfeng was taken aback. Did I truly dispatch this level 9 beast with just 2 shots? If memory serves, this tricolor bird had over 2,000 health points. Did it not? Though it may not possess the resilience of the furious porcupine, it should not have succumbed to my firepower so easily. Could it be? He cast a glance at the pool, pondering deeply. Could it be that the beast perished in the water? Before he could further contemplate, a large flock of avian beasts dove down from the sky. This is dire. Nanfeng's expression changed. There was no place to take cover, and he had become a sitting target. Fortunately, he had prepared for this. Skill, demolition, activate. In a crucial moment, Nanfeng activated the skill of his small cabin. Demolition. Whoosh. In less than a second, the cabin materialized around him, enveloping him securely. Thud, thud, thud. The outside avian beasts had clearly not anticipated such a turn of events. Crashing into the cabin one after another, their eyes spinning. -0. Weak point attack, -1. -0. The D-grade cabin boasted a formidable 1,000 points of defense, rendering the bird's assaults completely ineffective. Only the occasional weak point attack managed to force a reduction of 1 health point from the cabin. Excellent. I feel secure. Inside the cabin, Nanfeng nodded in satisfaction. The good news was that he was now safe. The bad news was that the sky was saturated with ferocious beasts, preventing his escape. However, this posed no concern for Nanfeng, as he had no intention of venturing outside. This place is truly a coveted land of fortune, brimming with an abundance of formidable creatures. With the southern winds at play, an entire level can be achieved by vanquishing them. Activating the leveling mode, Nanfeng opened the window and aimed his 98K rifle at the outside world. Time to hunt. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire resonated continuously, as one avian beast after another plummeted from the sky. For an entire afternoon, Nanfeng remained in a single position, unwavering. Initially, his accuracy in hitting the aerial moving targets was less than 30. However, by dusk, his precision had soared to over 80. The rate of improvement was astonishing. Furthermore, he had dispatched numerous beasts that afternoon. Although he could not slay them with a single shot, he was adept at propelling them into the water to drown. The efficiency of leveling was nothing short of terrifying. At long last, before darkness descended, Nanfeng successfully ascended to level 8. Handsome guys group, Xiao Luo. This is absurd. I've been grinding all day, my hands trembling from slaying beasts, yet my level has not even caught up to Nanfeng's. The gap is widening. Shinpan, what kind of efficiency is this? 2 levels in a single day? Wooly, he must have discovered an excellent spot for farming monsters. I am so envious. The others in the group did not linger in conversation, seizing the remaining daylight to continue their relentless pursuit of levels. Meanwhile, Nanfeng set aside his 98K, preparing to take a moment's respite, when he suddenly noticed something peculiar in the nearby pond. A massive shadow glided beneath the surface. There was something lurking in the water. Chapter 61. The Immortal Serpent in the Water Pool. There seems to be a mysterious fish. Nanfeng gazed a little longer, but the dark shadow had already submerged to the bottom, disappearing from sight. Staying inside the wooden cabin, Nanfeng was not overly concerned about the creatures in the water. At this stage, there should be no fierce beasts capable of breaching my little abode. Throughout the afternoon, thousands of avian ferocious beasts relentlessly assaulted the cabin. However, the cabin could regenerate 60 health points per minute, so it remained at full health, providing an overwhelming sense of security. As twilight descended, the circling avian beasts gradually dispersed, returning to their respective nests. After observing for a while, Nanfeng seized the opportunity, when no beasts were around, to venture outside and survey the battlefield. Ding! You have obtained bird meat. Ding! You have obtained bird meat. 8. Nanfeng collected a substantial amount of bird meat, along with 1 white treasure chest. Swift feather boots. Grade. Peak level F-type. Footwear attribute. Agility 10 skill. Swift. Activates to increase agility by 20 for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Upon glancing at the attributes of the swift feather boots, Nanfeng's eyes brightened. This was indeed a remarkable item, complete with an inherent skill. For every point of agility gained, it would enhance attack speed and movement speed by 1. The combination of the boot's inherent attributes and the skill provided a substantial 30 boost to both attack and movement speed. Undoubtedly, a valuable acquisition. Nanfeng discarded his worn-out sneakers and donned the swift feather boots. Now he was part of the footwear elite. As night fell, he kindled a fire to prepare a meal and engaged in casual conversation. By around 8 in the evening, the sounds of beastly roars echoed once more outside the cabin, an unending series of growls. It had begun again. Nanfeng approached the window, peering through the crevice. By the light of the moon, he noticed that the water pool was churning, as if a colossal creature was rolling beneath the surface. A monstrous fish? Unfortunately, the darkness obscured his view, leaving him unable to discern what lay beneath the water. This piqued Nanfeng's curiosity. He longed to drain the pool to uncover its secrets. Alas, it was a flowing body of water, impossible to empty. Closing the window, Nanfeng stretched out on the bed. After upgrading to D-grade, the cabin had not only expanded significantly, but also added a bed, a large pot, and a chamber pot. The chamber pot was of little use, as Nanfeng typically relieved himself outdoors, simultaneously nourishing the plants to promote their growth. However, the bed and pot were invaluable. For instance, this evening, Nanfeng had simmered a pot of bird meat soup. He stocked up on some clean fresh water and various foods, then shut down the interface, preparing to rest. After a day filled with intense battles, fatigue quickly overcame him, and he soon began to snore. In the dead of night, the wooden cabin creaked ominously. A violent shaking jolted Nanfeng awake. -10, -10, -10. The health of the cabin was plummeting rapidly, losing an average of 10 health points per second. What on earth is happening? The southern wind hurriedly sprang from his bed and approached the window, peering outside. The darkness enveloped everything, rendering the view completely obscured. No, that was not quite accurate. Something was obstructing his window. Startled, the southern wind quickly ignited a torch. The exquisite scales visible outside sent a chill of cold sweat cascading down his back. Insightful gaze. Undying giant serpent. Level 10 Imperial level. Attack power. Defense power. A level 10 Imperial beast. This was the first time the southern wind had encountered such a formidable creature. Was my little cabin ensnared by this colossal serpent? It is well known that once a snake coils around its prey, it constricts tighter until death ensues. The southern wind could already sense the cabin being distorted under pressure, losing 10 health points per second. Not bad. My little cabin could withstand for another 2 or 3 hours. A sigh of relief escaped him. 2 or 3 hours. Could he not slay a level 10 beast in that time? That would suffice. At this proximity, he need not even ponder accuracy. Raising his hand, he fired a shot. -0. This shot failed to breach its defenses. How could this be so absurd? The southern wind hastily switched to the 98K, aimed, and fired. -0. Still no breach. Anxiety gripped him. The 98K was his most powerful weapon, yet it too was ineffectual. Piercing round. -16. The piercing round finally managed to penetrate the defenses. However, the damage was still disheartening. How much health could this giant serpent possibly possess? The results gleaned from insightful gaze were all question marks, which vexed the southern wind. The high consumption of piercing round, coupled with its cooldown period, made it seem improbable to slay the serpent within 3 hours. Wait, piercing? The southern wind contemplated the scales outside, a thought dawning upon him. The previous 2 shots had struck the scales directly, hence the failure to penetrate. The reason piercing round inflicted damage was not due to its high power, but because it could bypass the scales and directly impact the body of the undying giant serpent. He needed to pry off a scale first. With this resolve, the southern wind retrieved a stone dagger and began to leverage the scales. Although the dagger was fashioned from stone, it was remarkably sharp. He inserted the dagger between the scales, and immediately a faint crimson number flashed. -6. Indeed, as long as he evaded the scales, his attacks were sufficient to breach the defenses. Though the damage was modest, it nonetheless offered a glimmer of hope. 3 hours. I shall wear you down. The southern wind relentlessly attacked with the stone dagger, and soon serpent blood began to flow. After 10 minutes, He finally pried off the first scale. Ding! You have obtained Undying Serpent Scale 1. He placed the scale in his backpack without further thought. This scale was about the size of his palm, a testament to the immense size of the undying giant serpent. As I gazed upon the gruesome void created by the stone dagger, I, Nanfeng, switched to the Desert Eagle, pressing the muzzle against the serpent's body. One shot, -21. The damage was commendable, surpassing 20. Remaining within the confines of the wooden cabin, I could replenish 60 points of mana per minute, while each shot from the Desert Eagle consumed 3 points. Thus, I could unleash 20 shots every minute. This equated to 400 points of damage in a minute, translating to 24,000 points in an hour and 72,000 points over 3 hours. With such formidable damage, could I not subdue this creature? I estimated that the colossal serpent possessed no more than 10,000 life points. Defeating it in 3 hours seemed more than feasible. Furthermore, I had an ample supply of mana potions. If necessary, I could consume them and continue the fight. With this thought in mind, I resumed my monotonous shooting practice. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. To the indomitable giant serpent, the minuscule wound I inflicted was akin to a mere pinprick, causing no discomfort. Yet, as the seconds ticked by, that wound gradually expanded and deepened. Half an hour later, I had transformed the small injury into a gaping hole. -24. Weak point attack, -36. Bleeding, -8. Now I triggered a weak point attack on average every 5 shots. The wooden cabin still boasted over 80,000 life points. Quite healthy indeed. Surely, this must be the first of the Imperial-level beasts? I wondered what rewards awaited for the first kill. Just as I indulged in these fantasies, the indomitable giant serpent abruptly released its grip on the cabin and, with a swift motion, plunged into the pond. It had fled. Goodness! Was the duck I had almost caught now flying away? I had planned on savoring serpent meat tomorrow. Chapter 62. A cross-regional challenge emerges prior to today. The ferocious beasts that Nanfeng encountered were of the type that would engage in relentless confrontation. The indomitable giant serpent, choosing to flee instead of fight, caught Nanfeng completely off guard. Casting a glance at the time, he noted it was just past 4 o'clock, and the dawn had yet to break. However, the roars of the beasts outside had ceased. Surely, it must be safe to venture out now? Gazing at the moonlight, Nanfeng still felt a twinge of uncertainty, and to be prudent, he decided to inquire with others. Chat channel. Nanfeng. Hello? Hellos. Anyone there? Nanfeng. May I ask if it is safe to leave the cabin at this hour? Xiao Luo. Safe. Xiao Luo. I got up an hour ago to level up. Nanfeng. Wow. You're really putting in the effort. Nanfeng. I shall also venture out to level up. Shunpan. Oh look, there are still people chatting at this hour. Nanfeng. You're awake so early too? Shunpan. I haven't slept at all. Shenpan. Honestly, there is not a single capable fighter here. I hereby declare myself the champion of late-night vigils. Nanfeng. You're impressive. Do take care tomorrow. I hope you don't end up in a beast belly. Shunpan. Don't worry before I crossed over. I could pull all-nighters for 3 to 5 days without issue. Shunpan. 1 night without sleep is merely a trifle, Shunpan. As the saying goes, why sleep long in life, when one shall slumber eternally after death? Nanfeng rolled his eyes and closed the chat channel. Cautiously, he opened the door and surveyed the surroundings. Excellent. There were indeed no ferocious beasts in sight. The large serpent must be heavily wounded. Should I attempt to claim its bounty? An Imperial-level beast was not something Nanfeng wanted to forfeit. Yet, without the shelter of the cabin, he feared being struck down by the indomitable giant serpent's tail. Ultimately, he was still too fragile. Approaching the edge of the pond, he observed that the once clear water had now been stained crimson by serpent's blood. Deep within the pond, faint crimson numbers occasionally emerged. Bleeding -8, bleeding -9, bleeding -6. The water was rather deep. Could I reach it? With a mindset of experimentation, Nanfeng steadied his 98K and fired a shot into the water. However, it was evident that the magical bullets lacked sufficient power. Even if they struck the indomitable giant serpent at the bottom, they would deal no damage. Must I dive down? Quickly shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Diving would only serve to provide a feast for the indomitable giant serpent. After pondering for a while, Nanfeng ultimately chose to abandon the pursuit. It was impossible to defeat it. The indomitable giant serpent could easily evade him by retreating to the depths of the water. Perhaps he could return to deal with it once he reached level 10. Tomorrow, he would engage in hunting birds. He felt he could reach level 10 soon. This locale was teeming with avian beasts, truly a sanctuary for leveling up. Gaining 2 levels in a day was entirely feasible with diligent effort. Taking a moment, Nanfeng glanced at the leaderboard. He remained comfortably in first place, far ahead of the competition. The second place belongs to Xiao Luo, who has now reached level 7. Not lagging far behind Nanfeng. It seems he has discovered a prime location for leveling up and is fervently grinding for experience. With ample time ahead, Nanfeng retreated for an additional 2 hours of restorative slumber to ensure his vitality. By 6 in the morning, he was roused by the cheerful chirping of birds. A multitude of various avian creatures circled overhead. Nanfeng readied his 98K rifle and commenced a new day of bird hunting, monotonous yet gratifying. Observing the steadily rising experience points, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Were it not for the experience decay mechanism, he would have relished the idea of leveling up to the maximum before emerging into the world, a feeling akin to proclaiming, "I am at level 1000, while the outside realm barely reaches level 30. After indulging in such daydreams for a while, he resumed his avian pursuit. Shortly after 10 in the morning, Su Zurin initiated a trade. 200 units of iron, 20 units of copper. Take this to upgrade your primary weapon, he proposed. So soon? Nanfeng inquired. You are my top priority. For the beast-hide the day after tomorrow, you are undoubtedly our main damage dealer. If you cannot handle the final boss, we are all doomed, Su Zurin asserted. Hurry and upgrade. I'll handle the logistics, he added. Understood. Just wait for my performance the day after tomorrow, Nanfeng replied. One cannot deny the fortune of having someone like Su Zurin in the battle zone. Nanfeng accepted the trade. Ding. You have received iron, 200 ding. You have received copper, 20 to upgrade his primary weapon to medium E grade. Nanfeng required 300 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 200 units of iron, and 20 units of copper. With plenty of wood and stone still in his possession and now sufficient iron and copper, he was ready to upgrade his primary weapon. Primary weapon. Name, ordinary armory current grade. Medium E grade type. Backpack attributes. 100 backpack slots materials required for upgrade. 300 wood, 500 stone, 300 iron, 50 copper. 5. Obsidian unlocked equipment. Desert Eagle, Stone Dagger. 98K, Sniper Rifle, Red Dot Sight, 2x Optical Scope, Grenade as the grade of the primary weapon increased. More equipment will be unlocked. Ding. You have unlocked a new weapon, Grenade. Ding. You have unlocked a new attachment, 2x Optical Scope. A flurry of system notifications filled Nanfeng with joy. More equipment and attachments had been unlocked. Grenade. Type, consumable attributes. Deals area damage equal to 500 of attack power. 1 grenade can be obtained every hour with a maximum storage of 3 grenades. 2x Optical Scope. Type, attachment attributes. Mounted on firearms. It allows for effective targeting of enemies at greater distances. Nanfeng scrutinized the details of the 2 newly unlocked items. The grenade's damage was remarkably high, 5 times the attack power. Regrettably, one can only acquire a single grenade each hour, with a maximum storage capacity of 3. However, these grenades can certainly serve as a formidable ultimate weapon. Imagine locating an ant hill and tossing a grenade inside. The experience points would surge dramatically. Merely contemplating this excites Nanfeng. Additionally, there exists an attachment known as the 2x Optical Sight. There is little to elaborate upon regarding this. It is simply a 2x scope. Those in the know will understand. Nanfeng equipped the Red Dot Sight on the Desert Eagle and fitted the 98K with the 2x scope. Thus, his accuracy has been enhanced by an additional 10%. Moreover, the fundamental attributes of a Desert Eagle, the 98K, and the Stone Dagger have all seen significant improvements. Notably, the 98K now provides an astonishing power boost of 70 points. This singular weapon contributes a remarkable 350 points to Nanfeng's attack power, elevating it to a staggering total of 915 points. With determination, he aims to level up twice today, striving to surpass the monumental threshold of 1000 attack power. Clenching his fist, Nanfeng prepared to continue his quest. Just then, a system announcement echoed. Announcement! The Chosen One, Xiao Luo, has successfully defeated a level 7 Lord-class ferocious beast, the Golden Leopard. As the first Chosen One in this region to vanquish a level 7 Lord-class beast. The reward is Reputation 1, Power 14. Nanfeng raised an eyebrow, astonished that Xiao Luo managed to slay a level 7 Lord Beast. This fellow possesses considerable strength. The reward of Power 14 is indeed enviable. It is precisely this attribute that Nanfeng yearns for the most. Shaking his head, Nanfeng lifted the 98K. Just as a series of notification sounds rang out, someone was tagging him in the Handsome Guys group chat. Upon opening the chat, a smile broke across Nanfeng's face. Xiao Luo, Nanfeng bro, I just dropped a cross-region challenge order. Shall we take on the little cherry blossom devils? Nanfeng, absolutely. Chapter 63. The Level 9 Interregional Challenge Order is a remarkable item. With this artifact, Nanfeng can challenge other battle zones and plunder their resources. The more resources acquired, the greater the enhancement for the chosen ones of his region. To say nothing of other benefits, the number of ferocious beasts alone has escalated significantly, allowing for swifter upgrades compared to other zones. Xiao Luo, this challenge order can only be utilized by the most esteemed chosen ones of the battle zones. I cannot wield it, so I shall trade it to you. Nanfeng agreed. Nanfeng now, we face a dilemma. Should we play it safe and challenge a weaker region, or boldly confront Sakura Aegean? Suze ran. I recommend caution. Resource plundering is paramount. Sakura Aegean possesses formidable strength, and a loss could incur significant losses. You ran. What do you mean? Do you not trust my Nanfeng? Do you doubt his ability to defeat Sakura Aegean? Suze ran. Not at all. I'm merely advocate for prudence. Wu Yuan Sheng. Suze ran presents a valid point. Su Ming. There are several battle zones for little Sakura. We need not limit ourselves to challenging Sakura Aegean. Su Ming. What about Sakura Little Zilong from Area 132? He is relatively weak. Let us target him instead. Huang Yuan Ming. Sakura Little Zilong's region has suffered a streak of defeats, nearly stripped bare. It is said that even to chop down a tree now takes half an hour. It's quite pitiful. Wu Yuan Sheng. Area 632 is also part of Sakura Nation. They have not yet been plundered. Shall we raid them instead? Nanfeng. The challenge order was dropped by Xiao Luo. Who do you wish to challenge? Xiao Luo, Xiao Luo. If we can take on Sakura Aegean, we should certainly do so. He is so arrogant. We must diminish his bravado. Xiao Luo, of course. If you feel uncertain, then perhaps it is best to refrain. Nanfeng recalled the previous encounter with Sakura Aegean. That devastating strike from afar still sent shivers down his spine. Should another opportunity arise, without the favorable terrain of last time, victory was far from guaranteed. Nanfeng, I do possess some confidence, perhaps a 50-50 chance, but if I lose, please refrain from berating me. Su Ihan, perhaps it is best to reconsider? Caution is advisable. A debate ensued in the group over this matter. Some advocated for caution, while others yearned for thrill. How exhilarating it would be to challenge Sakura Aegean, to deliver a resounding slap to his face, ensuring he dares not act arrogantly before the Dragon Kingdom again. Yet, the risks are substantial. As the champion of Area 39, Sakura Aegean's prowess cannot be underestimated. Moreover, 2 days have elapsed since the last challenge, and Sakura Aegean's level has likely risen to at least level 9, possibly even reaching level 10. It would not be easy for Nanfeng to secure a victory. Nanfeng, let us hold off on using the challenge order for now. I will wait until I reach level 10. Nanfeng, I should be able to achieve level 10 by tonight. Xiao Luo, damn, I'm off to level up. Suze ran. Then let us reconvene this evening. Everyone, go level up. Nanfeng closed the chat panel, returning to his monotonous life of grinding. The efficiency of his leveling up exceeded his expectations. After equipping a 2x scope, Nanfeng's accuracy soared to over 90, coupled with an increase in attack power, allowing him to take down birds with just 2 shots. By around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Nanfeng had reached level 9. However, a new dilemma emerged. There were no birds left in the sky. Alas, this had not crossed his mind. Despite the abundance of avian creatures and fierce beasts in the area, they were no match for his relentless slaughter. Gazing at the sparse few birds in the sky, Nanfeng found himself in a quandary. He would need to change locations again. Yet, finding another prime spot for leveling up would not be so simple. Forget it. He decided to eat something first. He would address the leveling concerns after he had filled his belly. Nanfeng set up a pot and began to stew bird meat while simultaneously checking the panel for any new updates. The chat in the Handsome Guys group was as lively as ever. Shinpan, we must strike at Sakura one sword. We cannot allow them to develop. Suzerain, the regional merger is at least 24 days away after the large beast tide ends. Whether they survive until then remains uncertain. There's no need to confront them prematurely. Xiao Luo, after the merger, Sakura One Sword will undoubtedly ally with other national battle zones to bully our Dragon Nation zone. We must nip this possibility in the bud. Xiao Luo, if we defeat Area 39 once more, they will face a triple defeat, with all attributes reduced by 10 points. Even if they survive the small beast tide the day after tomorrow, they will not withstand the subsequent large beast tide. Wu Yuanshin, Merge. Our Dragon Nation zone is so vast. Why should we fear a mere Sakura? Nanfeng stared at these messages, feeling somewhat bewildered. A regional merger? What new development was this? Nanfeng, what is a regional merger? I spent the entire morning leveling up, and now I'm out of touch with the times? Yu Yin, there are rumors in the cross-region chat channel that after the large beast tide in 24 days, our 1,000 battle zones will merge into one large area. Yu Yin, Sakura One Sword has declared that once the merger occurs, he will eliminate every chosen one from the Dragon Nation. Nanfeng, quite arrogant, isn't he? Nanfeng chuckled. Sakura One Sword was indeed quite audacious. Currently, everyone was in different battle zones, so they couldn't encounter each other, allowing Sakura One Sword to boast for now. Once the battle zones merged, wouldn't Nanfeng simply find a prime spot and send him soaring with a single shot? Xiao Luo, the stronger Sakura One Sword becomes, the more perilous it will be for our chosen ones in the Dragon Nation. Xiao Luo, I believe we must defeat Sakura One Sword, turning their Area 39 into a triple defeat. Suzerain, let's initiate a vote. How many support challenging Sakura One Sword? The outcome was evident. Everyone was young and full of fervor. A mere Sakura dared to boast, and they wouldn't hesitate to silence him. In the Handsome Guys group, 14 out of 19 members agreed to challenge Sakura One Sword, while the remaining 5 remained neutral. Nanfeng, let us do it. It's just Sakura One Sword, after all. Nan can easily win. Xiao Luo, that's the spirit. Whoever backs down is a coward. Here, take the challenge decree. Xiao Luo promptly traded the challenge decree over. Nanfeng, allow me a moment to prepare. Await my auspicious news. Nanfeng hastily consumed his lunch and retrieved a hand grenade from his backpack, stepping out of the quaint wooden cabin. With a robust effort, he hurled the grenade into the tranquil waters of the pond. A mere 5 seconds later, the pond erupted with a thunderous roar, sending water splashing several meters into the air. Hiss! The slumbering, indomitable serpent beneath the surface let out a furious roar, surging forth from the depths, glaring menacingly at Nanfeng. Oh dear, have I disturbed your slumber? Nanfeng retreated a couple of steps, seeking refuge once more within the wooden shelter. Come, strike me if you dare. The colossal serpent flicked its tongue in frustration, casting a disdainful glance at Nanfeng before submerging back into the depths. Nanfeng felt a tinge of disappointment. The great serpent possessed a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited. After pulling the pin, the explosion would occur in approximately 5 seconds, and it would not inflict harm upon myself. Nanfeng quietly noted this information and then activated the interregional chat channel. District 527, Nanfeng, Sakura One Sword. You little brat, do you dare engage me in a one-on-one duel of true warriors? The kind that is purely hand-to-hand. Chapter 64. Holding Thunder in District 527. Nanfeng challenged. Sakura Sword, little brat, dare you engage in a one-on-one duel with me? A pure melee battle. Upon sending this message, he immediately stirred a multitude of lurking individuals. In District 39, Sakura Sword retorted, Baka, you are the little brat. Nanfeng shot back. I am the father of your dear brother. Do you dare insult your father? Sakura's sword responded with a series of expletives laden with maternal references. Nanfeng continued, stop your incessant prattling and simply state whether you dare or not. I have obtained a cross-regional challenge token. If you're afraid to accept, I shall challenge Sakura Kojiro instead. In District 132, Sakura Kojiro interjected. Your mother. Sakura sword questioned. What do you mean by a one-on-one true man's battle? Nanfeng clarified. I shall not use a firearm, and you must refrain from employing your long-range skills. We shall engage in close combat. Are you in? Sakura's sword laughed. Ha, you must be mad. Close combat with me? Are you here to deliver supplies? Cheng Mo advised. Brother Nanfeng, proceed with caution. Xiao Ongran added. Brother, Sakura's swordsmanship is formidable. Winning against him in close combat is no easy feat, Nanfeng asserted. I am someone who delights in challenging limits. Sakura's sword replied. Challenging limits, you say? Very well, I accept your challenge. Nanfeng stipulated. Let it be known, if you dare to play tricks and use skills, I shall go and strike Sakura Kojiro once more. I possess 2 challenge tokens. Yi Piaoling queried. 2 cross-regional challenge tokens? Why does our battle zone only have 1? Xiao Ongran explained. I have slain all the level 10 and below Lord beasts, yielding only 1 token. Could the others be dropped by beasts above level 10? Cheng Mo remarked. This is splendid news. Once I secure another token, I shall also challenge Sakura's district. Nanfeng shrugged, offering no explanation. He only possessed 1 cross-regional challenge token and had made that statement to instill caution in Sakura's sword, hoping he would not employ his skills. Without that long-range move, Air Slash, Nanfeng was confident he could triumph over Sakura's sword. Cross-regional challenge token use. Nanfeng selected District 39 as his opponent. Announcement. A cross-regional challenge has been initiated from Original World District 527 to Original World District 39. The challenge will commence in 10 minutes. Both chosen participants, prepare yourselves. With 10 minutes remaining before the challenge began, Nanfeng closed the panel and sat in the small wooden cabin, mentally simulating the upcoming battle. If Sakura's sword honored his word and engaged in close combat, victory would be assured. However, if he commenced with an air slash, the likelihood of victory would diminish considerably. The power of air slash was significant. Yet with 800 health points, Nanfeng believed he could withstand a blow. As the southern wind widened the distance, armed with a Car 98K and a Desert Eagle, it seemed there was hope for victory. The key, however, lay in the terrain. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and a silvery array illuminated beneath the southern wind's feet. In an instant, he was transported to a glacial expanse. The cold was biting. The sudden gusts of frigid wind caused him to shiver involuntarily. Was this Antarctica? Looking around, he confirmed the surroundings. Endless icebergs in this frigid land. Sakura One Sword stood 50 meters away, cautiously observing the southern wind, wary of the possibility that he might draw his pistol and fire. Noticing this, the southern wind raised his dagger and waved it playfully. Sakura One Sword scoffed, "Oh, you truly wish to engage me in close combat? Who instilled such audacity in you?" The southern wind smiled and began to approach Sakura One Sword. He mirrored the action, and their distance diminished 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The southern wind gradually placed his hands behind his back. Observing this, Sakura One Sword's lips curled into a slight smirk. At such proximity, even if the southern wind drew his pistol, Sakura One Sword was confident he could emerge victorious in this challenge. The distance was perilously close. Having entered Sakura One Sword's range of attack, suddenly, with a swift motion, he transformed into an ethereal shadow and appeared beside the southern wind. One strike. The dagger pierced the southern wind's abdomen, reducing his health by 2/3. You cheat. He glared furiously at Sakura One Sword, who had promised a melee encounter. Sakura One Sword chuckled. 7 to 8 meters is not close enough. This has long since entered my attack range. Drawing his katana, he prepared to deliver a final blow to the southern wind, intending to conclude this challenge. However, the southern wind's fierce expression abruptly transformed into a radiant smile. You are correct. This distance is indeed sufficient. Allow me to bestow upon you 2 handheld grenades. With a thunderous roar, a violent explosion erupted, centered around the southern wind. A small mushroom cloud rose. -1,344. -0. Fearing that a single grenade might not suffice to defeat Sakura one sword, he detonated the remaining two simultaneously. Clearly, the five-fold damage from the grenades was insurmountable for Sakura one sword. The first grenade reduced him to a mere drop of health, while the second failed to inflict any damage at all. The explosion left Sakura one sword battered and sprawled on the ground, barely able to utter a word. Had it not been for the unyielding will buff during the challenge, he would have met his demise. Congratulations, you have triumphed over your opponent, Sakura one sword, and emerged as the victor of this cross-regional challenge. All resources in your area, Primitive World Zone 527, have increased by 10. As the system notifications sounded, a silvery teleportation array materialized beneath the southern wind once more. A second later, he found himself back in the quaint wooden cabin. On the other side, Sakura Ijian was also transported back, his wounds healing at an astonishingly rapid pace, rejuvenating him within mere seconds. Alas, while physical injuries could mend, the scars upon his psyche would not be so easily erased. He gasped for breath, still reeling from the impact of the recent blow, having truly felt the chilling proximity of death. It was a revelation that death was so close at hand. Announcement: Original World Zone 39. After 3 consecutive failures in cross-regional challenge matches, all chosen ones in Zone 39 have experienced a reduction of 10 points in all attributes. Ding! Due to your consecutive losses in 3 cross-regional challenge matches, your attributes have been further reduced by an additional 10 points. These 2 system notifications jolted Sakura Ijian back to reality. 3 consecutive defeats. 2 losses were to Nanfeng, and 1 to Xiao Ongran from Zone 17. Also part of the Dragon Nation's battle zone. A dark cloud loomed over Sakura Ijian's expression. The cross-regional chat channel erupted with fervor. Zone 68, Chung Mo. Oh, you won? Quite impressive. Zone 8, Mike, TSK, this Sakura Ijian is truly pathetic. Is this it? Is this the swordsmanship master of Sakura Nation? Zone 288, Emilia. Sakura Nation has crossed swords with the Dragon Nation. Fight on, the fiercer the better. Zone 162, Martin. Had dog-eat-dog scenario, all fur and no bite. Zone 527, Nanfeng. Who's barking up there? Looking for a fight, are we? Martin immediately fell silent, with no one to extol his virtues. Nanfeng felt a tinge of boredom and switched to his own battle zone's chat channel. Bao Jian, Nanfeng, you're incredible. Xiao Fei Hong, wow, another victory. This is a complete domination of raw strength. Lu Daqiang, hooray, our battle zone's resources have increased once again. My little cabin is now surrounded by a plethora of trees. Thank you, Nanfeng. Su Ming, the ferocious beasts have also multiplied, enhancing our leveling efficiency. I can't help but want to pay my respects to Nanfeng. Wu Yuanshen, for consecutive victories, resources have soared to a foundational value of 146. 41. We are truly taking off. Wooly Nanfeng, my god. You ran. Upvote for the one above. Ling Qi. Is there anyone who can come to my aid? I'm nearly starving. Chapter 65. A second strike, Nanfeng found himself at a loss for words, observing the girl named Ling Qi still making a commotion after all these days. Logically, if she had survived, she should possess the ability to endure. Surely, she could manage to defeat at least a couple of level 1 or 2 red-eyed rabbits, couldn't she? Shaking his head, Nanfeng chose to disregard Ling Qi. It was highly likely she was merely fishing for attention. Turning off the interface, he gazed outside the small wooden cabin, noticing that the number of birds in the sky had increased once more. This was indeed a benefit of the resource enhancement. However, the quantity was still insufficient for him to reach level 10. It was evident that a change of location was necessary for his leveling up. Upon exiting the cabin, Nanfeng cautiously glanced towards the direction of the pond. At the deepest part of the pond, the immortal serpent fixated its basketball-sized eyes on him, locking onto his presence. He felt a sense of unease. If he left the cabin now, would the great serpent demolish his home? This was a plausible scenario. Without the shelter of the cabin, Nanfeng would undoubtedly not survive the night. The ferocious beasts of the night were exceedingly violent, and he dared not confront them head-on. No, he could not leave, otherwise the serpent might take advantage of his absence. He had no choice but to wait until his demolition skill was ready before vacating the area. With a sense of resignation, Nanfeng retreated back into the cabin, continuing his monotonous routine of hunting birds. Although the avian beasts in the sky were few, they still provided experience, which he would not dismiss. As dusk approached, Nanfeng had thoroughly exterminated all the avian beasts in the vicinity. Even the nest atop the crooked tree at the waterfall's summit, which housed a fledgling with barely formed feathers, had fallen victim to his precise shot. His marksmanship had grown increasingly accurate. Checking his status, he noted his level 9, 3,654 10,000. He was still over 6,000 experience points away from level 10. With a minor beast tide approaching in 2 days, reaching level 10 before then should pose no significant challenge. By tomorrow morning, he would be able to utilize his demolition skill on the cabin. With an afternoon of effort, he was determined to ascend to level 10 before the beast tide commenced. Nanfeng opened the cabin door, preparing to venture out and clear the battlefield. However, with the immortal serpent lurking nearby, he dared not stray too far from the cabin. He merely tidied the surrounding area, acquiring a substantial amount of bird meat. In the distance, he spotted a gray treasure chest, but regrettably, it was too far for him to approach. He gazed longingly at the distant chest, but ultimately shook his head, deciding against the endeavor. Treasure chests could appear at any moment, but one only had one life. Should he perish, there would be no second chances. That evening, after finishing dinner, Nanfeng began discussing strategies for dealing with the beast tide in the handsome guys group. Suzerain, over the past 2 days, I have mobilized 100 chosen ones to mine iron ore, distributing the extracted iron blocks in accordance with quantity to ensure that everyone can prioritize upgrading their cabins to level D. Suzerain, as of now, there are already 163 chosen ones who have elevated their cabins to D level, all of whom have relocated to Crow's Valley and commenced fortifying defenses against the beast tide. Crow's Valley is the location previously discovered by Su Ming, nestled against a mountain with a sheer cliff on the left, making it easily defensible yet difficult to assault. Nanfeng, assuming all goes well, I too will move my cabin there by tomorrow morning. Su Ming, excellent. With your presence, my sense of security skyrockets. Nanfeng, relying solely on me will not withstand the beast tide. The key lies in the number of people. Suzerain, currently, the chosen ones in our battle zone are diligently chopping wood, gathering stones, and mining, eagerly awaiting the elevation of their cabins to D level, so they can move to Crow's Valley. Suzerain, I estimate that before nightfall tomorrow, we should be able to gather over 300 chosen ones in Crow's Valley. Nanfeng glanced at the count in their battle zone, 531 out of 1,000. Nanfeng, we still have over 500 people in our battle zone. What about the remaining 200? Wu Yuansheng, they will have to fend for themselves. The supply of iron blocks is insufficient to elevate everyone's cabins to D level. Su Yihan, in fact, there's still plenty of iron blocks in that mine. The shortage is due to the lack of miners. Nanfeng, we need to urge those who have not upgraded their cabins to come and mine quickly. Suzerain, some chosen ones are only at levels 2 or 3, and they are far from the mine. They are too fearful to come, worried about perishing on the way. Nanfeng, only level 2 or 3. It has been nearly a week since they crossed over. Are they merely idling? Wu Li, some individuals adopt a laissez-faire attitude, living day by day, hiding in their cabins without venturing out. Wu Li, additionally, a portion of them genuinely lack combat talent. They are timid and weak, making it exceedingly difficult for them to hunt ferocious beasts. Wu Yuansheng, people vary in constitution. In this survival of the fittest world, they are indeed ill-suited to endure. Nanfeng remained silent, recognizing the truth in their words. Suzerain, our battle zone is already quite commendable. Most chosen ones are united, with you upgrading while I mine. You chop wood while I gather stones, assisting and complementing one another. This synergy has allowed over 300 cabins to reach D level within just 2 days. Suzerain, in contrast, many chosen ones in other battle zones are fighting their own battles, playing solo, unaware of how many will survive after this beast tide. This minor beast tide serves as a significant trial for all battle zones. Nanfeng. Let us persevere. Tomorrow marks the final day. Everyone should exert themselves to upgrade, striving to greet the beast tide in the best condition. Xiao Luo, didn't you claim you could reach level 10 tonight? How much experience do you lack? Nanfeng. Encountered a slight issue. I will definitely reach level 10 by tomorrow. Xiao Luo, if you don't hurry up with your upgrades, I might just catch up to you. Nanfeng glanced at the leaderboard and was taken aback. Xiao Luo had quietly ascended to level 9. Alas, this serpent has caused me great inconvenience, wasting an entire afternoon. One day, I shall stew you for my meal. Frustrated, Nanfeng turned off the panel and retired to bed. In the dead of night, a violent tremor roused Nanfeng from slumber. He bolted upright, casting his gaze toward the window. Those ominous, dark scales were none other than those of the immortal serpent, returning once more. Do you truly believe that I, Nan, cannot vanquish you? As he descended from his bed, Nanfeng suddenly sensed something amiss. The small wooden cabin was losing blood at an alarming rate. -30, -27, -31. Damage around 30 per second. Good heavens, has this serpent been enhanced? In just a day's absence, its damage has escalated so dramatically. Hastily, Nanfeng inspected the state of his cabin and discovered a debuff. Corrosion. Corrosion. Your attacks will ignore a portion of the defense. Suddenly enlightened, Nanfeng understood why the immortal serpent's damage had intensified. With a health pool of 100,000, the cabin could only endure for about an hour. I must act swiftly. In a few quick strides, Nanfeng approached the window, brandishing a stone dagger to pry at the scales. Compared to yesterday, his attacking prowess had significantly increased, and bolstered by his prior experience, he adeptly removed a piece of the immortal serpent scale in under 5 minutes. Then, quenching his thirst with clean, fresh water, Nanfeng wielded the Desert Eagle and began to fire. The choice of the Desert Eagle was deliberate, for it boasted a faster rate of fire and consumed less mana. In comparison, its ability to deal damage was evidently superior. Moreover, Nanfeng had a secret weapon. First, I shall blast a gaping hole in your belly, and then I will hurl 3 grenades inside. I refuse to believe that this time I cannot bring you down. Chapter 66. Slaying the immortal giant serpent. A fierce tug-of-war ensued between Nanfeng and the immortal giant serpent, devoid of any flamboyance. It was a contest of endurance, blood volume, and striking power. The serpent coiled tightly around the small wooden cabin, causing the structure to creak ominously, as if it might burst apart at any moment. Meanwhile, Nanfeng was not idle. He expended all 1,000 points of his magical energy in a single breath, then consumed a mana-restoring potion while brandishing a stone dagger and launching a flurry of stabs. The advantage of melee weapons lay in their lack of magical cost. The serpent's body was now marred by a gaping wound, flesh and blood mingling grotesquely, with glimpses of its internal organs visible. Nanfeng refrained from throwing grenades, wary of the serpent fleeing once more. Seizing the moment, he sought to inflict further damage while the serpent remained ensnared. The cabin's health plummeted dramatically, dwindling to just over 30,000. Yet Nanfeng held firm in his belief that he could vanquish the serpent before the cabin met its end. Boom! As his magical energy replenished slightly, Nanfeng lifted his 98K rifle and fired at the exposed entrails in the distance. Hiss! The immortal giant serpent let out a thunderous roar of agony, its muscles contracting violently as several beams of the cabin splintered and threatened collapse. Ding! Your cabin's damage is severe, defense reduced by 20. The sudden system notification nearly startled Nanfeng into a jump. -81, -72, -88, with the cabin's defense compromised. The rate of health loss accelerated exponentially. There was no time to lose. Behold my ultimate move. Nanfeng retrieved a grenade from his inventory, pulled the pin, and hurled it into the serpent's body. Boom! A powerful gust sent Nanfeng's hair flying. Weak point attack, -3,673. The grenade triggered a weak point attack, inflicting catastrophic damage in the quadruple digits upon the immortal giant serpent. This strike proved devastating. Parts of its insides were obliterated, mingling with blood as it flowed out in torrents. Bleeding, -138. Bleeding, minus 152. The serpent's health continued to plummet relentlessly. It succumbed to a state of weakness, its massive form collapsing, unable to maintain its grip on the cabin. Hiss! The immortal giant serpent emitted a pitiful cry, dragging its weary body towards the pond. Am I to let you escape? Nanfeng pressed his advantage, tossing another grenade into the serpent's depths. Boom! Another resounding explosion nearly cleaved the serpent in two, leaving only fragments of muscle tenuously connected. The immortal giant serpent lay prostrate on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, its immense body quivering, while a multitude of colored fluids, its shattered innards mingled with serpent blood, oozed from its mouth. 2 minutes later, the immortal giant serpent lay still, utterly motionless. Nanfeng chuckled coldly. Feigning death, are we? He had not received any kill notifications from the system, indicating that the colossal serpent was still very much alive. Did it intend to wait until I emerged, only to strike me down in an instant? Such cunning calculations. South Wind had no intention of stepping outside. Instead, he stood by the window, methodically firing his 98K rifle, each shot precise and deliberate. The undying serpent, bewildered, pondered how this humble bipedal creature had discerned its continued vitality despite its careful masquerade. Realizing that its ruse had been uncovered, the undying serpent ceased its charade and swiftly slithered towards the waterhole. If it continued with this charade, it would truly meet its demise at the hands of South Wind. How could it still move so quickly? Its resilience was indeed remarkable. South Wind, swift and adept, hurled his final grenade. Boom! Under the relentless barrage of 3 grenades, the undying serpent was successfully blown into 2 segments. Yet it was not dead. Its rear half writhed in a frenzied struggle, while the front half continued its desperate crawl towards the waterhole. However, with a severed body, its speed was akin to that of a tortoise. Covering a mere dozen meters would take an eternity. South Wind aimed his 98K at the serpent's wound. 98K charged shot, piercing round. This was his most formidable strike aside from the grenades. Whoosh! The magic bullet was unleashed, striking true. Weak point attack, minus 312. The area devoid of scales offered minimal protection. With that shot, South Wind obliterated the last vestige of the serpent's life force. Ding! You have slain the level 10 Imperial Beast, Undying Serpent, earning 880 experience points. Announcement! Chosen 1 South Wind has successfully slain the level 10 Imperial Beast, Undying Serpent. As the first chosen one in this region to achieve this feat, you are rewarded. Reputation 4, Strength 40. Upon receiving this announcement, South Wind nearly succumbed to bliss. What a reward! Strength 40. This was equivalent to a direct boost of 200 attack points. It was utterly astounding. He glanced at the control panel. His strength had now reached an astonishing 243 points. His attack power, calculated as strength multiplied by 5, stood at a terrifying 1,215 points. But the surprises did not end there. The Undying Serpent had dropped 3 treasure chests, 2 white chests and 1 green chest. Fortune smiled upon him. South Wind hurriedly exited the small wooden cabin, surveying the battlefield. Ding! You have acquired Undying Serpent Scales, X500. Ding! You have acquired Serpent Meat, X100. Ding! You have obtained 3 treasure chests. After tidying up the battlefield, South Wind hastened back into the wooden cabin. Eager to open the chests, he began with the white chests. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he opened the 2 white treasure chests. Undying Battle Armor. Grade: E-Class Superior. Type: Upper Body. Attributes: Stamina 30, Strength 20. Crafted from the scales of the Undying Serpent, it can be upgraded using Undying Serpent Scales. Undying Leggings. Grade: E-Class Superior. Type: Pants. Attributes: Energy 30, Strength 20. Crafted from the scales of the Eternal Serpent, upgradable using Eternal Serpent Scales. A set. Nanfeng was elated. These 2 pieces of equipment were 100 times more formidable than the 2-piece bee-skin set he wore. He immediately donned the Eternal set, and in his black scaled armor, he exuded an air of majesty, looking impeccably stylish. His attributes surged dramatically, becoming even more formidable. Such generosity from the Eternal Serpent. Come morning, he would surely offer 2 incense sticks in gratitude. Nanfeng gazed at his new attire with increasing fondness. The white treasure chest had been opened, leaving just one green treasure chest. The green chest was a tier above the white one, promising even greater rewards. Nanfeng took a moment to wash his face, hoping to enhance his fortune through mystical means. He opened the chest. Nanfeng slowly lifted the lid of the green treasure chest. Chapter 67. Establishing the village, the verdant treasure chest sprang open, revealing a palm-sized token lying quietly within. This is... Southwind picked up the token and peered at it with insightful gaze. Level 1 Village Token. Utilizing this token allows one to designate an area for the establishment of village, thereby assuming the role of village chief. A Level 1 village can accommodate up to 50 villagers. Villagers will receive a 10 boost to all attributes, while the village chief will enjoy double the benefits. Within the confines of the village territory, villagers will benefit from a 10 reduction in damage, and the village chief will reap double the damage mitigation. Wow, this item is extraordinary. With this village token, the threat posed by the impending minor beast tide will be significantly alleviated. Southwind promptly shared the attributes of the village token in the Handsome Guys group. It was just past 4 a.m., and most members were still resting. The leveling enthusiast Xiao Luo and the night owl champion Shinpan were the exceptions. Xiao Luo, a village token? This is a remarkable find. Shinpan, I just heard the announcement. Southwind has slain a level 10 Emperor-level ferocious beast. That's impressive. Southwind, it was moderately impressive. Mostly just luck. Shinpan, boss, I want to join your village. Reserve a spot for me. Southwind, absolutely. Xiao Luo, let us recruit the top 50 from the leaderboard. That should adequately prepare us for the beast tide. Joining the village grants a 10 boost to all attributes. That is quite a substantial enhancement, equivalent to leveling up twice. Who wouldn't be enamored by that? Southwind, let us discuss the village matter tomorrow. I'm going to catch some sleep. Am utterly exhausted. With that, Southwind closed the panel and collapsed into slumber. Being roused from his nap by the relentless giant serpent and engaging in a battle had certainly drained him. He managed to sleep in until after 7 a.m., awakening to find over 999 messages in the Handsome Guys group. Feeling too lazy to sift through the messages, he inquired directly. Southwind, what's the situation now? What are your thoughts on the village token? Suzerain, my suggestion is to establish the village in Crow Valley, especially since most of the chosen ones have relocated here. When recruiting villagers, we should aim for those with higher levels to ease our defensive efforts. What do you think? Southwind, I'm fine with that. I'll merely act as a hands-off village chief while you all make the decisions. I'm not particularly skilled in management, and I'd rather hunt ferocious beasts to level up. Were it not for the double boost for the village chief, I wouldn't even want the position. Suzerain, all right then, when will you come to Crow Valley? Let us utilize the village token first. Suzerain, I have a feeling that the first person to establish a village might receive an additional reward. What? A reward? Upon seeing the word reward, Southwind perked up instantly. Southwind, send me the coordinates. I'll head there right away. After hastily consuming breakfast, Southwind exited the small wooden cabin. A few birds circled in the sky, and with a swift motion, he brought them down, leaving none unscathed. After more than 2 hours, Nanfeng finally arrived at the Crow Valley. He had no choice. Previously, he had ventured too far in pursuit of leveling up. Huang Yuanming spotted Nanfeng from a distance, waving his hand excitedly as he approached. Brother, impressive. You can even slay an Emperor-level beast? Nanfeng waved his hand modestly. Let's keep it low-key. It was merely luck. Huang Yuanming continued. That battle armor of yours must have been dropped by the unyielding giant serpent, right? Wow, it's simply stunning. Nanfeng replied. The armor is rather ordinary. It's the person who wears it that truly matters. Clothes depend on the wearer. Huang Yuanming was at a loss for words, carrying a large shield. Su Ming approached. Big guy, you've finally arrived. You provide me with more security than my little wooden hut. Nanfeng responded, not at all. Seeing your massive shield gives me a sense of security. Su Ming's shield had leveled up to E-grade low, upgrading from the rotting wooden shield to this sturdy ebony shield, boasting high defense. Who wouldn't want a substantial meat shield in front of them to absorb damage? Su Ming patted his heavy wooden shield. Rest assured, tomorrow I will stand before you unwaveringly. No one will get past me. Beside them, Wu Yuansheng looked at Su Ming with a hint of melancholy. Aren't you supposed to be my dedicated tank? Have you betrayed me so soon? Su Ming retorted. You? It's not that I look down on you, but does your output even reach half of what Nanfeng produces? Wu Yuansheng replied. Fine. Don't expect me to help you level up in the future. Su Ming exclaimed, Brother, I admit I may have spoken a bit too loudly just now. As the group engaged in casual conversation, they entered the temporary camp in Crow Valley. Over 300 wooden huts were orderly situated within the valley, delineating 5 defensive lines. Beyond the outermost wooden huts, there were rows of traps and chevaux de frise. Nanfeng was somewhat astonished. In just 2 or 3 days, the defenses have been set up so well. Wooly pointed out, it's all thanks to Suzerain. He hasn't leveled up in the past couple of days and has been directing everyone in constructing the defenses. Su Ming remarked, to be honest, these defensive lines exude a strong sense of security. Nanfeng was speechless. Su Ming found security in everything. At that moment, Suzerain noticed Nanfeng's arrival. What are you chatting about over there? Hurry up and establish the village, he urged. I just heard that Catherine Vina in Zone 1 has also slain a level 10 Emperor-level beast. She probably obtained a village token as well. Nanfeng was taken aback. Catherine Vina? Was that formidable? He knew well how difficult it was to kill the unyielding giant serpent, which had nearly obliterated his little wooden hut with its 10,000 health points. Surely, Catherine Vina couldn't have relied solely on her wooden hut to achieve that. Could she? If she had single-handedly defeated it through sheer prowess, that would be rather terrifying. Shaking his head, Nanfeng decided it was not the time to dwell on such matters. Establishing the village was the priority. He took out the level 1 village token and used it directly. Ding! Please choose a location for your village. A vast map appeared before Nanfeng. The area of a level 1 village was merely 500 square meters, and he barely managed to encircle Crow Valley. Ding! Please name your village. A name? This poses quite a challenge for Nanfeng, who is a quintessentially inept namer. Let's simply call it Nan Village. A straightforward choice. Aligning the village name directly with Nanfeng's surname. Blunt yet effective. Ding! The village has been successfully established. You may now recruit villagers. Announcement. The Chosen One, Nanfeng, has successfully established Nan Village, rewarding him with 20 to all attributes. Server-wide announcement. In the original world, Zone 527, the Chosen One, Nanfeng, has successfully established a village, and it has been detected that he is the first Chosen One in this world to do so, earning a reputation reward of 100 in a green treasure chest. The server-wide announcement echoed 3 times, ensuring that all battle zones in the original world were aware of Nanfeng's accomplishment. Yet the excitement did not cease there. A mere 5 seconds post the successful establishment of the village, another server-wide announcement resounded. Server-wide announcement. In the original world, Zone 1, the Chosen One, Catherine Vina, has successfully established a village, earning a reputation reward of 50 and a green treasure chest. Catherine Vina had also successfully established her village. That was a close call. She nearly snatched the first place from him. Nanfeng exhaled in relief. The rewards for first and second place differ by 50 points in reputation. Although Nanfeng remained oblivious to the utility of reputation, having it was certainly preferable to lacking it. At this juncture, the cross-regional chat channel erupted with fervor. Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can Nanfeng be the first to establish a village? He surpassed Catherine Vina. This cannot be true. Zone 1 Edward. Oh my god. The village decree in our battle zone was dropped by Catherine Vina after she defeated a level 10 Imperial Beast. Where did the village decree in Zone 527 originate? Zone 68. Chung Mo. Could it be possible that they also defeated a level 10 Imperial Beast? Zone 39. Sakura Ichiban. Nonsense. That Nanfeng from Zone 527 must have cheated. He brought weapons from Blue Star into this world. Zone 162. Martin. I bear witness. That rascal Nanfeng has a sniper rifle. Does that even make sense? Zone 132. Sakura Kojiro. He has a handgun too. Zone 39. Sakura Ichiban. And he possesses handheld explosives. Zone 288. Emilia. Is this for real? How does he possess so many weapons? Zone 527, Nanfeng. You may not believe it, but I also have a tank and 2 fighter jets. Zone 527, Wu Yuansheng. I can attest, everything Nanfeng claims is true. I am that tank. Zone 527, Huang Yuanming. Then, I am the fighter jet. Chapter 68, Unity within the cross-regional chat channel. A fervent debate ensued regarding whether Nanfeng had engaged in any form of cheating. As the subject of this scrutiny, Nanfeng began to explore the functionalities of the village. An additional option appeared on his panel: Village. Village. Nan Village. Village Chief. Nanfeng. Level 1 villagers. 0.50 contribution points. 0 points for every 100 contribution points. All attributes increase by 1. With a maximum limit of 10 to all attributes. Village Warehouse. Open village upgrade conditions. Unknown. Nanfeng meticulously examined the contribution points and village warehouse. In essence, the village warehouse allowed all villagers, including the chief, to donate any materials into the warehouse, thereby earning contribution points, which could be exchanged for existing items within this repository. Simply put, the village warehouse functioned as a marketplace, albeit exclusively for the residents of Nan Village. Nanfeng tentatively donated 1 unit of wood into the warehouse, instantly garnering 2 contribution points. Thus, 1 unit of wood equated to 2 contribution points. Nodding in approval, he continued to donate various other materials. Stone yielded 1 contribution point. Iron produced 10 contribution points, and copper resulted in 20 contribution points. Contributions of food varied in point value according to quantity, while equipment generated differing contributions based on quality and attributes. Nanfeng contributed the previously discarded Warm Beast Hide Tunic and Warm Beast Hide Pants, earning a total of 60 contribution points, with every 100 contribution points resulting in an increase of 1 to all attributes, capped at 10. It was evident that villagers were encouraged to donate resources. After all, an enhancement of 10 points to attributes was substantial. The more material donated, the greater the quantity available for purchase, stimulating the flow of the market economy. Furthermore, for each donation made by the villagers, Nanfeng would collect 1 of the contribution points as a processing fee. This was indeed one of the perks of being the village chief. Wouldn't it mean that he could merely sit back and watch his contribution points accumulate effortlessly? Delighted by this prospect, Nanfeng promptly began recruiting villagers. Nanfeng brothers, those wishing to join the village, come forth and register. You ran, brothers? Does that mean we girls are excluded? This is infuriating. When will we girls stand up? Nanfeng, what kind of martial prowess do you possess? Reluctantly, Nanfeng sent an invitation to Yu Ran to join the village. Yu Ran, yea, I am the first villager. Nanfeng then welcomed Su Zurin, Wu Yuansheng, Xiao Luo, and others into the village. The population of Nan Village gradually increased, and everyone began to tentatively donate materials to the village warehouse. Huang Yuanming, if I donate 50 units of wood, I can earn 100 contribution points, increasing all attributes by 1. What a bargain. Su Zurin, you didn't account for the processing fee. 50 units of wood will only yield 99 contribution points. Wu Yuansheng, I never realized wood was so valuable. Lu Daqiang, where is the lumberjack Lu Daqiang? I need to buy wood. Su Ming, the contribution points from the iron block and copper block are substantial. Everyone, hurry to mine and strive to gather 1,000 contribution points before nightfall. Wu Li, the mine is a bit far. Bao Jian, I can't believe it. There are still 2 pieces of equipment in this warehouse. 30 contribution points each. I'll take them all. Qiu Fei Hong, damn, just as I was about to exchange, you snatched it away. The crowd donated all unwanted supplies from their backpacks into the village warehouse. As the village chief, Nanfeng continuously extracted handling fees, and the contribution points quickly rose to over 180. It seems likely that by tonight, Nanfeng's contribution points will reach 1,000, granting him a full attribute boost of 10. How delightful. The 50 villagers filled up quickly, and as for the remaining individuals, Nanfeng had no recourse, for a level 1 village could only accommodate 50 villagers. Checking the time, it was just past 10. It was time to level up. Nanfeng, Su Zurin, I leave this to you. I will go level up to level 10. Su Zurin nodded. Go ahead. If you delay, Xiao Luo's level will surpass yours. Looking around, Nanfeng inquired, which nearby area has a greater number of ferocious beasts? Up the mountain, Xiao Luo was heading that way. The proud bear maiden, Su Yihan, coolly pointed to the towering mountain behind her. All right, Nanfeng nodded and turned to ascend the mountain. Upon reaching the halfway point, Nanfeng stood atop a massive rock. Gazing down, below lay a cluster of quaint wooden houses, arranged with meticulous care. Further afield, numerous chosen ones were constructing defenses, erecting wooden barriers, caltrops, and digging traps. Everyone was preparing for the impending beast tide tomorrow. Finally, a semblance of civilization emerged. Witnessing this scene, Nanfeng, who had lived as a wild man for so many days, broke into a smile. Indeed, humans are inherently social creatures. In the camp below, Yuran caught sight of Nanfeng on the mountainside and cheerfully waved. However, Nanfeng did not notice and turn away. In the primitive world, Zone 1, Catherine Vina, alone with her sword, was drenched in blood, resembling a Valkyrie. Surrounding her lay a multitude of beast corpses, the ground stained crimson with their blood. She single-handedly annihilated a blood wolf tribe. Over 100 blood wolves fell beneath her blade. Catherine Vina stood still, breathing lightly, her chest rising and falling. Clearly, this battle had taken a tremendous toll on her. Level 13. After a moment of contemplation, Catherine Vina opened her interface and sent a message to Edward. Gather all chosen ones with D-grade wooden houses to confront tomorrow's beast tide together. Edward, understood. What about the other chosen ones? Catherine Vina, it doesn't matter. Edward, got it. In the primitive world, Zone 68. Chung Mo walked through the camp, listening to the young lady beside him report the situation. Qin Shun Shun. There are currently 183 chosen ones whose wooden houses have not yet been upgraded to D-grade, so they cannot relocate. Chung Mo, why? The iron block should be sufficient, right? Qin Shinshin remarked. No, it is simply that they lack sufficient resources to exchange for the iron blocks. In simpler terms, the remaining 183 chosen ones are rather impoverished. Chung Mo contemplated for a moment and conceived a solution. Let's arrange a loan for them, lending the iron blocks initially, with a return of 9 for every 13. Once the beast tide has passed, they can repay us. Qin Shinshin inquired, but what if they fail to repay? Chung Mo replied, what else can we do? We will confront them. Qin Shinshin acknowledged, understood. Each battle zone is preparing for tomorrow's minor beast tide. Compared to the battle zones of other nations, the Dragon Country's zone appears to exhibit a greater sense of unity. Perhaps some values are inherently ingrained in one's very essence. In the primitive world, District 527, Nanfeng was searching for ferocious beasts atop a mountain when he coincidentally encountered Xiao Luo, who was hunting long-armed monkeys. Adhering to the principles of solidarity and mutual assistance, Nanfeng raised his hand and swiftly shot, eliminating the long-armed monkey that had but a sliver of health remaining. Xiao Luo, bewildered, turned around and upon seeing Nanfeng, erupted in furious exclamations. You scoundrel! You stole my kill. Nanfeng chuckled heartily and promptly fled. Chapter 69. The beast tide approaches the towering mountain range behind the Valley of Crows is referred to as the Monkey Mountains by other chosen ones, due to the abundance of level 8 long-arm monkeys residing within. These creatures are not only formidable in their high levels, but also possess considerable intelligence and live in social groups, making them quite difficult to confront. Only the relentless leveling enthusiast, Xiao Luo, dares to venture here for experience points. Of course, he is now accompanied by Nanfeng. Nanfeng opted not to join Xiao Luo in leveling up, as doing so would result in a division of experience points, significantly diminishing efficiency. Instead, he ventured deeper into the mountains, traversing the territory of the long-arm monkeys until he arrived at the domain of the gibbons. The distinction between gibbon and long-arm monkey is merely a single character, yet their strengths diverge greatly. Gibbon, level 9 health points, 3,300 attack power, 530 defense power, 390 skills. Long-arm fist, monkey stealing peach. Upon witnessing the gibbon skills, Nanfeng instinctively tightened his legs, feeling a chill beneath him. Could it be that this creature possesses the ability to steal peaches? Crouching low, Nanfeng readied his 98K rifle, taking aim at the gibbon situated 50 meters away. The gibbon, with its keen senses, immediately detected the impending danger and began to scan its surroundings with heightened vigilance. Without hesitation, Nanfeng pulled the trigger, landing a shot squarely on the gibbon's occiput. Crack! Even from 50 meters away, the sound of the gibbon's skull shattering reached Nanfeng's ears. Weak point attack, minus 2,280. A single shot inflicted over 4 digits in damage. With an attack power of 1515, Nanfeng's shot delivered an astonishing 2,000 damage. My assessment of this shot is that it was terrifyingly potent. With another shot, he swiftly dispatched the dazed gibbon, earning 90 experience points. Now, Nanfeng required only 6,150 more points to reach level 10. Just 70 more kills would suffice. Onward. Continuing forward, Nanfeng sought the traces of ferocious beasts. In contrast to the social long-arm monkeys, gibbons were significantly fewer in number, and it took him approximately 3 minutes to locate each one. By 3:30 p.m., after yet another successful hunt of a gibbon, Nanfeng finally reached level 10. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to 10. Ding! All attributes 5. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Announcement. In this region, Chosen 1 Nanfeng is the first to reach level 10, earning a reputation 2. Oh, is the reward for being the first to level up to 10 so meager? What, I wonder, is the purpose of this reputation? Nanfeng now boasted 110 points of reputation, 100 of which were rewards from establishing a village. Yet, he remained unaware of the implications of reputation thus far. Nevertheless, he was too lazy to ponder it further, as he would eventually uncover its significance. Casting a glance at his attribute panel, Nanfeng nodded in satisfaction. Truly formidable, exceedingly formidable. However, to avoid any suspicion of padding his words, he resolved not to share his attribute panel with others. Task accomplished, it was time to return home. Beep beep beep. On his way back, Xiao Luo sent a message. Xiao Luo, I've discovered an 8th level Lord class beast, but I am unable to defeat it. Nanfeng, send me the coordinates, I'm on my way. Slaying a Lord class beast bestows attribute points as a reward, which is indeed a precious prize. Nanfeng jogged along, and after half an hour, he found Xiao Luo. Over there is a long-armed monkey king, though it's quite a distance away. Can you see it? Xiao Luo pointed ahead. Nanfeng detached the 2x scope from his 98K and began to observe carefully. Xiao Luo, the 2x scope? Is this something that should even exist in this primitive world? Truly absurd. Hiss. Beside him, Nanfeng also spotted the long-armed monkey king, gasping in astonishment at the sight of more than a dozen little female monkeys attending to it. This monkey king certainly leads a charmed life. Xiao Luo nodded. It's because there are too many small minions. Otherwise, I could take on the monkey king solo. I have a suggestion. Let us lure the nearby female monkeys over and eliminate them first before tackling the monkey king. Nanfeng, I have a suggestion too. The kill reward for the monkey king will be mine, but the dropped equipment will be yours. Before Xiao Luo could fully grasp Nanfeng's intentions, Nanfeng had already stealthily approached, pulling out a grenade and tossing it. With a mighty boom, the grenade traced a perfect arc through the air before landing amidst the monkey horde. The long-armed monkeys, evidently unfamiliar with such contraptions, curiously gathered around the grenade, examining it. Boom! The grenade detonated with a thunderous roar. A dozen little female monkeys met their demise instantly, not even letting out a cry before perishing. The long-armed monkey king possessed substantial health. Thus, the grenade did not kill it outright, but left it severely injured. Penetrating shot. Nanfeng steadied his 98K and fired a shot at the dazed Monkey King's head. Critical hit, minus 8,000. The already weakened Monkey King was shot through the brain by Nanfeng's bullet, triggering a critical hit, and it expired immediately. Instant kill. Announcement. Chosen 1 Nanfeng has successfully slain the 8th level Lord class beast, Long-Armed Monkey King. Reward. Reputation 1, Agility 16. Xiao Luo was left dumbfounded, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. Nanfeng stowed away his 98K and turned to Xiao Luo. What do you think? Care to give an evaluation? Xiao Luo took a moment to muster a response. You're cheating. Nanfeng. Xiao Luo continued to stay in the mountains to level up, while Nanfeng opted to return to the Crow Valley camp first. As for the equipment dropped by the long-armed Monkey King, Nanfeng did not take any, leaving it all for Xiao Luo. The Monkey King dropped a white treasure chest, and the equipment obtained should be of decent quality. However, for Nanfeng, the kill reward was already more than satisfactory. One must leave some for others. After all, this Monkey King was discovered by Xiao Luo. Around 5 p.m., Nanfeng returned to the camp. During this half-day, the defenses outside the Crow Valley camp had once again been upgraded, with traps dug as far out as 200 meters. There was no choice. Everyone's stamina and endurance were now several times greater than when they were on Blue Star, making their work exceedingly efficient. If they could return to Blue Star before the transmigration, they could certainly amass enough resources merely by toiling away. In the campsite, Nanfeng found an empty spot and relocated his small wooden house. Just this morning, it narrowly escaped destruction at the hands of an indomitable giant serpent, leaving it with just over 10,000 health points. Fortunately, the wooden house has a regenerative ability, restoring 60 health points per minute. By tomorrow, it should fully recover. Next to Nanfeng's abode resided the spirited healer, Su Yihan. She approached and glanced at Nanfeng's wooden house, inquiring, "Why does your abode recover 60 health points per minute while mine only recovers 30? After a moment of contemplation, Nanfeng responded, "Perhaps it is due to my superior charm." Su Yihan retorted, "Puffed." Nanfeng's wooden house had been upgraded with exquisite timber, endowing it with superior attributes. As evening approached at 6 o'clock, the chosen ones began to return to the campsite, gathering in the central clearing for a grand bonfire celebration. They feasted until 8, at which point everyone returned to their respective wooden houses. Roar, roar, roar. As the night deepened, the terrifying howls echoed as they always did. However, with so many chosen ones gathered, the fear that typically gripped them seemed diminished. They even opened their windows to converse with their neighbors. Nanfeng remarked, "Brother, the moon is particularly round tonight." Su Yihan replied, "Indeed, sister." Nanfeng continued, "Allow me to pose a question. Do you fancy me?" Su Yihan answered, "Not in the slightest." Nanfeng countered, "Neither do I. I have a greater fondness for Confucius." Su Yihan quipped, "I harbor no affection for you, Confucius or Mencius." Nanfeng, taken aback, thought, "How relentless can this be? This is too much." Irritated, he closed the window and prepared to retire for the night to rejuvenate his spirit. Suddenly, he remembered that he had yet to open a green treasure chest. This was a reward bestowed by the Creator God system upon establishing the village that day. Goodness, such an important matter nearly slipped his mind. He quickly rose to wash his face for a stroke of good fortune, then proceeded to open the green treasure chest. Chapter 70. The first wave of beast hide within the confines of the small cabin. Nanfeng opened the green treasure chest. "Congratulations! You have obtained Crystal Necklace, 1 Crystal Necklace, Grade, D level, Inferior, Attributes, Stamina 40, Energy 40 Skill. Crystal Shield, envelopes you in a protective crystal barrier, reducing the next incoming damage by 50 with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Indeed, green treasure chests yield splendid treasures. This was Nanfeng's first piece of D-grade equipment. The indomitable serpent's drop of the undying 2-piece set was merely of E-grade quality. Gazing at the crystal necklace, Nanfeng found himself increasingly enamored. The skill seemed exceptionally formidable. A 50 damage reduction, albeit applicable only once, could prove life-saving in critical moments. Had he possessed the crystal necklace earlier, defeating Sakura with a single strike would have been effortless. Donning the crystal necklace, Nanfeng discarded the obsolete spider necklace into the village warehouse. The spider necklace, providing a commendable 6 strength boost, was swiftly claimed by other chosen ones. While he sacrificed 6 points of strength, he gained 40 points of stamina and energy, coupled with the invaluable skill of Crystal Shield, a most advantageous exchange. After opening the treasure chest, Nanfeng reclined once more upon his bed, seeking to rejuvenate himself. The chatter outside gradually diminished, as most chosen ones succumbed to slumber to replenish their energy. At the stroke of midnight, the announcement resounded. Attention! A minor beast tide is imminent, lasting for 24 hours. All chosen ones, please prepare yourselves. Those who successfully withstand the minor beast tide shall be richly rewarded. As the proclamation echoed, all chosen ones at the Crow Valley campsite rose from their slumber. In the chat channel, Huang Yuanming, brothers, can we venture outside now? What is the situation out there? Bao Jian, let me check. It's pitch black outside, no beasts in sight. Suzerain, the beasts likely haven't tea arrived yet. Everyone, wake up, eat something, and prepare for battle. Xiao Luo, I'll step outside first. Xiao Luo, second on the leaderboard, led the charge out of the small cabin. The other chosen ones followed suit, proceeding to their designated defensive positions as rehearsed. Nanfeng busied himself as well, swiftly climbing atop the cabin, where he surveyed the surroundings with a pair of binoculars. These binoculars were not night vision, rendering the view rather unclear. Disappointed, Nanfeng stowed the binoculars away to brace against the impending beast tide. The ferocious creatures surrounding the campsite had already been eradicated. Any beasts from other locales would indeed require some time to arrive here. Nanfeng leaped down from the rooftop and approached the first line of defense, now crowded with over 400 chosen ones, each diligently fulfilling their roles in safeguarding their positions. The beast tide's duration of 24 hours was rather unexpected. He had anticipated a single wave would suffice. Suzerain scrutinized the defense line, pondering for a moment. Wu Yuan Sheng, Wooly, Huang Yuanming, select 100 of your brethren to return and rest. Every 4 hours, the defensive line would rotate. Wu Yuansheng remarked, that will do, but you must hold your ground. Suzerain waved his hand dismissively. If I cannot hold out, I shall call for you in advance. Wu Yuansheng and the others began to select their teams and retreated to the rear to rest. Upon the arrival of Nanfeng, Suzerain spoke, Nanfeng, strive to conserve your strength. Do not expend too much magical energy. Only engage when faced with formidable beasts that cannot be dealt with otherwise. Nanfeng nodded in agreement. Understood. Suzerain continued. Logically, the initial wave of beasts should not pose too great a challenge. Perhaps you should rest and recuperate? Nanfeng contemplated. I'll observe for now. If the onslaught is not too fierce, I shall return to rest. Suzerain acquiesced. Very well. As time passed, half an hour later, the group finally detected the presence of the beasts. Bao Jian exclaimed, brothers, we have incoming beasts. Qiu Feihong added, let me see. It's a level 1 red-eyed rabbit. So many of them. A vast army of red-eyed rabbits charged towards the Kunya Valley camp, presenting a rather comical sight. It resembled a gaggle of kindergarten children rushing forward with lollipops in hand. Nanfeng observed, these initial waves of bees seem to be offering us experience. Yet I sense they won't even breach the traps. The defensive line of the Kunya Valley camp held firm, with traps extending over 200 meters away. How could these little short-legged red-eyed rabbits possibly overcome such an obstacle? Indeed, as Nanfeng's words echoed, a multitude of red-eyed rabbits tumbled into the first trap. Fortunately, these rabbits exhibited some degree of intelligence. Upon realizing the danger, they began to navigate around the traps. Yet, the sheer number of traps was overwhelming. For the red-eyed rabbits, the 200 meters felt like the chasm between heaven and earth. Soon, the first wave of the beast onslaught came to an end. Nearly 10,000 red-eyed rabbits had fallen into the traps. A small portion was impaled by the wooden spikes within, while the majority remained ensnared. While we await the second wave, let's send a few brothers to clear the battlefield. This battle would undoubtedly consume vast quantities of provisions, and the meat of these red-eyed rabbits should not be wasted. To be prudent, 3 teams of 10 ventured out from the defensive line to finish off the trapped rabbits, reaping a substantial bounty of red-eyed rabbit meat, while also clearing several traps. 5 minutes later, the second wave of beasts approached. It was a level 1 beast. The iron-claw mouse. Nanfeng, using a telescope, discerned that among this group of iron-claw mice, there were even some level 2 individuals mixed in. It appeared that each wave of beasts was increasingly formidable. Thus, he decided to return for a brief rest, at least until level 5 beasts arrived. Nanfeng felt no cause for concern. Within the camp, over 400 chosen ones possessed an average strength of level 6, and with such an extended defensive line, Nanfeng estimated that they could withstand even the level 7 onslaught with relative ease. However, beyond that point, Nanfeng would need to intervene. Level 8 beasts posed a considerable challenge for the Chosen Ones at this stage, except for the strongest among the top 50 on the leaderboard. The southern wind greeted Suzerain, intending to return to the cabin for a brief respite before coming back later. Suzerain nodded, his expression somewhat grave. There is a significant issue at hand. I hope it is not as I fear. The southern wind, puzzled, inquired, what issue? The boss of this minor beast tide is a level 15 Lord-class fiend. Is it possible that the final wave of the beast tide consists entirely of level 15 fiends? A level 15 Lord accompanied by a multitude of level 15 minions. How could we possibly withstand such an onslaught? Even facing a level 10 beast tide would be beyond our capacity. Upon hearing Suzerain's words, the southern wind's countenance also grew somber. I believe it should not be that difficult. I estimate that the final wave will, at most, reach a strength equivalent to level 10. One level 15 boss, along with a horde of level 10 minions. Goodness, when considering it this way, it indeed seems quite formidable. Chapter 71. Summoning the level 9 minions. The intensity of this beast tide may prove to be far more formidable than anticipated. Nanfeng shook his head, casting these thoughts aside, and retreated to the wooden cabin to rest. It was imperative that he replenished his energy to confront the subsequent waves of beasts. The second wave, featuring the Ironclaw rats, soon approached. However, much like the red-eyed rabbits, the traps at the camp's front claimed the lives of a significant number of the Ironclaw rats. Only a few managed to escape the trap zone, but they too fell victim to the finishing blows of the defenders. The onslaught of the second wave concluded swiftly, with Suzerain directing 30 Chosen Ones to clear the battlefield. Bao Jian arrived at the trap area and peered inside, discovering a multitude of Ironclaw rats busily digging tunnels. Bao Jian exclaimed, "Goodness, these little rodents are burrowing, and they are quite efficient at it." Qiu Feihong added, "They're digging here as well. This is bad. The trap is about to collapse." One of the traps suddenly caved in under the relentless digging. Suzerain furrowed his brow. "This horde of Ironclaw rats is sabotaging our traps. Eliminate them." From the shadows emerged Yuran, cloaked in black, declaring, "This is my forte." With a flourish of her wand, she unleashed 3 fireballs into the traps. The Ironclaw rats within shrieked in agony, swiftly transforming into experience points. Baozian Zima, burning them with fire? I could do that too. He retrieved a fire starter and a substantial amount of wood from his pack, igniting it and tossing it into the trap. The results were remarkable. These low-level Ironclaw rats could scarcely withstand the onslaught of flames, being reduced to ashes in mere moments. Yuran observed, "I suddenly feel that my fireball spell lacks its former appeal." Bao Jian retorted, "Why am I not receiving experience points for the Ironclaw rats I incinerated?" Yuran responded, "Oh, then perhaps my fireball spell still holds some merit." Just as they finished clearing the Ironclaw rats, the third wave of beasts surged forth. This time, level 2 ferocious creatures known as the arrow wasps. Accompanying them were the agile, 5-colored snakes. "Impressive. Both ground and air forces are in play," Suzerain noted. The ground traps proved utterly ineffective against the arrow wasps. This wave required the Chosen Ones to take action. Everyone attack freely, prioritizing the arrow wasps. Be mindful of your health. Finally, the Chosen Ones could unleash their pent-up frustrations as they launched their assaults on the encroaching arrow wasps. On the ground, the 5-colored snakes showed no fear of the traps. They effortlessly escaped when ensnared, swiftly advancing through the trap zone. The wooden barriers and caltrops similarly failed to impede these agile serpents. The 5-colored snakes soon reached the first line of defense, engaging the Chosen Ones in close combat. From his elevated position, Suzerain directed, "East line of defense, pay attention. Do not allow the 5-colored snakes to infiltrate the camp. Ding Hao, step back a bit. You're covered in welts. And Ma Yong, are you intoxicated? Are you practicing Tai Chi?" Ma Yong replied, "No. I feel so dizzy. Everything is blurry." Yuran cautioned, "The 5-colored snakes are venomous. Be careful not to get bitten." With a wave of her wand, she conjured a firewall, creating a barrier to separate the 5-colored snakes from her allies. Suzerain, brothers who are poisoned, step back. The venom of the five-flower snake is not particularly potent. One will regain consciousness in 3 to 5 seconds. This is our first collaborative combat, and it is inevitable that there are some flaws, but fortunately, the third wave of Beast Tide is not strong and was swiftly eradicated. Suzerain, those without health or mana should quickly return home to recuperate. The fourth wave of Beast Tide should be arriving shortly. Some chosen ones returned to their cabins to recover and rest, while others began to clean the battlefield. Bao Jian, wow, I found a great treasure chest. These small monsters can drop treasure chests? My own, is that true? I don't believe it unless you show me the chest. Bao Jian, go away. With glee, Bao Jian tucked the treasure chest away and continued to tidy up the battlefield. Half an hour later, the fourth wave of Beast Tide arrived as expected. This wave consisted of level 3, ferocious, heavy-armored beetles. Traps are ineffective against them, so everyone prepare for battle. A swarm of heavy-armored beetles descended, their thick shells exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, they faced chosen ones whose average level reached 6. These heavy-armored beetles were no match. Kill. Charge. Although there was a significant disparity in strength, the heavy-armored beetles had the advantage of sheer numbers, over 10,000 of them. Just standing still, the chosen ones would have to slay for half a day. On average, each chosen one needed to eliminate hundreds of heavy-armored beetles. An hour later, the massive army of heavy-armored beetles was nearly annihilated. Nonetheless, a few managed to escape into the camp, hiding due to their size advantage. However, their numbers were too few to pose a threat. The chosen ones also faced challenges. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant, and several chosen ones were nearly overwhelmed by the beetles. Thankfully, Suzerain observed the battle from a high vantage point and promptly dispatched others to provide assistance, ensuring their survival. Suzerain's expression turned grave. If level 3 ferocious beasts are this difficult to deal with, what will the next waves bring? Looking at the time, it was 4 a.m., the shift change time. Suzerain, Bao Jian, go wake up with Yuanqing's team. The rest of you finish cleaning the battlefield and then return to rest. Wu Yuansheng quickly arrived with 100 chosen ones at the defense line. Wu Yuansheng, what is the current situation? Suzerain, we have successfully defended against 4 waves of Beast Tide. The fourth wave consisted of level 3 ferocious heavy-armored beetles. The next wave will likely be a mixed assault of level 3 and level 4 beasts. Wu Yuansheng nodded. Level 3 to 4 ferocious beasts are not to be feared. Suzerain, do not be complacent. Although their levels are not high, their numbers are considerable. Many ants can kill an elephant. Wu Yuansheng, understood, I will remain vigilant. Suzerain rubbed his temples and decided to return to rest. The previous waves of Beast Tide posed little threat, and there was no need for him to remain. At exactly 6 a.m., Nanfeng opened his eyes. He had not slept deeply the previous night, partly due to the noise outside, and partly because he feared that others might not hold the line, causing him to occasionally rise and check. It was 6 a.m. He wondered which wave of Beast Tide they were currently facing. As the southern wind washed away the remnants of the day, it emerged from the quaint wooden cabin and approached the front line. It seemed the previous wave of assault had only just concluded, and everyone was now engaged in the task of tidying the battlefield. Yuansheng, how is the situation? Inquired the southern wind, drawing near to Yuansheng. Have we suffered any casualties among our brothers? Yuansheng replied, only injuries, no fatalities. We can hold on for the time being. Moreover, the Beast Tide arrives in waves every half hour, granting our brothers ample time to recuperate. There should be no significant issues. That is reassuring, nodded the southern wind, casting a glance over the battlefield. Is this wave comprised of level 4 ferocious beasts, the iron beetles? Indeed, confirmed Yuansheng. This horde of iron beetles possesses formidable defensive capabilities, and their numbers are overwhelming, making them a laborious foe to vanquish. We have been engaged since 4:30 and have only just managed to eliminate them. The southern wind recalled possessing a particular item, a substandard disassembler. This device could decompose the shells of the iron beetles into iron sand, which could then be synthesized into iron blocks. With thousands of iron beetle carcasses strewn about, It could yield quite a bounty of iron blocks, no doubt. How many brothers have yet to elevate their inherent weapons to E rank? The Southern Wind queried. Quite a few. Wei Sheng replied. Our battle zone discovered iron ore relatively late, resulting in a scarcity of iron blocks. Furthermore, everyone prioritized upgrading the wooden cabin, leaving most brothers' inherent weapons stuck at the pinnacle of F rank. Without further ado, the Southern Wind returned to the cabin and retrieved the substandard disassembler. Brothers, gather the carcasses of the iron beetles and come here to claim your iron blocks. During the beast tide, there was no time for mining. This disassembler could provide a substantial amount of iron blocks, assisting some of the chosen ones in elevating their inherent weapons to E rank, significantly enhancing their strength. Wei Sheng rejoiced. With these iron blocks, our defensive capabilities will be greatly fortified. Elevating our inherent weapons from the pinnacle of F rank to the lower tier of E rank represents a substantial improvement. Besides offering a plethora of foundational attributes, it may also unlock new skills. It was during his ascension to lower E rank that the Southern Wind had grasped the skill of Charge Strike. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, a message arrived. The Southern Wind opened the panel and noticed someone mentioning him in the Handsome Guys group. Xiolo, Nanfeng, have you risen yet? I have discovered a level 9 Lord-class ferocious beast rallying its minions. Shall we take action? A level 9 Lord-class ferocious beast rallying minions? The Southern Wind quickly comprehended. This too must be a beast tide, though it remained uncertain which wave it belonged to. The mere thought of level 9 beasts besieging the encampment sent chills down his spine. They must act swiftly to eliminate them. At the very least, the level 9 Lord must be dispatched. With this thought in mind, the Southern Wind hastily replied to Xiolo, "Send me the coordinates." Chapter 72. The annihilation of the wild boar king in the early hours of this morning, as the first wave of beasts surged forth, Xiao Luo departed from the camp. He intended to trace the origin of the beast tide. After several hours of stealthy reconnaissance, he discerned that the ferocious creatures converged from all directions, relentlessly advancing towards the Valley of Crows, or rather, towards the location of the Chosen Ones. Xiao Luo found himself encircled by these beasts on several occasions. However, he possessed a cloak of stealth, allowing him to become invisible for 15 seconds, enabling his escape each time. During this period, he encountered other Chosen Ones, one of whom was trapped inside a small cabin, besieged by hundreds of iron-clawed rats, with the cabin's health steadily diminishing. This particular Chosen One's cabin was merely of E rank, utterly incapable of withstanding such an onslaught from the beasts. Xiao Luo refrained from intervening. Aiding him would prove futile, for he could not endure the subsequent waves of ferocity. Acting recklessly would only expose his own whereabouts. With his cloak still on cooldown, being surrounded by the beasts would inevitably lead to a bloody confrontation. The more Chosen Ones gathered together, the greater the number of attacking beasts. The Valley of Crows was overcrowded, potentially backfiring, while a larger number of defenders bolstered their strength. It correspondingly intensified the ferocity of the beast's assault. Xiao Luo conveyed his deductions to Su Zurin and prepared to return to the camp. On his way back, he encountered a level 9 Lord-class beast, the Wild Boar King. This colossal creature measured 8 meters in length, its movements causing the ground to tremble, resembling a walking tank. It stood amidst the trees, emitting grunts to attract nearby frenzied boars. A level 9 Lord summoned a horde of level 8 minions. Gripping his dagger tightly, Xiao Luo pondered whether he could confront this beast and alleviate the pressure on the Valley of Crows. However, upon using his insightful eye to examine the attributes of the Wild Boar King, he promptly dismissed the idea. 10,000 health points. A pure tank. The sheer bulk of this enormous boar, compounded by the throng of smaller pigs surrounding it, led Xiao Luo to believe he was outmatched. He hastily opened his interface to summon Nanfeng. It took Nanfeng over half an hour to arrive. Nanfeng remarked, "You truly possess audacity, daring to venture so far alone." Xiao Luo replied, "It's not too bad. It's only about half an hour's journey. Why are you so slow?" "Don't mention it. I was besieged by beasts several times on the way. Thankfully, my skills prevailed. Otherwise, I would have perished out there." As Nanfeng chewed on some roasted meat, he gradually regained his health. Along the journey, he was intermittently beset by groups of lower-level beasts. While the danger was minimal, these creatures could not breach his defenses. Their persistent harassment consumed considerable time as he cleared them away. Xiao Luo lay prone on a small hillock and pointed towards the thicket. Do you see that? That massive creature is the level 9 lord. Nanfeng nodded. With a size like that, it's hard to miss. Xiao Luo remarked. Given its size, the barricades in our camp are utterly inadequate to stop it. It charged right through. Nanfeng counted briefly and noted that there were approximately 50 rampaging boars surrounding the wild boar king, a number that was continuously increasing, with one boar being drawn in every 2 minutes on average. How many minions do you think it will summon before attacking Crow Valley? Nanfeng inquired. I estimate at least 500, Xiao Luo replied. That's too conservative. I believe it will be no less than 5,000. Xiao Luo was taken aback. So many? That seems exaggerated. Nanfeng explained. The D-class cabin has a defense rating of 1,000. These level 8 beasts cannot breach that. At most, they can inflict 1 drop of health. If everyone stays inside the cabin without engaging, the beast tide becomes meaningless. Therefore, the number of beasts must be substantial enough to obliterate a cabin with 100,000 health. After contemplating, Xiao Luo concurred with Nanfeng, since we have detected it. We cannot allow it to continue summoning minions. Nanfeng nodded. Let us eliminate it first. Without hesitation, the two quickly devised a battle strategy and launched their assault on the wild boar king. Grenade. Nanfeng climbed to a small hillock and, from his elevated position, hurled a grenade. Empowered by 307 points of strength, the grenade traveled over 100 meters, landing right at the feet of the wild boar king. The wild boar king lowered its head, sniffing the grenade that had suddenly appeared. Boom! Roar! The wild boar king let out a mournful cry as half of its face was obliterated. Minus 2,988. The grenade inflicted nearly 3,000 points of damage. Nanfeng was secretly astonished. This hefty beast has such high defense? His current attack power stood at an impressive 1535, with a grenade capable of delivering 5 times that damage, serving as his most formidable weapon. According to his estimation, the grenade should have caused over 5,000 damage. Yet it fell short of 3,000. Utilizing his insightful eye ability, Nanfeng examined the attributes of the wild boar king and realized the truth. In addition to its formidable defense, the wild boar king possessed a passive skill, boar hide. Boar hide. Damage taken is reduced by 20 until the hide is damaged. This was a powerful skill, but it had become irrelevant. The grenade had already shredded the boar king's hide, rendering the passive ability ineffective. In the distance, the wild boar king roared with rage, having spotted Nanfeng, and was now rallying its minions to charge at him, intent on annihilating him. With a thunderous rumble, a throng of rampaging boars surged forward, kicking up clouds of dust. At the foot of the hill, Xiao Luo brandished a dagger and entered combat mode. Brother, I can hold out for 3 minutes, provided the boar king does not approach. The southern wind nestled upon a small hill, brandishing a 98K rifle. Squinting one eye while aiming at the wild boar king. Rest assured, it shan't pass while I am here. Whoosh! A magical bullet struck with precision, hitting the wild boar king's left eye. Whoosh! A mere half a second later, a second magical bullet found its mark in the wild boar king's right eye. 2 shots. 2 eyes. The wild boar king was rendered blind, transforming into a sightless creature. Such accuracy prompted a self-congratulatory nod. Just days prior, the southern wind's marksmanship would not have been so impeccable. Yet, the recent days spent by the pond shooting birds had significantly honed the southern wind's skills. And equipped with a 2x scope, now he could strike precisely within 100 meters. Below, Xiao Luo found himself surrounded by rampaging hedgehogs, struggling against the onslaught. Damn it! With eyes that large, what is there to be proud of in hitting it? Hurry, kill it, and come help me. The southern wind replied, all right. Just hold on a moment. Closing his left eye, he re-aimed at the wild boar king. The sightless creature emitted a woeful cry, careening chaotically through the thicket. A tree, stout enough for a man to embrace, seemed like a mere toy before the wild boar king, toppling with a single touch. Its massive size made hitting it feel effortless. The southern wind unleashed a flurry of shots, each finding its target with unerring accuracy. Minus 638, minus 699, minus 682. Each bullet dealt over 600 damage. And with the Wild Boar King's 10,000 health, it could not withstand the onslaught, succumbing in under 30 seconds. Announcement: the Chosen One, Southern Wind, has successfully slain the level 9 Lord class beast, Wild Boar King. Reward: Reputation 1, Agility 18. Oh, yet another boost to agility. Could not be strength for once. The Southern Wind scoffed, aiming the 98K at the rampaging hedgehogs below. Brother, I am here to assist you. Bam! 2 shots, 1 creature. Xiao Luo was left in disbelief. How could the Wild Boar King, with 10,000 health, be dispatched in an instant, while these rampaging hedgehogs, with merely 500 health, fell to 2 shots? Just how immense was your power? Chapter 73. The 7th Wave of Beasts. The difficulty has doubled. Level 10 Xiao Luo possesses an attack power of merely over 800, while Nanfeng boasts an impressive 1500. With all points allocated to strength, the additional rewards from 3 consecutive victories in cross-regional challenges, the indomitable 2-piece set, rewards from village construction, and various accolades for slaying numerous Lord-level ferocious beasts, along with various herbs providing attribute bonuses. It can be said that the majority of resources in Zone 527 have been consumed by Nanfeng, making Xiao Luo's inferiority perfectly understandable. Nevertheless, Xiao Luo is not lacking in strength. He has no trouble dealing with this group of level 8 raging hedgehogs. Moreover, his defense and health are both formidable, allowing him to withstand the attacks of 2 or 3 hedgehogs with ease. Nanfeng, however, is quite fragile. He shatters at the slightest contact. Fortunately, adorned with the indomitable 2-piece set and a crystal necklace, his demise is not as imminent. In no time, over 50 raging hedgehogs were exterminated by the duo. Xiao Luo gazed into the distance, his brow furrowing. The Pig King has perished, yet an incessant stream of hedgehogs continues to converge. It seems this wave of beasts is unavoidable. Nanfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, without the Pig King, our defense should be considerably easier. Xiao Luo retorted, "What are you implying? How many shots can the Pig King withstand from you? With your presence, its absence makes little difference." Nanfeng stowed away his 98K and equipped a Desert Eagle. "Let us return to the camp. The outside is swarming with ferocious beasts, and I am fearful." Xiao Luo scoffed. "What are you afraid of?" After a brief cleanup of the battlefield, the Wilderness Pig King dropped a white treasure chest, which yielded a pigskin coat. Nanfeng declined it, directly handing it to Xiao Luo. A pigskin coat? How could it possibly compare to Nanfeng's indomitable armor? The aesthetic disparity is already glaringly evident. Xiao Luo donned the pigskin coat, transforming into a butcher. Once the battlefield was cleared, the two made their way towards the camp. Approximately 2 kilometers from the Crow Valley camp, they encountered yet another wave of beasts. Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. "Look, our old friend has arrived. Xiao Luo, the Cave Spider King? It has come seeking vengeance with a swarm of little spiders?" Previously, it was Nanfeng who had slain the Cave Spider King in the mines. At this moment, the Cave Spider King spotted Nanfeng, and as the saying goes, enemies meet with heightened animosity. It commanded a throng of tiny spiders to charge at Nanfeng, intent on exterminating him. Xiao Luo, so many little spiders. Nanfeng, all of them represent experience, albeit in modest amounts. Nanfeng pulled out a grenade and hurled it forward. Boom! The explosion annihilated at least 100 little spiders. But that was not the end. Nanfeng raised his 98K and fired a shot straight at the abdomen of the Cave Spider King. Critical hit. Minus 2,800. The Cave Spider King, being only level 6, succumbed to Nanfeng's overwhelming attack power in a single shot. Regrettably, this was the second time he had slain the Cave Spider King, so no rewards were granted. Nanfeng remarked, "I ventured out and killed 2 Spider Kings. What a transgression. Cave Spider King. I am a Spider King. Wilderness Pig King. And I am also a Pig King. The Spider King has perished, yet a multitude of smaller spiders remains, surging menacingly towards the 2 individuals." Xiao Luo remarked, "The numbers are rather overwhelming. I estimate there are over 10,000. If even one bites me, I fear it may spell my demise." Nanfeng replied. You make a valid point. So why are you not fleeing? With one grenade left, Nanfeng deemed it too wasteful to use for these minuscule spiders, opting instead for survival. In a flash, he activated the skill associated with his swift feather boots, greatly enhancing his speed, and took off running. I'm off, farewell. As Nanfeng bolted, the small spiders immediately redirected their pursuit toward Xiao Luo. With a cold smirk, Xiao Luo activated his stealth skill and vanished in an instant. The spiders, unable to perceive Xiao Luo, swiftly turned to chase after Nanfeng. Incredible. A cooking technique. I want to learn that. Nanfeng exclaimed. The two soon escaped the swarm of spiders and reached the confines of the camp. Outside the encampment, a gruesome sight awaited them. As the ground was littered with the carcasses of ferocious beasts, rivers of blood flowed, and flies buzzed about, creating a nauseating spectacle. A considerable number of level 5 bloodthirsty wolves were assaulting the first line of defense. The chosen ones within the camp were fighting fiercely, drenched in blood. This wave of beasts consisted entirely of level 5 creatures. Nanfeng furrowed his brow and glanced at the time. It was merely 8:30 in the morning, and we are already facing level 5 beasts? What will the night bring? This difficulty is excessively high. Xiao Luo brandished a short knife and plunged into the fray. Enough lamenting. Let us hold the line against this wave of beasts and allow our comrades to rest. Nanfeng nodded, armed his Desert Eagle, and began to fire in quick succession. Although the Desert Eagle's damage was not as high as that of the 98K, its rapid rate of fire proved effective against these lower-tier beasts. With the addition of Nanfeng and Xiao Luo, the level 5 bloodthirsty wolves posed no significant threat and were swiftly eradicated. Huang Yuanming called out, Brothers, we VE held our ground. Let us quickly clear the battlefield. Clear any traps we can, and for those we cannot, let it be. Repair the wooden barricade that has been breached on the east side and gather all the wolf meat. He turned to the logistics team. Hurry and start roasting meat. Our comrades need to replenish their strength. This wave of defense had been arduous, yet the rewards were substantial. The level 5 bloodthirsty wolves offered a considerable amount of experience, and many chosen ones leveled up during the battle. Xiao Fei Hong exclaimed, Goodness, it's only just past 8, and we still have to endure for another 15 hours. Who can withstand this? Huang Yuanming replied, It's tough. The final wave will likely consist of level 15 beasts. Lu Daqiang lamented, Woe is me. I'm only level 5 and bearing pressures beyond my capacity. All I wanted was to chop wood. What have I done to deserve this? Nanfeng interjected. You're not being environmentally conscious. Lu Daqiang retorted. Within the camp, everyone attended to their designated tasks. Some cleaned the battlefield, others reinforced the defenses, and some recuperated their strength. The atmosphere remained relatively lighthearted, filled with laughter and chatter as they awaited the next wave of beasts. Thus far, there have been no fatalities among the chosen ones within the camp. However, as the level of the beast tide escalates, death becomes an inevitable fate. Perhaps some individuals, after today, will be lost to us forever. The next wave of beasts is expected to be the cave spiders. Xiao Luo took a stroll outside and returned to the camp approximately 20 minutes later. Nanfeng announced, The cave spider king has been vanquished. This wave poses little challenge. Huang Yuanming replied, Cave spiders, you say? We can employ fire to combat them. Gather round and construct 3 lines of defense with timber. When the spiders arrive, ignite it and let them experience the thrill of crossing fire. Lu Daqiang chimed in, I have plenty of timber in my backpack. I will contribute it all. Seizing the opportunity before the cave spiders arrived, everyone hurriedly built 3 lines of defense with the timber. Meanwhile, Nanfeng busied himself by climbing atop the small wooden cabin, utilizing a scope to survey the surroundings. To the north of the Crow Valley camp lies a nearly vertical cliff, while to the west, a sheer precipice stands. The group only needed to secure the southeastern directions. Observing the northern cliff, Nanfeng noticed a multitude of long-armed monkeys curiously watching the camp. However, should they leap down, they would meet their demise, and thus, they would have to take a lengthy detour to descend, posing no immediate threat. As for the western precipice, wooden barriers were erected to prevent anyone from inadvertently falling. Nanfeng climbed over the wooden barrier and peered over the edge of the precipice, only to be startled. Ants. Swarms of ants, each the size of a basketball, were climbing up the cliff. Goodness, there are fierce beasts here as well. Simultaneously, the spider army advanced with great ferocity. Tens of thousands of spiders accompanied by tens of thousands of ants. This seventh wave of the beast tide has doubled in difficulty. Chapter 74. The Ant Queen beneath the cliff. In the seventh wave of the beast tide, the camp at Crow Valley faced assault from the southeast and southwest simultaneously. To the east and south, an army of spiders advanced, while to the west, a horde of ants stirred beneath the cliff. Standing at the precipice, Nanfeng retrieved his desert eagle and began to fire with precision. Call another squad of chosen ones for defense. I cannot withstand this alone. The ranks of the hill ants, ranging from levels 4 to 5, fell to his shots, yet their sheer numbers overwhelmed him. Soon, Wooly arrived with 100 chosen ones. Goodness, there's a beast tide below the cliff as well? What a nuisance. Nanfeng replied, it's manageable. The cliff has blocked most of the ferocious beasts, with only a few exceptional ones capable of climbing up, so the defense ISN T2 taxing. With the arrival of the 100 chosen ones, the pressure from the west significantly eased. Wooly, wielding a stone great sword at level 8, could cleave the hill ants in two with a single strike. We can hold this position. Nanfeng, go assist the other two fronts. Nanfeng nodded, understood. Call for me if it becomes untenable. He stowed away the Desert Eagle and proceeded towards the eastern and southern fronts. 3 formidable lines of fire separated the spider army from the camp at Crow Valley. The spiders charged fearlessly, but only a scant few managed to breach the 3 fire lines. Huang Yuanming remarked, fire attacks indeed prove effective. My foresight has served me well. Xiao Luo cautioned, do not rejoice too soon. These spiders are extinguishing the flames with their bodies. Countless cave spiders surged into the inferno, pressing forward, and the flames showed signs of being doused. That's of no concern. By the time they extinguish the fire, there will be few left, Huang Yuanming reassured. Although the 7th wave was numerous, their levels were still too low, merely ranging from 4 to 5. Moreover, lacking the leadership of the cave spider king, the spider army posed little threat. Seeing that the defense here was secure, Xiao Luo relaxed and turned to Nanfeng. How goes the situation at the cliff in the west? Nanfeng replied, no issues, just a swarm of hill ants with low levels. That's good to hear. This wave should present no significant problems. I shall return to rest for a while, Xiao Luo said. Go ahead, Nanfeng responded. Xiao Luo had been awake since dawn, and fatigue was beginning to set in, prompting him to hurry back to his cabin for rejuvenation. As Huang Yuanming directed the defenses, he engaged in conversation with Nanfeng. This wave of beasts feels less formidable than the last. Was the previous wave truly that fearsome? Nanfeng inquired. Indeed, the bloodthirsty Wolf King led a surprise attack, barreling through the trap zone and claiming the life of one brother. Fortunately, our healer was present and managed to revive him, showcasing an impressive level of healing. Bloodthirsty Wolf King? There was a Lord-level beast in the last wave? Nanfeng asked. Absolutely. It was fierce. It took 7 or 8 of our brothers a full 10 minutes to bring it down. After a brief pause, Huang Yuanming continued. This wave also features a Lord-level beast, the Burrow Spider King. Didn't you slay it? Nanfeng nodded. Indeed, I dispatched it swiftly on my return. Huang Yuanming remarked. You claim to have dispatched a level 6 Lord with such ease. How can the disparity between individuals be so vast? Furrowing his brow, Nanfeng seemed to ponder something. The bloodthirsty wolf pack is led by the bloodthirsty Wolf King, while the spider army is commanded by the Burrow Spider King. What about the ant army? Huang Yuanming interjected. Goodness, there wouldn't be a Lord-level beast over there too, would there? Nanfeng hurriedly sprinted towards the cliff to the west. However, upon arrival, everything appeared normal. No Lord-level beast was in sight. Wooly stated, Lord-level beast? I haven't seen one. There are only hill ants here. Glancing down the cliff, Nanfeng mused, it's possible one is lurking below, yet to ascend. If you notice anything, do call for me. Understood, Wooly replied. The ant army's leader was likely no more than level 6, which Nanfeng could easily dispatch with a shot or two, posing little threat. An hour later, the eastern and southern fronts, having prepared 3 long lines of fire, faced little pressure in their defense. The spider army was swiftly eradicated. Yet, The situation at the western cliff presented some complications. Below the cliff, a swarm of ants crawled upward, a dark mass stretching beyond sight. Wu Li, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, exclaimed, "Goodness, why won't these ants cease? The more we kill, the more there seem to be. My blade is on the verge of breaking." Ma Yong, equally exhausted, complained, "There are too many. It feels as if we summoned an ant empire." Even the brothers from the east and south joined to assist in the west. Huang Yuanming queried, "What is happening? In just an hour? Haven't we slaughtered over 10,000? How can there still be so many? Perhaps we should find some large stones to drop down. It could wipe out a significant portion. Why not just pour some water to wash them away? Do you think this is a toilet?" Another suggested, "We ought to pour oil and then ignite it. Let's see how they manage to climb up." It was an excellent idea, yet the question remained, where could they procure oil? If only this world had gas stations. While the chosen ones battled the ants, they brainstormed strategies. After a moment of contemplation, Nanfeng speculated, "I suspect there's a queen ant beneath this cliff, frantically breeding ants." Huang Yuanming responded, "Can it really produce so many? Aren't there tens of thousands by now?" Wu Li asserted, "We must descend and slay the queen. Otherwise, she will continue to spawn, and we shall be worn down here." Ma Yong questioned, "How do we descend? We can't just jump down, can we?" Nanfeng glanced at the grenades in his backpack, a plan forming in his mind. "Does anyone know how deep this cliff is?" Huang Yuanming contemplated. "It appears to be around 200 to 300 meters. 200 to 300 meters. Nanfeng thought. Try to remember the formula for free fall. What was the formula again? His mind became muddled, unable to recall. Is there anyone good at math who could calculate how long it would take for a stone to hit the ground if dropped from here? What does this have to do with mathematics? Isn't this a physics problem? Shouldn't you calculate? Isn't calculation a form of mathematics? Stop rambling. Who remembers what the formula is? What does H equal again? After graduating for many years, Nanfeng has long since returned this knowledge to the teacher. Yet, there are still those who remember. Su Yihan approached slowly, with two large white rabbits hopping gracefully in front of her, quite captivating. "My goodness, how grand!" This was the collective exclamation of all the chosen ones. Su Yihan coldly stated, "H12GT, assuming G9. 8 ms. If we consider the cliff to be approximately 300 meters high, it would take roughly 7 to 8 seconds for a stone to reach the ground." "What are you asking this for?" Nanfeng chuckled. "It's nothing. I just wanted to test my luck." He retrieved a grenade from his backpack, pulled the pin, and hurled it forcefully into the abyss below the cliff, muttering, "I'm providing an initial force. It should hit the ground in about 5 seconds, right? This cliff may not even be 300 meters deep." The surrounding chosen ones were taken aback. "My goodness, he has a grenade." It turns out that what Cherry Blossom Sword said was true. He really possesses a hand grenade. Truly, Nanfeng is impressive. Look at this equipment. With both a handgun and a grenade, we with our cold weapons cannot possibly compare. 5 seconds later, boom! A deafening explosion erupted from below the cliff. Nanfeng quickly glanced at the system panel and discovered that the grenade had obliterated numerous hill ants, but only the hill ants. The Ant Queen remained unharmed. Wu Li urgently inquired, "How did it go? Did you kill the Ant Queen?" Nanfeng shook his head. "No, the grenade might have detonated in midair, or it could have hit the ground without exploding, or it might have exploded but failed to kill. None of us have any idea what the situation is like below the cliff. We can only rely on conjecture." After a moment of contemplation, Nanfeng suggested, "Perhaps I should find a way down. It's not wise to keep dragging this out. Unless we eliminate the Ant Queen, a steady stream of hill ants will continue to crawl up. While these ants pose a minor threat, someone must defend against them, which will inevitably weaken the defensive forces in the other two directions. The Ant Queen must be slain. Moreover, it must be done swiftly." Before Nanfeng could make a move, he heard a chosen one shouting from the east, "The 8th wave of beast tide is coming. Brothers, come help us." Chapter 75. The charge: the 8th wave of the beast tide has arrived. Upon hearing the news, Huang Yuanming immediately took a contingent of the chosen ones to reinforce the southeastern defense line. Nanfeng followed suit, stating, "I shall first assess the intensity of this 8th wave of beasts. If the threat is not substantial, I will proceed to eliminate the Ant Queen beneath the cliff." Huang Yuanming replied. Let me take a look. Goodness, it's a flock of chickens. Ma Yong corrected him. They are level 6 ferocious beasts, the flame chickens. These creatures can unleash fireballs with their wings. They are quite formidable. Huang Yuanming exclaimed, what? They can attack from a distance? As the group arrived at the southeastern defense line and had yet to prepare, the flame chickens initiated their first wave of volleys. Fireballs, each the size of fist, arced gracefully through the air, crashing down upon the Crow Valley camp. Huang Yuanming shouted in alarm, quick, take cover. Into the wooden houses. Nanfeng added. They can coordinate their attacks. There must be a chicken king directing them from behind. The group hurried into the wooden houses, though a few were caught off guard and were struck by fireballs, instantly losing hundreds of health points. The attack power of the flame chickens was astonishing. Huang Yuanming ducked into a wooden house and bellowed, do not venture out. Use the wooden houses as cover. Range chosen ones, feel free to retaliate. The first line of defense at the Crow Valley camp was not a trap, nor barbed stakes, or even wooden fences. It consisted entirely of a row of D-grade wooden houses. Each house boasted 100,000 health points and 1,000 defense points, providing an overwhelming sense of security. It could be said that no beast tied below level 10 could breach these wooden houses. For the moment, as long as everyone remained inside, they were safe. Huang Yuanming gazed at the orderly formation of flame chickens. 50 meters away, his expression troubled. What do we do? The number of ranged chosen ones is already limited. Will we be battling these chickens until tomorrow? Ma Yong replied. These flame chickens are quite cunning. They don't approach and instead stand at a distance to unleash fireballs. Nanfeng sighed in relief and said, we cannot afford to delay. The ant swarm in the west has yet to be dealt with. And now the southeastern defense line is being suppressed by the flame chickens. When the next wave of beasts arrives, our defense will be even more challenging. Huang Yuanming declared, if it comes to it, I will lead a team of brothers to charge out and confront them. Nanfeng shook his head and opened his panel, calling for reinforcements in the handsome guys group. Nanfeng, everyone, rise and shine. A level 15 boss is approaching. Xiao Luo, so soon? I just lay down. Shinpan, what is going on? I'm on the front line and haven't seen any boss. Su Zurin, I'll be there shortly. Before long, the members of the handsome guys group arrived at the first line of defense. The 19 chosen ones in the group were all elites from the 527 combat zone, possessing formidable strength, high intelligence, commendable stature, and handsome appearances. Notably, Nanfeng alone embodied 3 of these attributes. Su Zurin quickly grasped the current situation and furrowed his brow. The ants are coming in droves, and the flame chickens can attack from a distance. This is indeed troublesome. Wu Yuan drew his bow, releasing 3 arrows that swiftly felled a fiery chicken. The next wave of beasts would descend within 2 hours at the latest. Time was too short, and I doubted we could eliminate all these fiery chickens. Yu Yan remarked, the primary issue is the scarcity of range chosen ones, and the fiery chickens are impervious to flames, rendering fire attacks ineffective. Xiao Luo observed the battlefield for a moment before speaking. This group of fiery chickens is remarkably organized. There must be a chicken king directing them. Nanfeng nodded in agreement. Great minds think alike. I share your thoughts, yet we cannot pinpoint the chicken king's location. He then turned to the tank. Su Ming, brother, how many fireballs can you withstand? At that moment, another barrage of fireballs rained down from the fiery chickens. The group hurriedly sought refuge in a small wooden hut, leaving Su Ming alone to bear the onslaught beneath the deluge of flames, resembling a war god reborn in fire. So many. I can't hold out. Healer, save me. Su Ming's bravado faltered in less than 3 seconds as he rushed into the wooden hut, his health reduced to half. Rapid healing. Su Yihan waved her staff, and green light enveloped Su Ming, restoring a significant portion of his health instantly. Su Ming sighed in relief. Not bad. I can probably withstand around 50 fireballs. With a healer's support, I could handle 70 without issue. Nanfeng rejoiced. You can endure that much? That's more than sufficient. You'll lead the charge, and I'll follow you straight into the midst of the chickens. We just need to locate the Chicken King. The fiery chickens were level 6 beasts, and the Chicken King was likely only level 7. Nanfeng was confident he could take it down in 2 shots. Xiao Luo interjected. Why would a fragile one like you lead the charge? I'll accompany Su Ming and help you find the Chicken King's position while you snipe from here. Huang Yuanming added. May I join as well? The more the merrier. Su Ming hesitated. How about I give you my shield, and you two charge ahead? The group disregarded Su Ming's suggestion. Su Yihan coldly stated, my rapid healing has a casting range of 50 meters, allowing me to support you from afar. I also have a slow healing spell that restores 60 health points per minute for 10 minutes, which serves as a layer of insurance. Wu Yuan observed. The fireballs from these fiery chickens follow a parabolic trajectory. Theoretically, you'll be less at risk while charging because the fireballs will arc over your heads. So Markt. I believe we should give it a try. As long as the Chicken King remains alive, we are too passive. Su Ming, we are counting on you to turn the tide. Su Ming, with a mournful expression, replied, easier said than done. It's not you all who will be sacrificing yourselves. Despite his words, Su Ming steeled himself, patting his shield in preparation for the charge. Slow healing. Su Yihan waved her staff, bestowing a healing buff upon Su Ming. Nanfeng declared, I will clear the path for you. Heed my command. Charge in 3 seconds. He pulled out a grenade and tossed it into the flock of fiery chickens. 3, 2, 1, charge. With a determined grit, Su Ming burst from the wooden hut, his heavy stone shield held high. Xiao Luo and Huang Yuanming followed closely behind, propelled forward with all their might. The first line of defense was a mere 50 meters away from the flock of fiery chickens, a distance they could cover in mere seconds. Just 2 seconds after charging forward, the sound of an explosion echoed ahead, creating a breach in the flock, resulting in the demise of numerous fiery chickens and causing a brief chaos among them. Seizing this opportunity, Su Ming and his companions quickened their pace and plunged into the midst of the fray. Kill! Xiao Luo brandished his short blade, executing a crescent slash that felled several mountain chickens. Huang Yuanming swung his wooden stick with fervor, employing the chicken bashing technique, causing the fiery chickens to cluck in disarray. Amidst the spectacle of both humans and spirits showcasing their prowess, only I was left enduring the blows. Su Ming, wielding a heavy shield, pressed onward. Within the camp, Nanfeng ascended the rooftop of a small wooden cabin, armed with a 98K rifle to relieve the pressure on Su Ming and his companions. Whoosh! Armor-piercing round. A magical bullet flew forth, piercing through 7 or 8 fiery chickens in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One bullet after another was unleashed, each guaranteed to claim a fiery life. Other ranged contestants were equally engaged, firing arrows and launching slingshots. Suddenly, a cry of anguish erupted from Su Ming as a magical arrow was extracted from his posterior. Which scoundrel ambushed me? Ding Hao sheepishly scratched his head. Sorry. That shot was a bit off. Fortunately, Ding Hao was only level 6, with a relatively low attack power, causing Su Ming minimal harm. Cover me. I'm going to heal them. Su Yihan emerged from the small cabin, flanked by a throng of melee contestants providing protection. Within a 50-meter range, Su Yihan cast a rapid healing spell on Su Ming and bestowed a slow healing on both Xiao Luo and Huang Yuanming. The trio pressed forward another 10 meters, when Huang Yuanming suddenly exclaimed with excitement, I've spotted the Chicken King. To my right, on the rooftop, Nanfeng immediately adjusted his aim, glancing to Huang Yuanming's right. The Chicken King, the Chicken King, the Chicken King. Soon, Nanfeng's eyes widened with delight as a resplendent fiery chicken appeared in his scope. Its feathers were so dazzling, almost too beautiful to behold. Chapter 76. Total annihilation of the 998th battle zone in the Crow Valley camp. Southwind stood atop the roof, his 98K rifle aimed at the Flame Chicken King. Brothers, just watch my performance. I shall take its life with a single shot. However, the Flame Chicken King sensed the impending danger and flapped its wings, diving into the midst of the flock to conceal itself. Ordinary flame chickens swiftly surrounded it, providing a solid shield. Southwind chuckled softly, hiding behind other chickens. Is that truly effective? Penetrating bullet. Whoosh! The gunfire roared. The magical bullet pierced through several flame chickens, successfully striking the Chicken King. Minus 2,180. A faint crimson number appeared above the Flame Chicken King's head. The more beasts the penetrating bullet penetrated, the lesser its power became. Otherwise, South Wind shot would have surely obliterated the Flame Chicken King in one go. Xiao Luo remarked, "Didn't Tu promise to take it down with a single shot?" South Wind chuckled awkwardly. "No worries, I'll simply take another shot." With all the flame chickens shielding the king now dead, there was no longer any cover between South Wind and the Chicken King. With a second shot, the king was destined to perish. Goo goo! The Flame Chicken King flapped its wings, a shield of fire elements coalescing around its body. Whoosh! The second magical bullet was fired, shattering the flaming shield and striking the Flame Chicken King once again. Minus 1855. Oh, this skill is rather resilient, South Wind mused, slightly embarrassed. What's the matter with you? Chicken? Why not just die obediently? Must I fire a third shot? South Wind pulled the trigger once more, unleashing a third magical bullet. This time, the Flame Chicken King could no longer struggle, receiving a fatal shot to its forehead, collapsing lifelessly. As the Flame Chicken King fell, the entire flock lost its leader, descending into chaos, with chickens scattering in all directions. Su Zern observed, without their king to command them, this flock of flame chickens poses little threat. Wu Yuansheng urged, "Close combat, Chosen One, charge indirectly." The melee Chosen One, who had been hiding in the cabin, could no longer contain his excitement. Upon receiving the command, he charged out with a fierce roar. "Brothers, let us hunt some chickens. Tonight we feast on chicken necks. Everyone, keep an eye on your health. Don't get taken down instantly." The fireballs from the flame chickens were highly damaging, yet their cooldown was lengthy. Moreover, without the guidance of the Flame Chicken King, their fireballs would be scattered haphazardly, rendering them incapable of threatening the Chosen Ones. From his vantage point on the roof, South Wind surveyed the scene and, seeing no immediate danger, leaped down. With over 10,000 experience points needed to reach level 11, he realized that defeating this flock would not suffice for leveling up. So he decided to let others take the lead. South Wind remarked, "The crisis here has temporarily abated, yet we must promptly devise a strategy to deal with the Ant Queen at the base of the western cliff." Su Zern inquired, "Do you have any ideas?" South Wind made a gesture across his throat. "I shall descend and slay it." The group exchanged glances, hesitating. Wu Yuansheng cautioned, "Are you going down alone? That seems rather perilous. If you are surrounded by the ant swarm, no matter your prowess, you could very well perish." Yu Yin suggested, "Perhaps we should ask Su Ming to accompany you. He is rather robust, capable of withstanding blows, yet his agility is not remarkable when danger truly arises. He could be sacrificed." Su Ming, returning with a stone shield to recover his health, was moved to tears upon hearing Yu Rant's words. "Why is it always me who gets injured? I should never have chosen this wretched shield. Who would exchange their cherished weapon with me? I yearn to be a damage dealer. Unfortunately, one cannot swap or discard their cherished weapon. Su Ming is destined to bear this hefty shield for a lifetime." Nanfeng declared, "I can manage alone. The Ant Queen possesses only a level 6 or 7 strength. It should not pose much of a challenge." With a high agility score and a skill called Rapid Escape at his disposal, he could easily evade danger. The hill ants would not be able to catch up to him, rendering the risk virtually non-existent. Su Zern replied, "Since you are confident, go ahead and return swiftly." Without further ado, Nanfeng proceeded directly to the western defense line. The hill ants continued to ascend in relentless waves, and the Chosen One stationed there were beginning to show signs of fatigue. Were it not for the sufficient number of Chosen Ones in the camp to rotate their defense, this line would likely have been breached by the hill ants. Wooly leaned against a small wooden cabin, breathless as he observed Nanfeng. "Are you intending to descend to the cliff's base? That poses quite a challenge. I am uncertain how to navigate down." Nanfeng nodded. "No worries. I will follow the cliff's edge until I find a more gradual slope to descend." With determination, Nanfeng grasped the Desert Eagle and departed the camp from the northwest. The cliff to the west was exceedingly steep. A direct descent would likely result in death or severe injury. Nanfeng needed to locate a slanting slope to safely make his way down. He mused, "I still have several barrels of water in my backpack. If I leap down and toss the barrels to the ground at the moment of impact, then land inside one." As he wandered in thought, he searched for a path downward. After traversing along the cliff's edge for over 20 minutes, Nanfeng finally discovered a relatively gentle slope. The cliff here was adorned with numerous protruding trees, which he could use as platforms to gradually lower himself to the base of the cliff. This spot will suffice. Nanfeng stowed the Desert Eagle and carefully slid down the side of the cliff. At the Crow Valley camp, with the death of the Flame Rooster King, the remaining Flame Roosters could not stir much commotion and were swiftly defeated by over 200 Chosen Ones. After several hours of battle, the Chosen Ones within the camp coordinated more seamlessly, dispatching the Flame Roosters as effortlessly as one would slaughter chicken. They successfully defended against the 8th wave of Beast Tide. Huang Yuanming announced, "Good news. All 431 Chosen Ones in our Crow Valley camp are still alive thus far." He continued, "Bad news. Aside from the Crow Valley camp, the Chosen Ones in other areas of our battleground have all perished." Suzerain opened the panel and glanced at the information in the chat channel. Remaining personnel in the battleground, 431-1000. He murmured, "In just a few hours, over 100 have met their demise. The individuals within Crow Valley camp are indeed the entirety of our battleground." Shin shrugged, remarking, "Our battle zone is relatively fortunate. I just perused the interregional chat channel, and the casualties in other zones are even more severe." Wu Yuanqing added, "I too have taken a look, and it appears that the beast tides across all zones are remarkably similar. The 7th and 8th waves consist of a legion of spiders, an army of ants, and a horde of fiery chickens, purely overwhelming through sheer numbers. The defenders in other zones are suffering immensely." Su Ming concurred indeed. The Cave Spider King and Hill Ant Queen are spawning relentlessly, entering a mode of explosive troop generation, rendering any attempts at extermination futile. Then the 8th wave of the fiery chicken army arrived, and after a dual barrage of fireballs, the Chosen Ones suffered grievous losses, now relegated to cowering within their wooden shelters, awaiting their fate. Huang Yuanming remarked, "Fortunately, our battle zone is graced with the presence of the formidable Nanfeng, who swiftly eliminated the Cave Spider King and Fiery Chicken King, significantly alleviating our burden. In comparison to other zones, Sector 527 has indeed enjoyed a much easier time." Suzerain speculated, "I suspect that by the end of today, there will be scarcely anyone remaining in the battle zones ranked 700 and below, with the possibility of total annihilation." No sooner had Suzerain spoken than an announcement echoed throughout the server. "Ding! All Chosen Ones in Primitive World Zone 998 have perished. Resources in all remaining battle zones have increased by 10. The group exchanged glances, astonished. Little did they expect that immediately following Suzerain's proclamation, an entire battle zone had been wiped out. With Zone 998 gone, the resources for all remaining zones had surged by 10. Suzerain gazed at the announcement, realizing the implications. The forthcoming clashes between battle zones would likely escalate in intensity. Chapter 77. The frenzied hill ants beneath the cliff with a series of stumbles and tumbles. Nanfeng finally arrived at the base of the cliff, having lost only a little over 300 health points. He retrieved some roasted meat from his backpack, consuming it as he made his way toward the camp. He had also heard the recent system announcement, which took him by surprise. The first battle zone to be completely annihilated was not, in fact, Sakura Quaro's 132nd District. The 132nd District had suffered a relentless string of 13 defeats in the cross-regional challenge, leaving it utterly barren, devoid of even a single tree after half an hour of searching. How had the 132nd District managed to withstand the beast tide when they were unable to upgrade their humble dwelling, enhance their signature weapons, or hunt fierce beasts to gain levels? Nanfeng pondered this in confusion, but decided it was best not to dwell on it. Perhaps he would soon hear news of the 132nd District's demise. At present, the priority was to address the Hill Ant Queen. If left unchecked, it would continue to breed, ultimately leading to the downfall of the Crow Valley camp. As he pressed on, Nanfeng soon encountered scattered hill ants. With a swift crack of his Desert Eagle, he dispatched them, continuing his advance. The number of hill ants around him gradually increased, indicating he was drawing nearer to the Queen's location. 3 minutes passed, and Nanfeng found himself obstructed by a dense mass of hill ants. Before him, countless ants were scrambling up the sheer cliff face, a dark swarm that would send shivers down the spine of anyone afflicted with a fear of clusters. Above this precipice lay the Crow Valley camp. This was the place. Nanfeng licked his lips, his gaze scanning the area for the Queen. Suddenly, The presence of humans near the nest agitated the hill ants, prompting a portion of them to charge toward Nanfeng. As he retreated, he fired his weapon, each shot claiming a life, occasionally managing to take two with a single burst. These level 4 to 5 beasts possessed merely over 500 health points and defenses below 100. They were no match for Nanfeng's 1500 attack power. Were it not for their overwhelming numbers, these creatures would seem to be delivering experience points on a silver platter. After 3 minutes of searching, Nanfeng had yet to locate the queen. However, a basketball-sized hole near the cliff's edge caught his attention. He had clearly seen a hill ant emerge from that very opening. Could the queen be within that cave? It seemed plausible. Nanfeng rushed toward the hole, only to provoke a frenzy among the surrounding hill ants, which swarmed to prevent his advance. Observing their frantic behavior, Nanfeng felt confident that he had correctly surmised the location of the queen. With a decisive shout, he fired a penetrating round, clearing the beast before him. Activating his speed skill, he hastened to the cave's entrance, tossing a grenade inside before retreating to a safe distance. 5 seconds later, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air. The grenade detonated, sending dirt and stones flying in every direction. Debris continuously tumbled down the cliff, creating a cacophony of chaos. Nanfeng was taken aback. Is this a landslide? How could it be so unstable? This grenade had triggered a minor landslide, dislodging many of the hill ants that were clambering near the precipice. In a way, it alleviated some pressure on the camp above in the Valley of Crows. As the dust settled, Nanfeng discerned the scene before him and suddenly realized that it was not the grenade's power that caused the landslide, but rather that this place had been extensively excavated by the ants, resulting in the collapse. The saying, "1,000-mile dike collapses from an ant's burrow," aptly describes the situation. At the same time, Nanfeng spotted the hill ant queen, resembling a grotesque swollen mass. The queen's size was indeed formidable. After all, how else could she produce hill ants as large as basketballs? With the target identified, Nanfeng utilized his eye of insight and noted that the hill ant queen was merely level 6, with a health pool of 3,000. 2 shots would suffice. Switching to his 98K, Nanfeng, in full view of thousands of hill ants, aimed and blew the queen's head apart. In a flurry, the queen fell, and the horde of hill ants erupted into a frenzy, glowing with a faint red light as they charged towards Nanfeng with reckless abandon. Alarmed, he realized, they're enraged? The queen's demise had granted all the hill ants a berserk buff. Berserk, your defense is halved, while your attack and movement speed are doubled. Upon witnessing the effects of this buff and observing the hill ants' razor-sharp mandibles, Nanfeng inhaled sharply. For him, the doubling of attack power was not the most terrifying aspect. Rather, it was the increased movement speed that truly horrified him. This meant that the swarm of ants could catch up to him. It was time to flee. As the ants encircled him, Nanfeng made a hasty retreat. The hill ants, relentless and driven by their fury, pursued him with fiery eyes. In desperation, Nanfeng pulled out a grenade, removed the pin, and tossed it at his feet. 5 seconds later, he had sprinted several dozen meters away, while the area around the grenade was swarming with hill ants. Boom! A multitude of hill ants were obliterated, granting Nanfeng a brief respite in his escape. However, this reprieve was fleeting, as even more hill ants surged forth. They had abandoned their assault on the Valley of Crows. Their singular focus was to eliminate Nanfeng. What madness is this? Did I disturb your ancestors' graves, or something? Is this necessary? He thought, bolting away without daring to pause. He reached the spot he had descended earlier, hesitating briefly before deciding against climbing back up. The steep incline would pose a significant challenge for him, but for the ants, it would be as easy as a stroll in the park. Climbing back up would be tantamount to delivering themselves to their doom. He needed to devise a way to shake off this relentless swarm. Even with their doubled speed, the hill ants could not keep pace with Nanfeng. Yet the terrain here is exceedingly intricate, rendering it impossible for the southern wind to disperse them. Both sides find themselves ensnared in a stalemate. Thus, the southern wind has been dashing for over an hour, and the frenzied buff from the hill ants has finally come to an end. I nearly exhausted myself. The southern wind leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. Behind, a few hill ants could still be faintly discerned, yet they posed no threat. Having been dispatched by 2 shots from the southern wind. After resting for a few minutes, the southern wind sought a gentle slope to ascend the cliff, embarking on a return to the Crow Valley camp. I wonder what the situation is like at the camp. It must be the 10th wave of the beast tide by now. The southern wind glanced at the chat channel, which was devoid of activity, indicating that the onslaught of the beast tide must be quite fierce. In the upper left corner of the chat channel, a line of small text read, "Remaining personnel in the war zone, 425-1000. The southern wind recalled that the Crow Valley camp should have had 431 chosen ones. Now, 6 chosen ones have already perished. How cruel. The southern wind took a deep breath and quickened the pace. As time progresses, the level of the beast tide will undoubtedly escalate, leading to an increasing number of casualties. It is precisely noon now. They still need to defend for another 12 hours. If a small beast tide is already so challenging, how terrifying will the large beast tide be after those 21 days? Chapter 78. The beast tide also has air forces at 2:10 p.m. Nanfeng finally returned to the Crow Valley camp after wandering outside. From noon until 2 o'clock, system announcements echoed continuously, with a battle zone being annihilated every 3 to 5 minutes, all of which were ranked beyond 900. More than 30 battle zones had already faced total destruction. Murmuring to himself, Nanfeng re-entered the camp. The atmosphere at Crow Valley was heavy. The chosen ones were all injured, seated on the ground to recuperate. Nanfeng first took a glance at the western cliff and noted that no hill ants had climbed up before making his way to the southeastern defense line. Su Zern remarked, "You're back? Thank goodness." Xiao Luo added, "It took 3 to 4 hours to deal with a queen ant. I thought you had perished out there." Nanfeng retorted, "Get away, don't curse me." In truth, he had already slain the hill ant queen, but had been pursued by a swarm of ants, delaying his return. What wave of beasts is it now? What level? What is the casualty count in the camp? Nanfeng inquired rapidly. The 13th wave has just concluded. We encountered 9th level beasts, and we have lost 27 brothers. Already 9th level beasts? Damn, we still have 10 hours to defend. Nanfeng cursed as he found a place to sit. Is this difficulty going to wipe us all out before it ends? Huang Yuanming interjected, "Not necessarily. I just roamed the inner zone channels, and they mentioned the beast tide seems to consist of only 15 waves." Su Zern raised an eyebrow. "Who said that? Is the information reliable?" Huang Yuanming responded, "It was Edward from Zone 1. He stated that after Catherine Vina defeated the boss of the 14th wave, there hasn't been a new beast tide for 2 hours." Huang Yuanming continued, "Therefore, he estimates there are only 15 waves of beasts, with the final boss being a level 15 lord, likely to arrive by evening." Nanfeng licked his lips, processing Huang Yuanming's information. Zone 1 is progressing so swiftly? We just finished the 13th wave, while they have completed their 14th wave 2 hours ago. Is the gap really that vast? Shun Pan chimed in. "I've heard that Catherine Vina has exceptionally high attack power. She charges into the throng of beasts, cutting wildly, slaying gods and Buddhas alike." Huang Yuanming added, "I also heard her defense is formidable. She can take on 30 to 50 beasts at once, wreaking havoc." Shen Pan remarked, "I've also heard her agility is incredibly high." Nanfeng interjected, "Others from different battle zones have claimed that I have aerial tanks as well. None of them were from Zone 1 and had not witnessed Catherine Vina's true prowess, only hearing the exaggerated tales from other chosen ones from that zone. How Catherine Vina performs is not crucial. What matters is if there are indeed only 15 waves of beasts. We are already very close to victory." Xiao Luo cautioned, "That may not be the case. The final boss is level 15, and our attacks might not even breach its defenses, forcing us to whittle it down drop by drop." Huang Yuanming, "Alas, how many lives must be lost? You ran. This final wave hinges on my southern wind of." Nanfeng. After a brief respite, the 14th wave of the beast tide arrived as anticipated. Rampant hedgehogs. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo exchanged glances, exhaling in relief. The Lord-level beast, the wilderness boar king, had been vanquished by Nanfeng that very morning. Devoid of a commanding beast, this horde of intellectually challenged hedgehogs posed little threat. With a grunting sound, over 1,000 rampant hedgehogs charged forth from 200 meters away. Following the onslaught of the previous 13 waves, the trap zone lay in ruins. utterly incapable of hindering the charge of the rampant hedgehogs. The stakes behind the trap zone remained largely intact, yet against the 3-meter-long, rampant hedgehogs, they resembled mere toys. Swiftly obliterated. Suzerain, retreat. Back to the cabin. The ferocity of the rampant hedgehogs was overwhelming. No one could withstand it, not even Su Ming. Everyone had no choice but to retreat into the cabin for defense. Thud, 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 one after another. The dull thuds of impact resounded as the foremost, rampant hedgehog collided with the first line of defense, the cabin. The first row of cabins trembled slightly. Yet, with a defense value of 1,000, the cabin's resilience proved formidable, easily thwarting the charge of the rampant hedgehog horde. Huang Yuanming's cabin stood at the forefront, where Nanfeng and the others took refuge. Huang Yuanming, by the celestial board of immortals, how can these hedgehogs inflict such damage? My villa's defenses can be breached? Nanfeng, perplexed, surely not. Can these hedgehogs possess an attack value of 1,000? That is absurd. Insightful gaze. Nanfeng activated the skill to inspect the attributes of the rampant hedgehog. Oh no, it possesses a passive skill, Earthquake, which inflicts double damage to structures. Huang Yuanming panicked. This is untenable. So many rampant hedgehogs assaulting my villa. Who can withstand this onslaught? Xiao Luo. Enough chatter, kill them quickly. This wave of beasts is specifically designed to breach the cabin. Xiao Luo flung the door open and brandished a dagger with fervor. The chosen ones within the other cabins commenced their counterattack. With the cabins serving as a natural barrier, the group felt temporarily secure. However, they soon recognized a pressing issue. The rampant hedgehogs had charged too swiftly, causing most of the chosen ones to take refuge in the first line of cabins, with 10 or more individuals crammed into each. Now, with the hedgehogs outside, they found themselves trapped within, unable to emerge. The door was too narrow, allowing only 2 to stand shoulder to shoulder, leaving the others incapable of launching an attack. One should take position by the window. Ranged chosen ones can provide support from behind. Yet, many were still left idly standing, rendering their efforts woefully inefficient. A similar predicament unfolded within Huang Yuanming's cabin. Xiao Luo and Huang Yuanming stood at the entrance, while Wu Li positioned himself by the window, with Nanfeng, Yu Ran, and Wu Yuansheng providing fire from the rear. However, there were still 7 or 8 individuals in the room, leaving only the option of staring blankly into space. Nanfeng furrowed his brow, declaring, "This is unacceptable. The efficiency is far too low. We must break free and liberate everyone in this room." Xiao Luo interjected, "Madness. The exterior is teeming with porcupines. There is not a single gap to escape." Nanfeng resolutely replied, "We shall fight our way out." Approaching the window, he hurled 2 grenades without hesitation. Boom! Boom! Following the resounding detonations, the ferocious porcupines outside the cabin suffered heavy casualties. Huang Yuanming lamented, "My heavens, my villa! You've blown up over 3,000 health points of my property." Nanfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment, explaining, "I intended to throw them farther." Who could have anticipated the ricochet? It was an accidental misfire. Having said that, Nanfeng gathered his resolve and dashed out of the cabin, climbing up onto the roof. This was the rightful position for a marksman. Suzerain remarked, 3 people per cabin ensures the highest efficiency in slaying monsters. Nanfeng, please assist in liberating the other cabins as well. Initially, Nanfeng had shared the same thought. However, he instinctively glanced up at the sky, and his expression changed drastically. This was troubling. The current wave of beasts also included aerial forces. Chapter 79. The bustling south wind above the camp of the Crow Valley. A vast expanse of dark clouds gradually loomed. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were not mere clouds, but a dense swarm of avian beasts, colorful birds, and other familiar creatures. Old acquaintances indeed. Just days prior, Southwind had vanquished over 1,000 of these flying monstrosities beneath the waterfall, significantly boosting his experience points. Little did he expect that retribution would arrive so swiftly. "Quick, take shelter in the wooden cabin. Do not linger outside," urged Yen. "Everyone, conceal yourselves," Southwind commanded. Having just scaled the rooftop, he swiftly leapt down and sought refuge within his cabin. The presence of aerial units made it exceedingly foolish to remain atop the roof. A single dive from these avian predators could spell doom for Southwind. Be cautious, the birds are beginning their dive. In the sky, the ominous flock of beasts plunged downward, launching a near-suicidal assault on the wooden cabin. Hud, hud, hud. The sharp beaks of the beasts struck the cabin, producing a dull yet resounding noise. One chosen individual, unable to retreat in time, was mercilessly shredded by the swarm of avian fiends. Another brother had fallen. There was no time for sorrow, as a horrifying realization dawned upon them. Bastard, my cabin just lost over 1,800 health in this dive. Why is their damage so exorbitant? Et Glimbaozian. There are woodpeckers among them, which can inflict armor-piercing effects on the cabin. My defenses have dwindled to a mere 800 points. Woolley reported. Southwind quickly glanced at his own cabin, and indeed, its defenses had plummeted to 800 points, accompanied by a debuff effect. Woodpecker inflicts armor-piercing effects on wooden structures, lasting for 10 seconds. At that moment, the avian beasts ascended once more, circling in the sky, poised for a second dive. Wu Yuan looked up at the sky in despair. Is this truly the end? So many of them. How can we possibly defend ourselves? What shall we do? The number of beasts is overwhelming. The cabin cannot withstand this onslaught. Huang Yuanming lamented. Xiao Luo brandished his short knife, executing a crescent slash that cleaved a raging porcupine in two. What else can we do? We shall eliminate one at a time and prolong our survival for as long as possible. Everyone, do not lose hope. As long as the cabin remains intact, we are safe. Suferaninkedith. Exactly. The cabin possesses 100,000 health points and regenerates every minute. It can endure for at least 2 to 3 hours. Southwind affirmed. Whether they could eradicate all the beasts within that time was uncertain, but at the very least, there remained a glimmer of hope. Standing by the window, Southwind readied his 98K rifle, aiming at the sky. The number of woodpeckers is limited. Range chosen ones. Prioritize targeting the woodpeckers among the avian beasts. What nonsense are you spouting? Yun Fei retorted. These birds are flying so high. Merely hitting them is a challenge, let alone precisely targeting the woodpeckers. It matters not if you cannot hit the woodpeckers. Just striking any bird will suffice. Southwind replied. He locked onto a woodpecker and steadily squeezed the trigger. Whoosh. Minus 1870. The enchanted bullet sliced through the air, striking a level 9 woodpecker with precision. One of its wings was pierced, leaving it unable to maintain balance, and it wavered as it plummeted from the sky. Though the shot did not deliver a fatal blow, it was soon followed by a magic stone that ultimately brought the woodpecker down. Yin Fei shook his slingshot and gave a thumbs up. Nanfeng, you truly are remarkable. You can take down a bird soaring at 70 to 80 meters with a single shot. Nanfeng continued to scan for the woodpecker's trail through his scope. The ferocious beasts are indeed impressive. Even a woodpecker can soar so high. With a swift pull of the trigger, Nanfeng felled another woodpecker. Huang Yuanming exclaimed in delight. Wow, Nanfeng, you're amazing. Wu Yuanqing added. There's hope, brothers. If we can eliminate the woodpecker, our little cabin can hold out for at least another hour or two. Wu Yuansheng knocked an arrow and aimed at the sky, successfully shooting down a smaller bird. Brother, with shots like that, won't your girlfriend have something to say? Nanfeng, calm and composed, fired his third shot, bringing down a third woodpecker with pinpoint accuracy. His 3 shots instilled great confidence in everyone. With such a formidable ally in the camp, who could fear failure? Suddenly, the avian beasts regrouped and initiated a second dive. Su Zurin declared firmly, they're diving down. All ranged brothers, prepare to counterattack. As the avian beasts descended, the chosen ones within the cabin began their retaliation. Wu Yuanqing quipped, You say my aim is off? Watch me with a triple shot. He drew his longbow to full draw and released 3 magic arrows in one swift motion. Yun Fei chimed in. 3 at once? That's nothing. Observe my heavenly maiden scattering flowers. He conjured a handful of magic stones and released them all at once. In an instant, all the range chosen unleashed their abilities without restraint, showering the sky with a deluge of attacks. This wave of assaults resulted in numerous bird carcasses falling to the ground. Once again, hope flickered among the group. Su Zurin urged, Keep it up. Melee brothers, Focus your attacks on the enraged boars below. Leave the birds to our ranged allies. Nanfeng and Wu Yuansheng. Your range is substantial. Prioritize the woodpeckers. Su Ming, rallying a group of brothers, declared, I'll take the front and absorb the damage. Those of higher levels. Charge with me. Seizing the moment while the aerial beasts were disorganized, Su Ming burst from the cabin with a fierce charge. With a battle cry, he used a shield to force back the surrounding enraged wild boars. Behind him, Xiao Luo, Wu Li, Huang Yuanming, and others unleashed their skills, swiftly dispatching the nearby beasts. They soon reached the entrance of the adjacent cabin. The brothers inside swiftly emerged, leaving just 2 or 3 to guard the small wooden cabin. A dozen chosen ones burst forth, led by Su Ming, dispersing into the other cabins. The frenzied boars began to scatter as well, spreading across various defensive lines, significantly alleviating the pressure on the first line's wooden shack. Nanfeng's cabin, situated at the heart of the camp, had yet to be reached by the raging boars, allowing him to focus on hunting birds with peace of mind. For a moment, it felt as though he had returned to his days by the waterfall. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Immersed in his task, Nanfeng entered a state of profound concentration. In this trance, his accuracy soared to over 99. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 11. Ding! Your overall attributes have increased by 5. Ding! You have gained 5 points to distribute freely. Level up? The system notification jolted Nanfeng from his intense focus. These avian creatures were formidable beasts of levels 8 to 9, providing substantial experience, and amidst his hunting, he surprisingly leveled up. He allocated all his free attribute points to strength and continued his pursuit of birds. Not far away, Wu Li suddenly shouted, Nanfeng, trouble. Ants are crawling up from the west. Hill ants? Nanfeng paused for a moment, then understood. Stay calm. The ant queen is dead. These are the ants that were pursuing me earlier, and their numbers are few. There is no need to panic. At the first defensive line, Ma Yong was also shouting desperately, help. My cabin still has over 10,000 health, and it's about to be destroyed. Bao Jian, there are too many frenzied boars around Ma Yong. We need reinforcements. Glancing at the sky, Nanfeng noted that only a few woodpeckers remained. He promptly stowed away his 98k, preparing to assist Ma Yong with a grenade. Just as he was about to leave, Wu Yuanxing's voice echoed again, Nanfeng. There's a boss in the sky. You need to take it down quickly. With a sigh, Nanfeng looked up once more and indeed spotted a colossal boss, the tricolor Kuan. Goodness, I seem to be exceptionally busy today. Chapter 80, Slaying the Tricolor Kuan. Nanfeng's discovery? The clouds above the Crow Valley camp gradually dispersed, revealing the enormous tricolor Kuan. Tricolor Kuan, a variant of the tricolor bird. This creature is colossal, capable of floating in the air and traveling vast distances each day. Yet it lacks formidable offensive capabilities. The tricolor Kuan floated serenely in midair, with surrounding birds landing on it to rest when fatigued. Wu Li exclaimed, Goodness, this resembles an aircraft carrier. Wu Yuanxing responded, Indeed, those ferocious beasts are feasting on the parasites on the tricolor Kuan. Isn't this akin to refueling? Through his binoculars, Nanfeng could observe more clearly. Those parasites rejuvenated the large birds. This was akin to a mobile spring of life. Most long-range chosen ones possessed insufficient attack power and could not achieve a one-shot kill like Nanfeng. Consequently, many aerial beasts were left severely injured. The emergence of the tricolor Kuan served as a mobile fountain, restoring these wounded creatures. Unfedermarkt, Stand. I just targeted a bibbird and hit it 3 times in a row. It was on the verge of death, and now its health is fully restored. Su Zern urged, Nanfeng, Wu Yuansheng, you must eliminate the tricolor Kuan quickly. Xiao Luo, gather a few brothers to assist Ma Yong. Nanfeng replied, Stay calm. I'll first provide Ma Yong with a grenade. After battling the beast tide for over 2 hours, Nanfeng's grenades were at full capacity. Not utilizing them would be a waste. Boom! A loud explosion erupted outside Ma Yong's wooden cabin. The nearby frenzied porcupines were blown to shreds, utterly defeated. Those farther away were also severely injured by the shockwave from the explosion, their health plummeting dramatically. Ma Yong exclaimed, Boss, You're incredible. From now on, you are my brother. Nanfeng retorted, why not my father? Ma Yong responded, get lost. Just being a brother is enough. Do you want to be my father too? I have my pride. Nanfeng had never intended to adopt a son, seeing that the crisis had temporarily passed on Ma Yong's side. He hurried back to his own wooden cabin, preparing to hunt the tricolor Kuan soaring in the sky. The tricolor Kuan was a level 10 Lord-level beast with a staggering 18,000 health points and an absurdly high defense of 400 points, rendering it nearly impervious to most attacks. Nanfeng aimed for the creature's abdomen and fired, inflicting just over 150 points of damage. Nanfeng declared, bad news. My damage is merely scratching the surface. He continued, good news. Its size makes it a living target. I could take it down in no more than 10 minutes. Su Zurin inquired, Wu Yuansheng, can your attack penetrate its defenses? Join Nanfeng in hunting the tricolor Kuan to expedite the process. Wu Yuansheng replied, my arrow does about 30 damage. Better than nothing, I suppose. Su Zurin instructed, other ranged brothers, focus on killing the porcupines and ants on the ground. Once the tricolor Kuan is defeated, we'll target the birds. Understood. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo led a group of high-level chosen ones, forming a guerrilla unit to provide support wherever danger arose. However, the number of ferocious beasts remained overwhelming. 5 minutes later, Ma Yong's voice echoed once more, infused with urgency. This is untenable. My little cabin is on the verge of collapse. Without hesitation, Xiao Luo pivoted and rushed towards him. Then abandon your post. We are on our way to assist you. Hurry out. Ma Yong surveyed his modest abode, his eyes welling with emotion. Damn it, after so many years as a cog in a machine, I have yet to secure a home on Blue Star. Finally, I managed to acquire this small cabin. It's barely warmed up before these beasts threatened to demolish it. Yet, despite his lamentations, Ma Yong had no intention of perishing alongside his beloved cabin. As Xiao Luo approached, Ma Yong leaped through the window, escaping with the main group from this perilous locale. Ma Yong exclaimed, Brother Bao Jian, may I crash at your place? Bao Jian replied, sure, but rent is required. Ma Yong retorted, rent is not an issue. The real question is, can I sleep in a bed? Bao Jian scoffed, get lost. You think you could take advantage of me? Sleep on the floor. Barely 30 seconds had passed since his departure when his cabin collapsed with a thunderous roar, timber strewn across the ground. Oh, my mansion! Ma Yong lamented. Enough with the mansion. We must flee. Fierce avian predators plunge from the sky, while ground-dwelling beasts, like the frenzied porcupines, unleash their quills in suicidal assaults. To the west, hill ants relentlessly ascended from the cliffs. The camp was fraught with danger, chaos reigning supreme. Nanfeng had no time to ponder these threats. He needed to bring down the multicolored Kuan from the heavens. The terrestrial beasts would be handled by Xiao Luo and the others. But the aerial threats were his responsibility alone. 8 minutes elapsed, and a gaping wound had been torn into the underside of the Kuan by the 98K. Its health was dwindling. Brother, that giant Kuan seems ready to flee. Wu Yuanxing shouted. Nanfeng replied resolutely, in its dreams. Let us put in the effort to bring it down. Tonight's dinner depends on it. Nanfeng unleashed a penetrating shot, triggering a weak point attack, inflicting over 300 points of damage. This shot appeared to pierce through the Kuan's innards, reducing its health to 0. It emitted a mournful wail, unable to maintain its aerial stance, plummeting directly downward. Nanfeng's expression darkened. Oh no, this creature intends to crash into the camp. In its final moments, the robust wings of the Kuan flapped twice, altering its descent toward the Crow Valley camp. Its immense size was sufficient to engulf the entire encampment. Despair washed over Nanfeng. This is hopeless. Its girth is too great for us to redirect. Wu Yuansheng inhaled deeply. There's nothing we can do. Let us hope our small cabin can withstand the impact. The sky darkened ominously as the Kuan descended, an event akin to the heavens collapsing for the chosen ones within the camp. All stood motionless, gazing from their windows at the impending calamity. If the cabin could not withstand the Kuan's assault, death awaited them all. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled, the cabin quaked, and dust billowed. This tremendous impact left all the chosen ones momentarily ensnared in a cacophony of ringing in their ears. However, the crowd quickly regained their composure. Their humble wooden cabin had not collapsed. Astonishingly, it still boasted over 8,000 health points. It held firm. The cabin was remarkable. What was this, if not a fortified shelter? Nanfeng glanced at his own wooden cabin, which still had more than 60,000 health points, perfectly secure. This was, of course, attributable to its central location within the camp, as neither the rampaging hedgehogs nor the hill ants had ventured to attack this spot, ensuring the cabin's vitality remained robust. Simultaneously, a piece of good news arrived from Su Zern at the first line of defense. What a relief! The multicolored Kuan has slain numerous rampaging hedgehogs, significantly alleviating our pressure. The military report continued. Many ants have perished as well. Currently, the most considerable threat lies with the avian predators above. Nanfeng suggested, let's first deal with the multicolored Kuan atop the roof. Otherwise, it will be shrouded in darkness. The carcass of the multicolored Kuan lay directly over the camp, blocking all sunlight and plunging the area into shadow. Stepping outside, Nanfeng reached up gently to grasp the fallen creature. Ding! You have obtained Kuan meat, 200. 200 units of Kuan meat were insufficient to fully clear the carcass. Other chosen ones emerged as well, beginning to collect the Kuan meat. By the time the multicolored Kuan's remains were entirely processed, Nanfeng's backpack contained 300 portions of Kuan meat. He would not have to worry about sustenance for the coming months, though he pondered whether he might overindulge. The avian beasts in the sky commenced their dive once more, prompting Nanfeng to retreat into the wooden cabin, preparing to resume his aerial hunting. Yet, he suddenly noticed something amiss. In front of his cabin lay the carcass of a rampaging hedgehog, which had inadvertently wandered into the heart of the camp. Nanfeng had dispatched it with ease, and its body had remained undisturbed. However, now, the hedgehog's remains had vanished. Had another chosen one cleared it away? Nanfeng furrowed his brow. He had not seen anyone else approach moments ago. Dismissing it as a minor concern, he resolved to focus on the task of hunting birds. Chapter 81. The boss is right beside us at 5:50 p.m. The ferocious beasts assaulting the Crow Valley campsite were finally vanquished. After an entire afternoon of fierce combat, over 20 chosen ones had perished within the campsite, most of them crushed beneath the might of the tricolor Kuan as it obliterated their wooden shelters. The surviving chosen ones now all boasted levels exceeding 7, with many having ascended to levels 8 or even 9, thus entering the ranks of the elite. They had successfully defended against the 14th wave of the beast tide. Su Zern exclaimed, "Brothers, let us not hasten to clean the battlefield. We must return to our cabins to replenish our strength. Another wave of beasts is imminent, and I suspect the level 15 final boss will arrive shortly. Wuli lamanta. Goodness, I am utterly exhausted from this wave. I wonder if I can withstand the 15th. Xiao Luo encouraged, do not falter, let us press on. Huang Yuanming added, what is a level 15 lord to us? With the great Nanfeng by our side, we could even take down a level 20 lord. Nanfeng interjected, brother, could you refrain from dragging me into your boasts? Having exhausted his magical energy through several rounds, he had continuously consumed clean, fresh water without pause. His belly was now round and full, and he felt a pressing urgency to relieve himself. Seeking a suitable spot, Nanfeng made his way to a secluded corner by the cliff to the west. Ah, what a relief! After attending to his physiological needs, he felt a wave of lightness wash over him. Just as he prepared to return to the cabin to restore his health and mana, he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. The body of a hill ant flickered and vanished. Curious, Nanfeng turned his gaze toward that corner. The bloodstains on the ground and the severed limbs of the ant spoke of a battle that had taken place there. Yet, now, the ant had disappeared. How strange! Had the monster respawned? Scratching his head in confusion, Nanfeng found no cause for alarm. Deep within, he still perceived this world as a realm of gaming. Slaying monsters yielded experience and dropped loot. Was it not merely playing a game? Thus, the sudden disappearance of a hill ant did not strike him as particularly noteworthy. A body respawning was simply a fundamental aspect of online gaming. Upon returning to the cabin, Nanfeng collapsed onto the bed, closing his eyes to restore his energy. The intense battles throughout the day had left him utterly fatigued, while the physical exhaustion was manageable. After all, he had not engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the beasts. The prolonged concentration had drained his mental vigor, leaving him with a headache, yearning only to rest. Meanwhile, Suzerain and the others returned to their respective cabins, convening in the chat channel to discuss the forthcoming battle. Huang Yuanming reported. Word from Zone 1 indicates that their 15th wave of Beast Tide has yet to arrive. I suspect we shall have to wait until nightfall before the boss makes its appearance. Shunpan. The latest battle report indicates that there are a total of 1,000 war zones in the original world, of which 241 have suffered total annihilation. Theoretically, the resources in the remaining war zones should increase exponentially by a factor of 1 raised to the 24th power. However, it appears that our war zone has not experienced any noticeable changes. Shaoluo. Other war zones have not seen significant alterations either. In Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro has been inquiring for quite some time in the cross-zone channel, and their war zone remains stark and barren. Suzerain. Perhaps we will see an increase in resources only after we survive today. Nanfeng. How has Zone 132 managed to endure this long? Their resources are nearly non-existent, unable to level up, and their small cabins are at best sea level. How did they withstand today's Beast Tide? Yuran. Do you know why the Chosen Ones in Zone 132 cannot level up? Nanfeng. Yes, their war zone is impoverished and sparsely populated with fierce beasts. Where would they gain experience to level up? Yuran. Indeed, without fierce beasts, how could there be a Beast Tide? Nanfeng. Oh, what a fortunate circumstance. Nanfeng suddenly comprehended that perhaps this was a case of a blessing in disguise. Although the Chosen Ones in Zone 132 cannot level up, they're also spared from facing the Beast Tide. How delightful. Suzerain. There is still more than half an hour until dark. Everyone can take a moment to rest. Those who wish to sleep may do so to replenish their energy. Nanfeng. Indeed, I'm utterly exhausted. Wuli. ZZZ. Soon, the camp was filled with the soothing sounds of intermittent snoring. Of course, for safety reasons, over 100 Chosen Ones remained vigilant, taking on the role of sentinels to guard against fierce beast attacks. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its final rays gradually faded away. Nightfall had arrived. Potato, potato. Calling Sweet Potato, oh whoa. This is Sweet Potato. Please proceed, Potato, oh whoa. No traces of fierce beast have been found in the Eastern District. What about you? Oh whoa. None in the Southern District either, nor in the Western District. Every 30 seconds, the Chosen Ones from the 3 directions reported their findings. It was now 6:40 p.m. Darkness had enveloped the area for 10 minutes, yet the anticipated 15th wave of the Beast Tide had yet to arrive. Huang Yuanming gazed into the distance, muttering irritably, "Why the delay? If you're coming, just get here already. Why keep us hanging? If we are to die, let be swift." Shenpan had just finished checking the group chat when he heard Huang Yuanming's words and looked up. Other war zones have not arrived either. Everyone is waiting. Wuli. Ah, a nap feels so refreshing. I feel rejuvenated. Nanfeng. Brother, your snoring is terrifying. I could hear you from 20 meters away. I didn't sleep a wink. Wuli, a hefty fellow weighing over 200 pounds, snored like a wild bull, shaking the earth with his thunderous sounds. Nanfeng had not managed to sleep at all. Wuli, somewhat embarrassed, said, "I can't help it. I was too tired. My apologies, brother." Nanfeng waved his hand, signaling Wu Li that there was no need for concern. The final wave of beasts had yet to arrive, and the group sat together in pairs, enjoying roasted meat and engaging in light-hearted conversation. What kind of ferocious beast do you think the level 15 lord will be? One pondered. Perhaps a tiger? A lion? I bet it will be a truly formidable creature. Earlier in the afternoon, even the great Kuin had emerged, leading me to believe that the level 15 lord must be a dragon. What? Are we to become dragon slayers tonight? Nanfeng quietly consumed his food, replenishing his strength. He felt an unsettling sensation, an inexplicable discomfort that gnawed at him. Talp, talp, talp. In the distance, a captivating figure approached, her alluring steps echoing as she inquired, "Which handsome gentleman cleared the corpses of the beasts from the camp?" "How kind of you. The stench from those bodies nearly overwhelmed me," but I feel much better now. The group exchanged glances, each shaking their head in denial. No, it wasn't me. I'm utterly exhausted. I had no time to clear any bodies. Perhaps someone, in need of sustenance, had taken it upon themselves to do so. Nanfeng took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. Suddenly, he realized what was amiss. It was the inexplicably vanished beast corpses. The disappearance of one or two might have seemed inconsequential, but the absence of the majority could only signify one thing. The level 15 Lord-class boss was already within the camp. In a sudden burst of urgency, Nanfeng exclaimed this cryptic revelation. As his words hung in the air, he swiftly darted back to his small wooden cabin. The outside world was perilous. It was imperative to retreat to the safety of his shelter and preserve his life. Chapter 82. The Chosen One transformed into a corpse. A level 15 Lord-class beast has arrived. Nanfeng dashed back into his modest wooden cabin. The others stood frozen for a couple of seconds, exchanging glances, before swiftly retreating as well. The once lively camp became eerily desolate in an instant. Suferan, Nanfeng. Where's the boss? Nanfeng. I haven't the faintest idea. I'm merely speculating. Suferan, speculating? What is your reasoning? Nanfeng. The corpses of the beasts in the camp have vanished. Have you noticed? I suspect that boss is stealing the bodies. Wu Yuansheng. Stealing bodies? What sort of boss is this? Huang Yuanming, a dung beetle. Bao Jian. What the hell? That's clearly a grave robber. Huang Yuanming's cabin was situated at the first line of defense. He glanced outside and suddenly gasped. Huang Yuanming. Goodness, Nanfeng was right. Something is indeed stealing the bodies. Wu Li. I see it too. The corpses of the beasts in the trap area are gradually disappearing. Shinpan. I just checked the cross-region chat channel. Similar occurrences are happening in other combat zones, but the boss is yet to reveal itself. Nanfeng's cabin was at the heart of the camp, limiting his view of the outside situation. Nanfeng. Aside from mysteriously vanishing corpses, have any of you made other observations? Huang Yuanming peered outside. No. I haven't seen any beasts. Su Zurin. Everyone, prepare for battle. The boss could arrive at any moment. Minutes passed, and the corpses of the beasts near the Kunya Valley camp had completely disappeared.